Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. One thing we forgot to talk about yesterday that we didn't touch on, the Los Angeles Chargers are playing, or they're starting the season in Brazil this year. And the Texans are one of their possibilities.
I, I I think they. I don't know if it's just London, but haven't they already announced who the international teams are going to be, and the Texans weren't in it?
They did not say who the Chargers are playing in Brazil. No.
Right. But I think I saw a list of the teams that were going to play overseas this year, and I did not see the Texans' name in it. I don't know if that was overseas or just London, though.
That might. Oh, I don't know.
But I'm going to check because a list already came out of these are the teams that are playing overseas. I'm like, wonder if the Texans are on the list, and we weren't on the list.
Yeah.
Would you go to Brazil for a game?
It's that was just London.
Is it that was just London that they had?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So,
well, wow, you may be able to go then. You may be able to go to Brazil.
What about it? What about it?
I'm not going to Brazil for a game.
Do we want the Texans to start in Brazil?
I'm not starting in Brazil. There is that, Dell.
Yeah.
There is that.
The whole.
He's not in the camera. You can't see him.
Yeah.
You see him now? Oh, he's way up high over the camera, so you can't see him.
Yeah, I know. Well, that whole bump thing. There is that.
I mean, are you so predictable, Dell? John read you like a book. Cinnamon rolls. They're called cinnamon rolls.
That's what they're called.
What the hell is he doing? What is John doing?
This crap is falling all over the place. So Rhino says Gartano sounds like he's in a pooper. Does it sound bad?
Yeah. I mean, it usually sounds like that, though.
Well, your phone is further away from your mouth than it was yesterday.
No, it's here. How's this? Is this better?
It's all right.
It's all right. Well, whatever the case may be, it's right here. The phone's right here. Okay, so just so you know, it sounds like I'm in a pooper, is what he said. Well, he said the bad word. Anyway, we're getting started here. Yesterday, Art gave us a Hall of Fame show. He said Hall of Fame show.
Ooh, well, I thought it was a rough one.
Yeah, well, but that's what Art likes, though, I think.
Yeah, he's not the guy we need to play to.
No, he's the guy that if he says that was a great show, it just means.
Oh, my gosh. I saw a story Art would love. You know, Art is really, he's kind of against the whites in general. But especially
you think he has a bias against the whites.
But especially the Richies. And I'm not a big fan of the people who act snotty Richie. To that point, did you see what happened with the kids from Memorial and the kids from Stratford?
No.
Yeah, the Memorial kid. Well, it's not all the Memorial kids. These guys called the Drunken Sailor, Swearing Sailors. They're the cheer squad, like they're a cheering group, kind of like the Duke Fanatics or Duke. What are they called? The Duke.
Cameron Crazies.
Cameron Crazies, yeah. Duke Fanatics is another thing that a lot of people say.
Mm-hmm.
But I've said it before. But apparently, I found out, that they were involved in beating up this Stratford kid. And there's stories about, the Stratford kid deserved it. And I guess he was headed to his car. But then I found out somebody who we know really well. Well, I know really, really well. You know them. Their daughter went to school and played volleyball, and she was called the N-word by some of these guys. And apparently this is a whole thing with them. And they talk about other kids how broke they are and how they have to take out student loans and just really rich kid.
What are they supporting?
Beat the piss out of these kids.
What group are they supporting? Like
Memorial
sports or just Memorial
they
in
go
general?
and cheer. And they got kicked out of a basketball game or something. I don't know. They weren't allowed to go to the next basketball game because 20 kids went. It was on the news. Like ABC, I think, had it yesterday. Wendy would have been proud. They had a local story.
A local story about little racist white.
Yeah, I don't know. Little rich kids who tell you how rich how rich they are, and how broke you are, and how you're gonna have to take out student loans, and they've got the sweetest trucks, and you're walking home or taking, having an Uber, just real stuff that makes you really kind of hate Whitey yourself.
Well, no, it's a throwback because I thought
it is a throwback.
I thought the Zoomers were more open to
not rich ones.
Oh, not the rich ones. Okay.
No, so I just heard stories yesterday from a family who has dealt with, and then my son has a good friend who has played basketball against him and had some really not great things to say about this little group of kids. But when I heard about the N-word to my friend's daughter during a volleyball game, I'm like, what do y'all do? Like, I know our girl's not just sitting there, the mom, and just saying, oh no. No, there's been some tersely worded letters, but I don't know. It's kind of irritating me reading this, watching the story on ABC, and then hearing more stories from people who I know who have dealt with this. I was like, man, how is this? How are we not putting these kids in check, man? You gotta. Mom and dad needs to step up and drop the hammer down instead of being a lawyer to clear all the kids. Like, yeah, you know what? As a parent, I think I'm just gonna lawyer up and represent all these kids for free, so that they're upset because they ain't gonna go cheer. We ain't go cheer for the next game. You're not being treated fair.
Well, it's ugly at Memorial. I just typed it in to find some news, and there is a more recent story about 2 students who just got arrested for planning a mass attack on Memorial High School.
Really?
Well,
one was a Memorial student, the other is a Willis High student. So it ain't great coming out of there right now.
A lot of stuff going on over in Memorial.
Yeah,
in that rich part of town. That's interesting. All that stuff doesn't sound like 2025 to me.
No, their parents are.
I thought this was a time where we're all together, joined in unity.
No. We're on the verge of different types of wars, internal civil wars.
Somebody says,
I'm just minding my own business on a day 3 of my juice. I'm not trying to bother anyone. I'm just juicing and watching the last of my DBs and safeties before I'm done.
That's it.
And Curtis Rourke, the quarterback from Indiana. What am I just sitting here minding my own business?
This is
not trying to have a war with anybody.
That is every school. Okay. All right. That is every school now.
And yesterday, the FBI went to Memorial and arrested one of their students for bomb threats. Yeah. So that's what. Yeah. Apparently, that's nothing new. So
2 girls, which is a departure.
2 girls.
Departure. Yeah.
So
2
that
girls.
means things must have really been bad if girls are doing this.
Yeah.
Like guys, I see their dumbass doing something like this. Girls.
Wow.
It must not be good.
Yeah, pipe bombs and shooting. They're planning that attack.
God. Man, what's going on?
What girls? I thought girls were not supposed to do that. That's for guys.
Can y'all go get your little privileged kids and put them in check?
No,
please?
it's we're evolving apparently.
Get your little privileged kids and put them in check.
Equal opportunity terrorists.
So they stop heckling the women and minorities at sporting events. Please get your parent game up and do something about it.
I mean,
tired of this soft ass stuff.
Oh,
letting your kids run around, act like
I thought you just
kids.
cared about your defensive backs. Now
I do. I'm not doing anything. I'm not gonna strap up and get into a civil war. I just call your kids a bunch of punk ass kids, and you're a punk ass parent.
Well,
there, see, I'm done. I'm Gen Z. I'm not gonna go that hard in the paint.
Okay.
I'll tell you some stuff, and then I'm like, I don't care enough to really take it any further.
Yeah, I won't be around long enough. I don't care what.
I won't either. Gilbert already put me on it.
Yeah,
and we're gonna go from we're in the 20s right now, and we go to like 80 on Thursday. So this we'll
hard freeze.
We'll have about 60 degree separation, so we'll all be in some type of weather coma when we all have. I guess we just get bad colds when that happens.
Well, I know you're going to heaven though, because I texted him last night. He's in, or called him last night, and he's in church.
Yeah,
he's in church on Wednesday night. That's the man's a saint.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sebastian was getting confirmed, and it was a rough one. It lasted an eternity. This guy, he kept trying to ask the kids, like there's 135 people getting confirmed, and he kept asking questions. Okay. And it's got this thick Italian accent. He's not really. And then I can't understand him. And then he's like asking all these kids questions, and they don't have any answers. Like he keeps thinking that, I thought y'all were supposed to learn this. We're supposed to learn this.
Yeah.
And I was like, if this were a sporting event, I would have already left.
Well, you left the Super Bowl, and we saw how that.
I know that's what I'm saying. I would have left this right after.
For a
28-3, you left.
For a non-initiated, what is he being confirmed as?
Into the Catholic Church.
So he's
supposed to study all this stuff and know all this stuff about the church.
So there's an admissions test into the Catholic Church?
Baptism, First Communion, confirmation.
And then you die.
First confession, all of these.
I don't know,
marriage.
Man. I went to
annulment.
I went to a non-denominational church. They just dipped me in the water.
Is that a sacrament, annulment?
Yeah.
They
No,
dipped me in
that
the water and I was good. Didn't have to
annulment
take a
is not a
test.
sacrament
Hey,
anymore.
like, hey, baptism is special. What do I have to do for it? Just show up in clothes you don't mind getting wet. Oh, okay.
You don't take it serious. See, if you took it
No,
serious,
you
you'd be
take
in a
it
church.
seriously. They
You'd
ask
be
you
in a
questions.
jacket and you'd be in a jacket and slacks, sitting there for 2 hours, just all like, man,
No, they
I
ask
was
you.
gonna finish
I
watching
took
that
it
safety
serious.
from Cal.
They asked me if I loved my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ as a 9-year-old. I just say, "Hey, Mom, am I supposed to say yes?" I say yes, and they dip you in the water, and you get food afterwards, and we're good. Doesn't take that long. That's all. It didn't take that long.
Yeah, path of least resistance.
Yeah, just make sure you say you love Jesus, and you're good.
Yeah.
Well,
You guys have a test to take.
Yeah,
but see that you're not going to see. That's the problem. In the Catholic Church, you stand up, you kneel down, you sit down,
it's
you
like
kneel,
a whole
you stand
CrossFit.
up. All of it. It is, and you don't have that, Dal. That's why you're out of shape right now.
You got
because of what happened when I was 9.
Because of church, you don't go to church and do all the calisthenics.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah,
up, down, up, down.
Catholics full of fit people. That's what I've.
That's
what
right.
I've noticed. Yes.
It is. It's
Well, they're
fitness.
good in the core.
Yeah,
they're stronger in the. They don't skip leg days.
Yeah. Okay.
At least not on Sundays.
Yep. All right. Well, that's our first segment. We really need some sports.
Yeah.
Well, we got here, but here's something.
Actually, there's some NFL news that besides just teams playing in Brazil, we got a new salary cap.
All right.
Went up higher than people expected.
I know. I just saw it.
Kind of like DraftKings stocks.
The Texans' available cap went from $3 million to $7 million in one day. I was like, hey,
that helps the Texans.
It does.
Now, when they cut Shaq Mason, they'll have even more to use.
Even more. So, tomorrow we've got Kelvin Sampson going to be on the show.
I'm excited and nervous at the same time.
Yeah, same time. But he's not. He's a great interview. He's not like Hugs or anybody that's
no. He's not Huggins. Like he's a. Yeah, I love talking to Kelvin Sampson. It's just that anytime you deal with the basketball coaching season, there's a level of, or Nick Saban ever, there's a level of, like there's an intensity that they bring to the table.
Right. Well, that's what Coach brings now. He brings intensity. So you better be ready for it tomorrow. That'll happen tomorrow right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Bobby Hurley had some really nice things to say about Kelvin Sampson that we'll play a little bit later. We got a lot of NFL stuff to talk about. So we'll do that as the show progresses right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I'm talking like GimmeTheVin.com. Saturday morning, you're going to be able to hear John Clay Wolf right here. He's got the longest running show on our air, and it is about buying cars from you. It's about a lot more than that. Dude really, really gets into stuff, and he's maniacal. He's crazy. He says a lot of things that even I'm like, I'm not sure you should say that on the air. But John Clay Wolf says, I can say it, and I will say it, and continues to say it. So it's a pretty funny show. So if you got a chance, listen. But if you have to sell your car, that's why John Clay Wolf is here, because he wants to buy your car and he will give you more money for it. And he'll do that over on the radio, or he'll do that on your laptop. It literally takes about 15 minutes to find out how much your car is worth. You take some pictures, you put in your license plate or your VIN number, and you take some pictures. And then they go back about, okay, what kind of condition is it? All kinds of stuff. Bing, you find out how much money your car is worth. Then you take that with you to CarMax. And if they can't beat it, if CarMax beats it and John Clay Wolf can't beat CarMax, he's going to send you $100. So it's a guarantee. You're going to get the most for your vehicle at GimmeTheVin.com. That's GimmeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance here with you. 713-780-3776. I'm having a really hard time here this morning. I'm telling you here, right here and now. All kinds of disastrous stuff going on. This is a mess. This is just a freaking mess. I just saw a note here, and let me ask you this: if you, the Brado put out this that the Rockets, without Jabari Smith, things have really fallen apart for them
defensively.
Yeah.
So I was having a conversation in my own house, and I went back and looked at the numbers. I'm like, it didn't feel like it. It started off where it wasn't bad, but it has gotten bad.
Well, here are the numbers. He says before and after. So while he was on the court, the Rockets were I just had it up. Good Lord. Before he got hurt, their defensive rating was second and now 19th. Defensive rebounding, third to 27th. Blocks, 9th to 22nd.
During that time frame, not 19th.
Oh, that's
is not where
they
they
rank right now.
No, it's not where they rank right now.
But during that time frame,
frame,
19th, 27th, and 22nd.
Yeah, right.
Is it all Jabari?
No, it's not all Jabari. Like, I know that looks like a good cause and effect, but it's not. I mean, it's increased the amount of playing time for number one. You've had a big out for a little chunk of the games with you've had a point guard who can defend a little bit and get steals. So you had your point guard off the court. You've had a lesser defender in there in Reed Shepherd, who's gotten more minutes. You've had Alpe off the court for a little bit. I think some of it is you've had bad fourth quarters, which we know all about. We talked about it. And then some of it is just your standard. I think you've had some worse possessions, which have turned into points the other way. You know, some of it is just I just don't think it's tied to, man, if Jabari were here, things would be so much different. I mean, he's not a primary shot blocker. He's not somebody who's going to have an impact directly on a ton of games. So I think when he's there, other guys who maybe aren't as good at defenders like Reed Shepherd doesn't get minutes. Reed won't get minutes. And so it'll be Amen and then, you know, things are better when Tari plays typically, but with Tari, you don't always get Tari. And he was out for part of that time. Ever since Jabari's been out, Tari was out for a little chunk of that time too.
Yeah. But whatever the case, or they're playing. You know, Ime said, listen, we're not playing as hard as we were. We're just not playing as hard.
That's probably what it is.
It could be it too. That they're just.
I think they're reading their press clippings a little bit.
You know, it was funny. After Amen was like the coup de grace, and he was everybody's favorite. He was going to be an NBA Hall. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. I mean, it seemed they went on that 6-game losing streak, and it looked like they just went in the tank. And they were getting so much love. They were getting so much affection from the entire NBA world.
Right. And
then all of a sudden, it just fell apart on them. And you know, maybe it was a little bit of that. Maybe it was, I don't know, just that. Listen, they had all those road games, back-to-back road games. That was the toughest part of the schedule. They had to include the Atlanta game, which was postponed earlier.
Yeah.
And threw that in there because they both had that open day. But it really messed up that schedule was brutal before the break. Man, I can't wait till we get some games back. We got hockey. Are you going to watch hockey tonight or basketball tonight?
I'm going to watch hockey because it's not the Rockets.
Yeah. This hockey game is, they think, well, NHL finals, they don't do much. I'm telling you, this is one of the most important hockey games that we've seen in a while.
Well, did you see the hockey game between USA and Canada outdrew NBA All-Star Weekend, which is, right. It may sound like, oh, it's a game versus an All-Star Weekend. That's true, but All-Star Weekend has a historic, there's a history of their numbers.
Yeah.
And so now there's a belief. So the All-Star game has plummeted to a second lowest number in history. Now it's not unusual to see, ratings for non football events go down. But basketball's been in a fairly steady decline, especially for the All-Star game specifically. And I used to love All-Star Weekend, love All-Star Game until relatively recently. I mean, it's been a few years, I guess, but
it's unwatchable.
I just have lost. If it's not going to be competitive, I don't really care, because the exciting thing is watching all these great players come together for potentially one of the greatest games that's ever been played, and it never materializes. Well, the hockey match, they think they're going to keep an eye on this. One of the emails that I get, a sports business email, talks about some of the front office sports. It talks about the hockey ratings were like a 4.6 the other day, really high. And they're expecting the numbers for tonight's matchup to beat the NBA All-Star game. So that's going to be that's a Sunday night. That's a headline time.
Do we have enough players in other countries to do something similar in the NBA?
Yeah, it could be the USA versus the world.
How about Euro versus US?
Well, the US versus the world. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I mean, the team you could put together for the world with Luka, Joker, they would be the favorite. Giannis.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? That team would be the favorite. They'd be the favorite over us by about 8.5 points, 6.5 to 8.5 points.
That would be cool. If you're playing for your country, that changes things.
Yeah, but I don't know if
they can't do country.
They don't have enough players for a country versus country. I don't know if a USA versus the world thing hits the same as, the U.S. versus Canada, Finland, and Sweden, like it is in the hockey thing.
Really?
Well, how about the U.S. versus Europe?
But why don't you think? But it would if they tried, right?
I think people want to see flag against flag, not some.
Well, Ryder Cup
put together.
Ryder Cup is flag against
Understood,
Europe.
But we see
it hits.
In the Olympic basketball, we see that when the games are competitive, that people care, and part of it is it's country and the uniforms represent Jokic and Serbia and all the NBA players that they have against the U.S. and Canada has enough NBA players. You could really only probably do USA Canada as far as players. I don't think USA versus the world is going to be the same as.
Wait a minute.
There's an actual other country on the other side.
You don't think there's a huge percentage of NBA fans who the talk has been the international players are Jokic and Luka and Embiid and it's in Giannis. Mm-hmm. The best players are international now, and what's happened to American basketball and yada yada. I think there would be a lot of NBA fans who kind of are anti-international players.
Are you playing a national anthem? That's part of the pride that goes into it. Part of beyond the Johns, they're booing the national anthem.
Well, you play Lift Every Voice.
Are you playing a national anthem for the world?
You play Lift Every Voice.
It's fine. You could do it, but it's not going to feel the same.
But why not? The players would be much better.
The specific countries matter more.
Well, again, it works in Ryder Cup.
I'm talking about in basketball.
US versus Europe works. It really works, and there is a lot of pride nationally for it.
Yeah, tell me why.
You can poo-poo it all you want, but
I don't think it'll be the same in basketball.
Poo-poo it all you want, Del.
I don't think USA versus the world in basketball is going to matter. Ryder Cup in golf is a different animal altogether. First of all, there's a tradition of it. That's why it matters more. The first time you roll out there and it's USA versus the world, I don't think it'll hit the same. I think the countries and the flags and the colors and the pageantry matter. The NBA is just rolling out a couple teams with whatever uniforms they want to put out there, and they put USA versus the world on it. I don't think it'll elicit the same emotion.
Right now, there's an anti-USA. Even inside the USA, there's either you don't like the USA because of Trump, or you don't like the USA because you don't like the NBA basketball players, or whatever the case may be, whatever your little thing may be, tariffs. And we could actually have it on our soil and then put tariffs on tickets of people who are international.
You're damn right.
And make more money that way. But no, Del, I disagree, because I think it would be the USA. First of all, people in the USA would be us versus the world. You have that mentality. And there's going to be people from, I think people would be cheering against the USA as much as
they made for TV All-Star game. I don't think the Olympics and what that means is because of countries, because it actually has historic value to win a gold medal.
Okay, hold on. And the counter to that point is 4 nations just started this year, and it has taken off. It has taken off.
And I think a part of it has to do with Sweden and Finland.
I get it. It's the nations, but you got to start. If you're going to start a Ryder Cup thing, you got to start it somewhere. And if it's today or next year, then it starts somewhere.
If it's an All-Star game,
doing what they're doing now is ridiculous.
The only
'cause
thing,
it's worthless.
look, unless you can convince and promise that the players are going to try, I don't care if it's USA versus the world or not. The players have to try.
That won't
Well,
matter
you
if
put
they don't try.
USA across their jersey, and they will try.
We will see because
And you put Europe on.
Kyrie would
it
tape
won't be Europe
Kyrie
because
would,
you're going to have
Kyrie
Canadians
would tape
and
over the
Africans.
USA
It won't just
anyway.
be Europe.
What? But Kyrie wouldn't wear something that says USA.
Yeah,
He'd
you would.
tape over it.
He loves our country. Loves our country. Okay, so then don't be on the team if you don't like.
Kyrie just doesn't matter as much anymore. I've noticed. Like he's now that Luka's gone, it's like big deal, Kyrie. And he's not saying crazy stuff really anymore. That's Kanye's taken all of Kyrie's energy and he's just turned it into one crazy person.
Like, did you guys see the video of Kyrie going up against Wemby? And Kyrie was putting all kinds of moves on, and James Harden is in the background, and he's jumping up and down like he's on a stick horse. It was like he was riding a stick horse. He was so excited for Kyrie versus Wemby.
Well, because but that's what they say they're probably going to is the one-on-one contest is what the All-Star Weekend is going to turn into. Which honestly, it's not a bad idea.
The one-on-one contest used to be cool on Saturday mornings. That was cool. You know, Rick Barry would take on.
I never saw it, but there was a
cool
pay-per-view event that I got my parents to buy where it was coming out. It was Chris Jackson, Gary Payton, Hardaway. Who's the
Tim
crossover? Yeah, Tim Hardaway, and it was like Gary Payton. I was so hyped to see Chris Jackson, Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf. I was so excited. I was going to school and like we would like at Tulane, and all we did was live basketball. And so we were so hyped to see Chris Jackson. Like, oh man, I can't wait to see what he does in this one-on-one. That's when I knew that Gary Payton put him in such a blender that it was like Gary Payton had him smothered. And I just thought, oh my gosh, this is horrible. It was like, we thought Chris Jackson was the greatest to ever have the basketball in his hands. And Gary Payton was in his face telling him how crappy he was. Like Gary was all the Gary Payton energy that we know. And now that his career's over, I saw that at Oregon when he was at Oregon State or Oregon State. Yeah. Oh my gosh. He was the glove back then.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. No one could score on him.
All right. 713-780-3776. I wonder what underdog, what kind of odds.
Well, they had it on
they
had it on basketball. I mean, they had the All-Star game. They had all kinds of stats on that. Like, there's not a sporting event. They've got the Four Nations. They've got high and low. They've got statistics on just about every player, and then there's multiple statistics like Connor McDavid. You're going to have total shots taken. Well, yeah, total shots taken, and you'll have, is he going to score more than half a point, higher or lower than half a point? They have all these stats. So when you're watching that game tonight, the Four Nations hockey game, if you watch it, take some players off the Canadian team, take some players off the U.S. team. You can go with and they have different types of odds. So lower might be a smaller multiplier where you say, no, you know what? I'm going to play higher because I want the bigger payout. You can kind of make decisions based on that or just based on your sports knowledge. But I can tell you this, you got a chance to win 1,000 times. It goes as high as 1,000 times your original play if you want to take some shots at some underdogs. And people have cashed in on those very types of pick'em challenges. Higher or lower, what can you pick? Can you win? Can you analyze these games? And then when you watch them, watch how much fun you have cheering for either success or failure with higher or lower on the statistics with Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Remember, use promo code Lance for your first deposit, and you'll get up to $1,000 bonus cash and a free pick on your first deposit. But you got to use promo code Lance after you've downloaded the app. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to nspgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. 713-780-3776. I mentioned a little bit earlier Bobby Hurley talking about Kelvin Sampson. Kelvin Sampson is going to be on with us tomorrow morning, and we'll talk to him about this. One of the questions to him was, because I think Arizona State has lost 7 straight home games, and boy, you want to talk about Kelvin Sampson had an answer. He was like, man, that it affects everything. He said, I've been through it. It's the worst. Your whole life, everything about, I mean, obviously coaches want to win, and I mean, it's your livelihood. It means everything to you, right? So he was going on and on about, and I think he likes Bobby Hurley, and Bobby Hurley, I know, likes Kelvin Sampson. After the game, this is Bobby Hurley talking about Kelvin Sampson and the way that he prepares his team.
And reasons why it didn't work out for us, but the bottom line is they were better, better than us. I wouldn't use the word manhandled us, but just, they have a bunch of men, grown men, and they really get after it on defense there. It feels like there's 6 guys on the floor. The way they're able to put 2 guys on the basketball and still rotate around. I watched them in pregame warmups. They were all talking and just they were all like super engaged, when I came out about an hour before the game. So knew we would have our hands full. A lot of coaches throw around words like culture and identity is like cliches and stuff, but they have it. They really it gets them to play really hard, really together, and the right way. And reasons.
They do.
That all checks out, Bobby.
Number 1 in the country since joining the Big 12. This is Big 12 stats. Number 1 in total wins, highest win percentage in college basketball, 85.7%. Since the Cougs have joined the Big 12, they have the highest win percentage in college basketball. 30-1 home record, which is second. 15-3 away record, which is second in win percentage. 31 Big 12 wins, number 1 in the conference. This move to the Big 12 was substantial, but it was. And I said it before, make no mistake about it. I mean, football is great and everything else. This is a basketball school. This basketball program that Kelvin Sampson, and it is all about Kelvin Sampson. It is about that culture. You cannot talk enough. I mean, you said it multiple times, and we talked about it. Chemistry means it meant nothing to Daryl Morey. It has meant nothing. And now look at where that organization is when you don't even care. You don't care. You just throw stars at it. You throw culture. You throw this culture that he's got and that permeates that entire team. And look at what it does.
It's sustainable.
Look at this program.
Culture equals sustainability. And you can say,
Yeah.
and look, it ebbs and flows. But you look at the Ravens, the Steelers, to a lesser extent, the Eagles. I mean, there's a certain type of, but the Steelers and the Ravens probably are two that, and it's easier to have a culture when you have the same head coach in for a long time because there's a certain way of doing things. And when you have an ownership, a certain type of ownership that demands, the Steelers they're kind of famous for, they typically are a little bit stingier with, in the draft with guys with character issues. Like they're a little tougher on character issues. But teams who are tougher on the football character issue, when they say, look, if you don't love ball, we really don't want you in this locker room. We don't want you in our, that's something that's really, really important. And, sustainable. The Astros had a culture in their locker room. It was it wasn't a hardcore, we're a bunch of dogs. They're highly competitive, but there was a love and a brotherhood with Correa and Bregman and Altuve and Springer. And then, it started with that core, and then it worked its way out to everyone else who was in the room. And then you added pieces to it like Verlander, and there was a culture there without question. And I think that Kelvin Sampson, without question, has built that type of culture at University of Houston where this is the way we do things. we can find multiple players who can do it, but we need a certain type of player to do that. We're not going to take just any player. He's not really looking for a bunch of one and dones. He's not really looking for the most talented 5-star guy, because a lot of times that comes with a lot of personality baggage.
But look at now, he's going to get, along with that kind of guy, look at the stars that he's bringing in. Chris Cenac Jr., Isaiah Harwell, Kingston Flemings. These are all top of the line. These are all like best at their positions that he's bringing in now.
But they all do. The scouting report on every one of them says the same thing: defense. Like he doesn't. It's not something that's negotiable.
No,
it's non-negotiable. And some of them even say, needs to work on expanding his range. Remember, we read that for 2 of the 3 guys. Like,
Isaiah Harwell.
That sounds like
the shooting guard that really
doesn't shoot well.
Start shooting,
but
better.
Can defend multiple positions. Like, it sounds like Kelvin. He'll get on the ball. He'll get on the floor after the ball. He's the most intense player on the court at all times. Like, that's okay. That checks out. You know what he's not going to do? Have somebody who cares about vibes. If your whole thing is about vibes and your Insta, he's probably not recruiting you. Like, that's fine. You can go do you wherever you want to do it, but you won't be there more than a year if Kelvin accidentally signs you and he didn't know, because he didn't really have time for it. And Kelvin also is now an older coach, so he's not for the bull crap. Like, he's not going to waste his time with like, well, this is just a game I have to play because these kids are tough to deal with. But no, he'll just say, no, I'm just not going to deal with it. So I won't even put that in my life. I won't even have those guys in my life. So he's like, he kind of pre-qualifies it with, look, this is who you got to be. This is what you got to be. And I think too many, and especially general managers in sports, when they start having to cover their own asses and head coaches, they start taking exceptions to what they want. They come in with one idea, kind of like politicians. You may go to Congress thinking you're going to do this, that, and that, change the world, and then you eventually get sucked into the vortex of power and privilege and influence and all that stuff. Well, with general managers, they had, we're going to build a culture, and we want to have guys who do the things the right way. And then after a couple of years where it gets hard on you, start saying, well, maybe I know this guy's not great, but we got some leaders in the locker room, and we can get this guy taken care of. We can get him right. And all of a sudden you put a cancer in your locker room. It's tough. I mean, the Texans have a cancer in their locker room, and they're going to have to figure things out because that guy can really play. And when I say cancer, it's not malignant, but it needs some work. It needs some work because it has had an influence on others in the position group, and that's according to 2 people with that team I spoke with. So it's something that it's something that can be very, very detrimental. It can ruin. It can sidetrack an entire team. Like, I think the Steelers, unfortunately, have had issues with primarily one position, running back or wide receivers, that have really, had an impact on Steeler football. But Astros have never had, I don't think they've had bad character guys, but I do think the core, once your core erodes, now your sustainability erodes. Yeah. Unless you can build up a new one.
I don't know how to ask the question tomorrow of Calvin. Coach, if you can just keep your team healthy in the postseason, is there anything that you can you can do differently? Can they not practice, or practice is hard, or can they just have walkthroughs, or is there anything? Because the reason that they have not been able to get to the to cut down the nets after it's all said and done is because they can't stay healthy. I mean, they have been so good, and they've had the most devastating injuries come tournament time. And it just is, and it's keeping him from getting to where this team probably could and should be.
Yeah, I don't know how you ask it, because
I don't know how you ask that.
I mean, what
hey,
can
Coach,
you do?
maybe you shouldn't work them hard.
It's just been some bad. Yeah, but some of it's just been bad luck in games too, like with Jamal Shed.
Yeah. Okay, John, I'm not going to work him as hard.
Yeah, I wouldn't ask that question. I mean, you could bring it up. Just I wouldn't tell him not to work him as hard.
Yeah, it's something. I don't know how else, but it just has been a shame. I mean, the devastating injuries that they've had when they've had teams that were good enough. And this team, I think this team is good enough. This team is. I mean, they get contributions from Wilson. Milos has Uzan has
Oh,
played.
he's been huge.
He's been great. I mean, and they've been doing it mostly without Emmanuel Sharp, because ever since his injuries, he finally he started shooting better. He had 17 the other night. So, maybe he'll get back to early season form, but he hadn't been the same guy since he went down. He just hasn't. So if they can get him, shooting the way, no, there's no way he could shoot the way he was shooting. He led the nation. He was shooting like 75% or higher at the beginning of the year from three. There's just no way he can sustain that. But, if he can get back to being a big contributor offensively, they're going to be tough. It's going to be tough because LJ's playing great. Uzan's playing great. And JoJo being there this year is just huge. I love this team. I think we're going to have a lot of fun come tournament time. I think this is going to be something we're going to be really excited about, this basketball team.
As long as it's healthy.
Yeah, that's it. All right, let's break. We'll talk NFL on the other side. We've got some stuff to talk about right now. You got a little taquerias around us.
Taquerias around us. I would love to have them, but right now I can't. I'm not eating solid food, so I don't even. Like, this is the hardest commercial I will do, is because it's not a commercial. It's an endorsement for food that I really enjoy. It's authentic Mexican food. And I just love street tacos. They're simple. Get a couple corn tortillas, the small ones. Al Pastor is almost always my go-to. The chopped onions, the cilantro, the lime. It's so simple. Green sauce, red sauce, whatever the case may be for you. It's just a simple plate, and it's so delicious. And Taqueria Surrounders has it. They have all your authentic Mexican favorites. They really do. And whether it's for a big hearty breakfast or your lunch or dinner, or, sometimes you can just stop in and just have them roll up some breakfast tacos for you. Get in there, put an order in and bring it to the office, and you're the hero. Bring it in for the entire group. Maybe you're in charge of having a lunch or breakfast catered. They can do that for you as well. They can cater that for you and have everything ready for you to pick up. They can do large events as well for catering if they need to go on location. There's a lot Taqueria Surrounders can do for you. Just check them out for yourself. If you haven't been there, I want you to stop in and have lunch, have breakfast, have dinner, enjoy your favorite sporting events. Go out there to Around the Sports Bar. If you're by 1960, FM 1960 location, they're Around the Sports Bar there is awesome. So many TVs. So the atmosphere is great. And you can watch that hockey match tonight. Go there with your buddies, pull up, get yourself some beer, get yourself some food, and go watch your favorite sporting events at Around the Sports Bar. They're at locations all over the place. They turned the bar area into a sports bar, but that 1960 location is badass. You got to check it out for yourself. It's Taqueria Surrounders, located all over the city of Houston. Taqueria Surrounders.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
They have something on ESPN right now that Eagles general manager Howie Roseman and quarterback Cooper DeJean suffered injuries in the Super Bowl parade. I thought that was my thing. Why are they stealing my bit?
I ain't like that dirty-ass, trash-ass city.
That dirty ass trash ass.
How'd they get hurt in a parade?
Well,
Dirty
one
ass
of them got
trash
hit
ass
with
city.
a can of beer.
He did?
I think
I'd
Roseman
say-
got hit with a can of beer.
Well, that's Philadelphia. It's somebody who has held a grudge against Howie Roseman for not drafting Ricky Williams all these years. Well, Howie wasn't there, but
no, that's appreciation. We love you. Here, take this can of beer to the head.
that actually could have been.
Yeah.
They could have been,
I love
Howie,
you.
we're throwing you a beer. First of all, it would have exploded when you open it. So
Yeah.
what are you doing? Secondly, Howie Roseman probably can't catch.
Why are you putting that on Howie Roseman? This from the guy that can't walk across the street.
I can catch.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I know you can shoot baskets. I saw you shooting baskets in a video with your former partner.
What's that got to do with anything? What's that got to do with Howie Roseman?
You're just saying how unathletic he is.
I can shoot. I don't know if I still can. I got to go out there. I don't know the last time I went and shot at all.
Well, I know that's all I know.
But I'm going to surprise Mason. I'm dropping weight right now. I'm down like 20 something right now. So I'm going to hit, and I've been doing some running. And so I'm going to, if I make a return to the court against my 6'3" son, I'm going to have my gas up. I'm going to have my wind up because you can't, if you step on the court against the teenage son in any sport, you have to be ready to roll because if it goes wrong for you, that's,
no, you just
that's
quit.
a problem. Well, I'll quit if something happens, or I'll just get extraordinarily physical.
But I don't know how you're going to be able to compete against his dribble package.
It's not as tough as you think.
Well,
watching him
apparently
compete against other magnet school kids, it's not as devastating as I had been led to believe by him and his brother.
Apparently he could beat Bob Cousy with it.
I think he's come around on that. I don't think he or Sebastian any longer believes that to be the case.
That Hall of Fame basketball player, he doesn't think he could. They don't think they could beat him anymore.
They have decided. Now there is a thought that, there's the Dad. Did you play? Do you think you could have gone and played D2 basketball? I'm like, no, you couldn't have played D2 basketball. No, those guys can ball. I was a guard who was not quick-footed. That's it. You're done.
Yeah.
Slow-footed guard, that's it. I would have had to be about 2 inches taller and be able to shoot literally lights out to be able to play college basketball on any level. Division III. NAI, you can't be slow. Like the disrespect these kids have for college athletes and especially pro athletes from the past. They just think they literally. Now, I did see a video on TikTok about one of my kids sent it to me. Did you see it? The basketball player,
the basketball in the 50s, and
there was
some fifth graders.
There was some truth to it.
There was a little.
There was some truth to it.
No, how they dribbled and
jump
shot
stop,
back in
layups,
the 50s.
Yeah.
And then how a fifth grader can play now. Yeah, I saw it.
There was some truth to it. What they don't take into account though is the physicality. Because when you're a farming people or an industrial person from the 50s, or you grew up with non-loving parents, you develop a calloused, angry attitude that and a physicality that they were walking through snow to school. They weren't just sitting on their phones texting and laying around and eating junk food. No. It was a rougher people.
They were wiring their houses when they were in 8th grade. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have their life experience. All right. Dal, let's talk. Okay. Dal, the Luke Kuechly thing. You know what I like this offseason is the lack of hype for our Texans. Right?
It's a total opposite from last year.
Yeah. I mean, everybody got put in their place when the Texans are the coup de grace. This is the team.
I never saw
yeah, they're 10-7 again, and they can't get through the division round. So you know what? There's a little bit more reality in place. Yet Luke Kuechly, who will be a Hall of Famer next year. I mean, Luke Kuechly, we watched a Hall of Fame guy. Luke Kuechly was a Hall of Fame player, and he didn't get there this year, but he'll get there. He had this to say when asked who the next Eagles, and I don't know if are the Eagles a good comparison? Is that because the Eagles just won a title just a few years ago?
Right.
The Eagles they've been boss. Well, the Texans have been boss of the division for a while now. I mean, they've been bossing everybody around in the AFC South, although the AFC South is really not all that good. Of course, the NFC East hasn't been all that great either. With the Giants, the way that they're playing, the Commanders finally just came around this year, and the Cowboys have just been the Cowboys. But I don't know that I would say that the Texans could be what the Eagles are now. Is this you got it ready, Joe? Okay, here is Luke Kuechly on the up and coming team this year.
It's almost like who was better, the pass rush or the guys in the back end, the back seven. And so is it an easy recipe? Yeah, rush 7, play zone, mix it up, play 2-4-1, maybe sprinkle some man. But if you don't have the guys that can get there and you don't have the guys in the back end that can cover, you're in tough shape. But I kind of agree with you a little bit. I think Denver's got some guys that can do it. Obviously, Surtain won, Defensive Player of the Year, which he 100% deserves. And you look at another group is Houston with Donnell Hunter and Will Anderson.
Yeah.
If they can find a good guy on the inside of that defense to push the pocket, I think they've got a chance. But that's what Philly does so well is they've got guys off the edge and then Jalen Carter on the inside pushing that pocket vertically. If you've got edge guys that are really good and that quarterback can step up and step out and there's no inside threat, it's easy. But if you have 2 edge guys that are monsters and an inside guy, it just all works together.
Yeah, they don't have that inside guy.
Well, I think they do with Autry. You just have to have a whole season.
He's not
with
big,
him.
and he's not Jalen Carter.
No, as a pass rusher, as a sub rusher, he's 285 pounds.
But Jalen Carter took up, and Jalen Carter was rushing from the inside. It's just
Carter's
overpowering people.
Jalen Carter, you can't say Jalen Carter. He was the best player in that draft, and he fell because of, because he's got some issues, and he fell, and they were willing to take their
what
chances.
He said was they've got the outside guys
to rush.
Like
you need an inside rush guy
cover
to guys.
Pocket. They've got the cover guys like the Eagles did. They don't have that. They don't have that up the middle guy.
Well, but I think he just means they need a rush up the middle. That doesn't have to be Jalen Carter, one of the best players in football. All you need is somebody who can create some havoc. And I actually think they do have rush up the middle. If you really want to know the truth, I think it was, if you look at their rush numbers of Mario Edwards
was pretty good.
Mario Edwards, Danico Autry at the end of the year, like they started to crank up some numbers. I don't think it's all that crazy. What he's looking at is that now, they had Saquon Barkley. So yeah, defensively, I get what he's saying, but then they had Saquon Barkley. They've got the best offensive line. Well, maybe not the best anymore, but one of the top 3 to 5 offensive lines in pro football.
I think they had the best tackle in the game in Lane Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, Lane's always been great. Jordan Mailata, and they lucked out with Jordan Mailata. They went and got a guy who had never played college football. He was a rugby player, but he was a freak show athlete with freak show traits. They drafted him, and then he became a Pro Bowler.
Well, the Texans got Joe Mixon. It's not like they're
but he's not. But Saquon is Saquon's a 7'5", and Joe is a 6'7".
They got an AJ Brown in Nico. They don't have the other side. They don't have Devontae. They've got a quarterback.
You had Devontae in theory with Tank, but I guess
you don't though.
This
year you don't.
Yeah,
you don't have him this year.
That's true.
The Texans are the third favorite.
You don't have Goddard.
The Texans are the third favorite to land Trey Smith.
With what money?
Well, if you free up $9 million, you've got 7 right now after yesterday.
So you get one player and you're done.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a big deal shoring up the offensive line.
I mean, I would love Trey Smith. I would love him. I can't see Kansas City letting him get away. I don't see a world where they wouldn't put a franchise tag on him as a guard. I don't see any way that the Chiefs know how important he is. They know how important the middle of their offensive line is. if you let him walk away, now all of a sudden you got to worry about tackles and guard. Like you got an entire offensive line you got to start worrying about.
Well, you can't be paying all of these guys, though. I mean, they're paying.
Who are you paying?
You're paying. You're one of the top 5 quarterbacks.
Quarterback, yes. But who's you got
Chris
Kelsey
Jones? You're paying
Chris Jones. But Kelsey's getting ready to retire. And could retire this year. He said the other day he sounded a lot less sure than Super Bowl day about what he is going to do. And if he plays, it's one more year at most. You have to pay Creed Humphrey, the center, also, but I don't know who all you're paying right now. Like Karlaftis is still on a rookie deal. You've got Nick Bolton, who's not making a ton. You got Drew Tranquill, who he signed a regular deal. Your secondary, Justin Reed, you already have on a second contract.
Jawan Taylor's making 27. Joe Thuney's making 26.
Is he making 26?
Yeah. Kelsey's 19.
Well, then that's
Creed
why
Humphrey's 10.
You for sure can't let Trey Smith go because Thuney is the guy who eventually will go.
Yeah, 66 for Mahomes, 34 for Jones, 27 Taylor, 27 Thuney, 19, almost 20 for Kelsey, almost 11 for Creed Humphrey. Tranquill is 8. Dana.
But these are
8.
regular. Those are regular numbers. Like those aren't. We got like we can't get too crazy over 19 million, 8 million. 3 or 4 years ago, it would have been holy crap. Now it's really not as big a deal. The salary cap's gone up about over that time, like $14 million.
Yeah, what's Karlaftis going to make when he comes up?
He'll
what's
make
McDuffie,
good money, but he's not going to make crazy money. Now
what's McDuffie going to make?
McDuffie.
Does Karlaftis get to project that he's going to rush against non-blocking tight ends and running backs?
Honestly, I would rather have Trey Smith than Karlaftis. It's harder to find.
Just because he did against the Texans doesn't mean that guy should be getting
Karlaftis
money.
Karlaftis is good. You can find another Karlaftis.
Karlaftis is pretty good.
It's hard to find a Trey Smith. Big, strong, physical. Like it's hard to find. I would prioritize Trey Smith. You can find. They found pass rushers for years over there in Kansas City. It's much harder to find a guard at that level of play of Trey Smith.
And it may be a tougher path for them to create more cap space, but currently they have like $3 million more than the Texans do. So the Texans may have an easier way to get to a point where they can pay Trey Smith, but the Chiefs are ahead right now when it comes to cap space.
Wow. Even with everything John said?
Yeah, they have set almost $8 million where the Texans are about almost 5, according to Over the Cap.
23rd lowest, but then everyone got another $4 million. Everyone after the injuries of Brown, the Chiefs acquired. Let me see. So who are they going to? Yeah, I don't know who their cap cut could be, but I just can't see them letting Trey, because they let Trey Smith go. All of a sudden, they have created a major issue up front for themselves. I mean, they could just try to draft it, and Trey Smith, fell some because he didn't have a good senior year. He had a condition. He had a blood clot condition that the Chiefs felt like everyone else misdiagnosed it. They went and did their own work on it. I talked to the GM about it, who told me, we talked to an expert who said, you know what? The NFL has it all wrong. This is not going to be a serious issue for him. It's going to be extremely manageable, and you should not factor this in as a reason not to draft him. And so they still got him like in the 4th round.
All right. We're way behind. We got a break. We got more talk. Whatever you guys want to talk about, you can get in here. 713-780.
Hey, are you too cold to call, Houston? Is that it? You're too cold. Your phones are too cold.
There are 2 people up there. They're on the board. You didn't notice them.
Where are they?
I said they hung up.
Is one Gilbert?
No, it wasn't a Gilbert. It was 2 people, but you didn't go to them.
Well, you didn't tell us.
I'm not talking to you, John. He has a board right in front of him.
I can't see that.
Why not?
Because it's super bright in here. Because this dumb light that's on.
I
We got to have 20 people on video,
and I can see calls.
When was the last time Lance said, "Okay, let's go to the calls"? Okay,
I would go to calls. I just don't look over at that board.
Okay, it's right in front of you. It's like right in front of you. It's a
bright.
Giant board.
I've got this giant orb of light in my face.
It doesn't affect you that way.
I got these new little indoor glasses that I want to start wearing. That's tinted for like light for real. For a bunch of bright lights like this one is. So I'm pretty hyped on. I'm pretty excited on that one.
Excited.
I'm excited about Game Day Men's Health because I'm excited. Okay, because I'm excited because what Game Day Men's Health has done for me has been fantastic. Game Day Men's Health has got me feeling great. I swear the other guys, it just doesn't. They're just going through the motions. Game day is really it's exciting. It's got every one of them is technologically more advanced than any of these other testosterone replacement places. They've all got labs, okay, and it meant you got to stay on top of these labs. You got to be certified. All the numbers got to be certified, and then they've got experts in the field to make you just feel better. I go to the Willowbrook location, and Jamie is there, and Patricia, and Sean, and it's just awesome what they do. It's just awesome. But this is every one of their locations. They're springing up all over the place. I think they've got 19 locations open, and there's going to be more. It is really, really going to take over this city. And I'm telling you, get on board. A free evaluation of your testosterone situation, but not only your testosterone situation, anything. I mean, they measures everything to tell you why you're feeling this way and how they can help you feel better. They've got the peptides that are going to make you, they got everything there that is going to make you feel really, really good and get back to what you used to be. So if you're feeling sluggish, if you're not feeling the same way that you used to, I'm telling you, go see GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, so if you go to daspitlaw.com, he has practice areas. It's at the top, and it's a drop down. Just hover over it. You hover above, bring hell below. And right there, you see all the areas that he works on: tractor accidents, recovery from insurance, negligent security, property contamination, negligence, commercial litigation, wrongful death, work injury, workman's compensation, truck accidents, product liability, premises liability, plant and refinery accidents. Like, there's a lot of different things that you've probably never even thought of that fall in line with what John Daspit and his law firm can help you with. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's the phone number. Or you can go online to daspitlaw.com. Get started with a consultation with Daspit Law before you do anything with any insurance company that wants to write you a check and settle with you, because what they're trying to do, especially if they want to do it right away, is they understand that you probably have a case that is going to require more money because of your pain and suffering, or the amount of bills that you're going to accumulate, or the negligence on the other side of whoever their client is. And so let Daspit Law work for you. They will passionately pursue justice for the innocent and for the injured. And so if you've been injured, they want to make sure that you are taking care of all your bills, all your time off from work if you can't work because of physical issues and complications, and they want to make sure you're compensated for that. And of course, your pain and suffering as well. You can count on the Daspit Law Firm. 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm reading Chandler Rome's article in The Athletic this morning. The headline is, for the first time in over a decade, the Astros have a hole at second base. Yesterday, Joe Espada said, it was asked about his arm, about Altuve's arm in left field, and he said he's got a good arm. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, Jose Altuve, his arm is fine. It's plenty, so he's going to be okay. The rationale for the organization is the declining second base metrics of Jose Altuve, and especially when you got ground ball pitchers on the mound like Fromber.
Dude, are you getting it? The irony certainly sinks in with you right away, right? They're talking about declining metrics. The team that signed Abreu, like that is funny to you, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna let. I mean, teams make mistakes. They made a mistake. They made a mistake. But I guess they obviously have a lot more information than we do. But right after the season ended, they were like, Jose, how about a move to left field? Because apparently it's just not good enough. I with my human eyes, I don't think I saw him I didn't think he was that bad at second base. Did you?
No. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I'm sure there's data. I'm sure there's data points that they have.
Balls he's not getting to.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure they're not saying it. But is he better in left field?
Well, I don't know. He's going to be working there. I mean, I think we just got to come to the realization that this is happening. But when you're replacing, see, I think it's going to be Dubon that's going to be playing almost every day. Dubon is a Gold Glove utility player. Dubon is a really, really good finger. Maybe, just maybe, they do know what they're doing here, in that they're going to be better in the infield, and they're not great in left field anyway. When Jordan is playing. When anybody that you put out there, it's not as difficult a position to play left field, but you're going to improve that much at second base and especially with some ground ball pitchers in the rotation, it's going to make a difference.
Maybe. I'm sure you get more attempts at second base and you're involved in more with cutoffs. I mean, you're involved more at second base than you are in left field. And maybe the thought will be, look, we'll play him at home, or we have a shallow left field. There's not as much ground to cover. Now, I will say, he better take a boatload of fungo shots off the walls, learn all the tricky kicks because we've seen it over the years. There is some funky stuff that goes on down in left field and left center field with the construct of that stadium.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to be ready for that as well. We have to see how high that little guy can jump up on that, up on the scoreboard. Can he get up there?
I don't know that he's going to be jumping all that high. I just, yeah, there might be a ball or two that we got one. Altuve has one of the best fielding percentage among active players. Yes, but that's on balls that he gets to, as opposed to some balls that he might not be getting to anymore, right? I mean, that definitely plays into what kind of fielder that you are, your range, and maybe that's not. I don't know. I'm trying to explain this. The organization certainly hasn't been clear on exactly why. But right after the season ended, they were like, will you move? What do you think about moving? And he was up for it. So apparently they do not feel that Jose Altuve is good enough at second base anymore. They want to they feel that that's more important than what he's going to bring with no experience in left field.
And he is someone who has taken on the challenge. And we heard Espada earlier in the year talk about how much fun he was having.
Can you stop? You just wanted to do that.
Hold on.
Did
I'll
you
be
just
right
get
back
some bad news?
Yeah, my son got in a wreck. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
I saw his reaction when he was looking at his phone. It didn't look good. And then we got our answer there.
Well, welcome to my life, Lance. You know how many cars my kids have destroyed?
Yeah, that whole kids thing. Every day I hear something that's like, yeah, I think I made a great decision.
No kids is.
No, I made that decision.
Economically, Del.
Definitely. I'm like, I get people want to procreate and have children, but this job doesn't suggest that I should, that I'm in a position that I should have kids. And then the actual reality of it all, listening to you guys, is like, yeah. I think I'm on the right side of this one. I feel like.
I feel like, you know what, and especially if you're just not that big a kid, because I'm going to tell you this, Del, they're a lot of work.
Yeah, I imagine.
There's a lot that goes.
This man just wants to talk about Altuve and his favorite team, and I can hear him yelling through a closed door over the phone with language that can't be used on the air. So it's tough, man. It's tough.
Yeah,
I credit parents who do it and embrace it and raise great children. I don't think I got it in me, man.
It's a lot, brother. It's a lot. All right, so if you want to get in, since Lance has left, you're more than welcome.
Well, we got Mark.
Huh?
We got Mark. We can get to Mark now. He wants to talk some Astros, but
okay,
anyone else can get in as well.
What do you say, Mark?
Hey, good morning, guys. So I don't think there's an MLB player that gets heckled with more than Altuve. And this is just a random thought that popped in my head as y'all were talking about him moving to left field. Do you think him moving out there, him getting just heckled with and verbally abused by the visitor team being close to the left field line and the Crawford boxes, do you think that'll have any impact on him? I know he gets messed with when it comes up to bat, but that's few and far between. But him being everyday outfield closer to the stands, do you think that could have any impact on him?
Well, I tell you this, I don't think that the abuse that he gets on the road has affected him whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I mean, the Yankees have said, hey, stop. Fans have come to the realization, hey, can we stop picking on this guy? Because he kills us. He destroys us. So let's stop doing that. I think it's motivation for him, if you want to know the truth. There is something to that, though, that he is going to be a lot closer to fans, and they're going to be giving him the business everywhere he goes. He is the face of the scandal. But it doesn't seem like I think it affected Bregman. I think it affected I don't know anybody else that we know that I think Bregman had a rough go of it for a while. I don't think Altuve's had any issues with it.
Yeah, I don't really think about baseball players as needing to feed off things to play, because it seems like, hey, it's you against another guy. Emotion, I don't know how much it plays a part in effectiveness, but Bregman's would be one of those outliers where I feel like he feels like he's all emotion at times, and when he's feeling great, then he feels like he can take on anyone at any time, and then when he's feeling down, then it affects him. And whether it be the carrying the bat up the line or was it the scandal itself, he has not been the dude who elevated himself to one of the best players in baseball since that point. So I think I may agree. I think he had to go out there and talk on how sad and sorry we are for what we did. He had to put on that face, and if it affected him, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. I don't know if taking that constant abuse. I mean, you're right. It's a pretty good point, Mark. At second base, he's isolated. He's insulated. There's not near fans. I guess fans on the first base line could give him the business and yell at him, but you're so far away. On the outfield, you're hearing it. You're hearing it for sure.
And there are definitely some ballparks where he's going to hear it, and there are going to be things said that in a normal society when wouldn't go down. But in baseball, where you feel like you can say anything you want to a player you don't like, he's going to hear some things. He's probably heard it all, but he's going to hear it in a constant way, without really anyone stopping it. Probably.
You're right. You would never say the things that you say to someone's face.
Yeah, like if I'm at HEB and for whatever reason something doesn't go my way, I'm not going to yell. I'm not going to lose my mind. But in a ballpark with some guy I've never met before who happens to play for another team, I will scream the worst obscenity. Not me specifically, but the worst obscenities will be screamed at him because he's great at his sport and he hurts your team.
Well, and he's that far away from you.
And there's nothing that can be done.
You can sue him because he's rich.
Yeah.
So all of those things.
It's a win for you. There's no downside unless he really knocks you out, which likely won't happen.
Right. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance has temporarily left the show because Mason, I believe, has had himself a little accident. Hopefully everybody's here he comes. I know his headset were in an accident.
He tossed that headset aside.
Tossed the headset. No. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's ready to
get
back
I don't
on.
think so.
We're going to get, we don't need, he doesn't have to come back on until he's ready, to be honest.
No. I know he's not ready. Okay. Unless there could be vomit in the driveway when he gets home.
It's going to be blood in the driveway when I get home. It won't be there, but it will be there soon after.
So he had an accident.
Yeah, stupid ass.
Yeah,
I can't even talk about this in here because I'll cuss and then I'm gonna get in trouble with my wife, so I can't even talk about it.
Well, what about Altuve suffering abuse and left? That's what we were talking about. Do you think?
Big deal. I don't care.
Okay.
Big deal. Well, let's take a break.
Okay, we can do that.
We'll be on time now. Okay, and we're gonna break, and we'll have. Hopefully, things will cool down just a hair. I know this, that if you have anything metal that you want to save, now, if it's crumpled up, because there was just an accident or something, then that's different. But if you think that you can save this patio furniture, this metal, or these car parts, or these boat parts, maybe rust it out some, maybe the straps and the slings on your patio furniture are all shunkat, well, guess what? You can fix it. Houston Powder Coaters fixes all of that stuff. Houston Powder Coaters, and again, if you buy something new that's metal, you might want to take it to them first before you put it outside or whatever you do with your metal thing. Powder coat it first, and you know how long it's going to last? It's going to last a long, long time. And I'm telling you, it is awesome. And they're going to be honest with you. Houston Powder Coaters is going to be honest with you and tell you whether or not they can save it, and you should save it. Or you should just buy new stuff. I mean, Robin does this all the time. You send her a text, you send her a picture of it, and she'll say, well, sorry, we can't do anything about that. Or, yes, we can save it. You need Houston Powder Coaters. If you've got metal that you want to save or you think you can save, send Robin a text with the picture of it, and she'll tell you the truth. Free pickup, free delivery, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. They're awesome, awesome, awesome. You need anything powder coaters, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Mm.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here on ESPN. 713-780-3776. It is 8:31. So come on in. We got an hour and a half left of the show. If you would like to get in here, you're more than welcome. Del, let's play the Bill Belichick thing. And he's not wrong, but Bill Belichick, he played in that division. He had basically most of his time. They did have a run there with Mark Sanchez, where the Jets were okay, made it to the AFC Championship game. But for the most part, Bill Belichick had his way with that division, and and he gave the Jets a little. Hey, you know what? It's a little unfair. He had Tom Brady, right? He had Tom Brady, while the Jets have run through a myriad of mediocre quarterbacks.
Yeah, and when he lost Tom Brady, he went to Cam Newton and Mac Jones. And how did that work out for him?
Right. And when he didn't have Tom Brady, look at his record. He was like the Jets. He was just like the Jets when he didn't have Tom Brady. But I wonder if there's something to this, though. Here's Bill Belichick on former Jets quarterbacks actually playing pretty well.
How do you find a quarterback?
Well, you might take a look at the ones that the Jets have released, Geno Smith and Sam Darnold. They've done pretty well. I think there are quarterbacks like that. Mayfield is an example. Geno Smith's an example. Sam Darnold's an example. Even Russell Wilson this year were guys that nobody really wanted, and they've played pretty well. I think that teams will evaluate those opportunities as well. And honestly, the cost on those players is a lot less than some of the guys who are making in the $50 million range. Jameis Winston's another guy that, had a really good year when he played at Cleveland. Could he be a starting quarterback for somebody else? I don't know. I'm sure that teams are looking at that. And honestly, the Browns themselves need to look at how they did when Watson was in there versus how they did when Winston was in there, because there weren't a lot of other changes on the team. It's not like the guy went from one team to another. That was the same quarterback on the same team with, let's call it, most of the other 21 players in place, and it seemed like the team performed differently.
Okay, so how much of it is
you pull that directly off of TikTok?
No.
Yeah.
Well, the person who pulled it directly from TikTok.
So how much of it is, okay, you were with the Jets and that's why you sucked then, because the Jets organization is going you're not going to win? Or how much of it is, well, it took some time for the guy to get good. It took a little time for Geno. It took a little time for
Both.
Sam Darnold.
Jets are a disaster, and it took time, and it's good wide receivers around Geno too.
It's rare to have what happened to the Texans, what happened to the Commanders this year, a rookie coming in, stepping in and being really, really good right away. And that's in dismal organizations. The Commanders have been awful. The Texans were awful. The Jets have been awful. The Browns have been awful. Do you think the Browns would like to have Baker Mayfield back right now?
I mean, he wouldn't have done that in Cleveland.
But see, that's the problem. Is it the organization, like the Jets organization, and the Texans were bad too? Yet look what they got. I mean, they got CJ, and he's playing well.
But the Browns were. But he couldn't win with the Browns. He was with the Browns. He had a good rookie year, and then it went down. And he had an issue with OBJ. Was terrible for him. He just he and Juice Jarvis Landry. It was a bad combination for him. Those are big personality wide receivers. Baker, the Baker was immature. The city started to turn on him. Like it couldn't have. He wasn't going to get it right in Cleveland. He had to go somewhere else.
Would he be better now there?
I mean, if they had Baker now, yeah. If he didn't have the expectations of being the first, but he was always the first pick of the draft there.
Yeah.
But if you didn't have those expectations, and yeah, if you plucked him, if you dumped him in anywhere, he'd be a high touchdown, high interception guy who can make some plays and help you win some games and have some bad games. Yeah, I think so. But he had already that's who he was over there with Cleveland. That was never going to change. So he needed a change of scenery, and frankly, he got 2-3 changes of scenery. He had a game with the Rams, then he went and did nothing with Carolina, and then he got to Tampa. So it's not like it was instantaneous when he left Cleveland.
No, but look at the Jets; they can't even win with Aaron Rodgers. I mean, that's how pitiful.
Now it's not the same Aaron Rodgers that we're used to, but still,
no.
I feel like Aaron Rodgers would be better somewhere else. I really do.
I saw an article this morning, and I don't know that I disagree. Aaron Rodgers to the Vikings for 1 year till J.J. McCarthy's ready.
I mean, it's the whole Brett Favre. If we're going to follow on Favre's footsteps where they draft somebody behind you, you act like an a-hole to that quarterback, like I guess Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if he acted like an a-hole, actually, but not to the quarterback, but certainly to the organization. Then you leave and go to what Favre went, Vikings, Jets, right?
No, I think he went Jets, Vikings. It's the same trajectory.
Oh my God. Can you imagine if that happened? It's like unbelievable. They would both be, it would be unbelievable if this happened.
The same exact route.
If I'm Minnesota, I don't do it. I go with JJ McCarthy and I'm not having 2 years of his rookie deal.
Well, is he physically ready to do it?
Well, yeah, he just had an ACL tear. I'm sure he is.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard anything about him being physically ready, but maybe he will be. I don't know, but I don't think it's a.
What about if he goes to the Rams after Matt Stafford gets traded to the Giants?
I just saw today that they don't think they're trading. They don't think they're trading Stafford. They want to ride one more year with him.
All right, that would make some sense. If they did, well, I don't want Aaron with the Giants. Like if you're Aaron, you don't want to go to the Giants anyway.
No. Okay, who is out there that could be the next Geno Smith or Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield?
I think it's Davis Mills.
Danny Dimes?
I think it's Davis Mills.
You think Davis Mills?
And it's not because I'm trying to get a draft pick for him.
No.
Yeah, you're not? You're not?
No. But
how could it be Davis Mills when those other guys started? Oh, well, I guess he did start enough games, but it's been a while.
Started 2 years.
It's been a while now, though.
Yeah.
Well, Baker had some time off, too.
You're trying to get a draft pick.
Do you remember you remember the game Davis Mills had against the Rams at one time in the second half?
No, I don't.
They were way behind, and then
I really don't remember.
He had 3 touchdowns in the second half.
Nope, don't remember it.
Grade the flashes.
If I'm Davis Mills, I'm fine with my life. I'm making about $4 million. I don't have to play. There's no pressure. Nobody hates my neck.
I need you out of here.
For what?
For a draft pick. I'd like for him to stay, but
you don't want a quality backup?
I want a third.
A third?
You ain't getting no third for Davis Mills?
A third and a fifth.
2 picks?
Yep.
What?
And the fifth elevates to a fourth if he ends up throwing for more than 14 touchdowns.
You're trying to get a kind of a Matt Schaub deal that Atlanta got for Davis Mills? Is that what you're looking for?
2 seconds?
Something similar or close enough?
Yes. They got 2 seconds.
2 seconds.
And Schaub actually was a pretty good quarterback.
He was
for the
worth
Texans.
2 seconds.
Yeah, he was worth 2 seconds. He was a starting quarterback for a few years. Now, who's that quarterback now? I mean, the only one you could say is it's not Justin Fields. People will try to
Danny Dimes.
I guess. I mean, it's not going to be Mac Jones. It's not going to be Justin Fields. It's not going to be anyone out of that draft. It's not going to be Trey Lance. I don't know that there exists one. I think Daniel Jones, people will want it to be Daniel Jones, and maybe it could be him in the right offense. Maybe you turn him into Alex Smith. a guy who's good with his legs and is not going to really beat you with his arm. If he can turn into a good game manager who can also run some, if he can become Alex Smith 2.0 with the Chiefs, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a guy out there that he gets to a new place. I mean,
well, who is it?
You're with the Giants, and you can't. I mean,
all these guys you're talking about now. Geno was a second round pick, but Darnold and Baker, this is the first pick and third pick. I think
Darnold was third pick.
Darnold was third pick. This is the first pick and third.
What about Kenny Pickett?
Yeah, what about Pickett? Pickett could be that guy.
15th pick. What was he? 15th?
Yeah, something like that.
20th, I think. Later, yeah, around 20th. 20th.
But maybe it's Kenny Pickett. He's not. He only had 1 year. It wasn't a great
Did his
setup.
Hands grow that I didn't know about? His hands
Yes,
got to play in warm weather, probably, in maybe a controlled environment in a
wears
dome.
Gloves and he's fine. He throws with a glove.
No, he's got little baby hands.
So does Joe.
No, Joe.
Does Joe have giant manly hands?
No, he has 9-inch hands. It's not big hands.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's like the borderline. It's right. You don't want it to get smaller than that.
Joe's got such big hands. He gets his back blown out.
I don't know how those correlate, but sure.
I mean, don't worry about Joe, okay?
He gets his back blown out. Don't worry about him.
Yeah.
That would make me want to worry about him.
No. He's so manly that he blows the back of his suit out. Okay.
Oh,
that's what happens. That's what happens.
If you missed it, he went to some, I don't know what it was.
Paris Fashion
Was it
show.
Paris Fashion Week? And his suit there was a cutout, like he wanted to show off his back like he was a lady.
That's how manly he is.
Yeah, he can have a known, let's just say, model who likes girls at his home.
Yeah,
that's how manly he is. Joe is turning women straight. That's how manly he is.
I mean, he's so manly he can get frosted tips. Okay,
that's right.
How manly he is.
The manliest of men, Joe Burrow.
Does he have a nails deal too? I mean,
no, I haven't seen that.
Okay, all right.
You should really lean into, when you're complimenting Joe Burrow, lean into the fact that he had a woman at his home who has been very vocal on liking women on social media and dating them. And he had just
he turned her.
That's what you lean into. Not he had his back blown out.
Oh, 713-780-3776. This is a lie. Great article from country1037fm.com on the launching of Clay Walker's new Drive Me Smooth tour in March at the Texas Birthday
Who's sending you that?
Concert.
Who sent you that?
And the release of his much anticipated new single Cowboys in Heaven, as well as a little of Clay's history. No, I think this is real.
Who really? Drive Me Smooth? Well, I'd have a lot of respect for him leaning into that.
I know, right? Drive Me Smooth. Yeah.
No, it's in multiple places. This looks real.
It's
announced.
real.
He announced his 2025 Drive Me Smooth tour.
Wow, that is awesome. I would have thought he'd want to leave that. Let's just leave that.
He's known for a couple of things: singing the national anthem at football games, whether it be the Titans or the Texans home games, football time in Houston, and this. You can't have the football time in Houston tour.
We don't. Is there? Does RJ have a?
I don't think he saved.
File. He saved Drive Me.
No,
Smooth,
I know he saved it, but I don't think he has a file anymore. He doesn't have a folder here anymore.
Drive Me Smooth.
Drive Me Smooth. What the hell do you think you're doing? The audio was incredible.
It was.
He was really not very nice to this bus driver.
No, he was a bad person. Yeah. Drive Me Smooth. Did you see Yuli is with the Padres now? Do you know who's on that Padres team?
What is Yuli still doing here?
Yeah, Yuli's on the Padres now. You know who's on that team?
Fires?
Nope. Yu Darvish.
Oh,
you just got it.
That's he did with the Chinito.
Yeah,
he's the guy. Yeah,
he was the guy. Yeah, Chinito, and he has.
Well, he already apologized. Just said it's not a big deal where I'm from.
No,
Yuli basically said, "Well, we do that all the time where I'm from. It's good. We're all good."
Well, and the question to him was, what about your history with him? And Yuli says, "I'm really happy and grateful for the opportunity to be his teammate. I really appreciate the fact that he came over and said hi to me." Oh well. For those of you who don't know, Yuli was suspended the first 5 games in the 2018 season because after he homered off Yu Darvish in the playoffs, he went over to the bench and he did the eye, pulled his eyes back.
Yeah.
He pulled his eyes back and he called him Chinito. And
is that the same game? No, that's not the game where they had picked up his tail, right?
I think that was the game he picked.
Is it the same game?
I'm pretty sure that.
Who did they? No,
faced
that
him
was the last. Didn't they beat him in the last game?
That was a home game.
That was a home game.
Was it 5?
I think it was early. No, I think it was earlier in the. No, because it was
2-3-2 the series. So which game? It was a home game. Was it 4?
It must have been. Yeah, I don't remember which game it was, but it was at home for sure.
I mean, 5 was the crazy game.
Yes.
What I've noticed is that
6 is the game I jinxed by going to it.
Well, that's on you. The vibes in spring training early is like, yeah, I'm happy to be here with you. I'm glad he came over to say hello. The Astros excited. Altuve is willing to do everything that he can to help the team win. The only place I've seen where there's actually strife is in Boston. Like everyone's like happy to be there. It's great. The season's getting started. Boston, like, man, get this guy out of here. Devers is third. I played third. He plays third. And Bregman's like, hey guys, don't we just say the nice things to start? The season haven't even begun. Everybody else is ever Boston's like, let's get this going. We love baseball. Boston's like, get this cheating ass Astro out of here.
Yeah, I love it. They're not gonna. I wonder what. I wish I was there to see what Alex Cora had to say to him, because he had to have lit him up. Tristan Casas for Darvish was in game 3.
Okay.
Home game, Friday. Yeah, it was game 3, and then Darvish again in game 7. So it was the home game 3, where Yuli did that bad, awful thing and hurt everybody's feelings. 713-780-3776 is the number.
We lost his audio.
John Children joined us here to tell us about what are we looking at for this weekend, and what are we betting on? But Lance, I bet you're going to get a good deal at Zadok Jewelers.
Yeah, you're gonna. I was just thinking, there's no way I can roll this into my son's car accident because I don't want him buying me anything. He can't afford it. He's going to have to pay for his new car insurance, so he's not going to be able to afford anything. But I can tell you this: let's say you did something. Let's say you wrecked your wife's car, and you're in the doghouse. Great way to get out, Zadok Jewelers. Let's say that you're not in a doghouse and you're just having a great run with the girlfriend, the wife. Maybe it's time that you settled down, you got married. Zadok Jewelers has engagement rings, and a lot of people get engaged in the spring, right? So spring is going to come up, despite the fact that we're in the 20s today. Don't worry, we're in the mid 70s on next Thursday. So you're going to be good to go, and spring is in the air. And before you know it, it's going to be time for you to get engaged. It may be time for you to do that. Go to Zadok's. They're upstairs. It's a 28,000 square foot facility. Their upstairs is completely dedicated to the bridal process. And I call it a process because really that's what it is. I mean, when it comes to planning a wedding, it starts with a great engagement. You want to have a memorable engagement. Let's face it. A lot of times now engagements are not low key. They're much higher. They're much more high key than anything. And so you want to do something that's showy, that's flashy, something she's going to love. They'll help you set that up. You want to do something a little more sedated, they'll do that as well. The main thing is getting a ring that makes sense for your budget, but really makes sense for what she is going to love for the rest of her life. And that's the Zadok difference. They have experts there who can really walk you through any process from engagement rings to luxury watches for yourself and all moments in between, whether it's birthdays, anniversaries, Mother's Day, whatever the case may be. Is Zadok Jewelers. For over 4 decades, they have been the jeweler here in the city of Houston. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It's Zadok Jewelers.
All right, time to talk about Billy Brown. If the Brown's getting you down, okay, Billy Brown will help it. Will help you. Listen, there are so many things that you might need a plumber for. Okay, and we got another freeze, right? Are your pipes? Are you ready for another? Are you cold? Okay. Well, maybe it's not going to damage your pipes, but if you have any issues whatsoever, plumbing wise, we feel like there's one place to go, and that's to see Billy Brown. Billy Brown is going to come to your house and he's going to give you a free consultation, as opposed to the other plumbers that come to your house and they want you to give them 70, 80, $100 just for showing up and then take it off the bill. Whatevs. No. How about Billy Brown says, no, we'll go look and see. And if we don't feel like, and I've seen it. I've had friends and relatives who said, no. Well, they came to the house and they said, well, we can't help, or you don't need any help. Or, I'm sorry, you don't need us. And not charge them. That's what Billy Brown does. Okay. As opposed to the other guys. And then there's all of his expertise and everything else. Billy has been Johnny on the spot for me and Lance, and he will be there for you too. You get 281-488-6238. Make sure this is in your phone in case you need him. 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Quick segment. John Chill joins us on the other side here from the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. Where does we were talking about Aaron Rodgers. And does he end up? I mean, does Aaron Rodgers end up somewhere? And I think, is there any way that Aaron Rodgers cedes the power that he displayed? If I'm going to sign Aaron Rodgers this offseason, I'm going to tell him, listen, we're going to do it our way. You're not running this organization like you did in LA. And sorry, but you're going to be the quarterback here, and we've got our roster, and we want you to run this off. And obviously, you have deference for a guy who's one of the best quarterbacks of his era, but you can't let him run the organization like this.
Well, he claimed
you just can't.
He just say, I didn't. Well, first of all, I don't know what you've heard, but I didn't run the organization over there. I just did my job. That's the first thing he'd tell everyone is that lie. I think there's a chance he doesn't play. I think there's a chance he's done. He may not get to make a grand goodbye. What I think he'll do is because there's not a lot of teams that make a lot of sense for him, and he's at a point right now where I don't think he's going to go play just to play. Like, he's not going to go to Carolina or one of those types of situations. Oh, go play in Tennessee. I'm gonna go to Tennessee and play. It's just it's going to have to be a place where he really wants to be, and that would be Denver, and they're not going to take him, and that would be probably one of the coasts, and the Chargers don't need him. The Rams, I guess, are going to stick with Stafford. So, he doesn't want to play with the Giants. That wouldn't make any sense for him to go to the Giants. Well, how many places are left where he wants to play? He doesn't have to play anymore. There's no reason for him to play. And frankly, another year like last year, it would be 3 years in a row. An injury year, a bad year. I know people can look at this. I've already seen people start to do this, who is player A and who is player B, and they've done this new stat comparison where they act like Aaron Rodgers actually didn't have a bad year. Aaron Rodgers was not good. He was not good. Stop taking fourth quarter junk stuff and acting like it's real. They couldn't win games, and a big part of it was because Aaron Rodgers wasn't very good. Would he be better with another team? Maybe so. But I also don't think Aaron Rodgers, look, he's got his whole political stuff he does. He does Pat McAfee. He could start his own podcast where he has he gets paid a bunch of money. I don't think he wants to go somewhere where somebody's going to tell him what to do. I think no one's ever told him what he can, like, I don't even know if Cal did. And when he was at Cal, he went from a JUCO, he went to Cal, Jeff Tedford, then he went to Green Bay, and he was there forever. And at some point, he became difficult to deal with for the head coach there. He was an issue for the Jets. Why would Aaron wants to do things a certain way? I don't think he's going to change for anybody. If he has to do it your way and he doesn't want that, and it's not the perfect situation and it's not where he's going to live, why even play?
Yeah. Well,
What money does he need?
I mean, but if he wants, I don't know, because you still got that itch. If the itch is gone and you don't want to play any,
The itch will be you wait. In midseason, there's always, could Aaron Rodgers join the Vikings with J.J. McCarthy down? That's what it will be. I predict that he'll be the tantalizing midseason replacement for Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow is hurt again. He's hurt his other knee. His back got blown out. Who's going to take over in Cincinnati? Is this where Aaron Rodgers ends up? That's what Aaron Rodgers is going to be, the knight in shining armor to come save a season this year.
Guess who thinks Aaron Rodgers would be his dream teammate?
Stephon Diggs.
George Pickens.
Oh, well, I mean, honestly,
if I'm George Pickens, that's certainly better than anything he's had.
Should I pull up Russell Wilson's stats and try to tell you that he had a really great year?
Isn't Pittsburgh the one place that, at least that I can think of right now,
it actually would,
where that's a team who could win?
Yeah, it might make some sense. You got a veteran coach he could probably get along with, who's comfortable in his own skin. Your general manager is not an overbearing general manager. The ownership is firm but not overbearing. The fan base is a loyal.
Could he just play football?
They're kind of like Green Bay of the AFC.
But could he just play football? Could it just be about football for him for a year? That's what Pittsburgh is looking for. Can we just have it be about football?
I don't think he can. I think he's got to go on and get his political shots in and do his like his Aaron Rodgers stuff he does. I don't think he can just be about ball.
I think Pittsburgh is a good one because they can win, but Minnesota to me is perfect because they are on the cusp of winning big, and I don't know that I want to give it to a rookie. I don't know that I want to put it in the hands
at some point he's got to have a rookie season. Like then his third year would be his rookie year. Like, do you really? And then you have to make a decision 1 year later. Well, actually, at the end of year 3, you have to make your decision if you want to give him a 5th year option, and you will have only seen him for potentially 1 year. What if Aaron Rodgers plays really well and he gets another year? It's like that would be 4 years of no J.J. McCarthy, and you drafted him and you gave up draft picks to move up.
You're putting 4 years on it. It could only be 2 years, and some guys.
No. I'm saying 4 years.
And learning under Aaron Rodgers isn't the worst thing that could happen.
John, I'm saying no. It'd be 3 years. I'm saying he didn't play last year. He wouldn't play this year, and then if Aaron got another year, he wouldn't play that year. Like. You'd have to make a 5th year decision after he had never played for 3 years.
Or it could just go 2 years. Or it could just go 2 years.
Well, 2 years. I'm counting last year.
His third year, and the first year he was injured. The second year he learned under Aaron Rodgers. And you know what? Let's go.
I mean, it's possible. I don't know if Minnesota wants that. Aaron Rodgers. You brought it up. Aaron Rodgers is known as a pain in the ass. And is he good enough to be a PETA?
Well, but I wonder if there isn't. I mean, have you watched this documentary? Listen, he does a lot of introspective stuff, and I wonder if he didn't learn anything from this season about maybe I can't be the boss, or maybe I do need help from the organization.
I think Aaron's full of Aaron Rodgers.
Yes, he is. He absolutely is.
So I don't think he can be introspective all he wants, but he also thinks he's way smarter than everyone else.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's why he has a heart. His ego won't let him.
Listen, there are a lot of teammates that love Aaron Rodgers. I mean, really love Aaron Rodgers.
Well, Devontae. Well, they're all wide receivers.
Well, yeah. Well, guess what? If I was a wide receiver, I'd love him too, which is maybe why Pickens wants him. Oh. All right, we got a break. We got John Chill joining us on the other side. I got Dream Rate to talk about now. I got Kent Jones, and what Kent Jones is doing for you guys is incredible. I wish I had Kent Jones in California to help us out with ours, but he has helped me out. And anyway, he's not licensed in California, so all he can do is give me some advice. Here's the deal. Kent Jones is going to save you money. Okay, Kent Jones will save. It has done this over and over and over for 30 plus years. He is a mortgage broker, and you say, well, I don't want to pay somebody to help me with my mortgage. Are you crazy? He's the guy that can help you save all. I wish I'd have known Kent Jones when we bought our last house, or even the one before that, because Kent Jones would, at signing, it's not only at signing, but it's the life of the contract, everything about it. it's not like you know about a mortgage. You don't know anything about a mortgage. It's just smarter to have a broker. He just knows everything about the business. He knows how to save you money. He knows when to lock in that interest rate. He knows the ways that you can save different fees. I mean, I'm talking about nice money saved, especially over the life of the contract. So don't do this yourself. Get a broker. 75% of the people are doing it wrong, not having a broker. Get a broker and get our broker, Kent Jones. 975loans.com, 975loans.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's go to the Golden Nugget in Lake. Oh, no John Chill? Oh, I thought we had John Chill. All right, well, I'll text him and see maybe.
He's like, the football season's over. We're not doing it. Maybe you didn't hear. I don't shine shoes anymore. Football's over.
I don't know if you heard. Bets still go on. Okay, bets still happen.
What do you mean? I don't have any bets for you.
We got Nations.
How about
Four Nations final basketball?
John may not have an opinion on.
I tell you what, I'm not. If I was going to bet on this game, it's even money. I would take Canada.
Well, they generally beat us in these type of events in finals. They beat us in finals.
I tell you what, the Kachucks are banged up. They're going to play, but I don't know that Sidney Crosby's going to be stopped. I mean, Austin Matthews is awesome, but Canada's loaded.
You're turning on our country?
No.
What happened to all the bravado after the 3-1 win? Look at you now, old soft ass.
I just don't know. They're tough.
Scared of so somehow, someway, you're now scared of Canada.
I'm not scared of Canada in the least. Okay, we're their bodyguard. That's what we are. Okay, but hockey wise, man, that win the other night against Canada was huge. I think they set a tone with the fights, and I think it got Canada a little on Canada ain't on their heels now.
Well, it is it's in the States.
Yeah.
So you
Boston,
have
yeah.
I would assume that's a home ice advantage. I don't know how many Canadians are down there, but
I don't know that in hockey how much a different. I mean, it's great to have momentum and everything else and have the crowd on your side, but hockey's a different deal. I don't know that's going to play as big a role. I know I'm going to boo the Canadian anthem when they're playing it
from home,
from Phoenix.
Yeah.
Although I like the Canadian anthem is good. Yeah. Oh, Canada. I mean, that's a good song.
Sounds traitorous what you're doing right now.
No,
considering the back and forth between the two countries. You're singing that song.
State.
Not yet. They're not. They still think they're independent. Well, when they
will be,
but they won't have their own national anthem anymore. That goes by the wayside if they become one of us.
Just because you're a state doesn't mean most people don't like California in the country. It seems like. So just because you're a state doesn't mean anything.
How can you
either.
have your own national anthem if you're in the state?
If you're in the country
now,
it's
I know you didn't grow up here because you don't know this song. Texas, our Texas.
Yeah.
All hail the mighty
It's not played before games in the state of Texas.
Texas, our Texas. So wonderful, so great. Oh, every kid used to know this growing up.
Yes.
And now this is why stupid ass, punk ass kids getting wrecks in cars because they don't know stuff like the
I wasn't
Texas.
sure where he was going.
You don't know the Texas national anthem. You're not built right from the ground up. You're not wired right.
I thought he was going to go after the Memorial kids. He just went after his own kid.
His own kids.
I have no room to talk about anyone else. Yeah. I have no room.
Weren't you criticizing parenting earlier in the show? The Memorial.
I can't do anything about what those two idiots do from my house when they're in a car together.
No. For those,
they're going to get in trouble, just like they get in trouble for everything, and nothing takes.
Yeah,
nothing takes.
Well,
so we're sure they're at fault.
We're sure. Oh no, they've spent. No, they were texting me separately to tell me that the other one was at fault, and I didn't even know what they were talking about. And then I saw the video of the car, and I'm like, oh, whatever he tells you, Dad, he's lying.
So they immediately snitched on each other.
Immediately, because both of them said it was you, and I know it was both of them.
Yeah,
and I just said, shut.
You think they got in a slap fight or something, and they got distracted?
Well, that was part of it. And somebody may have gotten a pizza thrown in his
It's
face.
a food fight.
Pizza.
Yeah,
they got a food fight. They got
literally
a food fight.
That's what happened.
They're both going to be in tremendous trouble. Tremendous trouble.
Yeah, they should be. That's nuts.
And then somebody else is punching it, hitting somebody. It's like just complete. Why do we have to deal with?
They ruin your day. They ruin their day. They ruin whoever they hit's day. It's terrible.
They just ruined everybody's day. Yeah. No, everybody's day is ruined now. Everybody's day.
Yeah, okay. Nicole's got a tough day. I've got tremendous amounts of work to do over the next 3 days to get done by the time my combine deadline. I got to deal with this crap. Yeah.
You rarely hear of food fights in a car. It's just
my kids can pull anything else.
Who's throwing a slice of pizza at someone in the car?
The same kids who think they can beat Hall of Famers in one-on-one basketball. Yeah. The same delusional people. No, I didn't do that. This is what it's going to turn into. Both sides say the other side's lying about everything.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't get any
who was driving?
Mason.
They're that's the person.
Yeah,
who
but
has
yesterday
to be
he had his side mirror knocked off the car.
Yeah, you told me.
And I said, "How did this happen?" He goes, "I don't even know. Like something must have fallen off of something and hit it. It's like out of nowhere."
So
how long has he had this car?
That's 6 weeks.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean,
is that worse than Frankie? 6 weeks before a wreck?
Oh no, Frankie had 3 accidents before she had her license.
Yeah.
Well, I remember that.
No. Yes. Before she had her license, I had to fix other people's cars.
That's actually worse because you can't say anything to insurance.
No.
It's all cash.
That's all. They were
and if this kid ran into a wall or something, I just say, we're paying cash. We're not messing with this insurance rate. I mean, sure, he hit somebody, so it's coming up with insurance.
Oh, yeah.
So,
he had to give them their insurance.
Now, it doesn't matter now. That rates, which went up, my insurance went up like $1,600 for just 6 months. For 6 months by adding him. Now what's it going to be?
Wow.
Because now if I try to put him on his own, it's like, who's insuring that kid?
Well, is there anything more uninsurable than an 18-year-old
teenage boy?
No,
Yeah.
there's nothing. Yeah, a 16-year-old boy.
16.
Well,
Oh,
Mason's 18, but I'm saying the only thing
yeah.
less insurable is an even younger boy. And in my now, my brother got into a wreck the same day. He got his license the same day, and he put Johnny Harris in the hospital. He hit a brick mailbox. Johnny had this the tendon in his finger severed, or something like that, and Johnny it's still screwed up to this day. And Johnny was put in the hospital the very first day my brother had a driver's license.
That's perfect.
And I'm not sure Johnny Harris's dad is 100% forgiving my brother. And we grew up as all best friends. Like, Coach Harris is a really intense guy. And Johnny this is in the middle of basketball season, I think. And yeah, I'm not sure he's ever completely forgiven Mike.
That's a shame. Poor Mike.
Johnny mostly has.
Well, he
Mostly.
affected his actual hand for life. I can understand holding
If
a
you
grudge.
see him like right now, if you see Johnny Harris, this is what his finger, he's got like his finger looks like this. And usually it's like, you ask Alonzo Highsmith, ooh, why does yours look like that? Oh, I grabbed a guy's jersey and pass protection and blah, blah, blah.
Face
Right?
mask.
Yeah. Oh, was that what it was? His face mask.
I got it caught in a face mask. Yeah.
Yeah. How did yours happen, Johnny? Brick mailbox. Mike Zerline ran into it because he was going to return videos at whatever the video shop, the local one we have in Pecan Grove, and they fell off the dash of the car. And as he's driving and turning a corner, he reaches down to pick up movies off the floor and takes his eyes completely and runs into a brick mailbox. And then Johnny's in the hospital. Nice job.
That's what
having a boy driving a car is like.
An 18-year-old boy too.
Well, I can't speak to how you're going to dole out justice in this case, but do you have a vibe that you have to hold the older one who's driving responsible no matter what?
Well, yeah. I mean, you got to. Yeah. Well, no, Sebastian's in trouble too.
I understand that he's involved, but the fact that
somebody's got to get him to his detention on Friday. So somebody's got to get Sebastian to his Friday detention.
What about
it's
school?
not going to be Mason now.
What about school today?
School schmool. Those two don't need it. They'll be fine. They'll both play in the G League somewhere, overtime elite. Sebastian will just travel the country doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Trust me, they've got great plans.
Yeah.
Solid.
Oh, no.
Rock solid plans. Completely feasible.
Absolutely feasible. Absolutely. All right. Okay. Before we go, a bit of sports. Did you guys see in the NFL's top 101 where Derek Stingley was ranked?
High.
What number?
13.
Higher.
8.
No.
Lower. 18.
Lower.
24.
Lower.
36, and we're not going any lower than that.
Lower.
42.
43. I mean, that's ridiculous. He was the best cornerback in football. He had a 39.6 passer rating.
I would give Pat Surtain personally, but he's a close second.
What other cornerback? Okay, maybe Surtain.
Those two are in the top. Like he's got to be in the top 24.
Yeah.
How many
he's
more?
An all-pro. He's an all-pro cornerback.
How many more corners were ranked ahead of him besides Surtain?
I don't have that.
Shouldn't be any.
Well, if he's 40,
damn sure better not be Sauce. He did not have a good game.
If he's 43, you would think at least another corner or two.
Well, Surtain will be
beyond him. That's so 2 corners in the top 43.
That's it.
Well, I mean,
it better be.
Or it's not about the position; it's about how good you are at your position. And he's really, really good.
Well, 43 is
like there should
low.
be. I don't think there should be any guards ahead of him, or I'm not sure if there's a center ahead of him.
43 is low. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Well, you have 22 starters on offense.
11 starters.
I mean, I'm sorry, on a team.
22
you have 22
overall.
total starters.
I mean, he's basically the end of the second of team 2.
Yeah, he's one of your. He barely made the second team.
I would
on defense
say, yeah,
with these numbers.
Yeah, I would say it should be. You really shouldn't be any worse than 28.
Well, you started at 13. I mean, Yeah, that's about.
Yeah,
that's
because I was
reasonable.
thinking, man, I bet he's high. John's bringing this up. I bet he's high. So I was giving him a number I thought was a respectable, like a realistic potential number. On the high side, I thought he might be about 13. Yeah.
That's ridiculous. That's a
I didn't think
slap in the
43.
face.
43 is a slap in the face.
It's a slap
Where
in the
is
face.
CJ in the top 20?
CJ's not going to.
Where's
I don't think
Shaq
CJ's
Mason?
going to. Is CJ going to make the top 100?
Serious people.
No, probably not this year.
No, he's not going to make the top 100 this year.
Where's Shaq Mason?
I don't know that Shaq is. I haven't seen the list. All I saw was Stingley 43.
All right, I'm going to assume he's in the 80s.
All right.
You got Shaq Mason in the 80s, huh?
Yep.
And this is, well, in fairness, this is Pro Football Focus.
PFF's top
It's
101.
PFF's top 101.
They had to make it different than the players' top 100, so they added an extra player.
Yeah. So this is top 101 and it's PFF. How can PFF and they added 39.6 passer rating allowed, including playoffs. He was first in the league. 43? I mean, goodness gracious, PFF, you suck. 703-780-3776. We did not have John Chill on with us today, unfortunately. You did not hear about what you should or shouldn't bet. But
I heard Canada.
Well,
you gave me Canada is my big play.
I don't know. It's a scary play. It's a scary game for me. Here's the deal. Yeah, you can bet it at DraftKings Sportsbook. You can bet on. Well, you can't bet the Rockets when you go there to the DraftKings Sportsbook in Lake Charles. But I'll tell you this: you can go to Lake Charles and you can get your gamble on. I love it. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. It's the way to go. Yeah, if you want to fly all the way to Vegas, that's about an 8 or 9 hour from door to door. It's about an 8 or 9 hour. By the time you get your room key and up to your room, it's a good 8-9 hours. How about 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road? You got a casino, a Vegas-style casino, Vegas-style hotel. You got 12 different restaurants. You got a golf course. You got a swimming pool. You got poker room. You got everything you could possibly want, and it's only 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. Oh, and by the way, it's a lot cheaper, just the gas or the electricity you use with your EV, as opposed to flying. So, I mean, to me, it's not even arguable. This is the best way to go about this thing. You're looking for the best way to get your gamble on. Lake Charles, Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I love it. You'll love it. If you haven't been there, make a trip. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Take the day off work and play a fun round of golf with your favorite sports station at the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 occasional invitational benefiting kids meals. This year's tournament will take place on Fat Tuesday, which is March 4th. It'll be at 10:30 a.m. at Wildcat Golf Club. Each golfer will receive beverages from Carbach Brewing Company, lunch, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, and 18 holes of golf. You can register now at ESPN975.com under the promotions tab.
Yeah, come on. We need you. We need you out there. We want to fill that up. Kids meals. We got Carbach. We got Valencia's. What is a brown bag?
I'm not sure
Cafe is a brown bag cafe.
I'm not
or deli.
Brown bag cafe.
Well, I'm looking
Deli.
at the current liner right now.
That looks good.
Yeah. As far as to answer your question, John, who's ranked ahead of Stingley? We don't have the top 10 yet, which we imagine that'll have Sertan. Trent McDuffie, the corner that we see right now, ranked ahead of Stingley.
Yeah. Okay. I'm okay with that.
He was better than Stingley?
Well, he's getting a nod because he's Kansas City, but he was good. Like, all three of them should be in that consideration.
But that's it.
Well, they clearly bumped him because he was a third corner. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. If the corners are better than the other positions, then put them in there.
Right. And there's a giant gulf. Stingley's 43rd, McDuffie's 16th.
That doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. I don't know.
Oh, sorry, Pat. I see Pat Sertan's 12th, so they do have him. He's the 12th best player according to them. McDuffie 16th, Stingley 43rd.
What is behind JG on his nightstand? A bottle of water and I don't know what the hell that thing is. It's not my house. I don't know. It's a rental house, so I have no idea what the hell that thing is. All right there. It's something is right there. I don't know what it is. Anyway, it's nothing sexual, if that's what you were looking for. Okay. Okay. Just it's a thing. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. How much worse is it for your kids? For those of you who don't know, if you're just tuning in, Lance's kids had an accident this morning, crashed a car. How much worse is it that you're on your cleanse, your third day of your cleanse?
It's so funny you say that because all I want to do right now is grab something to eat. And it's hard. Like, I was starving. I hadn't eaten, I guess, for like 60 some hours.
I know. I didn't want to show you this. I've got a steak. They made a steak and egg cheese thing this morning.
That looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Everything looks good right now.
Yeah,
everything
you're just starving.
Day 3 is a little easier than day 1 and day 2, though, so we'll see. But not now.
Why are you doing this while you're when you're working all day on players, and it doesn't seem right?
It just bumps up the metabolism.
That man trying to look good for his
plus I got to be on TV. I got to be on TV. So I've been losing weight already for combine, but by the time draft gets here, I got to start fitting into all these suits, and I guess I don't know how often they're going to have me in LA. I'm assuming I'm going to LA for the draft. I'm positive I am. So,
well, if you want to go to Green Bay, my boys are here. They said, "Come on."
Well, I go to LA to do. I do play-by-play on every draft pick on YouTube, or
you can do it at the sardine can if you want. They said.
How is Green Bay going to handle the draft?
I have no idea. They don't have the hotels. They don't have the.
You have to have an infrastructure. People, like 500,000 people come,
and it's probably going to snow. I mean, I'm not even
April.
Joking. I left on Mother's Day, which is in May, right?
Yeah.
It was snowing. It was flurries, and I said I can't live here anymore, and I left.
Wow.
The next day, I said I can't live here anymore. But I mean, so do not rule out snow in Green Bay in April.
Yeah, that's gonna be a nightmare for the NFL if that happens.
Yeah, it'll
because it already the infrastructure, just from what I've heard, is not really set up for that.
All those players, where are they staying? In Appleton?
Well, Shador ain't going. He said, I'm skipping the draft.
They're not going to Green Bay. Is that baller? If Shador wants something that's baller. Would he have gone to Vegas?
Vegas, he would.
Hell yeah, he would have gone to Vegas.
Yeah.
Chicago, yes. He ain't going to Green Bay.
Speaking of
a lot of these guys may skip it.
Lack of infrastructure. You see that, to no surprise to probably a lot of people, that we are not set up for the World Cup travel-wise.
I saw that. I actually was. Well, I'd never really thought about it. I know that we're not really set up for public transportation. I don't think. I mean, I know we have buses, but we don't really have this. We don't really have the travel.
Us you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about.
No, I was
when
talking
I
about
say
United
we,
States.
us, I'm in America.
You meant America?
Yes,
not
as
Houston.
we, as the country as a whole. Not.
I mean, what cities? I mean, infrastructure wise. I mean, I
no,
think all
it's
the
like
major
the travel, getting people, like even I guess they may be even talking about air transportation. The entire thing not ready to go.
Huh. Well, it will be. I ain't worried about it.
You ain't worried about it, huh?
I ain't worried about it. I mean, here's the problem with it. Okay, so Columbia is playing in New York, and then their next game is in Dallas. Do you have? I mean, how are they going to know that you need more flights to Dallas until the game is over? Right?
Well, it's the same thing with college football playoffs.
Are the airlines set up to? Well, this is going to be This is going to be crazy, though. That's just 4 teams that have to go. This is all the different teams playing throughout the country, not only in our country but in Canada.
Well, but they've been doing that with CONCACAF and with all these other events.
Nothing like this.
Not the same. Well, I mean, is it travel any? I don't really know what it's like. This is not set up. See, I don't know how different it is with the World Cup. It's really not. You're in the same general area with multiple different stadiums.
Well,
so it's not really the same.
Here are the issues right now, as it was written up by former government officials. Aging infrastructure, sluggish visa processing times, and outdated security technology are the biggest issues right now. And this is for the air travel system. So we are behind as we speak when it comes to the World Cup and the 2028 Summer Olympics as well. We're not ready to go, according to that report.
Then this is next year now. We better get a move on.
2026.
We better get a move on. All right. So let's get it together. I'm sure Elon will have it figured out. Okay. I'm sure he's gonna.
It's kind of a coin flip if he's still going to be in good graces by then.
By next year, probably not.
Probably not. So but if he's got a chance to make some money off this, yeah. I mean, if we had better mass transit systems, like I go to Chicago to visit, we visit our friends. It's like, golly, just getting around on the L and just the different trains that they have is just so much easier. It's crazy. And then you find out things like, oh yeah, our house is worth about, is worth 20% more on the market because we can walk to the, we can walk to the train. We can walk to an area where you can load the train, and that makes your house much more valuable if you're that close to mass transit there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Here, I just wouldn't even I'm pretty close to a bus station, and I guess we got to figure that out for Mason and Sebastian now. They can figure out bus routes. That's really what we should do. Have them ride the bus to school. Actually, that's what I'm going to do.
Oh, they'll learn their lesson. When I first got here and I didn't have a car, I was going to San Jack, and there is no real, where we were staying, there's no real direct route. So my dad would drop me off, but how I would get home, I would have to go to a central bus station like in Houston, and then I would take like the shuttle bus back into the area. So what should have been like a 15-minute ride turned into an hour and a half just to get from school to home.
Oh yeah, no, it's a long way away.
Yeah, that's the way you teach them. You take, hey, that car thing's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Because the other option is
it takes 43 minutes.
There you go.
That's fine. Nicole doesn't have to do anything. They can just hit that bus.
That's all. Hit that bus.
We ain't gonna do that bus thing.
I used to thumb to school every day.
No, you didn't.
Your plan every day was to get a ride hitchhiking?
I hitchhiked every day to school.
There's no way that you did it every day.
Yeah, I absolutely did.
He sounds like he's being for real.
No, I'm absolutely for real.
Who would take you to school?
Well, my brother
Strangers?
was a senior. I was a freshman, but he had hockey a lot of times. So, and sophomore year, I didn't have a license yet, so I thumbed to school.
But people would pick you up.
Oh, absolutely. And I had 2 thumbs because I had to go all the way up Cicero Avenue, and then I had to go down 79th
Can you
Street.
imagine? There's
2
no
thumbs every day.
like there's 0% chance that anyone would pick up, nor should they pick up anybody that's hitchhiking.
Not anymore.
Can you imagine?
Do you ever see anyone thumbing anymore?
Never.
No.
Never.
I did. You know what? I actually did. Like
that used to be a transportation.
I saw it several months ago. I saw it, and the only reason I remember is because it's so unusual. I saw somebody on a roadway with their thumb out, and I just thought, "Oh my gosh, it's somebody hitchhiking." Like I don't even want to. I like to do Good Samaritan stuff, and I don't even. Then you read stories about people who pretend like their cars are broken down, and then they carjack you and stuff. I'm like, for what? What do I need to do? I can just think about it. Like I almost stopped. And then I had to make myself feel better. Like, that was a setup. You just drive by and go, that was a setup.
No. I mean, yeah. Oh, I'll stop and help. Oh, yeah. Give me all your money. What?
I'd be so mad at myself. I'd say, listen, I'm going to give you my money, but I'm going to punch my car for a second because I'm so mad at myself.
Does it matter?
Stupid stuff.
The trap is you stop for a woman that you think is attractive and you're screwed.
Yeah, the honeypot.
The honeypot. John, would you forgive her depending on what she looks like?
Honey trap, I think it's called. Yeah.
No, if she's trapping me and taking my money, no, I don't forgive her.
Well, if as a judge you would let her off.
As a judge, I would, but not if she took my money.
She directly affected you.
If she did someone else.
But if she did someone else, whatever.
Somebody else, oh, come on.
Different strokes, different folks.
That's right. No. Absolutely.
Look,
different rules for different fools.
Like if it's my car, I'm going to be very upset. It's very important. But if you're like, you just need to take my wallet for whatever reason. I don't carry cash anyway, so it's not going to help them that much. But you want to take my wallet, depending on how attractive the woman is. Like, you know what? Okay, it's fine.
Well, so I watched this. This
Look,
show.
You got me.
What about
Had
this
to
one,
take a
Joe?
shot.
I watched the show, and it's in Spanish. I think I've watched so many shows I can't even remember the names anymore. And it was the one where these people get on a bus. Like there's bus. We just know that there's a bus, and
something bad happens.
3 people like have masks. They put masks on, and they rob everyone in a bus. And then one guy shoots all 3 of them dead, and then takes off. And then the people in the bus.
Yeah, it's on Apple TV.
What's the name of it? Do you?
I forgot what it's called, but it's something along the lines of "Would you do this too?"
Oh yeah. What would you do?
What would you do?
And it's Spanish speaking. And anyway, what they did is they went in and they got into your phone. Like you had to put your facial recognition in there, and then they made you open up your bank, and they would transfer all your money from your bank app to somewhere. It's not what you have in your wallet anymore. Open up that app. Get that app open. Open up your Coinbank or your Robinhood. We're taking your crypto.
Yeah. What would you do? I would. So I have to stop the robbery and all the people getting shot or something?
No. You don't have to. No. The question is like, what would you do? Is like, what would you do if the 3 robbers got shot by one guy on a bus who was there, and then he took off? Would you turn that guy in?
Help him get caught or something?
Yeah. Would you work with the police? Say, well, this is the guy who killed these people who are robbing us, or would you keep your mouth shut? You know the answer.
Well, you would keep your. I would. Yeah, I wouldn't tell on the guy.
Yeah.
Would you?
Well,
No.
there's more wrinkles to it than this.
Yeah, I don't know, Dan. I was cowering at the back of the bus. I was on the floor. I didn't see anything.
Yeah, I mean,
no, sir. We've got CCTV. We can see you standing up, looking at everything that's going on.
I couldn't, but my eyesight is really bad. I can't see.
You got
I can't see so good.
Traumatic.
I got a cataract.
Traumatic, instantaneous blindness. The
Yeah.
events. Like,
I'm legally blind.
Well, either that or I have an enlarged prostate, and I can't really see that well because of my enlarged prostate. I'm not sure.
That affects one. One thing affects the other.
I'm not sure. You don't know. I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Legit asking the question.
I don't know. Yeah, it could have an impact on your vision.
I don't know. You don't know. I'm not a doctor. Okay, so I'm not. My eyesight may be affected by an enlarged prostate. If you're affected by an enlarged prostate right now, Doc Manavis is for you. No, okay, 975prostate.com. You have an issue, okay? If you are going to the bathroom too much, can't start, can't stop, weak stream, all of these things, you could have an enlarged prostate. If you have an enlarged prostate, you need Doc Manavis because you do not want to get the surgery that's involved in this. It is the worst thing ever where they put something inside you, open up a blade and cut your, no! That's not happening. If you have an enlarged prostate, get it shrunk with an IV. That's what Doc Benavides does. So if you're somebody that thinks, hey, man, I am going to the bathroom too much, I might have an enlarged prostate, you need to check it out. And you need to check it out with Doc Benavides because it's the way to do this. She it's 100%. I mean, her success rate is ridiculous. So the only thing you do, I'm telling you, if you feel like you may have an enlarged prostate, 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We still got a caller on the line? All right. Charlie, what's going on? Charlie, are you there? Charlie. No Charlie, though.
I was told Charlie would be ready. Apparently, Charlie's not.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, was that Gilbert? Gilbert, are you ready to go?
He fooled us again. Okay. Just hang up on Charlie. So you know what I learned about Lance in the last segment? But I think I've known this already about Lance. He's the kind of guy that if he gets mad, he would punch a wall. Or
he's thrown a shoe.
He's thrown his shoe. He said if he got pulled over, wait, I'm going to punch my car because I'm so mad at myself. I had a buddy who, when the Bulls would lose, he punched a hole. He got so mad he punched a hole in the wall. Doesn't this exacerbate the situation?
It doesn't help.
You're mad about the loss, and then now you got to fix a hole in your wall?
It's not logical.
What about these guys that punch their TVs and break them when their teams lose?
Well, that originally was a thing people did out of pure emotion, and then it just became something to go viral, where people break their TVs because they know they
I know,
get it
but
filmed.
it still happens.
It still happens, and
a lot
it's
of
dumb.
it is right now is acting.
Initially, yes, it happened, and it's dumb. I have resorted to like throwing a pillow, which doesn't hurt anybody. I throw it against the wall, doesn't matter.
I'm not a thrower. I just go.
The last time I was really affected was like a decade ago, after a close Miami-Florida State loss, and all I did after the game, it was during Jameis Winston's time in 2014, I think. I was going to walk up to get something to drink upstairs, and I just collapsed on the steps and just sat there for like 5 minutes. I was like, can't believe we blew another one to these a-holes. And I just sat there, but I didn't do anything. It was a silence. I wallowed in my own misery for about 5 minutes, and okay, let's get back to life.
I don't understand it. Guy gets pissed off at his girlfriend or wife, and he punches and breaks something. Now you just made it. You just made it that much worse.
People see red. They're not thinking logically. They don't think.
I get mad too, but you know what? I don't want to have to fix stuff after I'm mad. That's just not.
Yeah. The whole point is, people aren't thinking they aren't in their right mind. So they're not thinking about the aftermath of, oh, I got to get this fixed. I got to buy a new TV. I'm furious. I got to let it out, and I'm going to do something really dumb.
Yeah.
Even if the consequences are far worse.
They said I usually kick someone's cat.
No, let's not highlight that.
Oh, you didn't say this. I'm just gonna bite this pillow. You didn't say that.
No, I didn't. No.
You said throw this pillow.
Throw a pillow. I didn't say whatever, Twitch. No, I didn't say that.
Twitch. You're a bad place, Twitch. You're a bad place. Okay. It's a bad place to be.
I'm a wallower. I'm miserable for 20 minutes, then I get over it and go on with the rest of my day. That's all it is. It's a short amount of time. Give me 20 minutes. Don't bother me for 20, and then I'm back to normal.
Yeah. See, I think Lance throws stuff and punches stuff, and yeah.
Well, I don't know about sports, but as far as like actual life stuff, we saw it here. The headphones got tossed.
Oh yeah.
We've seen him. Well, people can't see it, but during the breaks, he's consistently been on his phone trying to figure things out. I told you the initial call once he had to step away, it was bleep this, bleep that. You could hear him through the door. Yeah, anger, righteous anger, at least initially.
Yeah, I'm not. I just get pissed off and just okay. Well,
you got to figure it out, right? Don't make it worse. Is kind of my goal.
That's right. Exactly right. They don't make it. I don't want to have to fix stuff now.
Yeah. What?
No.
Oh, I'm gonna let the Texans ruin a wall. I got to fix a wall because the Texans lost a game. They always lose games that I want them to win. Why would I let this one get to me?
Yeah. No, thank you. No, thanks. PFSN has put this out. 2024 NFL season wrapped up. The most fined teams. Guess who was the most fined team this year?
Even if I include rescinding of fines?
Even rescinding of fines.
I mean, the Texans got popped a lot.
The Texans were 3 times number 2.
So they were fined 3 times more than the next team? What do you mean?
Number 2, yeah.
Oh, okay.
More than 3 times.
Wow.
$3.153 million. The Chargers were second at $983,000.
Yeah, the Texans, there was a belief when D'Amico got here because he's a defensive coach, and the assumption always is the defensive coach is going to have a disciplined team who doesn't make mistakes. No, they've been undisciplined since he's been here. Now, some of the fines have been ridiculous, and they've been rescinded. But from penalties to personal foul penalties, I think he would say, hey, I'm just those guys bring intensity. But, yeah, I'm actually not surprised by that because they've been undisciplined for 2 years.
I don't know if it's undisciplined as much as it is, I don't want to say cheap shots, but certainly Aziz has added to that.
Yeah, this year, he has been one of them this year, or this past season at least now.
And I
Jimmy Ward, has he caught? We know he's flagrant. I just don't know if he's been caught and hit with fines, but we know he's a kamikaze out there. He doesn't care about teammates, himself. He's going to try to hit someone hard, which can lead to fines too.
Yep. I disagree wholeheartedly with the league coming back on a hit that wasn't even penalized. It just is a big hit, and then they're going to fine you weeks, and especially on young guys who aren't making that much money, that they played that game for free because you're fining them on the same scale as multi-million-dollar players. It shouldn't be that way. Your fine should it should be based on how much money you make and a percentage of, this much percent comes out of your paycheck, as opposed to I'm going to fine Patrick Mahomes the same amount that I fine the left guard. No.
Yeah, I would agree. Like, commiserate to your salary.
Yeah.
As far as what a fine is, make it a percentage, whatever you think that the correct percentage is. But it should not be where now these are in my mind, but they've been rescinded. Joe Mixon's $25K ain't the same as Dare's $25K.
No, it's totally different. No. So yeah, and they don't do that. They really need to look at that, because there were stories about guys. I mean, a Steeler, I forget what he was fined for, but it was like the dude just played that game for free. He actually lost money playing that game.
He played a game in the NFL where an injury could change the trajectory of your career for free.
Yeah, and it was extremely questionable whether or not it should have even been a fine. It was no penalty, and it looked like a pretty clean hit, yet it was a hard hit, so they fined him. I mean, just ridiculous. And well, the Texans are best at it.
We can win division titles, and we can win the fine championship of the year.
Is it more aggression, or is it undisciplined?
I think Alshire punching someone on the sidelines is undisciplined.
Yeah.
Now the Trevor Lawrence thing, that's aggression. You would hope, and we've played that out. That was the thing we don't have to do again. I think it's a combination. Some things that they do, you would say that's just hard playing football. The referees called, or the league saw it one way while you could see it a different way. There are other times where I'm like, okay, what are we doing? That if you do that, that's a penalty, and you still did it. I don't think it's one or the other for them. And maybe it's the players they have, and they lean into their aggression and leads into undisciplined stuff. But I don't believe D'Amico is going to pull back on the aggression. It's part of the philosophy.
Yeah. No, it absolutely is. All right. We got news of the weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5.
Oh, by the way, Mario Edwards, Danico Autry played a part in that too, right? And that had nothing to do with on-field stuff as far as fines are concerned.
Exactly. All right. Time to talk about Gulf Coast Windows. Time to talk about Jim Fiume. Time to talk about a guy who's been doing it for 36, 37 years. When you're doing it that long, when you're in the business that long, when you are as acclaimed as he is, when you have listen, I keep on mentioning the Pinnacle Award with him. It's special. I mean, you might go forever and not know anyone who won the Pinnacle Award, because it's the perfection in your particular business, right? So that's what Jim Fiume. He's gotten the Pinnacle Award because he was the best. And when the Better Business Bureau says you're the best, that means that you are doing something right. Okay. And if you're somebody that needs windows, if you're somebody that needs whatever it is that you need, I need you A Florida man was arrested. Apparently, he shot at a car 17 times with a semi-automatic handgun. He said he was driving down the road and he thought that there were two Palestinians in the car. So he opened up fire and he said, I shot and killed them both. Well, it turns out they weren't Palestinians. They were actually Jewish Israelis visiting the U.S., not Palestinians. Do you think that makes for a good defense? Well, I just thought they were Palestinians, so I opened up.
We don't care what they were. You can't open fire and murder people.
Well,
sir, we didn't. You can't just check. Oh, well, let me check and see if this is a legal kill in Florida. I don't. Florida has their own rules.
I don't know, but
in Florida, maybe you can make legal kills. I don't know, but it feels like that's illegal everywhere.
In Florida, shooting at Palestinians might be okay. We don't know.
But what if they're not Palestinians? Do you get away with it just
no,
I'm
pretty sure it's illegal across the board.
Listen, I thought they were. That's good enough.
I don't think thinking something allows you to get away with murder. Well, I was confused. No.
Well, they didn't die, so
he thought they murdered. He thought he murdered him, so he didn't even do that.
He didn't even do that.
Okay.
He's bad at this whole shooting Palestinian
Okay, so
thing.
the story is, the good part of it is no one died despite his best efforts.
That's right. Well, a couple of men, home invaders, did die. Jeffrey Allen, 51, pronounced dead at the scene. Roger Smith, 44, transmitted. Apparently, they broke into a home to steal out of the safe, and a kid opened up fire on him and killed a child. The police are describing as a child. Opened up fire on him and killed them both. I don't know how you're going to rule on this. One thing you're going to rule on is, why does that kid have a gun?
To protect his home?
I guess.
He knew where it was.
It's a good thing he had that gun, but I don't know. I just want to keep my guns away from.
And when the kid was asked how come he kept firing at the dead intruders, he said, "Don't start, no, won't be none."
FAFO. All right, that's what he said. FAFO. Only he said fool around.
Mess around.
You think the kid who just shot two people to death won't curse?
No.
He said mafo.
Yeah, he said mess around, find out. That's what he said. Arlington police are on the lookout for preteen robbers. The youngest suspect, about 6. Do you think that's a little early to start your career? 6 years old?
I always just like how there's always a theme to John's. Like right now,
he got caught up in young crime.
Young crime or young. Well, the other kid wasn't a crime, but
young.
Yeah, it's got a theme.
It does have a theme.
Yeah, I mean,
another school who auctioned off children. Like it's always the same theme.
The show started with young crime.
In the
show.
Yeah, those kids are. Yeah,
it's been
they
a
beat
show
up
about kids acting inappropriately. The entire
it is.
show's
There's
been
a
about
theme
that.
here. It's a very special.
And you got to bring it all together, guys.
That's it.
That's what artistry is.
When I grew up, we had TV shows like Gary Coleman, what you talk about, Willis, and all that. And it was all fun and games until he and his friend Dudley went into a bike shop, and the guy was a pedophile. And they would have a very special, all comedies would have a very special episode. Why, like where you learned that reruns, not, we had What's Happening was all fun and games till Rerun tried to bootleg a Doobie Brothers concert. And then you had to learn, hey, this isn't right, guys, to bring a tape recorder into a concert. This is bad. So you always had a very special episode where, and it's kind of like today. It's a very special episode where we tackle on a subject matter like Saved by the Bell when somebody got all zipped up on Speed.
Jesse Spano.
Yeah, like kids throwing pizza at each other in a car.
Yeah, and Korean beef and shaved beef. And
they're eating good at least. Well, if they would have actually ate the food, they would have been eating good.
Yeah, I literally right after this have to go and take it to Leo's Body Shop. Luckily, I found out all the damage was to a stop sign, not to another car.
Oh, good.
So this will not. So insurance will never hear of this.
Oh, good.
As far as they know, Mason's a great driver.
You don't have to pay for another car. That's nice. Just a stupid stop sign. Oh, kids, it's okay. It's all right.
Well, they're getting ready to learn the bus. I've already talked to the wife. The bus route's coming. Yeah, bus route is already That's already a thing. Don't worry about it.
All right, you know what else is a thing? The end of this show, Adele and Sean next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking about Chastain Ford. Before I go, though, love me some Chastain Ford. Look, if you're looking for the best way to get into that Ford car or truck, I got one place to go. I love them, and I think you'll love them too. I want you to get on over to Chastain Ford. It's on 610 at Homestead. It's just right off of Highway 59. It's on 610 right off Highway 59 North. And you see what's going on over there. They've got no games, no gimmicks, just honest pricing. They have the trucks, the deals, the team that no truck's better than anyone, the number one commercial dealer in this city forever. Chastain Ford, they got real trucks, they got real pricing. It's a real simple. I bought my truck there. I bought an Expedition there. I bought a truck there. I bought a JT's truck there. My daughter's SUV there. It's where you get no dealer add-ons, no hidden fees, quality used or new cars, trucks, SUVs, reasonable prices. You're going to shop smart with confidence. I love Chastain Ford. Highly recommend, if you're in the market for a vehicle, that you go stop and see my peeps over at Chastain Ford. Tell them you heard it right here on 610 at Homestead, 9 Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford.
Welcome into the show. And while this news isn't major, doesn't really affect anything here, we're gonna do a thing of, are you lying to me? We're gonna play a game. Are you lying to me? If you missed it, Bobby Portis has been suspended for 25 games for taking the wrong pain medication. There are two medications in question. One of them is okayed by the NBA. The other isn't. They have very similar names. One of them is Tramadol. That's the one you cannot take if you're an NBA player. The other is Toradol, which is an approved pain medication. Mark Bartelstein, his agent, advocating for his client. You may know Mark Bartelstein as the guy who got Bobby Portis not Bobby Portis. He got Bradley Beal his no trade clause. That's what I've known him for the last 2 months. The guy who secured Bradley Beal's future, no matter where Bradley Beal wants to go. He gets a hand. He gets to make the decision himself, not another team. That's Bartelstein's claim to fame. But he's also the agent for Bobby Portis, and he's selling the dream. And we can determine if it's a lie or not. That Bobby simply made a mistake. His assistant had the illegal prescription for one drug and mistakenly told Bobby it was the legal drug. So Bobby, trusting his assistant, Bobby Portis, trusting the assistant, took the wrong drug. And now he's out for the next 25 games, which will take him out for most of the regular season. So as I read some of the quotes directly from Mark Bartelstein, Sean, tell me if you believe it. The story. Bobby unintentionally took a pain medication called Tramadol, thinking he was taking a pain medication called Toradol. Toradol is an approved pain medication that he used previously and that teams and players use for pain and inflammation at times. Tramadol, however, is not an approved pain medication and was just recently added to the banned substance list this past summer. The Tramadol pill he took came from an assistant of his, with a valid prescription for a pain killer, which he mistakenly told Bobby was Toradol. This again was an honest mistake.
Wait, so he had the prescription?
There was a prescription for the banned substance.
Okay.
And but it's not an illegal drug, so you can have it. You just can't take it as if you're an NBA player. So you might ask, why was there a prescription for a banned substance for Bobby Portis?
That was my question. Is how does this mix-up happen with one that the player can't take and one that they can, and both are prescription drugs?
Yes. And it's a legal prescription, so he's trying to jump ahead of, was Bobby Portis taking drugs for someone else's prescription? I guess he's saying everything's above board except for the fact that his assistant told him the wrong drug to take. I got questions, and that was the first one I just threw out there. Why is that drug anywhere near you when you know it's a banned substance? He admitted that it's a recently banned substance. He let us know that, so maybe Bobby Portis had those pills around when he could take it, but now that he can't, the assistant screwed up, and that's going to cost him 25 games. So, knowing that little bit of information, I don't know how responsible that assistant is. Can't speak to that, although they're painting him or her as somewhat irresponsible because that person gave Bobby Portis the wrong drugs. Do we believe this story? Do we believe that Bobby Portis accidentally took the wrong drug, or did he take it and then took the wrong drug knowing it was wrong and didn't think he was going to get caught, or he had no idea it was a banned substance, took it because of the wear and tear of the NBA, and then, oh no, I got popped for something that I didn't remember was on the banned substance list?
I think it's most likely that Bobby Portis has been taking the Tramadol. Wait, I forgot.
Tramadol's the banned substance.
Tramadol. I think he's been taking that until as recently
as this summer is what they said.
This summer ban. So he got to play the first almost decade of his career taking Tramadol. And I think he probably took Toradol for a little while, did not like it, went back to Tramadol. I think that's most likely scenario.
Toradol didn't hit the same.
Yeah, it was just like, his body's not used to the effects of the other, as opposed to the one that wasn't banned until very recently. That to me seems like the most likely thing to happen, besides this very convoluted mix-up.
I've got a text from someone who would know. Tramadol is so weak, it's comical.
It's a controlled substance. That's why it's on the list. So basically, he was in possession of a controlled substance unlawfully. That's
but
one.
Mark Bartelstein.
That's what. Yes, the agent got out in front of that particular line of thinking, sir.
Yeah.
Like, I know you are a well-informed person, but the agent is trying to jump in front of you people who are saying that it was unlawfully had. We will see, but what we do know, it's going to cost Bobby Portis 25 games.
Wait, so tramadol is the weak one?
That is what this particular individual is saying.
But it's a banned.
It's a controlled substance. That's why it's on the list.
Is it like addictive?
Possibly. I don't know. It might be. I've never had the pleasure or displeasure of taking pain medication that strong. I mean, I had a tooth pulled, and they just gave me some stronger version of ibuprofen. Never got any. Never got
stuff.
Never got into any of the good stuff. So I can't speak to it. But for whatever reason, whether you believe Bartelstein or not, his client's out for 25. It won't affect much of the NBA landscape. I mean, they got Kyle Kuzma. That's what they got Kyle Kuzma
on the
for.
way.
Yeah, don't worry about it. They got Kyle Kuzma as the Bucks, who will likely
We're good.
exactly.
We got
You acquire Kyle Kuzma, and you immediately think we're good. So 4 or 5 seed, or maybe they drop below that without the likes of Bobby Portis. But the Bucks are going to make the playoffs. Bobby Portis will be back. I just wanted to have the discussion about, do we believe what the agent is selling?
In general, no. Like, that's kind of my blanket.
When anytime an agent speaks.
Well, that, and anytime someone gets popped for a banned substance, like, everyone has a freaking excuse.
Of
like,
course.
no one's done a banned substance just to get better.
Yeah, no one has ever copped to, you know what? I tried something, I got caught.
Yeah, this is the good stuff. That's why I took it.
Dwayne Brown did the tainted meat thing, and actually it played for the NFL. They're like, you know what? You're right. You're good here.
That's crazy.
Brian Cushing, overtrained athlete syndrome, didn't play. NFL didn't buy that.
I mean, that's just because the NFL doesn't take overtrained athlete syndrome
seriously.
Yeah. OTS.
Now that was
OTS.
Now that was years ago. They treat OTS like they tried to treat concussions. OTS was years ago.
Yeah, CTE. We don't care. It's 2010.
Just stop throwing initials in my face. Now maybe they take it more seriously now. Who knows? Maybe another athlete will say that and get away with it. But at the moment, OTS not a thing that they will take seriously. But Bobby Portis hit with 25 games. You get a 25-game vacation, except you don't get your game checks, which has got to hurt, which hurts, and it hurts the Bucks. But what doesn't hurt the Bucks is Giannis telling the world that I would never ask for a trade. That report came out because it's that time when your star player doesn't believe he can win a title. If that would be the case, they may be looking for a way out because you're not supporting them in the way you should to make their prime the best it can be. Giannis said, I don't feel like I could ever ask for a trade. So Bucks fans, relax, right? Take those words to heart. Your guy won't ever leave until he does. But, do we buy the European, not American born part of this, where those guys don't ask out? That's the narrative. Like Jokic, he just cares about ball, but more about his horses, so he would never ask to get traded someplace else. They put that on Giannis too, although the Bucks have done things to try to make him happy, except trading for Kyle Kuzma. But trading for Damian Lillard, they made that move to make him happy. So they have done things, breaking up what was a title team. They probably weren't going to win another title with Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday there, but that was a team who won a title. But they've made moves to try to keep him there. But he's a European. So of course he would never ask out. They would never.
I think the last 2 times that they make massive trades and then he immediately signs an extension, that tells you that he's at least putting pressure
some pressure on them to make moves.
Yeah. And I think this whole European thing, no European will ask for a trade until they do. That someone's gonna do it.
If the Mavs hadn't traded Luka, I feel like he was possibly of course he was going to get a supermax, and then if they weren't a title contender after the Kyrie thing ran its course, he could have been one who would ask for a trade after he got his money. You get your money first, and then you ask for a trade.
Because if you really think about it, how many European superstars have we had like full careers of?
Yeah, or non-American born, whatever you want to call it. Like
Yeah.
Joel Embiid is like in the middle. Like he played college basketball here.
He
but-
represented America in
yeah,
the Olympics.
but he's not American born. But he feels
He's an
feels
American.
like
He's as American as apple
he feels
pie.
like the epitome of an American born athlete that people would criticize.
I mean, he went to high school here.
Yeah.
I think if you go to high school here,
Yeah, it changes.
welcome
things.
in.
Yes,
for basketball.
but Wemby will be next, but he's far away from that type of.
Mhm.
But even the Spurs are like, because Wemby, beyond the fact that he might be a ticking time bomb, a guy that size, there's an assumption that he won't be around for a very, very long time. But Wemby quietly has said, I don't want to lose. I don't want to be part of a losing team for years and years while you guys get it together. So they made a trade, and they didn't cost them very much besides picks, but they made a trade to go get a helpful player in De'Aaron Fox. So even the Spurs with a European player are like, you know what? We can't just bank on, not everyone can be one of those guys who never asks out. He may at some point do it, and we cannot lose a generational player. So they made a move.
It's just like math. Like one of these guys is going to do it.
Yeah.
And it's also like, because they grew up watching soccer. It's like guys move even more in soccer.
It's very
like,
true. It's
like,
very true.
Like there's just not like some like, there's an ancient code among the Balkans where you just never move. They move too.
If you were born east of what? London?
Yeah, I was gonna say east of Miami.
Yeah. East of Miami, you will never be one of those athletes who makes
east of Ellis Island. You're never gonna ask for a trade.
Yeah. The minute you cross over, you become a full-born American. But no. But the Bucks, the Spurs, in those relatively small markets have made moves to try to keep those guys happy. We'll see how long it takes for them to be upset, because Giannis is just barely 30. So Bucks better keep it together. Bobby Portis not helping them very much, at least for the next 25 games. So there that is. We got some local stuff to get to, certainly. Beyond the fact that the Texans are the most fine team in the NFL, is it indicative of a giant problem? Or when you give some context to it, you can start to go, okay, it's not really about what they do on the field, because there are several suspensions that have nothing to do with who they are on the field. We'll talk about that going forward. The Rockets will be back in action tomorrow against the Wolves. There was NBA action last night, and Sean mentioned it in Prize Picks with the Mark Williams Dalton Connect game, the revenge game. Well, it was less about them, although neither of them played very well, and more about what it looks like when your future max player, your future franchise player for the next 10 years can get subbed out in offensive, defensive substitutions. You probably don't want that to be the case. We'll get into that. We'll talk some Astros. We'll talk some Rockets. We're just getting started here. And by the way, Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30 today. He is off tomorrow. We'll have Raheel on Friday. So they switched days because Michael had things to do, or maybe he just wanted a vacation day. So we'll have Michael Carroll today, Raheel tomorrow. But we're just getting started here. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
People giving me more information about the difference between Toradol and Tramadol. The one that Bobby Portis took affects brain chemistry and is an opioid. So you can imagine why the NBA might not want that on the list anymore, although they waited until the summer 2024 to get it off their legal substance list. Toradol is legal. He didn't take it. Now he's done for 25. Sean gave me some news. Sure, we can get to some local stuff, but it's not as exciting as telling you that Carson Beck got 2 cars stolen. That man just made it to Miami, and he's getting the full Miami experience. He thinks visiting his girl, one of the Cavender twins, was it Hannah? Don't even remember the first name. Visiting one of the Cavender twins. Hannah. It is Hannah. Visiting one of the Cavender twins when he's got time off from Georgia football, when he was a Georgia football player, and seeing that side of Miami. No, it's being a resident, and within 2 months of being there officially, your Lamborghini and Mercedes get stolen. Yes, it's the same Lamborghini he's been seen driving around when he was at Georgia really fast when Georgia had, that problem with car crimes. That one got stolen. That's the full-on Miami experience, man. Welcome. I'm glad the people of Miami have decided we're going to give Carson Beck the full-on 305 experience. You know whose car didn't get stolen ever? Cam Ward. Cam Ward. There's a level of respect, or maybe he wasn't owning a Lamborghini.
Yeah.
Because he came from Washington State. Although the bag from Miami was pretty big. Maybe he didn't invest in a Lamborghini. The invest is a joke. But a Mercedes and a Lamborghini and her car got stolen too. But they've recovered her car.
Yes, I think that's the funniest part. His girlfriend Hannah's SUV has been was also stolen but found. Cops are still looking for Beck's Mercedes and Lamborghini.
Hey, when you lead your team to a surprise Elite Eight appearance, we'll go 2 years ago now. We'll get you the car back. Carson Beck ain't throwing a pass. In fact, he's injured. He can't throw a pass.
For the first comment is, so 3 interceptions in one night.
What is he playing Florida in the world's largest outdoor cocktail party? Because that happened. So there it is, man. Couple of random stories that I enjoy thoroughly. I don't know why I'm so happy about the fact that the quarterback from my favorite team got a couple of his cars stolen. I think it's funny. I'm sure he'll be fine. I just think it's funny because he probably went there thinking I'm going to hang out with my girl, play for a pretty good team. They gave me a giant bag, whether it be 4 or 3, whatever the real number is. He got a giant bag to go play there, and he's following a Heisman candidate and a potential number 1 overall pick. So he's got something to live up to, but he's got a shot to kind of redeem what was a middling final year at Georgia. And the man ain't even made it to spring practice yet and got 2 of his favorite possessions stolen.
This is called a repossession.
That's what someone said. The life wallet checks bounced. He had those Lamborghinis before he got to Miami. I don't know if you've heard, but there it is. So
yeah, there's a lot of stolen or repoed.
I know a lot of people are on that right now, and he's not the first or the last athlete that's going to have something stolen from him. Who knows that if they even knew he was the owner? They just saw Lamborghini and took it.
Probably saw that he was a Georgia football player and decided it was better if he didn't have a car.
It's not a bad joke, honestly. It's a good one. More than that. Hey, maybe just take public transportation or an Uber. It'd be better for all of us when you're in town. But did you see that the guys who were robbing athletes, at least one of the factions that were robbing athletes, got caught because they took selfies of their crimes?
No, I didn't.
They took selfies in front of the things they stole, and that helped the police find them. Never. What have we learned from movies and TV shows? Never make it a thing where you provide evidence of your wrongdoing in that way. I know it's pretty cool to stand in front of high-end merchandise, but not if you stole it.
Yeah.
Don't
do a money spread.
Yeah, don't. You want to do the money phone thing? Make sure it's your actual money, not money you took from someone. But that is one of the ways that authorities nabbed those guys who were just making sure guys were out of their homes because they're actually playing games and robbing them.
I mean, obviously these guys, I would say they're not criminal masterminds.
Clearly,
it has to feel especially bad if you're like Joe Burrow or whoever they stole from, to be like, these morons stole my stuff. That it's that easy to steal my stuff that these idiots just waited until I had a road game in Pittsburgh and then they stole my stuff.
Well, they would, according to the story, they would hide in the woods while monitoring the patterns of security guards and then break into the homes. All right.
I mean, and then take a selfie. That's the thing.
Well, yes. There was some sophistication until, they decided to take a selfie because they thought they were free and clear. It was they took about $3 million from the likes of Kelsey, Burrow, and Mahomes, the FBI says, and then they decided to take pics. Send the pic.
I wonder how many likes it got on Instagram.
I don't know.
It might have been worth it.
I don't know the algorithm and how you get to see Chilean burglars. I don't know how that happens. but
that's exactly what I like.
Hey, look at that. Some of us like watching girls work out or dance on TikTok. Others, Chilean burglars. And there it is.
What's going on the Chilean burglary scene?
Well, selfies and probably a real issue when you took a selfie in front of one of the frame jerseys that Burrow had up. His Burrow LSU jersey. Probably should have taken a picture in front of that. Probably from his final home game. You shouldn't have taken a picture in front of that photo. That's going to lead to you getting caught. So the
imagine them smiling.
Yeah.
Pointing at it.
So the FBI
playing with a football.
Doing the gat dance. So the FBI made some arrests. And Bobby Portis got robbed too. So it's been a rough couple months for Bobby Portis. He was one of the athletes who got robbed.
Yeah, now he's missing 25 game checks.
Yeah. Hopefully he gets his property back. That might help. And they said largely because of the images, the men are in federal custody, have been charged. So it was mostly because of the selfies. I was just giving it a little bit of a reason why they got caught. It was mostly because of the selfies.
Yeah.
Don't take pictures of your crimes. That seems pretty simple. It's why in Goodfellas, Samuel L. Jackson had to die because he was walking around with that mink coat on after the crime.
That's why a lot of those guys had to die.
Yeah, a lot of guys got popped because, that one guy got popped because he wouldn't shut up about getting his cut.
The wig guy.
Yeah. Was it Maury, whatever his name
Maury's
was?
Wig.
He had to go because he wouldn't shut up about stuff. But other guys, I told you not to get the car. I told you not to get the mink coat, a fur coat. You got to go. And this one, stay off social media, man. So there it is. It's an interesting start to the show, but I don't mind it.
No, a lot of Chilean burglary talk. Not as much as on my Instagram, but still a lot.
I got to check my algorithm. See what I'm.
I mean, I've said the word so many times that I imagine
your phone's definitely listening, so you never know. But I'm gonna check. I got to see what I can do.
The road schedule for the Houston Astros.
Look at that. When's Altuve gonna be out of town? Because it has happened to him. Unfortunately.
Oh yeah, it has happened.
What's worse, being forced to play left field, or getting your house robbed? Probably the house being robbed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on who you are. If you're Rafael Devers, it's like, oh my God, shoot me in the face
instead of being a DH.
I rather play third base.
I'd rather be home when they rob me and deal with that trauma than play DH. So we'll get to that Texan stuff that I mentioned. They got a little bit of a boost because the salary cap has gone up, so they have some extra money. What's it mean? They still got to make some cuts. There's a list out of the best 101 players because PFF had to differentiate between the top 100 that the NFL players do and the ones they do. Some Texans make the list. You can be inappropriately upset about where they land if you want. We'll give you that. So we'll get to some Texan stuff when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So the Texans have 4 players in the top 100 of PFF. Nico is your highest ranked player at 25, Stingley at 43, Danielle Hunter at 68, and then also you had Larry Tunsil at 80. What number did they have? What number did they give him? I had it here at 83. I have not seen Will Anderson. I'm just trying to scroll through the list because I missed him. I thought so. 51. So that's 5. So 5 players in your top 100 through 10 through 101. Excuse me. I don't know if there's anyone else. Maybe John Weeks makes it from 1 to 10. Seems unlikely, but no CJ Stroud. But you get 5 players in the top 101 of PFF's grades. Take it or leave it with PFF. Some people can't stand their grades, don't think it makes a lot of sense, particularly when it comes to the offensive line. And other people use it as a hammer when they're in a debate with someone. See what PFF said about my guy? Better than your guy. So there it is. What does it mean? Not much. I am surprised that Stingley is at 43. He isn't the top-ranked corner. You have Surtain and McDuffie both in the teens ahead of him. But you have stars on this roster. And certainly that'll mean you got to pay him. You've already paid Danielle Hunter. You've already paid Larry Tunsil. But you got 3 guys on the list that you've paid. Nico Collins, you can add to it as well. You also have Will Anderson, who's got a little bit, but the money's going to come his way. Stingley, it'll come sooner than that. Of course, the one guy who will get the biggest deal if he reverts back to his rookie year, who isn't even on the list, is CJ Stroud. So I talk about that because I want to talk about the cap a little bit as far as the Texans getting a little bonus, because the NFL's cap went up more than the projection. So they get a little extra cash, not enough to be real players unless they start to make some moves to take away talent from the roster. You may be fine with Shaq Mason being a cut. A lot of people think that's the most probable one, as that offensive line needs to get fixed. Of course, you think about the money gained by losing Shaq Mason, and he did not play great, but the Texans didn't have a clear, better option. So while you get rid of him, you also have to go replace him, which is going to cost. And the discussion this morning was about, can the Chiefs pay Trey Smith? Turns out the Chiefs actually have more cap space than the Texans do at the moment. So despite the big money guys like Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes and others, they're in a spot that if they deemed paying a guard that much money, which whatever Trey Smith is going to command, is something they want to do, they, at the moment, are in a better position. Of course, the Texans may have more ways to get cap space. The Chiefs may have guys that it actually would hurt to get rid of as far as dead cap money. So it's only one. It's early. It's only, well, I guess you can say mid to late February now, but I don't know how active they'll be. Of course, you give me the thought of Trey Smith, welcome. Despite what happened to him in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He won't have to face Jalen Carter every week. No, literally, he won't have to face Jalen Carter every week.
Yeah, no, he won't. He won't have to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to drive the price down. This guy might be a bum.
I mean,
who knows?
Well, he will have to see Simmons twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
That won't be great.
Or maybe he gets T'Vondre Sweat instead.
Oh, the combo won't be great. That's not. See, the Titans aren't good.
Buckner,
the Titans aren't good, thankfully, but they have a clear advantage with the big Texans weakness. So if the Titans could ever be competent in other places, the up the middle issue that the Texans have gets exacerbated against that team because of who they've drafted and who they've hit on. While the Texans have tried to draft and trade for guys in the middle of their offensive line and have whiffed for the most part, whether it be because of injury or just absolutely getting the pick wrong. So if we go interior of both, Titans win. They just don't win in a lot of other places, which is why I asked the question earlier, not today, but yesterday, about which quarterback would you rather want? And we need to play some sound from that. I got to clean it up. Not from yesterday's show. You can just find the podcast. But Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward train together. They're at the Fertitta Complex at UNLV. And it's a friendly trash talk. But I think my favorite thing from it was they were going back and forth in between reps. And Cam Ward said to Shedeur Sanders, you had a 70% completion percentage when you threw like 12 bubble screens a game. If I did that, I have a 90% completion percentage. I throw the ball down the field. I think that was my favorite part because it was true. I don't know about the 90% stuff for Cam Ward, but Shador, that completion percentage had a lot to do with wide receiver screens and bubbles, throwing the ball behind the line of scrimmage, which can work. And he said, hey, I didn't have a run game. You guys had a run game. I had to do that for the run game. He goes, I'll do whatever I have to do to help my team win. So those two are the likely top two quarterbacks in the upcoming draft, and they will be guys who will talk about and they will talk about each other in a friendly way as long as their careers go, and they'll be compared to each other like all quarterbacks are. I think I settled on I'd rather, if I'm a Texan, from a Texans perspective, I'd rather have Shador in the division. I think his boomer bust potential isn't the same as Cam Ward. I think Shador doesn't have star potential at the quarterback spot. He can be fine. He can be a superior game manager from what I've seen from a skill set. I think Cam is the more boom option if the Titans wanted to go that route. I think because of the way he plays the game, he has to rein it in some, but because of the way he plays the game, that's a dude who believes in himself in a way that maybe is detrimental, but he's got the arm talent to make throws that I don't believe Shador can make. So I'd rather have the safer, less boom option because I don't think the Titans I don't trust the Titans as a franchise to build a team around Shador Sanders. I think Cam Ward has enough talent to elevate a roster. I'm not sure Shador Sanders can do it to the level that makes the Titans scary. Just one man's opinion. I think Sean was
hater
on who Shador.
Yeah, hate.
It's not hate. I just think
you hate everything that Coach Prime stands for.
What does he
trickles down to his son?
Yes, my evaluation of his son's abilities are all about Coach Prime and his his need to be called Coach Prime. You don't call Nick Saban Coach, or you don't call Coach Saban Nick. Don't just call me Dion. I don't care about any of that. My biggest issue with him is he played at Florida State.
There we go. There we have it.
You found it. You've dug deep and found it. I really don't care about any of the Colorado
everything
stuff.
He stands for, which is playing for Bobby Bowden
like
in
30 years ago.
Yeah,
that's all I care about in regards to him. As far as my dislike, if I had that type of feelings for him, you played at a rival school. That's all. The Colorado stuff,
the mask drops.
The man, I don't think my hate for Florida State has been hidden, but sure, the mask drops. I don't care about any of that stuff that people take issue with him for. He doesn't coach against the team I root for. He doesn't coach for the team I do root for. So let him do what he wants. And if the Colorado people are fine with it, that's fine with me. Coach Prime ain't an affront to college football. We got bigger problems like the SEC and the Big Ten. They're bigger affronts to college football than Coach Prime. How about we turn our attention to them as they try to monopolize the sport?
Oh, okay.
How about we do that? How about we focus on something that actually matters, like their willingness or want to turn it into the Big Ten SEC Invitational when it comes to deciding a national champion.
Hey, the little ACC and Big 12 teams get in there too.
And the argument is that the Big 12 and the ACC are thrilled with being guaranteed 2 spots.
Yeah.
Because that's not a guarantee.
There you go.
Pat him on the head. Hey, you guys, no matter what happened, hey, Phillips. Is he there? Is he the ACC guy?
Sure.
Maybe. Whatever. Hey, Jim Phillips. Don't you worry, man. You get your 2. You don't have to go on at the end of the year on the CFP show, selection show, and embarrass yourself by not knowing the names of the players in your conference. Just accept your little 2 teams.
Yeah. Big 12 would have been great to get 2 teams in last year.
Huh? And the money that comes with it.
Huh?
Wouldn't that have been great?
There you go, Brett.
Yeah. And that's the problem for me, that those 2 who are barely hanging on as Power 4 conferences, mostly because of the contracts they've signed and the lack of star power in their conferences, despite what Clemson, Florida State, and Miami have the potential of being. They simply have not lived up, particularly Miami and Florida State more recently, have not lived up to their prestige, and that has hurt the ACC when it comes to eyes on the product. And surely the SEC has taken advantage of it and made themselves the force while the Big Ten's fighting with them for it. But the thought of dealing with 10 at maybe 9 9 teams from those two conferences every year in the playoffs. Cool. And then you throw in Notre Dame too, which will pretty much be guaranteed a spot every year. So I got no problem with Coach Prime.
Yeah. I think you called it Free Shoes University, so I don't know.
Florida State?
Yeah.
That wasn't my nickname, but do you think I parroted it at some point as a kid? Sure.
Yeah.
Gotta get that shot
you're
in.
against guys getting money.
No, I was against Lavernius Coles and Peter Warwick. I was against those two guys.
Get these guys off of the field.
Hey, can we suspend them for the season? Why are they only getting 2 to 3 game suspensions? And why is Peter Warwick available for the game? Actually, they didn't play in that game that year, and somehow Chris Weinke still won it. They were a better program then, not so much now. Okay, we will get to some. It's not really Rockets news per se because we've heard it before, but the Rockets are back in action, and there is reporting on Fred VanVleet. If you were hoping you wouldn't see him anymore after this year, well, maybe hope no more. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
I mentioned it earlier, and we'll get to the Fred VanVleet report and some concerning Rockets numbers since started February. But the Texans were the most fined team in the NFL last year. Didn't get to it earlier when I said I would. But a lot of it has to do with suspensions. Like Danico Autry missed time, Mario Edwards missed time, and they got fined for that for their 6 and 4 game suspensions. Did Mario Edwards get 3 or 4? But they were multiple game suspensions. Danico got 6. Mario Edwards got 4. And those are just game checks for Danico Autry for PEDs. So it cost him nearly $2.2 million. He was clearly the guy fined the most of any player. Derwin James got a suspension for unsportsmanlike conduct. Took away $708,000. So while it says that the Texans overall got fined $3.1 million, and then the next closest team was only $903,000, gotta factor in multiple game suspensions for 2 players who were veterans. So their contracts are going to be a little higher than if it was a young player. So it's a little fake, but it exists. That most fined team.
Yeah, the NFL is out to get the Houston Texans. Got it. That's all I needed.
Sure.
All I needed to see. Can we get that on graphic? Cool. Thanks. All that context, man.
Well, I'm not looking for context.
So a guy who makes $8 million per year gets suspended for a third of the year. That's $2 million. I don't need to see that.
Oh, you don't need the actual reasoning behind why they're the highest. No, they're just a team who just gets fined crazy for unnecessary roughness penalties.
Yeah, like millions of dollars more than the next team.
Multiple millions.
Yeah, and that's all because of Aziz Al-Shaair. That's why.
Well, he's a renegade, reckless, bad for the game, all the things.
I mean, there's 3 games right there. It really is. It's because a bunch of guys who make a lot of money got suspended.
Yeah. Danico Autry just got a deal.
Yeah.
Cost him. Aziz Al-Shaair got a new deal. Cost him. Mario Edwards, they brought in, cost him. And it makes the Texans look like
it's like multiple games too. All of these guys. It's not just the Derwin James like one game suspension. It's like no.
And surprisingly, the Chargers are second because one of their high money players got suspended for a game for an unnecessary roughness penalty.
$700,000, right?
Yeah, I couldn't survive in that space because I'm like, excuse me, what about the context? No, make the graphic and shut up.
Yeah, make the graphic.
Yeah,
put the logos there.
Yeah, and you
put some emojis going, wow.
And you would go trouble in Houston with the question mark and the eye emojis. Yeah.
Does Houston have a problem?
I wouldn't do that. Even if I was making the graphic, I wouldn't do that.
You would.
I wouldn't. I got standards.
All right, then Dov Kleiman will, and he's gonna get more retweets.
Well, sometimes I will take standards over engagement. Although once again, wouldn't make it in the game because that's not something you can do.
I was gonna say that's why we're not in that game is because we have dignity.
Yes. I obviously in the graph you got to mention D'Amico Ryans and question him. But instead, this show,
what kind of program is D'Amico running?
Because we're a serious show, we'll let you know that these guys got fined because they were suspended games, and that's why the Texans look like a renegade organization when really out of their control. Had nothing to do with what was on the field.
They're swarming too hard.
No such thing. I've heard you guys on the next show. I've never heard it be swarm too hard.
No,
never heard it.
Can't do it.
Whatever the amount is of swarming, it's always appropriate.
No. Aziz Al-Shaair took it easy on Trevor Lawrence and on Roshan Johnson.
Well, the punch was a little much. That might have been swarming
that's
too
just
hard.
Swarming.
No, that's a version that D'Amico wouldn't stamp. That's not swarming. On the sidelines, 5 yards off the field, punching a guy who wasn't even involved. That might have been a little much. Okay, so the Fred VanVleet news is what has been talked about in the past, that the Rockets and him are going to figure something out. It'll be at a lesser number, but for more years. So he will no longer be the $40 million man next year, which was a team option, but you're not going to get rid of him. Fred ain't leaving. The Rockets and Fred VanVleet are expected to come to a multi-year agreement just at a more team-friendly number. Something that Rudy Gobert did with the Wolves as well. So don't worry, guys. If you're worried about where your starting point guard play was going to come from over the next couple of years, I got your answer. Reed Sheppard, better learn 20 minutes a night, buddy.
Yeah.
If you're lucky. Because if they bring back Aaron Holiday.
Hey, play for a real Rising Stars team, not the G League team, buddy.
Yeah, we're not just going to hand you the point guard job when you can't even make the Rising.
Starting point guard next year for a team that's going to be like a 5 seed.
I'm going to need Reed Sheppard to step up. Not because of the Fred VanVleet thing, but if he's back on the Rising Stars G League team next year, we got a real problem.
He can't. If he
didn't even play. The question is, how does he even make the Rising Stars G League team? He didn't play enough games.
I was going to say, if he plays,
we're talking about LeBron as, hey, he took some guy's spot. Reed Sheppard took some guy's spot. Why is he playing on the Rising Stars G League team? He played like a week. What unlucky person had a trip to San Francisco in the bag until they handed the spot to Reed Sheppard because he's a top pick?
Back to Sioux Falls, buddy. Enjoy the Mad Ants.
What about the Memphis Hustle? There's somebody on that roster.
Beat it.
Yeah.
Beat it. We got the 3rd overall pick last year. We can just throw in this game.
Yeah, I get it as from a marketing point because no one's gonna know the guy, but it's a little unfair. But it is what it is. That's the world, right?
Yeah, but if Reed Sheppard plays a second of G League action,
you don't think it's impossible?
No, if he does next year, man, we can't be doing that. Can't be doing that. You got to take Aaron Holiday's job.
That's the thing. Year. I don't expect them to take Fred's job. The Rockets are almost at this point married to Fred. They like what he provides. We can get into why he's overpaid, but even the Rockets and Fred maybe have come to that conclusion, and they're going to figure it out. He'd rather be here than have to go look for another deal someplace else because they say team option gone, get out of here. So they'll figure it out. But yeah, you can't be the 3rd string point guard next year.
You just can't do that. I'm generally very forgiving with how guys' rookie years go, just because we've seen a lot of really good players have terrible rookie years. Because hey, guess what? Playing the NBA is hard, especially point guard, especially when you're a small point guard. Like not easy to do it. Year 2 can't beat out Aaron Holiday. I don't know, guys.
I wouldn't be prepared to say it's a miss because even Scoot Henderson, who struggled earlier this year, is playing better. So you never know.
Yeah, exactly.
But no journeyman was keeping Scoot off the floor. I mean, he was a backup, but he was still playing. He was the backup point guard. He was playing.
He wasn't on the Portland whatever
their G League affiliate is. The difference would be Portland wasn't trying to win anything, and we know Ime treats winning above. He has that most important above all, above development, above anything. If the older player can help him win, he's going to play him. So that's the thing that Reed Sheppard has to overcome. Make Ime trust you, because if you don't, I don't know.
Ime Udoka don't trust you,
then you're not going to play.
Bench you.
Yes, I don't think there's anything that we've seen so far that suggests the front office is going to tell Ime he's got to play Reed Sheppard if he believes that whether it be Aaron Holiday or some other backup point guard is a better option for them. So it's up to Reed Sheppard, and he's got plenty of time. And hell, he's got the rest of the year to see if he can kind of change some minds about how many minutes he will get when Fred VanVleet's back. And we'll find that out tomorrow. The Wolves and Anthony Edwards against the Rockets as the Rockets try to get back on track. Some of the numbers before we go to break, I mentioned I would get to that. That run against the Cavs and the Celtics and the Knicks, I believe. Actually, the Knicks was a loss on the road. That kind of seems long ago. All that winning they're doing against the best teams of basketball feels like maybe not a distant memory, but since February 1st, the numbers would make you almost forget that they were everyone's hot topic, the Rockets. So look how good they look against best teams of basketball. And so they still rank high in defensive rating. They're 4th, but they've dropped to 12th, about 4 points above their season average since February 1st, excuse me. And they're built on defense. We know, we talked about it earlier this week. The numbers on offense are built on offensive rebounding. They're not going to be, at least right now, they're not a good shooting team in the half court. They make their way, they make their living getting second shot opportunities and getting offense off of defense. And that's not been good for them. At least there's been a drop. And the offense hasn't been good either. they hasn't been good recently either. They ranked 12th in offensive rating, and since February 1st, they're 26th in offense in the NBA. So despite inconsistent shooting, lack of floor spacing, they found ways to be productive offensively, and that has changed. They're down to like 105.4 points per game this month. So you can see it on the floor with the struggles they've had, and the numbers certainly back it up. Your eyes aren't lying to you. The quality of play has deteriorated, and we're going to see if they can get it back starting on Friday. We'll talk some NBA. Well, we'll talk about the one game in the NBA last night. We like to reference back to things that happened earlier in the week. And Sean did a Prize Picks spot on the Connect Mark Williams revenge game. Had less to do with them, but there was something to take away from the Lakers' loss to the Hornets beyond the fact that Lonzo Ball actually played and had big moments down the stretch. If you looked at that game late, not to validate what Nico Harrison said or did, but you can't have this happen with the future star of your team. We'll talk about that when we come back. 11:30 or around there, Michael Carroll will join us. He normally joins us on Friday, but he has a day off tomorrow, so he'll join us today. And Raheel will join us tomorrow. Oh, if you didn't know, that's a weekly segment. Raheel will join us generally every Thursday to talk about what's going on in Houston in his own special way. So he'll join us tomorrow, though. What's happening on March 4th is the occasional invitational, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5's occasional invitational. It's going to benefit kids' meals, and it'll be Fat Tuesday, March 4th at 10:30 at Wildcat Golf Club. Each golfer will receive beverages from Carbach Brewing Company, lunch, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, and 18 holes of golf. Register now at ESPN975.com under the promotions tab if you want to head out there and play some golf for a great cause. John has his team. Lance may play. He has certainly some combine stuff. He's going to head out to the combine starting on, I think, Monday for that, as draft season is in full effect. But the weather should be better, certainly. Just the freeze should be definitely gone, and you can join us out there. We'll be broadcasting live from 7 to 6. The entire lineup will be out there, but the golf will start at 10:30. Okay. One game in the NBA last night, and it had more drama than you would think for a Hornets-Lakers game. Luka was awful offensively. He's still working his way in. A lot of standing around for him late because LeBron tried to take over and almost did. But the one thing I really took from it was you can't have your future franchise player being subbed off in offense, defense, and substitutions for Jared Vanderbilt. And that's what Luka was having. That's what J.J. Redick had to do because the Hornets, their whole offense late was target Luka, get him in actions and see what we can do. And, of course, J.J. Redick responded with, this is killing us, so I got to get him off the floor. The funny thing is the final really deciding basket was Lonzo Ball taking Vanderbilt off the dribble for a layup in the lane that really gave the Hornets the deciding margin. Lakers hit a three to get back in. In fact, LeBron hit it to make it 98-97, and then the Hornets came down and hit 2 free throws. LeBron missed a couple threes late that would have tied the game, which makes him now 1 for 29 since he joined the Lakers in game-tying or game-winning shots late. It's not a great number, but if you go across the history of the NBA, no one has a good percentage who've taken those shots because it devolves into one-on-one basketball. They stop running actions. We don't run a set. Nothing's called. I don't know why coaches do it. Maybe because they think just keep the ball in the best player's hands, and you'll take that option over a potential turnover because someone doesn't set the screen the right way or your play is read. So it's always ISO, maybe a ball screen, but other than that, it's like give the best player a shot. And LeBron took a couple threes, missed them. Lakers go down. But beyond that, the Luka thing, whatever. Nico Harrison's going to get crushed. Will continue to get crushed.
If he keeps playing like this, he won't.
It's been a couple games. But maybe J.J. Redick wouldn't have done it if Luka had a better night offensively because, if you do get a stop and you decide not to call a timeout, now Luka's not on the floor for your final possession. So that's the give and take when you want to do offense defense. But you cannot have your future franchise cornerstone being a guy you sub off the floor in these situations. He's got to be able to stay on the floor because of the situation I just laid out. Or you don't have any timeouts. Now, I understand Lonzo Ball is a creative player, and the Hornets, like I said, went after Luka every time they could late. But should it be something that Luka takes to heart and go, you know what? It's 3 games into my Lakers career, and I'm getting subbed off the floor for Jared Vanderbilt late. Maybe I figure out a way. And the ratings will tell you it wasn't bad defensively. The Lakers weren't bad with him on the floor as a defender. They were much worse with Vanderbilt on the floor. It just so happens that Luka doesn't have the reputation for being a good defender, and his on-ball stuff is terrible. They're showing the highlights of the game right now. He was on skates, but so is Vanderbilt on the final plays. So it's a thing. Good offensive players are great ones are going to get after anyone for the most part who's guarding them. On ball, Lonzo is going to make guys look silly. Despite him not being really a winning player, if you just put the ball in his hand and say go to work, he's going to have the advantage for the most part. It's not great though. It's not great.
No, the real issue is the offense for Luka, where it's like, hey, we're just always going to make he's more of an offensive player than a defensive player trade. That's like, you need the offense to.
Yeah, I think if he was having a good night, he may not get subbed off the floor. You just take.
Well, also, if he's having a good night, they're not in a one-possession game with the Hornets.
Yes, but that's the thing. If he's having a good night, he's not even in that position.
5 for 18.
He was awful last night. It was a makeup game from the Fires, I believe. That's why they were the only game playing last night.
Yeah.
It was a makeup game from the Fires in LA. So it's just the takeaway. It doesn't have to mean the world. Doesn't have to mean it's the future of the Lakers where they're going to try to get him off the floor. But JJ Redick said, no, not tonight. You're not playing well enough offensively for me to take that risk. They still wound up losing the game. And does help the Rockets out if we care about seeding right now. They are battling the Lakers for that 4 or 5 seed.
That was my first thought. 4-5 supremacy.
Rockets gain another half game
with 24 games left.
Maybe important. You say with 24 games left. It's only 24 games. Is it 24? How many?
It's something like that.
It's around.
It's
there.
like they've played 50. I think.
Yeah, it's around there. But there's enough season to go where we can make the joke. But in a couple weeks,
every game matters. Every game matters. They played 55 games so far. So
27.
27. Yeah.
Yeah. So in a year where you're trying to secure home court, the Lakers dropping a game to the Hornets of all teams at home helps.
Rockets lost night 1 to the Hornets, so that's a wash. That game does not matter anymore.
Do they have to go to Charlotte still? I don't remember if they've played in Charlotte yet.
I think they do. Because I know the Rockets have a very easy schedule compared to the rest of the West, so I imagine the Hornets are on there dragging the average down.
Yeah, they're 2 games back of the Nuggets, a game up on the Lakers as they begin their unofficial second half of the season here on Friday. ESPN game against the Wolves. Got Anthony Edwards coming to town. Man who wants no part of being a face of the league. And we'll see if the Rockets turn him back into, well, he's never been really a Chrysler 300, but he was a phantom. He pulled up against the Rockets when they felt like they were the phantom, but they turned out to be just the Chrysler 300 when he decided he wanted to take over. We'll see if Dylan Brooks has some better than to agitate Anthony Edwards into one of the better nights of the season for him. I'd appreciate if you maybe it's not Dylan Brooks' style, but maybe leave Anthony Edwards alone. Let's try the quiet approach. Let's just try playing hard defense. Don't flop to piss him off. And, maybe not anger him.
Yeah, I was going to say, can we try just good defense?
Good defense. And, he will respect you playing hard.
Yeah. The Rockets have already gotten their revenge.
Oh, they've already beaten.
Yeah. The Monday, December 23rd.
It's good to hear.
I understand why I forgot about it because
it was the day before Christmas.
And Eve. I didn't work for like 10 days after that.
Yeah, I was on vacation. So no surprise.
You know what? I probably missed Rockets Hornets.
You mean you didn't just tune in for the joy of watching Rockets Hornets basketball in Charlotte?
It was a 13-point win.
It would have been enjoyable. At least it wouldn't have been the misery of opening night when they lost.
Jabari Smith, 21 points, led all scorers.
We're missing Jabari right now. Keeping Amen Thompson in the lineup, the starting lineup was a lock, and everyone said, "Hey, he's got to start." Now that the losing's begun, we'll see what Ime does. I think most people still want Amen in the starting lineup. We'll see what Ime thinks. Now that the numbers have told you the Rockets haven't been really all that good with Jabari out for an extended amount of time. Of course, that does coincide with some time missed by Fred VanVleet as well. They've had injuries beyond just Jabari, but
Şengün missed a couple games.
Yeah, Tari just misses anytime there's a back-to-back. So there have been other factors, but it almost felt like Jabari Smith was relegated to a bench role. He would have played a prominent bench role, but now I'm not that sure what they're going to do. We will see. Before we get to Michael Carroll at 11:30, we did talk about what an NBA exec said about the possibility of Ja Morant being traded in the offseason. Well, the Memphis GM actually has responded to it. So we'll get to that when we come back. And maybe a couple more things because we'll probably spend most of the last part of the show, talking to Michael about what you should or shouldn't watch. So we'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
NBA reporter Howard Beck was on the Real Ones podcast. I think that might be a Ringer podcast. Raja Bell might be part of that. But he said, keep an eye on Ja Morant being traded. He was one of several players that could, at least in Howard Beck's eyes, be on the move in the offseason. And this came from the response to that was swift from Zach Kleiman, the Memphis GM. He told the Daily Memphians Drew Hill this: I can't blame other executives for fantasizing about us trading Ja, but it's just that fantasy. We are not trading Ja. Continue to underestimate Ja. Then he got into his bag here. Continue to underestimate Ja, this team, and this city. We will let our performance on the floor speak for itself. I'm not going to give this nonsense further oxygen and look forward to getting back to basketball. Hey, man, that's just one man's trade speculation. Who's underestimating the city of Memphis? What's he talking about? What's he talking about? Who's talking about Memphis in that way?
Don't underestimate our city. What are you running for city council?
Yeah.
Like,
what's he doing? I mean, like I said, he got into his bag. You want to? I don't know that many people. I think some people are underestimating Memphis for reasons. I mean, but the city. It's Memphis Grizzlies, by the way, underestimating them. But the city, who's talking about Memphis in that way? What's he talking about? Hey, look, you want to sell that you love your city. Understood. You want to back your city. Understood. But I'm not sure that is a conversation being had by many. Man, Memphis ain't gonna get it done.
They kind of fell off.
You mean the Grizzlies? No, the city itself. It's not gonna get it done.
Yeah,
it's not capable. What are you talking about?
They fell off after Elvis left.
So we've been underestimating Memphis for a long time.
Yeah.
Then,
well, there's other stuff that happened there.
It's true.
I won't.
You don't want to get into.
I don't want to.
Oh, when Mike Norvell left is what you're talking about.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that's the thing you don't want to touch.
Yeah, when that hotel balcony. Yeah.
Well, that's when the deal happened. That's when Florida State convinced them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So just know, don't play with Memphis, or at least don't play with Memphis's name around Zach Kleiman.
The city of Memphis.
Yeah, the Grizz, he'll back too, but the city itself. All right, cut it out. You're looking for a cheap pop wrestler.
Yeah.
That's a very wrestling thing to do. Looking for
here
the
in
cheap
the
pop.
great
city of Memphis. What? You're the GM, not what's I was gonna go Rollins. I forgot that guy's name. Seth Rollins. You're not Seth Rollins. Cut it out. I'm glad Memphis is being underestimated, and they're gonna use that chip on their shoulder to lose in the second round, if they're lucky.
Yeah. Oh, whoa! Sounds like you're underestimating
the Grizzlies, not the city. I would never.
Okay.
I would never. I don't want Zach Kleiman coming after me about the city itself.
No. It's a beautiful city, I'm sure.
I spent time in an airport there.
Mm-hmm.
In fact,
they have the Bass Pro Shop pyramid there, so that going for them.
This is going to get a little morbid. When we were flying from LA before we moved to Houston, we had to go through Memphis. Lorenzen Wright was on the flight, and then we got off the Memphis. We got to our connection from Memphis to Houston. But I remember I was like, oh, that's Lorenzen Wright. Things didn't go well for Mr. Wright later, unfortunately, but I do remember him on that plane. Some other things to get to. We had a call from Lazy J being all scared about Erling Haaland playing against Real. They had their playoff knockout second leg game.
He was terrified.
Man didn't even play.
Oh.
Didn't even play. Mbappe scores 3. They take out a Man City, and Haaland was a sub and didn't even get in the game. I should have picked up on him being all scared. I thought he was asking like a legitimate question. He was just fearing for his Real Madrid life. I hope Haaland doesn't get it together. What you worried about? You're in the Bernabeu worried about Man City and Erling Haaland. This version of Man City just kicked their ass. It was an embarrassing display by Man City. They're not what they once were. It's just going to make them spend a whole lot of money in the offseason transfer window. But I had Lazy J calling in all scared. Forgot. I should have picked up on that. I knew he was scared. But yeah, that happened last night it was in the afternoon here last night in Spain as Man City drops the leg and the tie. And surprisingly enough, Real Madrid's on their way again because they're never successful in Champions League. Oh, right. They have the most Champions League titles of all time by a good distance. So just closing some storylines from yesterday. Coming up next, we'll be joined by Michael Carroll. He will have his review of Captain America Brave New World. He has also watched The Gorge. We will talk about that in somewhat serious fashion. And then he'll give you some things that haven't come out yet that you should or shouldn't watch. Watch the newest episode of Paradise, still a banger. Show still a banger. So a lot to get to. And Art, I'm not sure Michael Carroll knows that much about the Academy Awards when it comes to music. So I'll ask him off air. I'm not gonna ask him your question on air. And if he doesn't know anything, we just gotta sit here while he goes, I don't know. So we'll figure that out. And if he has an answer for you, we'll get to it as well. If you want to ask Michael Carroll a question, you can 713-780-3776, or just talk about something you're watching. And we can talk about that too. So that'll be the segment for that. We'll get to Michael Carroll when we come back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And guess what? More than just the Lakers and Hornets are playing basketball tonight. In fact, most of the NBA is playing basketball tonight. We have made it through the long couple-day stretch where Yeah, there was some college basketball, but for the most part, it was a pretty quiet sports half of a week. And now it's all underway with the NBA. There's some soccer. There's some spring training is available on Prize Picks. Some projections for Yamamoto. Do you think he's going to throw for more than 2 strikeouts? I have no way of knowing. But all that pales in comparison to what's on the line tonight in Boston, Massachusetts. The Four Nations, I guess, final. I don't know. I know it's Canada. I know it's the U.S. I know the fate of the world, at least the hockey world, is in the hands of the group of Americans in Boston. So, are you going to do the patriotic duty, your patriotic duty, and take mores on all the U.S. hockey players and lesses on all the Canadian hockey players? Sidney Crosby, less than half a point. Austin Matthews, more than half a point. The Canadian goalkeeper, Jordan Binnington, whatever, less than 26 goalie saves. It's going to be a star-spangled beatdown in Boston, and you can make a little bit of money on it on Prize Picks. All you have to do is download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
Welcome back to the show. Michael Carroll is here with me, the host or the co-host of Comicast. He does that with John Lee. You can hear that anywhere you listen to podcasts. And Art, I asked him off the air. He does not have an answer for your question, so we won't get into it about
8 Mile.
That's what he knows about Oscars music.
Yeah.
8 Mile did win an Oscar way back when.
And the what's the other one? 3-6 Mafia. They won.
Hustle and Flow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he knows some things, but not the question you're asking about.
Two things from 25 years ago.
Trenton Reznor and
It counts.
Atticus Ross getting snubbed at the Oscars.
Oh, they did get snubbed. I'm so upset.
I just stop it.
Oh.
Don't
I was answering his question.
You didn't answer. You just repeated it and pounded your fist
Ah, mad.
because you're infuriated about it.
Just respect my guy Trent Reznor like that.
Oh, your guy.
I respect him. I get it. Music's never been my bag. I'm just
No,
gonna say it.
I watch challengers and I'm like, whatever, it's fine. I mean, people are very. Oh, look, sweaty tennis players and Zendaya is playing them both, or Zendaya is playing them both.
Yeah,
Zendaya. I want to make sure to get that right. Zendaya is playing them both. Whatever. It's a fine. It's an okay movie. I didn't get the hype.
No, not a Challengers fan.
There is a thing for whatever reason in major media. I can't get that takeoff. Keep that one to myself. Never mind. It's not something I want to delve into on air. Forget about it. I'm not going to do it.
So reviews.
Let's delve into Captain America.
Brave New World. Let's start with Captain America: Brave New World. We've all seen it, correct?
Correct.
I saw it Friday night, and while I wasn't overwhelmed by the movie, I also spent like the first 45 minutes going, why did people kill this movie so much? I didn't really get it. Some of the exposition it's a lot. You got to explain things, mostly because it's a Hulk sequel for the most part. They made the joke that fell flat because we've already seen it in the trailer where they go when Harrison Ford's talking to Sam Wilson, Anthony Mackie's character. Anthony Mackie says, "Man, I like the new look." Yes, it's because he's a different actor, and yeah, I get it. But I saw it in the trailer, so it didn't hit the same if I hadn't seen it. So it's okay. I mean, at least the first weekend, the box office did fine. We'll see if there's a major drop off and whether critics were right about it being rock bottom for Marvel or not. But yeah, I thought it was nuts. I thought that's nuts. But as far as you're concerned, Michael, and of course, Sean, you want to get in on it as well. What were your thoughts?
So Jong and I released our full spoiler review this week, and it was about an hour-long conversation about this movie because there's like two things with surrounding the movie: the discourse around the movie and the actual movie itself. The actual movie itself is a very, very okay movie, very, very solid.
I would agree.
And that's where I go to the discourse of this movie, where it feels like it's extremes, where you either absolutely love this movie, it's one of the best movies Marvel's done, or it's a terrible, terrible movie. And like you said, Marvel's hit rock bottom. It's not either of those. It has its flaws. But that being said, I think last week I said it would be very middle of the road, like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. And after seeing it, I stand by that. Like it's a very okay movie. There are things that I didn't necessarily love about it, and there's things where it felt like the character Ruth. It felt like her character could have been combined with another character because her character didn't really seem to have a purpose outside of being a former widow.
Yeah, they changed that backstory for her for reasons. It did take me out. Look, there is a certain thing. Another thing I don't really want to get into, but I will. There is a certain thing about physicality, and you have to believe that this person is capable of what they're doing.
Giancarlo Esposito?
I was going to talk about him, but I was going to focus on Ruth because since she is formerly of the Black Widow program, let's go to and the Red Room. Let's go to Scarlett Johansson. While before the role, you wouldn't suspect Scarlett Johansson would be someone who could play in some way an action star. But when you look at her on film and not through the eyes of Tony Stark, because he had a certain view of her, particularly early in those movies, she can pull off the physicality, even if she's not doing the stunts. Just her walking around in the suit or whatever, it feels like okay, I could buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, while the character you're referencing didn't have a suit to wear, she actually had a pantsuit as opposed to an actual superhero suit.
They kind of gave her a little something
at the end, back half of the movie.
Yeah,
she is a very small individual. So when she's walking next to the likes of Sam and Joaquin, while they are actors and aren't giants, they tower over her, and it makes it look like, why do you have this? I won't call her. Why do you have this small woman playing this role? It took me out of it in some ways.
That one didn't bother me just because it's when they say Red Room, it's like, okay, that's your explanation.
Yeah, you can explain why she's capable of that.
Florence Pugh's a smaller one, you know, like different ones like that didn't bother me.
Maybe small and slight as opposed to small and maybe has a bit more bulk.
When you mentioned physicality, I had a similar kind of, I guess, complaint to a certain extent. And that's with Giancarlo Esposito, Sidewinder, for two reasons. One, he is an older man. He's like 60 whatever years old.
Sure.
And he has a fight scene with Anthony Mackie that, like, they do their best to edit with it, but like he's just a slower individual.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I know he wanted to do the physicality of the role, but it felt like he was miscast because it felt like that should have been somebody on the level of like a George St. Pierre, not necessarily acting wise, but just like George St. Pierre was Batroc in Winter Soldier and Falcon and the Winter Soldier series, but somebody along those lines to be that, because he's basically a character that the hero defeats early on in the movie. Like that's not a spoiler. It's just, it is what it is. That should be somebody younger and just somebody that Sam can prove his mettle against. Giancarlo is such a top tier actor. He should be in a much bigger role.
I would
agree
agree
Marvel
that if we're using
MCU.
him, they used him for exposition dumps and to have Sam win a fight. No, I don't think it's exactly the proper role for him.
I think that's I don't love that casting. Again, he did his menacing dialogue at the very beginning. Like he's a very menacing actor and plays a great villain. That should be he should be like a Norman Osborn. He should be like somebody upper level, not Sidewinder of the Serpent Society.
Yeah.
Who's just going to be popping up every now and then that's it.
And, they cut out scenes from people who were supposed to be part of it too. Like people like
Seth Rollins, I believe, is supposed to be in it.
Rosa Salazar, who's an actress of some acclaim. You would recognize her face. For some people who don't know her name, she was supposed to be in it, but they cut out her scenes. She was supposed to be part of that Sidewinder Society. So they didn't make it a major thing, but they had Esposito, so they weren't going to get rid of him. They put him in the trailer and stuff.
I think that's just a miscalculation.
Yeah, I would agree. Now, I would say at the end when there's a fight between the Hulk, the one they put in every promo and trailer, I was happy to be. To see a Hulk that wanted to get after it. Like, for several years now, it's been the Mark Ruffalo Hulk who either doesn't want to fight because Thanos kicked his ass, or he's smart Hulk and he's putting on glasses and a cardigan, his arms in a sling, as Sean pointed out when we talked about it. I was actually glad to see a Hulk who, if not for being talked down, may have murdered a superhero.
It's been probably since Ragnarok 2017, right? Like it's been a while since we've seen this kind of Hulk. Jong had the same, like, I've missed this so much. And I don't know that we'll ever get Bruce Banner's Hulk to be like that ever again, at least this current iteration of it. So it was nice to see that he did the clap, the sound wave clap and everything. Like I'm all about it.
Yeah.
I thought the fight was really well done. I
liked it.
I thought for what it was, I thought it was really cool.
In the middle of it, at some point, okay, then Captain America's not going to die. Sorry about the spoiler for everyone. But
what?
But while you're watching the fight, you're like, he could kill him. Like
it felt like
if they decided to go a certain way, it'd be very believable that this Hulk would have murdered. Well, if you murder the Black Captain America in the first movie, his first movie, it's brave. Good luck.
Brave New World.
Yeah, exactly. We murder characters you don't think will die. So I appreciated that while watching it. It was like, okay, this is a tough one for Cap.
Which, to that point, I kind of wish they made a through line more prominent of should Sam take the serum or not. Yeah, it's mentioned once in the middle,
and it's mentioned back in the show.
Yeah. And because there's a line where Sam says something to another character about, I don't think Steve should have gave me the seal, or maybe Steve made a mistake. I was like, I don't like that line because we went through that. You have proven that you want the shield and have proven yourself to have the shield and all that. The third line of should he take the serum or not, I felt like should have been explored more. It's treated as a joke towards the end. I laughed at it. I thought it was funny, but I just felt like that could have been explored a little bit more, because now that's the next test, right? How does Captain America, regular human, go up against the Hulk, go up against some of these bigger threats? And he proved that he can. So that's why I just kind of wish they explored that a little more. I'm in the camp of, I don't care if he does take the serum or if he doesn't. I think it's strong for his character if he doesn't, and I think it proves how different he is and how capable he is.
Yeah.
So
and maybe it's a thing because considering the ask by Ross, or the Harrison Ford character, that what he's asked to do, that he will be in more of these types of situations considering what Marvel has planned, and it might be something that gets explored later because the Hulk won't be the only superhuman thing he'll have to face if they go with this plan.
two really quick things. One, I forgot to mention this on Jong and I's recording, so I wanted to mention it here. All throughout the movie, main characters, side characters, bit characters, whatever, everyone calls Sam Cap, even outside of the suit. And I appreciated that small detail. It's a small, subtle thing, but I think it says a lot for where the world's at in terms of, that's Captain America now.
We remember the line from one of the trailers or the promos where he goes, "You're not Steve Rogers," and then of course, you're right. You're right. I'm not. But other than that wasn't actually a real big thing in the movie where he's not Steve Rogers.
I don't even think that, like, he says that, but the
"you're not" part is not in the movie.
The response is not in the movie.
It's not in the movie. So Michael's correct. It was a lot of this is Cap. There's no question about that. Now, of course, there's some beyond the superhero stuff where, because he's the Black Captain America, there's some things he is dealing with as well. But as far as how people treat him, no, that's Captain America.
I like that. The thing I didn't like, the post-credit scene's bad. It's not a good post-credit scene.
So while you were railing against people leaving,
I was railing against people leaving. Then I saw the post-credit scene.
You wish you would have left.
You know what? I could have left.
I knew that after you get past like the mid credits, like you have whatever, like 10 minutes before the post credit, and I had to pee for the last like 45 minutes of the movie, and I got out, did my business, came back in, credits still rolling, and then that scene pops up, and I was like, I should have just walked to my car.
You should have just walked away. Yeah. Yeah. Some people have like, oh, that's one of the worst post-credit scenes in Marvel history. And some people are like, no, it's not. And I was like, well, I don't disagree, but I have to think about it in terms of post-credit scenes. But that was not a good post-credit.
Without spoiling it. And it's like right on the borderline where I don't even know if I can't spoil this because of what it sets up is something that we as a movie-going audience have known for 5 years.
Yeah, exactly. It's just it felt like oh yeah, we're doing that other thing, by the way.
Hey, you like this really grounded, like, not super grounded.
No, but grounded for what it was. Yeah,
they fly around a celestial.
We're staying in one universe grounded.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
It's geopolitics of Earth.
Yeah.
And then
a Red Hulk.
They go, hey, also remember this other stuff that's going on. It's like, yeah we know.
Yeah, I didn't.
You've been teasing that for half a decade.
I would want some sort of bridge into Thunderbolt. That's what I thought we were getting, is some sort of like
a bridge into
basically
Thunderbolt,
a scene from the beginning of Thunderbolt,
or when it's in the trailer about Thunderbolt Ross wants to bring back the Avengers. Maybe set up Sam starting to go down that rabbit hole or something like that. I don't know.
You throw in Florence Pugh for a mid-credit, after-credit scene because of her Black Widow status.
Yeah.
That would have been fine. Instead, we got what we got.
Or maybe take a bit scene from Thunderbolts and put it at like they did with Ant-Man. They took a bit scene from Civil War and put it at the end. Something along those lines. I don't know. It's not a good.
Kevin Feige walk around.
Yeah. Feige, give us a call. That's all we're saying.
That's all.
We can really sort something.
So that's our review of Captain America. We'll probably be shorter about the gorge, but we've both.
No, I don't think so.
Well, we don't have an infinite amount of time.
Stick around
so
for the post,
maybe we don't spend 10 minutes on the gorge. It got better, at least critical reviews, than Captain America: Brave New World. I saw it at home. Where everyone could see it on Apple TV. It's fine. It's another fine.
It's
movie.
A very okay movie.
Yeah, it's once again a very okay movie. I mean, you got A-list actors. I mean, I put Miles Teller on the A- list, but Anya Taylor-Joy at the A-list. But hey, that's just my opinion. The accent's a little sketchy. The story itself isn't surprising. I did tell Sean that when they go down into the gorge, I almost thought, "What is this? A sneaky Silent Hill movie?" Because of the vibes,
all the fog and everything.
Yeah, but it turns out it's just. Well, I don't want to give away the big reveal, I guess, but it's a very okay movie, and you understand those two taking it for the bag. Understandably, just take a bag from Apple. It's cool. I'm sure they paid you a great deal, and you didn't put together terrible products, so you won't get crushed for it.
Y'all might have talked about this earlier in the week about this movie, but if it's not Anya Taylor-Joy, like if it was somebody else, maybe this movie probably just isn't.
It's just a stinker.
Yeah. Sean, I think you nailed it. Without her, I don't know that this is an enjoyable movie. It's fine for what it is. The love story, it's fine. The when they actually get into the gorge itself, it went in a place I didn't expect necessarily.
Yeah.
I thought I mean, there is a creature angle to this movie. The creatures were not what I expected.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that.
I was not expecting
that. Was the biggest surprise for me.
Yeah, when they first show them, I was like, oh, What
Yeah,
what is happening?
Yeah, because
right
they
now?
sell it. Well, if I try to pick apart what they sell in the trailer, it kind of gives it away. But yeah, it's misleading what the
Yes.
trailer suggests it'll be, and then you see it, and okay, that's something
Which
different.
I mean, I don't mind it. It was just like, I think some of the creature designs was kind of cool. Like, I mean, say what you will about the graphics itself and all that, but I think like some of the designs of them were like fine.
Yeah, so we just reviewed for about 20 minutes 2 very okay movies. There you go. So, is there anything on your list that is better than okay, or are we topping out at okay as far as things to watch this weekend?
Well, I feel like in 2025, more often than not, I've recommended a horror movie for people to watch, even though horror is not really my bag. And I got to do it again this week.
Okay.
Because that's the only wide release this weekend is The Monkey, the new film with Theo James, Tatiana Maslany, Adam Scott, Elijah Wood, and a few others.
So the names are pretty big for the movie.
Yeah, the name's pretty solid. It's getting solid reviews from both critics and audiences, 85%, both sides on Rotten Tomatoes right now. So if folks are into horror and a killer cursed toy, people can go check that out. I personally would just say go watch Captain America Brave New World. That would be my recommendation. But for folks that like horror movies, The Monkey is probably your best bet. That's the only, like I said, that's the only wide release. A lot of limited releases, so some of these may not be in the theaters that are around you, so just kind of be careful. But 2 limited releases I would recommend: Invader and Lifeline. Watch the trailers for those and just decide for yourself. There's a couple like the Cleaner movie with Daisy Ridley and Clive Owen, and Old Guy with Christoph Waltz. Those are like, I would say, middle to bad action movies that are coming out this weekend, and they're reviewing as such so far. There's also, remember when I recommended Werewolves? Or not, I didn't recommend it. I just brought it up.
I watched like an hour of Werewolves, and I could not get through the rest for some reason. I know the reason.
I'm bringing up this movie just because I want y'all both of you to watch the trailer at some point, whenever. The movie called The Bayou.
Okay.
A vacation turns disaster when Houston grad Kyle and her friends escape a plane crash in the desolate Louisiana Everglades, only to discover there's something way more dangerous lurking in the shallows. The shallows being alligators. But the alligators are not normal alligators. They kind of like a cocaine bear situation. Something's gone wrong with apparently a moonshine operation. And they are straight up murdering people now. So
the alligators are purposely trying to kill people?
Yes. If you want to laugh at a trailer, just watch that trailer.
So they're going on like spring break or something?
Yeah. And they're like,
and their plane crashes.
The plane crashes. And we're like, we're going to take you down so low to the Everglades or whatever they say, the wetlands, and we're going to show you the sights. And then the plane crashes and like, oh no, what are we going to do? And then people just start getting got.
I have so many questions about the plane aspect of this movie.
Don't worry about that.
I'll move on.
Just move on for that part. But
yeah, moonshine, huh?
Yeah, according to Google. Maybe that's wrong, but that's what I saw.
The movie is The Bayou.
The Bayou,
and it has a Houston connection because Kyle is a Houston grad.
Yeah, go Cougs.
We'll see how the South African actress pulls off whatever she thinks is a Texas. I wonder if they will give her an accent that makes her Southern or something that is more metropolitan Houston.
Yeah, broad
American, right?
Broad American.
We'll see what she does.
Do you think she brings up Trill Burgers at all or anything like that?
Yeah, will they drop little things to like make it hit home?
Yeah,
we'll see. We'll
like
see.
Moe's show, you know what I mean? Like that's Houston. Or are they
like,
just,
She's
Jamal Jed, please save us.
Nah, she's just going through a gallery, reliving the days of when turkey leg hut was a thing. She remembers the time she would go there with her friends. Let's get to Scott. He's calling in. We'll get to Scott, and we'll get to hopefully a couple more things before we wrap it up. What's up, Scott?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I was just calling to see if you guys have checked out White Lotus at all this season. Last 2 seasons really good. This one 2 days ago maybe released.
Yeah, on Sunday night.
Decent first episode.
I watched episode 1. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the week. There is apparently maybe an incest plot that plays better during Game of Thrones than it would during a modern show. It's set in Thailand. I mean, there's a giant K-pop star in the show. Lisa from Blackpink's in it. Apparently, I don't really judge acting the way other people do, but
You don't judge it based off Instagram followers or anything like that?
well, Ethan Hawke and Maya Hawke have talked about that recently, but people are crediting her for it being her first time doing it and doing a good job of it. We'll see. It's episode 1. There's a mystery involved. Greg comes back. He was in season 1 and 2. He shows up in episode 1. So I'll watch it. It's Sunday night on HBO. I'll watch it. It's their prestige slot, and they have a show. So I will give it a look. And I've seen the first 2 seasons. So
I'm going to be honest. White Lotus is not
for
my
you.
bag.
Not for you.
It just feels like rich people doing rich people
Well,
things.
yeah. And they're like the worst of the
And
worst.
then the worst of the worst.
And it just shows you that pretty much Mike White, who's the creator of it, is telling you they get away with stuff and they'll continue to get away with stuff. Bad people, bad things don't happen to them. It's kind of a part of the deal.
Yeah, of course.
There
Yeah.
it is.
I don't know. Yeah. White Lotus is not bad.
Not for you. So you would say take it or leave it with that, but you've given us some that maybe go watch, don't go watch it. Is there anything you feel strongly about?
Streaming wise, I would say there's one show I haven't gotten into that I don't know what I've just missed it the first couple of seasons. Reacher season 3 premieres today. The first 3 episodes are out right now.
Sorry, we got breaking news.
Oh, what's breaking news?
Victor Wembanyama expected to miss the rest of the season. That skills comp got him.
Wow.
So the Spurs made a big trade. They didn't have to give up a lot as far as players. They gave up picks to get themselves a running mate for Victor Wembanyama. And that lasted, 4 games or something like that?
Yeah.
Victor Wembanyama out for the rest of the year with the shoulder. Is this a secret tank by the Spurs? Like, hey, we acquired De'Aaron Fox. We know he's going to want to stay here. Let's end this year now and try to get ourselves like another top 5, top 8 pick or something.
Shams Charania saying that Victor Wembanyama has a form of a blood clot in his right shoulder. He's out for the season. Spurs believe this is a isolated condition.
Hopefully. Chris Bosch's career ended because they couldn't get that under control.
Deep vein thrombosis.
So hopefully Victor Wembanyama doesn't suffer the same fate. Different issues, but the blood clot is always scary. So that's the breaking news. Victor Wembanyama out for the rest of the year.
They got a tank at this point. Like, you just got.
they're going to.
You
don't have a choice.
You don't have a choice.
He's not playing. There's no choice. They're not going to be very good.
They're not. They're not tanking. They're just not a good team.
Yeah, they're just not a good team anymore.
Yeah,
exactly.
Greg and Popovich has been out for the better part of the entire year, so it's been a weird year for the Spurs where they make a giant move. And so sorry, the news preempts the rest of the segment. Thank you, Michael Carroll, for joining us.
I get it.
You can find Comicast wherever you listen to podcasts. It's there for you. They have a full-on spoiler review of Captain America: Brave New World. You can hear him and John Lee talk about that. They do a great job, so you should take a listen. Coming up next is Gallant George, followed by the Killer Bees. And if people are wondering where the John Lance podcasts are, I didn't have an intern. I'm going to go do that right now and get your podcast up before you start to yell at me. There's always one guy. It's actually the same guy, to be honest with you.
Always the one guy.
So thank you, Michael Carroll. We'll talk to you next week. Enjoy your time off tomorrow.
Thank you.
Sean, since we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George on Thursday, February 20th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant. No Joe George, who is on a little staycation. He will be back on Monday. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. That weather, am I right, guys? I'm going to start the show doing the same thing back-to-back days. I'm just doing the small talk so that you can do the same kind of small talk at the water cooler later. Sean, that weather, that weather outside, it's weather.
Chilly.
Man.
And then next week, you see the 10 day?
Oh,
not going to be chilly next week.
Is it going to be hot?
Yeah.
Damn.
Or not hot, just like high as 70.
Isn't Houston weather crazy?
Yeah. Don't like the weather. Just wait 15 minutes. All right.
That's so true, dude. That's so true this time of year. So, a lot of stuff to dive into on today's show. Interesting news in the NBA. The San Antonio Spurs have shut down Victor Wembanyama over a blood clot in his shoulder. Hate it when you deal with a deep vein thrombosis in your right shoulder. So he'll be out the rest of the year. He will not meet the 65-game minimum for Defensive Player of the Year. Not a lot to dive into on this except for a couple of things. This is further proof that you need to unplug from all pre-draft conversation in all sports, to me. And I know this doesn't mean Victor Wembanyama's career is over, but it doesn't mean it's not over. You know what I'm saying? It's possible that the Rockets lucked out in having Amen Thompson fall into their laps at 4th and not getting that number 1 overall pick. You never know how stuff like this goes. You really don't. I'm sure there was a moment in time where people were looking at Sam Bowie, who was taken 2nd overall ahead of Michael Jordan, as actually a good player in that same NBA draft with Hakeem Olajuwon. Or at least someone with high upside. And then he had a ton of injuries. And obviously things didn't work out. But all I'm saying is, you get so excited about someone being drafted early on and then freak stuff like this can theoretically happen. We'll see if he's ever the same guy again. Also, I think it leaves open an opportunity for the Houston Rockets. I don't know where Amen Thompson would rank among players with a chance to win Defensive Player of the Year, or if he's even going to be able to qualify just in the eyes of everybody out there. But I think Thompson is one of the best defensive players in the NBA. And if he's looking to make his papa, Ime Udoka, proud, playing the best defense he possibly can the rest of the way, and maybe getting that award, that's a way to get your dad to give you that hug that you've always been dying for. Because, Ime Udoka is a lot like a crazy father when it comes to Amen Thompson, because any point scored against Amen Thompson, Udoka is angry. We knew that because Amen Thompson told us that a little bit ago. Ooh, we got some hot takes already on the Twitch. Will Wemby be the next Yao Ming? Thanks. I'll hang up and listen. A good question. It's a very good question. I don't think he will do as much for the international game as Yao Ming did.
No, he plays for the international team, but not like how Yao did. Yeah. No, I mean, with the guys this big, you worry about their feet. This shoulders, complete opposite side of it. They're 7 feet apart.
Yeah. I mean, listen, he's a wiry guy, and he's already having
deep vein thrombosis,
which, of course, as you know, Sean's a doctor. I'm a doctor. That's bad.
Let me look at the chart. Ooh, don't like that.
You don't want that. That's
No.
why he's being shut down the rest of the year. So, just something of note to open up today's show. Victor Wembanyama, done for the season. Will his career ever recover? I don't know. Spurs have had some crap luck when it comes to just weird health things this year between Greg Popovich and Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah. Wow. Didn't even think about
It's
that.
it's been just a bad year for them in terms of luck, which, listen, this is not me wishing bad luck upon them, but the Spurs have had a horseshoe, that horseshoe spur, whatever the hell their logo is. It has been firmly lodged up their keister for a while. How do you get David Robinson and Tim Duncan and Victor Wembanyama?
Yeah. And you're bad for like 5 combined years.
Right.
And you get those 3 guys.
Exactly. The Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away. But we wish Victor Wembanyama well. Astros at spring training. We're getting closer and closer to opening day. 35 days away. Justin Verlander days away. I want to focus on Isaac Paredes. Isaac Paredes was asked about filling the shoes of Alex Bregman at third base earlier this week. Here's what he had to say en español.
¿Cómo se siente reemplazar a Alex Bregman, que es un jugador que estaba aquí mucho tiempo con los Astros? ¿Hay alguna presión por eso, de reemplazarlo?
La verdad no hay presión,
Okay. I don't know what was asked there. Continue.
La verdad no hay presión, reconozco la carrera y la trayectoria de Alex Bregman, mi respeto hacia él, es uno de los mejores tercera base que ha habido en la MLB, y mi respeto, pero bueno, ahora me toca suplir esa posición, no tengo presión, solamente quiero ayudar al equipo en lo que se pueda.
Okay, pause. Let's see if could Paul pick up on any of that thanks to the magic of Duolingo. At some point, and maybe it was the translator, and maybe it was actually Isaac Paredes, the second voice you heard there. Actually, check that. The first voice was the guy asking the question on Espanol. Oh, look at me, I'm fancy. The second guy was Isaac Paredes answering there. And I did pick up a word, but I don't know which guy said it. And it was tiempo. And it is kind of sad that that's the word I pick up because of my obsession with El Tiempo. Does that make me perhaps a little bit of, let's just say, not a xenophobe, but uncultured, because the only Spanish word I can pick up is tiempo along the way with that question that was asked of Isaac Paredes and then his answer.
Do you know what tiempo means? Like in English?
Time.
There we go.
I got it. All
there
right.
We go. Well, is there a bunch of clocks at El Tiempo?
No, I just know.
It has a lot of the same letters. Yeah.
So El Tiempo is just the time. Interesting.
I guess it might be a different translation, but that's the literal one.
Anyway, here's what Isaac Paredes actually had to say to this Spanish-speaking reporter via his translator.
No pressure. My respects to Alex Bregman. He's a great ball player, great career, but there's no added pressure. I'm just ready to replace him at third base and do whatever the team do. That's what the team.
No pressure. By the way, it seems like the Astros have a new Spanish translator on the team, and we'll see how he does over the course of the year. But no pressure. Is there no pressure on Isaac Paredes? That's crazy to say.
There should be a little bit of pressure.
I think there's a good amount of pressure on Isaac Paredes. And I say that because I think he's the key to this whole year. I read an article in the Houston Chronicle from Matt Kawahara about Paredes, his numbers and everything. And this is a very fun, if you want to have like the meatiest piping hot take with the best potential to pay off. Paredes being a part of what the Astros really want to do now, being the model citizen outside of Altuve and Yordan Alvarez, is something that is real. I say that because we've heard from Joe Espada that he wants he wants all Astros players to be more patient this coming season. Did you know that Isaac Paredes' walk rate, 11.9%, is 10th in all of baseball? Did you know that no hitter in all of baseball averaged more pitches per plate appearance? That was news to me. So this guy's the most patient MFer out there. I mean, I thought Alex Bregman would be high up on this list. Nope, that's not him. Guess who else is also very patient? Christian Walker is 10th among all batters in pitches per plate appearance. Dana Brown's got a strategy here. I like it. Those are your two offseason acquisitions. That's what Brown's clearly looking at and saying, okay, we can get a leg up here. And we were clearly too impatient last season. No Astro was ranked higher than 92nd in baseball as far as pitches per plate appearance. I'm not sure which Astro player that was, but those are some fun little nuggets that Matt Kawahara found in the Houston Chronicle. And I look at Isaac Paredes now. extremely patient, pulling balls 49% of the time he makes contact with it. And with a bunch of home runs at the Trop when he was there. And by the way, Trop, second shortest left field fence in all baseball venues. There's only one that's a little bit closer. That's Minute Maid Park. He struggled at Wrigley Field last year. There is a lot that lends itself to, at least at the plate, Paredes being a real fun addition this year. The defense, it's not quite Rafael Devers bad. Joe Espada said he's average, but he was 22nd in runs saved, 29th in outs above average. I at least hope he's ahead of Rafael Devers on that front.
I think Rafael Devers is 30th in all third baseman metrics.
I wonder if Devers is actually worse than 30th, which would be really
yeah,
funny.
oh yeah, because more than one guy per team. Yeah,
Maybe there's just one guy who qualified a little bit higher than him, and he's like, yeah, he's absolutely garbage out there. You know, a trash can at third base, probably a better defender than Rafael Devers. But this does make me excited about Isaac Paredes. I'm curious if you feel the same way. Joe Espada had said on Tuesday of Paredes, I told him, don't try to be like the guy who was there the last couple of years. Maybe not from a defensive perspective, but from a plate perspective, pulling the ball and being patient at the plate, he already kind of is.
Yeah, you can see like the bones of, hey, he can do that again on the offensive side. He can provide that to the offense. And yeah, I guess now that I think about it too, there's actually more pressure because he's the main guy traded, or that was in the
Still contribute this year, right? Because
that was in the Kyle Tucker trade,
right? You look at Hayden Wesneski and you're like, we'll see.
Yeah.
We trust the Astros pitching staff.
Cam
Smith, of course, is like the real guy, but yeah, you're not going to see him this year. So Jim Crane, as he always says, the window's always open. Okay, fine. Well, Isaac Paredes is going to be the guy that has to open it a little bit more.
Just pry it open this time.
And I think it's a little more possible. And okay, he's saying no pressure. No, there's pressure, but I actually think that Dana Brown clearly has a plan here, and I like the plan. And he's not even talking about it in bombastic politician-esque ways, which I like. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George. No Joe, just Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text, and you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. All right. A lot of people, you're bummed out about what the Houston Texans were this past season. Because sure, they made it to the second round of the playoffs. They were more competitive in the second round of the playoffs, but ultimately the season came to an end. But there is one thing that should have you feeling different about who these Texans are. You just have to embrace it. Are you willing to embrace it? I'll tell you what it is next. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Couple of comments from our last segment. We just heard from Isaac Paredes, who says through an interpreter he feels no pressure stepping into Alex Bregman's shoes. A text, hope Astros' new interpreter isn't a gambler. That's from Texas Red. That is a fair concern.
You do have to worry about it.
That is a fair concern.
Literally the only interpreter I know by name.
Ipe Mizuhara. Isn't it crazy? I know his name too.
We know his first and last name.
It's not even an easy name to remember.
No, we don't know the last guy who did the Spanish for the Astros, and he was there all the time.
Listen, he might still be there, but
just Isak has a different guy.
I did not see him with Isaac Paredes.
Okay.
Maybe I think I saw the usual Astros Spanish translator with Yordan Alvarez. I think I'm gonna have to double check on this.
But
anyway.
Still, the fact we don't know that guy's name, we only know of all everyone who's ever done the job.
What if they replaced him because he was gambling? I'm just pausing.
That's reckless.
These are internal thoughts. This is not me actually putting that out as a take.
That's
internal
a reckless
thoughts.
thought. That yes.
Legal better remember that. If I ever go to court over that little moment on the air right there, it's just an intrusive thought.
Mm-hmm.
It's just an intrusive
You whispered
thought.
it, so it's fine.
The intrusive thought defense. Someone that's like the Johnny Cochran of sports media needs to defend me. Some more comments. This is also about the ballpark the Astros play in. A couple people well actually me and said, "Oh, it's not Minute anymore. It's Dyken Park." Okay. Actually, it's Enron Field. First off. Second, I like some of the suggestions as what we could call it instead of Dyken Park. Because honestly, I feel uncomfortable saying Dyken Park because I'm a child.
Yeah.
Raza suggests Doink Park.
I like it.
I like it.
Doink. Yeah, because all the home runs, you can doink, and it's a home run.
Asymmetric Risk says Doinkin Park is a great name.
Doinkin.
I like that too. So let's go.
Yeah. Icebox. It doesn't quite do it for me.
We need the air conditioning to work.
Yeah.
As brought up by
it needs to be
Tony
like
Stark.
cold, but it needs to be like too cold when you get there for it to be the icebox. Where it's like when you go to a game, people are like, I know it's July, but you might want to bring a jacket when you go to Dyken Park because it's cold in there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what if they want to be the icebox.
I want
until then they're the Dyke box.
If I bring a girl on a date, I want it to be so cold that she asks me to put a jacket on.
Yeah.
Allow me to be smooth for once in my life because I'm down bad, guys. I'm down bad. It's not good. Not good. Hey, also Big Ball Squad 2021 on YouTube says, if the Texans' new stadium proposal passes, we're going to get Astrodome 2.0. It would be really funny if they kept NRG Stadium intact. Honestly, as a bit, if they do build the new stadium, I'm going to start a movement to save NRG Stadium.
Yeah.
Because it's historic.
In Houston, we do not tear down stadiums.
It's the first field that had a pallet grass system. It also got rid of that after 10 years because everyone's knees exploded and they were sued. But that's history.
Yeah.
And we can't forget our history. And also, it's really funny to have two historical landmarks just
right
across
next to
the
each other.
street from each other.
Also,
one of which looks so hideous, and the other one doesn't look that bad, but you know.
And a combined 0 championships ever happened in either one of those historical landmarks.
Damn, yeah.
One by the home team. I guess they hosted 2 Tom Brady Super Bowls.
And the other hosted some big events, but yeah, damn, the Astrodome had 2 teams in it and no titles. Just demolish it. I don't understand why it's there. It's gross. All right, guys, I told you there's a reason to be excited about the Houston Texans these days. You know, a lot of you people thought this was a choir boy organization for a long time. You thought wrong. The Houston Texans are the bad boys of the NFL.
Bad boys, what you want, what you want, what you gonna do when Chevy John Brown come for you?
He's saying a bunch of Rasta.
Tell me what you wanna do.
So the Houston Texans are the bad boys of the NFL. This is perhaps a misleading statistic. I don't care. I want to keep this. I want to keep everyone scared that Azeez Al-Shaair might come over the middle and decapitate you. I'm going to read the most fined teams in the NFL and the dollar figure attached to them from 10 to 1. The Dallas Cowboys, 10th most fined team in the NFL. Nearly $406,000 in total fines. Wonder how many of those were involved with Jerry Jones. Some off the field, outside of Jerry World discretions. Apparently he's got a hearing for assault taking place in the near future. Interesting. San Francisco 49ers, 9th place, $419,000. Detroit Lions, 8th in total fines, $444,000. Tennessee Titans, 7th, $472,000. Most fined teams in the NFL, Buffalo Bills, $561,000. Los Angeles Rams, $677,000. Arizona Cardinals, total fines in 2024-2025 season, $703,000. The Pittsburgh Steelers, 3rd in fines in the NFL this past season, $732,000. The LA Chargers, 2nd in fines, $904,000. So by now you probably can guess that the Houston Texans are in first place in total fines in 2024-2025. Get this. The Texans have been fined $3,153,000 over the course of the 2024-2025 season. That is $2 million more than anybody else. They are the bad boys. They're the bad boys you always wanted them to be. It's time to put some respect on their name, as the kids say. It's time to put them on notice. The rest of the NFL, you come here, watch out. We might have guys doing drugs, like Mario Edwards, I guess, was.
Yeah.
Those were not performance-enhancing drugs.
No, Danico Autry was that.
Danico Autry was doing performance-enhancing drugs, and Azeez Al-Shaair's clipping people.
Yeah, might even punch you in the face.
Right. Did he get fined for that? I think he did.
Probably did.
I think he did.
Probably...
Nico Collins got fined. He punched a guy in the face the same game.
Yeah.
He bitch slapped that Tyreek Stevenson, that dumbass who screwed up the Hail Mary in Bears Commanders.
That's probably like $20,000 right there.
Yeah. No, they don't mess around. The Texans' swarm mindset has led to them becoming the bad boys of the NFL. Don't get it twisted. D'Amico Ryans seems like a good guy. Nick Caserio seems like a good guy. The McNairs seem like good people. Outside of the soft launch of panhandling to make you pay for their new stadium. But all that said, these are bad guys. And you should like that. Because honestly, the Texans need any kind of identity at all. There's none. There's been none over their entire history. Right now, it was, well, we have C.J. Stroud and a great offense. And then this past season happened. Yeah. So you need something. Let's be the bad boys. That's fun. Now, like, they're not the successful bad boys that the Detroit Pistons were. But if everyone hates them, like they're the Raiders or the Bengals in recent past, hell yeah. That's something.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think this is something that the Texans can lean into because, like you said, I'm not sure how much of an identity that they've ever had, like nationally, where the Houston Texans are coming to town. XYZ. It's like, yeah, they have J.J. Watt, they have Andre Johnson, like they have Hall of Famers, but there wasn't like how they get down kind of thing. Like, better tighten your chin strap when these guys come to town.
To a degree with Andre Johnson because of the Cortland Finnegan thing. But you're right. For the most part, yeah. It's like, we just like good guys on our team.
Yeah. Texans worthy.
Not anymore.
No. Some bad dudes.
Big Balls Squad 2021 says the Ghetto Boys. Well, that's kind of racist.
Yeah.
Unless you spell it like Ghetto Boys are from Houston, right?
Yes.
So you could do that. If you spell it like that, and then
maybe Texans, have one of them at the game where, like they have to co-sign this.
And the Texans can continue to pander towards the rap community of Houston.
Have Azeez Al-Shaair whatever members of the Ghetto Boys sign off on being there. Danico Autry, Mario Edwards,
yeah.
And then Cal McNair in the middle, throwing up the H.
Mhm.
And Ghetto Boys.
A texter's well actuallying me and trying to destroy the bit, saying, actually, these fines are the last 5 years, and Deshaun Watson had some of them. Hey! Shh! Shh! Don't say his name!
Having a quarterback suspended for 2 years, that might,
Don't say his name! Yeah, or I mean, I'm sure he got fined a lot.
Yeah,
What was
and
it,
like,
though?
and I think some of it's like Danico Autry getting suspended, like, and his game checks are technically fines.
Yeah.
So like he makes like $10 million a year, and he missed 6 of them. So I think there's some of that going on.
I saw Texans Cap reposted this too, and he well actually did. Listen. No, stop well actuallying this.
We need an identity. When you do think about it, though, you are like, wait, they only suspend guys like maybe $25,000.
Yeah.
How do you get up to $3 million?
Yeah. This is not disingenuous at all. This is fantastic. And I mean, they still, like, honestly, for last year, they still got fined a pretty good amount.
No, they got found.
It's like $300,000.
It is like, whatever. A little bit of you're adding an extra zero.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Anyway, Sean Mace behind the glass. No Joe, just Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Put on your tinfoil hat. What's your tinfoil hat theories in the world of sports? We got some for you next, including I don't know what's real anymore. I really don't, because I'm heartbroken about a story that was proven to be false in the last 24 hours. Stick around, Gallant and George.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Houston Texans are bad boys now, guys. Don't let the actuallys on social media change your mind. Over the last 5 years, they've been fined more than any team in the National Football League. I think that's something to be proud of. It's something to build on because the Texans have legitimately never had an identity outside of, hey, we're here, but we're not the Oilers. Some nickname possibilities. This is from YouTube. Big Balls Squad 2021 says 5th Ward Warriors. Shredder says the Houston 3rd Ward Texans. So wait, are the Texans, is NRG Stadium in the 3rd Ward or the 5th Ward? I can't really understand the ward system of Houston. I really don't. I hear the word ward, and my first thought is jail. So like prison ward. And I've always wondered why the wards are used to describe Houston. And it also doesn't feel like it would be nice if it was directional, right? Like
East
south,
ward,
east,
north,
west, north. Instead, we have like numbers. And I only have heard of 2 of them, like the 3rd and the 5th. What about the 1st?
Oh,
Second?
first ward is by I-10 in Studemont.
Okay.
Or
Second ward.
a little bit Sawyer Heights area.
That's the 1st ward of Sawyer Heights?
Yeah, people
Why-
don't talk about that a lot.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm from the 1st ward. I'm like, oh, the Heights? You bougie bastard.
Yeah.
What's the 2nd ward?
I don't know.
Okay.
I've never driven past a sign where it says "Welcome to the 2nd Ward."
Yeah, it's. I mean, I feel like it's a name that you call your community because you want to sound a little more hard. No, because it does sound hard, but it's weird. Like I've heard of the 3rd Ward, I've heard of the 5th Ward, I've never heard of any other wards. Is there a 7th, 8th? How many wards are there? 713-780-3776.
We need a power rankings.
Power rank the wards, please. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Every 12:30 on a Thursday, we do a segment called Tinfoil Hat Thursday. You got any conspiracies in the world of sports? Hit it. Put it on. In case you're watching this on YouTube or Twitch, I am now wearing a tinfoil hat. Here's a conspiracy I have. We've seen a lot of athletes robbed over the last couple of weeks. There's transnational criminals who are burglarizing some of the best athletes in sports. Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Joe Burrow. And some of them just got caught because they were taking selfies. I guess they were all from Chile. Another Los Angeles Football Club striker, Claude Giroux, had his home robbed and he lost $500,000. That's honestly impressive. Olivier Giroud, my bad. Whatever. Soccer doesn't count. Doesn't matter.
Mixing up Claude and Olivier. Is
Claude
very funny.
Olivier, Frenchish. It's French adjacent. But I saw this yesterday and I got a little bit suspicious. Carson Beck had 2 cars stolen overnight. His Mercedes and his Lamborghini were stolen, courtesy of Andy Slater of Fox Sports 640 in Miami. So he got a $4 million NIL deal to transfer to Miami, and he lost 2 cars in one night. Is it possible that he is committing insurance fraud? Is it possible to have 2 cars stolen in one night?
His girlfriend also got her car stolen.
Really?
Yeah, and that one's been returned.
That is,
or has been recovered.
Haley or
Hannah
Cavender. Okay,
yes.
Got it. Interesting. So hers was returned, but
Mhm.
his weren't. And look, okay, he's getting paid in NIL money. He has 2 cars. He probably didn't buy these cars, but I bet he has car insurance for these cars. I'm just throwing it out there. 2 cars stolen. Oh,
2 cars stolen in one night's crazy. 3 really. But
bro, get a garage.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of I get it's not like really his fault, but also
I don't know. It might be his fault. I look at him and listen, there's nothing against
what
him.
you're going to say is unfair.
He doesn't exactly look to be the sharpest tool in the shed, and perhaps that is looksist. But is he parallel parking these cars in Miami? Because it does strike me like a college kid would be stupid enough to do that.
Yeah, that there's some questions there. You know, we talked about the wards, where there's some places where it's like, probably don't want to park my Mercedes and Lamborghini there. I imagine Miami has a lot of the same areas going for them where, hey, maybe he's new in town. He thinks everything's going to be Coral Gables or South Beach. Not really. maybe lock your cars.
Definitely lock your cars. I mean, last night I went to McIntyre's for the Poultry Auction Committee get together afterwards. For those who don't know, I'm a rookie on the Poultry Auction Committee. You should consider donating to the Poultry Auction Committee if you have the means. And multiple cars were broken into at McIntyre's. They were right around my car. Tinfoil hat conspiracy. Did I break into the 2 cars that were next to my car? I guess we'll never know. There's no cameras.
Suspicious.
There's no cameras in the parking lot on McIntyre's.
Huh.
I mean, I'm now more scared that my car's going to get broken into if I go to the bars on 20th than I am to fly a plane. And that's...
Well, to ride in a plane.
I mean...
You should be terrified if you fly a plane.
Nah, I've done a flight simulator. I'd be okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But like riding in a plane or parking on 20th, I'm a little nervous to park on 20th now.
Although maybe your car is just marked with, hey, let's not rob
He's
this
poor.
guy. Yeah, I wasn't going to say that. I wasn't going to ask what cars are parked next to you.
There was a Porsche parked next to me.
Uh-huh.
That one was not broken into, though.
Oh, okay.
No, it was
That's what I would have broken.
It was a pickup truck, and then I think it was a Hyundai that was broken into, too.
Mm.
Actually, wait, no, it was a Mazda. My bad. Mazda.
So, okay.
Whatever. You know?
Then they saw the Volkswagen.
Maybe they were afraid I was a Nazi, and I'd come
they're
after
like,
him.
Don't mess with this guy.
He's like, ooh, this guy.
Or maybe they're Nazis. They're like, he's one of us. Keep it moving.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I do drive a German car.
Proudly.
I don't proudly drive it, but it does go fast. It's one of those things where, like, I had to hook up to buy it. Whatever. I had to hook up to buy it. That's why I got it.
Blitzing down Westheimer.
Yeah, well, you got to, because everyone else is going 100 miles per hour. It's the Autobahn Westheimer. I mean, it's a German name. Interesting. What's real anymore? Tinfoil Hat Thursday continues. If you have any tinfoil hat conspiracies in the world of sports. So we found out yesterday that the John Rocker and Patrick Mahomes Sr. squabble was staged. We know this because Patrick Mahomes Sr., who got a 3rd DWI and was on probation, had to tell a judge that this altercation that took place on Bourbon Street was done so that they could promote a fight, which a contract had been signed for on January 17th. And they would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for Patrick Mahomes Sr. and his pesky inability to drive without drinking. Or maybe you could say it the other way around. I gotta drive.
Or drink without driving.
It's like the new cigarette while you drink. It's like, gotta drive, man. But I'm wondering if anything is real anymore. I saw this post pop up on my Instagram reel feed the other day, and I really believed it for a long period of time. Here is a woman who was very upset with her husband at the Super Bowl.
I'm divorcing my husband because he booed Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl, and I still don't think he believes me, to be honest, but he might want to start because I just filed my paperwork at the courthouse, and you can see right here the date of separation is this year's Super Bowl. I'm not just doing this because of the action of booing. I am doing this because of everything that it represents in our relationship. I have loved Taylor Allison Swift since I was 12 years old. My husband even likes her too. Like, he'll put on her music when we're cooking together. He has a favorite song. It's Girl at Home. But we were at the Super Bowl. It was me, him, and 5 of his buddies. And when they put Taylor up on the Jumbotron, all of his buddies started booing, and my husband joined in. And that just tells me everything I need to know about that man, because he didn't care that that would hurt my feelings. He just wanted to fit in with his boys. He didn't even care that that's not even how he actually feels. He just like wanted to look cool, I guess. And that's not a man. That's a boy. And when you see that, you can't really unsee it. So I'm divorcing him. Thankfully, I have a prenup. I'll be retaining all of my assets as well as the assets that I inherited. With peace and love, he probably will not be returning to the Super Bowl anytime soon. So that's one less booer for you, Taylor. I love you.
So I believe that was real. Does that not sound real?
I mean, there's nothing that would tell you that like there's no part that's a joke.
You
Really,
literally have to go to their profile and read the profile and understand that this person just posts videos like this because they're a troll / sarcastic. But like you watch that is 100% plausible because there's no joking, there's no anything. And now I'm seeing this constantly on Instagram Reels where I'm seeing people just tell bold-faced lies with no humor at all along the way in there, where it's clearly satire. It's just straight lying. And now I really do not know what's real and what isn't real. John Rocker versus Patrick Mahomes on Bourbon Street, not real. What is real? Am I real? Is Sean real? Is this tinfoil hat in my head real? I don't know. I'm questioning all existence. And it's thanks to finding out that the John Rocker Patrick Mahomes fight isn't legitimate beef.
it is funny that like there is sometimes where you see like NBA Centel or one of the other like
Parody
fake ones
accounts, right?
Yeah, and like sometimes it is a joke. Like you could tell that there's a joke there. Like
Yes.
the what MLB on Facts one, where it's like fake MLB ones where like those you can like they're making like an Ipe Mizahara joke or something.
Right.
Like sometimes there's just like false. Like there's just like false information about guys on the trade market or not on the trade market. And it's just like there's no joke here.
And it's very believable seeing this stuff. And from the 281, from What a Stupid Dumb Girl, how did you not know everything you needed to know about this man before you got married to him? Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, there are enough Swifties who are actually like that in real life where that is plausible. And that is a fake video. Doesn't it sound real? Like,
again, there's no like wink at the like this is actually a joke. Like it is all just like it. I mean, I'll be honest. It's like kind of a boring story.
I agree. That's
it's
what
like
I mean.
Not that interesting of a story.
It's so boring that it makes you believe it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And people are just doing this
and
now.
No benefit from doing that.
No benefit other than like it blows up in
Goes
the
viral,
comments. It's because they're trying to get engagement in the comments. So anyway, Tinfoil Hat Thursday, everybody.
What's real?
What is real? What isn't real? Is my hair real? Am I wearing a wig? Do I have plugs? Was Joe never my co-host at all?
Yeah. Has Joe never been here? We hallucinated the entire thing.
I just hallucinated this for a year? Is this the Paul Gallant show now? What's happening? What is going on? I'll tell you what's going on. We need to go to a commercial break so I can figure out what's going on. That's Sean Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. No Joe, just Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. The Rockets, they tip off the post-All-Star break tomorrow night against the Minnesota Timberwolves. What are the biggest questions for the Rockets the rest of the way? We'll ask them. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
No Joe, just Paul today. Rockets tip off the final stretch of the NBA season tomorrow night against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Last game between the Rockets and Wolves was a fun one. The Rockets just ran out of gas in that game and were deservedly called out by Ime Udoka after the fact. The Wolves were playing on the second night of a back-to-back. Anthony Edwards had to have been gassed down the stretch of that game, and he still scored 41 points. And the Rockets looked tired, and they had the night off before. And I get it. They play intense defense, all that stuff. But there's been a lot of calling out by Ime Udoka. And we can at least do this, something I had suggested on my live stream. It has been 6 days since Ime Udoka last called his team soft or questioned their work ethic. Much like those signs you see, it has been X days since accident at some sort of industrial place, construction site, etc., etc. We probably need something like that in studio for whenever we talk about the Rockets. But hey, it's been 6 days, largely due to the All-Star break. It's been 6 days, though. Ime Udoka has not, over the All-Star break, called out Jalen Green's effort to get into the All-Star game by lobbying with people. He has not called out Alperen Şengün for not playing in the second of those All-Star games, despite being on the team that won.
Oh, no, he played. He played.
Just on the second game, though.
No,
But-
he gave up the game-winning basket.
Oh, I thought he wouldn't play at all. It said
No.
like no minutes played. I didn't watch.
He played for like 40 seconds.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that might be the first thing we hear from Ime Udoka.
So
shoot around tomorrow.
He probably muttered it in his living room if he was watching. I cannot imagine Ime Udoka watches the All-Star game, but still, he probably muttered it to himself.
He's probably disgusted by the idea of it.
Amin Thompson saw.
I wonder what he thought of Amin Thompson.
Someone scored on him in the All-Star game. Soft.
Also thought what he thought about of Reed Shepherd. But it's been 6 days since the Rockets have been on record called out for being soft. What are the biggest questions for them coming out of the All-Star break? I think the first one is, has Jalen Green earned another year? And the answer to that, no. Right now, it's no. He hasn't been consistent enough. He becomes a very tradable asset this offseason. He has not earned it yet. This is Jalen Green on a podcast talking about what Ime Udoka is expecting from him down the stretch.
That he wants me to be an all-around player. And what he means by that is he knows I can score the ball. Yeah. But he wants to see me, play defense. If my shot's not falling, getting guys involved, rebounding. So yeah, just all around complete player.
I do think he is more of a complete player. I just think the offense is inconsistent enough to the point where I don't see him becoming his final form here. And at a certain point, you are going to have to say, this is just who he is. He is still young. He can still improve. And that's the tricky thing. He just turned 23. But I don't think he's earned another year to this point. What happens if he has an incredible February and March, which at certain times during the year, you will see young players when the games seem to mean a little bit less to everybody because everyone in basketball seems to hate playing basketball these days. So down the stretch, they all seem gassed, tired, not putting in the same effort, or they're getting ready for the playoffs. So same thing, gassed, tired, don't really give a bleep. They're in playoff position. Let's just get this thing started. So if he does excel in the last couple of months of the year, I could definitely see some people saying, but we've done that a couple of times. We've seen this with Jabari Smith Jr. down the stretch, and we've seen this with Jalen Green down the stretch before too. So as one of the biggest questions for the Rockets the rest of the way, has Jalen Green earned another year? I say no. Also, the second question is this. Is it fair to second guess the Reed Shepherd selection, 3rd overall? There are some Rockets fans who are saying, hey, the Spurs got Stephon Castle. Look what he's been doing. They also got Wemby. By the way, the news today, Wemby's out for the year with blood clots. They're shutting him down. Are people second-guessing the Reed Shepherd pick to this point? Honestly, I second-guessed it from the start, and I'll admit that's 100% That's 100% the fault of judging a book by its cover. It is. I'm sorry. Can't help it. I've been conditioned to think that way by the flag football team I'm on. who doesn't let me play corner, even though we keep getting beat over the top. Interesting. So it's one of those things where I 100% am guilty of looking at him and saying, oh my God, is he 15? Even with his little mustache that he sometimes sports, even with his facial hair that he sometimes seemingly has glued onto his face. It's not believable facial hair. As someone who can grow facial hair very quickly, I understand that. You either have it or you don't. But I think it is fair to second guess Reed Shepard as well at this moment in time. He's young, all that stuff, but he can't get minutes over Aaron Holiday. He hasn't earned the trust of Ime Udoka to the point where he's getting in over that. And I mean, Fred VanVleet's absence, while definitely a detriment to the Rockets, they're 4-8 without him and Şengün this year. It should have lent itself to at least this, that Reed Shepard would get more playing time. We haven't really seen that.
At least over Aaron Holiday.
Right.
Like that's the hurdle that I think you would expect that he's ahead of at this point. And if he doesn't pass him by, and it's a little bit because the Rockets are probably better than even they expected, that they're playing a little bit more serious of basketball where they have to be more conscious with who they're putting out there. But at the same time, dude, you got to be better than Aaron Holiday. You're the 3rd overall pick.
Yeah, man.
I get being a rookie is hard in the NBA. Like most rookies stink. Like they're just not good basketball players their first year in the NBA. But if
At least
we're
they
doing
look like they belong.
Yeah, if we're doing G League minutes year 2, like that's when it gets really bad.
Right. And look, he's doing well at the G League when he's out there.
Yeah, congrats.
But that
the
doesn't
fact
matter.
you're in it is bad enough.
Yeah, exactly.
And year 2. First year, I kind of get why he went down. If next year we're still talking about this, like that's when you can full on second guess the Shepard Castle thing.
Right. And I think it's right now it's fair to second guess.
It's fair, but it is still early.
I agree. It's one of those things though, you just wonder, is he really going to develop because of his frame?
There's questions.
Right. Like the frame makes you wonder, oh, is he just Jimmer Fredette, where 10 years from now we're talking about him as like a 3-on-3 legend or something. Anyway, he's Sean. I'm Paul. No Joe. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Rob Manfred spoke to the media in Arizona the other day and had some very interesting comments to say about the state of baseball. Call me crazy, but I'm going to defend Rob Manfred to a degree in the next segment. You'll find out why next. Stay put. No Joe, just Paul. Rob Manfred is the commissioner of baseball, and he had some sort of media availability in Phoenix, Arizona. In traditional baseball fashion, there was no actual television coverage of this. So bear with us. The audio that you're about to hear was pulled from someone's cell phone in the crowd. Baseball does such a terrible job of covering itself. It really does. I'm surprised by their lack of presence on social media, especially in the video department. But hey, that's neither here nor there. Who cares, right? I'm just saying, if the sport wants to survive, I don't know, maybe get with the effing times.
Yeah, every time D'Amico Ryan's like coughs into a mic, it's on YouTube.
Right.
Like, just can we get this on YouTube at least? Maybe if you don't want to disrupt MLB Network, whatever. Just hey, maybe you had some special with Cal Ripken. I don't know what they're doing. But at least, can you put it on YouTube?
Right. Because generally what they do is they play old baseball movies. So what, you wouldn't rather cover, I don't know, actual Major League Baseball?
Rookie of the Year's on.
It was literally last night when I was at McIntyre's. I'm not even kidding, Sean. MLB Network was airing Rookie of the Year.
I just picked him.
Because I was like, oh yeah, Gary Busey's in that movie. Interesting. But anyway, I don't want to make this about the way that baseball is slowly killing itself with the way it covers itself. Oh, Paul, you don't get it. The revenue's up. Whatever. Cool, dude. Like, you're losing an entire generation because you don't adapt. But Rob Manfred, commissioner of baseball, met with the media, and he was asked about the Dodgers' prolific spending this offseason. Here's what he had to say.
Look, I think that the Dodgers have gone out and done everything possible, always within the rules that currently exist, to put the best possible team on the field. And I think that's a great thing for the game. That type of competitive spirit is what people want to see. By the same token, I said this at the owners' meetings, I'll say it again. It's clear that we have fans in some markets that are concerned about the ability of the team in their market to compete with the financial resources of the Dodgers. And I think if we've been consistent on one point, it is we try to listen to our fans on topics like this. And I have heard people on this, believe me. I get a lot of emails about it. Stay right here.
So there you go. That's Rob Manfred talking about the Los Angeles Dodgers and their prolific spending this offseason. The first part is right. That should be applauded. I get that it's annoying that the Dodgers seemingly are spending way more money. I think they have a payroll of $70 million more than the second biggest payroll in baseball, because that's the New York Mets. I mean, it's insane how much they are spending. But it's good that an ownership group spends so that it can deliver its fans the best possible product. But as you heard Rob continue, that's where he lost me to a degree. Because he's talking about how, well, fans are talking to me and they're wondering about the competitive balance of the sport. No. The fans are not talking with Rob Manfred. And I wish that Rob would call these cheapos out, these poors out. It's not harming fans. It's harming the other owners of baseball, because the Dodgers spending all that money makes the rest of baseball look like a bunch of poors. That is really what it is. I saw Jeff Passan put up a video with the quote, "What the Dodgers are doing is within the constraints of the collective bargaining agreement, but it's really the feeling of not being able to compete that is harming these teams and harming fan bases more than anything." They all have the ability to compete. Scott Boras, who was on the Foul Territory podcast, said you have a number of teams spending below $100 million. But last year, 6 teams they were spending below $100 million, and the money that they get from the general fund that goes to all baseball teams is more than that. So they're making huge profits, and they're not putting any of that money towards the payroll. And these poor little billionaires are a huge reason that for large stretches of time, teams that have Major League Baseball teams will forget about that Major League Baseball team. Because every now and then a team will be good and it's fun and people jump on the bandwagon. Other times, a team that traditionally isn't good is able to put something together that's awesome and continue that success. I point to the Houston Astros as an example of that. You could maybe point to the Atlanta Braves and being on TBS in the 90s as an example of that. You wouldn't have expected the Braves to become what they became, but then they became what they became. It helps to have Ted Turner money. I understand that side of things, but you look across the sport and you know there are lots of teams that aren't even trying to the best of their ability. And I actually would like somebody to help Rob Manfred on that front. Because in that situation, Manfred, he does have to defend these owners. I wish he had the stones to call him out. I wish any commissioner had the stones to call these guys out. Because Manfred should compliment the Dodgers. He should. It's good that they're doing that. They are putting out the best possible product that they can. And they have found a loophole to continue to do that. More teams should be looking for that loophole. Instead, more teams complain and bitch and moan that, oh, well, we can't compete. You could try to compete. Like, trying is the first step in competing. And they won't do that. Manfred was asked about what competitive balance is in this same press conference in Phoenix, Arizona. Here's what he had to say.
It means a lot of different things. I mean, quantitatively, we often talk about not having repeat winners. I think that's important. There are other more sophisticated measures in terms of, the winning percentages and how they're spread. But maybe as important as any of those is the perception of the fan in the market. When you take the free agent market as an example of it, right? You sign a free agent, you don't know what you're going to get on the field. He may or may not make it better. But at least during the winter time, it generates a certain excitement that's good for your market. It gives fans the impression that you're trying, and that's important to the business as well. So there's a lot of different pieces to that phrase, competitive balance, in my view.
And he's gently nudging them there. I mean, he's trying his best. He's trying to get these other owners to spend. He said it right there. When you sign someone during the offseason who's a big-time name, you get excited. I'm sure Boston, even if the team isn't, fans are excited that Alex Bregman has joined them. They haven't had a big free agent signing like Bregman in a really long time. And obviously the Dodgers are excited with the very many deals that they have made over the last couple of years, whether it's Shohei Ohtani or Juan Soto.
Honestly, if you're a Dodgers fan, you're just like, it might be at the point where you just get the alert, you look at your phone and like, sick. Like, it's not, you don't even still get excited. You're like, oh, Sasaki too. All right.
But you still would get it to a degree excited. Yeah. And now they're developing like Laker fan entitlement where, oh yeah, it's just going to work out for us, which, hey, great to have as a fan. That's great. You're the main character essentially when you're spending that much money.
I mean, they're the main character of the offseason because either they're signing guys or everyone else in the league, or not everyone else, but like, I don't know, half the league is bitching about how you're signing everybody.
And they won't even put their names on it. They're doing it all behind the scenes. Like, oh, there are some teams that are scared that they can't compete. Well, they should effing try. I'm seeing some defense on the Twitch here. Slopez69 says, do they have the ability? Let's not act like Milwaukee has the same money as LA. Well, try.
I mean, well, also they do in the NFL. They do in the NBA.
Yeah. Now,
they all find a way to spend the same amount of money.
That lends itself to the NFL and the NBA having the hard cap. And on top of that, the revenue sharing is probably better in those sports than it is in baseball, at least to this point, because baseball is still trying to figure out with the amount of games that they play, how to best monetize streaming. You have all those networks that are falling apart. There's a lot of things going on the baseball side of things that are actual hula hoops that they have to jump through. But that does not exonerate you from not trying. And what really bothers me is that saying like, oh, we don't have the ability to compete with the Dodgers. Like, it is the perfect red herring to say, oh yeah, well they're just spending more than anybody. What can we do? You could point at that and you can still reap the profits. And they're getting tons of money through revenue sharing. Maybe not as much as in the other leagues, but they're still getting a lot of it. And then they cry, oh, God, why are these other teams? Why are these other teams spending more than me? Because you're not trying. Just try. Is it really that hard to try? Like most of these fan bases that are dealing with these small market teams, I get it. Like you're not going to be able to compete for a while, but how about compete every now and then? That's why they're expanding the playoffs to continue to kowtow to you and your cheapness. The only way to make rich people spend is to try to big dick them. Like that's really it. Like I see it amongst my significantly more wealthy than me friends from time to time. Look what I got. Look what I got. Like you got to shame them into it. You can't gently massage them there like Rob is trying to do. More from Rob Manfred. He was asked about the idea of disparity in baseball.
I mean, how comfortable are you with a sport that allows for that kind of disparity?
Yeah, I think that disparity, it should be. It certainly is at the top of my list of concerns about what's going on in this sport. When I say I can't be critical of the Dodgers, they're doing what the system allows. If I'm going to be critical of something, it's not going to be the Dodgers, it's going to be the system.
But the system gives these guys all an escape. He should criticize the owners. They all should criticize the owners. You should criticize the owners. And obviously, here in Houston, you do have it pretty good with Jim Crane. And there are going to be limitations for a lot of ownership groups with how long they can spend a lot of money. This does sound like I'm boboing for Jim Crane to a degree here. I don't want that to be the impression. The guy has spent money over the last couple of years. Could he spend more? Sure. Has he spent it in the wrong places from time to time? Yeah, we all know that. But this is a sport where there are so many owners who get off scot-free. You don't even know the owners' names. And what are you supposed to do as a sport if these owners can hide behind the Dodgers spending and say, oh, well, what's the point? What's the point? It's a sport. It's a competition. Get to the dance. The Dodgers could choke it away. Junior Broncos is saying Dodgers fans got to be terrified that now with all these signings that they've made, how embarrassing it would be if they don't win the whole thing. For sure. Like they're about to experience what it's like for us following the Astros. Like when you win the World Series, oh yeah. When you lose the World Series, like that's especially with the world against you kind of mentality that the sport and fans across the sport have taken against you. But hey, they've tried. And I hate that other teams haven't. And then they just point to the Dodgers and say, well, why bother? Oh, I'm a poor little millionaire. I'm a poor hundred of millions of dollars heir. Right? What would you call that? Like I'm a 9-figure heir. You can do better. Yeah. And I hate to say the most annoying thing in the world, John, like be better, but be better.
I mean, it's like Miami Marlins, their payroll this year is $47 million. It's like that.
It's insane.
It's $47 million.
Someone should
Alex
be held.
Bregman's making 40 this year.
Look how fancy the stadium they play in is.
Yeah, they got a new stadium a decade ago.
Right. It's still a nice stadium.
Yeah.
They should have brought back the crazy contraption from the Wizard of Oz or wherever it was from. But whatever. They got rid of it. But like they have a beautiful stadium. The A's, it was kind of understandable why they weren't making any money. Their ownership group sucks. But do they not have money?
Yeah, there's 8 teams in like just total payroll under $100 million,
which is nuts. And as Boris brought up, like they're getting that in revenue sharing. They are getting that money back. Like, and baseball teams refuse to open their books. And Rob Manfred's never going to ask the owners to do that because I think of all commissioners in the major sports, he has the least amount of power, which is saying something because Adam Silver seems to have given all his away in the NBA. But if you've got Manfred who's standing by and he's saying what the Dodgers are doing is great, he needs to do more. He's got to point at these other teams and say, well, if you are under a certain amount for a payroll, your books should be made public. Like that's the only way you get to justify it. So everyone gets to see the profits. They'll never do it, but that's how you shame these people into spending, just showing that they're being cheap. Because rich people don't like to be perceived as cheap, even if they are.
Yeah, like Jerry Reinsdorf, owner of the Chicago White Sox. I know they're terrible, but like still, dude, you're spending $62 million on your baseball team this year. You're spending more on like Patrick Williams and Nick Vucevic on your basketball. It's like 2 guys' salaries on your basketball teams. But it's if honestly, if there actually is 10 teams that can't spend $100 million in this sport is dead. Like this sport is effed. Like,
I agree.
It's just like if what you're saying is true, or if the defense of the owners is true, then you failed running a. What do we always say about these sports franchises? What we said yesterday about Cal McNair. It's a constantly appreciating asset.
Yes,
you failed Major League Baseball if you cannot have a league where all 30 teams can spend $100 million on a team.
And that's that word you said right there. Can they all can, and they act like they can't.
But if they're what they're saying, then this is kind of what you're saying about shaming them. It's like, then you guys are terrible businessmen. Like you guys are terrible businessmen that you ran this product into the ground.
Clearly, I mean they own things that are vanity projects that have somehow turned into their main source of income, and they're unwilling to actually use that vanity project to, I don't know, make themselves look cooler, which that's the cool part about owning these teams. Oh, you spent a little bit too much money. What, are you going to go bankrupt for spending on a guy that you actually developed in your farm system? And there's a couple of comments on the Twitch and on the text line that are saying, hey, well, the farm system, drafting and developing through that's still the most important way to build a roster. It is. And teams should keep the guys that they develop.
That's it.
And it's weird.
That's the part. That's the part that the Rays don't do. That's why the Rays are the Rays and the Dodgers are the Dodgers.
Well, teams just give up now, you know? And honestly, the Astros did to a degree.
Yeah.
Oh, Kyle Tucker's contract's going to be up next year. All right, well, we're not going to pay him that. Cubs haven't given him the new contract yet. There's this weird, and maybe that goes back to Scott Boras and how much power he has and all these agents pushing for these ridiculous contracts. So the players, to a degree, they're affecting this too. But why do no owners want to keep the homegrown talent that they were effing over with those ridiculous contracts where they can manipulate service time so that a guy doesn't actually earn what he's worth until he's 30 and probably isn't going to be worth what he's getting paid after that's done? So there's a lot of things going on here with the sport. I want to applaud Manfred for complimenting the Dodgers. I also want us to acknowledge that what the Dodgers are doing is not as big of a problem for baseball as the fact that other teams in this sport have the means to spend and they just refuse to do it. It's bull. And I'm glad the Astros don't do that often. You could argue they've done it this offseason.
But they're doing it as they're spending $200 million.
Correct. Because they've made some bad decisions. But listen, you can't be scared to spend because the bad decisions might happen. And that's what it seems like all of these teams do. And hell, even some of the good teams that used to do, the Yankees used to do this all the time. The Yankees, by the way, like they're talking about profits.
Yeah.
The Yankees can afford to pay the luxury tax that they are unwilling to go over. Like they would be totally fine. Like, and we can't do it. Like, shut up.
No. Everyone buys 2 beers and a jersey at one game, and you make that money back.
Yeah, essentially. So I thought that Rob Manfred press conference was interesting. If you want to weigh in on it, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, on Twitch at ESPN 975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Black Bassmaster 420 says, I'd rather be smart about it than just spending money because others are. No, that's fair. But if you're one of these teams that actually stumbles into a generational player, I shouldn't assume that player is going to be gone when his rookie contract expires. You know, if a guy's on the Pirates or the Royals or the Rays or the A's, Marlins, if I see a good player on that team, I assume that guy will be gone within 5 years. Period.
No, but they're being smart about it.
But that's crazy.
That's why the Marlins win so much, Paul. That's why the Pirates win so much. They're being smart about not spending money. These perennial bottom feeders, they're being smart but not spending money.
And it's funny because you know what? You can sell a fan base on that.
Yeah.
And I know that there's a lot of people in my field who are smart enough to know that. This is not rocket science by any means. But I saw last night a back and forth on one of the Speak for Your Pizza shows where Mad Dog Russo, who does stuff for the MLB Network, is saying like, "Oh, so yeah, so what the Dodgers doing is ridiculous." And Stephen A. Smith, the baseball outsider, the baseball outsider knows more about baseball than the shill, says like, "This is about the owners." And like I've been beating this drum for a while. When I was in Seattle, the chairman of the board for the Seattle Mariners, John Stanton, we would have a meeting as a station, the entire station, with the Mariners brass. And it was always so tense because there were a couple of people at the station who justifiably would question them politely on the air from time to time. They were so sensitive. And we're talking about one of the losingest organizations in baseball. And they would be sensitive when we would ask questions about like, oh, are you going to spend this offseason? And here they are, yet another offseason. Did they spend? No, they didn't. And they went to that 54% line that they had last year. And they have the ability to hide. And they put it all on the general manager, Jerry DiPoto, or they put it all on the manager, Scott Service, who they just fired, for what happened last year, the collapse that they had. And it's nuts to me that we do not focus on them. Instead, we focus on the team that's doing it the right way. There are so many bad owners in this sport of all sports, and they got to be called out for using the Dodgers as an excuse to not keep the great players that they do sometimes develop, because it does happen from time to time. Oh, you don't want to spend on him? Okay, well, good luck finding that guy again. Do you have no shame that you just lost a prized asset that you home grew? Forget like how the fans feel about it, which is tough to do because you're screwing them over, the people of the community that you are a part of and are providing a service to of sorts. How do you look at yourself like, I found this great investment and then I just got rid of them for like not even the same kind of assets? This was my creation, which is again egomaniac. That's the way owners think. And you let this thing go and you didn't even try. You already know before the end comes that this guy's gone. It's just sad. Anyway, I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes behind the glass. No Joe, just Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around. You want to weigh in on that? You can. If the Houston Texans played a game in Brazil, would you go? Would you go? Because it's possible that they will play the first game of the year on Friday to open up that season in Brazil the same way that we saw the eventual Super Bowl champion Eagles open up the season against the Green Bay Packers and Jordan Love.
Now that I think about it, 50-50 chance they win the Super Bowl.
They survived the gangs of Brazil.
Yeah.
I mean, they were both teams were wearing green uniforms. If you wear, I think actually, weren't they wearing alternates? I think they were wearing alternates.
Or at least one team was wearing white.
I think the Eagles might have been wearing black. Could be wrong. But anyway, they survived the gangs of Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
Adversity, overcome. They go on to win a Super Bowl. The Chargers are going to play that Friday night, week 1 game in Brazil, which I guess is going to be a tradition on that awful field, hopefully with a more energetic broadcaster than the spawn of Iron Eagle, Noah Eagle.
Yeah.
Right. But the Texans are one of the teams that is scheduled to go on the road to play the Chargers this coming season.
Okay, so they have like a 1 in 8 chance.
There's a 1 in 8 chance it could be the Texans.
And it would make sense, playoff rematch.
Right.
That's normally what they like to do for the week 1 stuff.
Would you go?
No.
I've always been fascinated by Brazil. I do not think that Brazil should host any games. I do not think that they share our values, and I don't think we should be playing games in countries that do not share our values. They have a dictatorship of sorts. Free speech, suppressed to a degree. But I also have always been fascinated by Brazil. Paul, you just like butts. So?
Yeah, it's not even in Rio. It's in Sao Paulo.
You say that like you're an expert on Brazil.
Rio's the only one I know about.
Sao Paulo, maybe Sao Paulo's better. Except for the gangs.
Yeah.
But there might be gangs in Rio,
all
too.
I know is the favelas.
Mm-hmm.
They're in Rio and Fast and Furious. Pretty sure.
Yeah. That was in the Fast and Furious. I just want to go on the tour that shows where the Fast and Furious. Well, that too. The Butts tour. But also I want to go on the Fast and Furious scenes were filmed here tour.
Yeah. Well, again, some of them were, or at least appeared to be straight up in the favelas. I don't know if they,
You don't think I could
go in there, start taking pictures.
You don't think I could walk through a favela and start taking pictures as a white guy?
I saw a video yesterday where it was like, you want to know how big of a deal Michael Jackson was? Like some drug kingpin let Michael Jackson like film safely in the favelas and film a music video in the favelas of Brazil.
If Michael Jackson can, why can't I? Some would
that's
argue
a good point.
Some would argue that I have a pastier complexion than Michael Jackson eventually did.
Yeah. Maybe right at the end he got you, but I think you lead for most of his life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was winning, but then Michael Jackson won in the white off. Continuing around the National Football League, Matthew Stafford's future in LA is in doubt. Seems like the Giants are the front runners to go get him. Also, Cooper Kupp still hasn't been traded. I'm curious as to if Kupp gets released. If he gets released, I think the Texans should make a phone call. But just a phone call. Just a phone call.
Yeah, see what his market's at.
It's been a couple of years since the awesome 2021 season.
Because what you're really asking him to do is to be, if Robert Woods is like a C-, you're asking him to be like an A- version of Robert Woods, where it's, hey, you know what we're trying to do here. You're a good blocker because if you're in that system, if you're a Rams wide receiver specialist.
I thought you were saying he's a good blocker because of the color of his skin, but okay, that's fine.
Well, I know he hustles.
Yeah,
I know.
I think you're
coach's kid.
It's a little racist against white people.
Robert Woods is a good blocker. And I know
he actually is.
I know you don't see color, but he is not the same color.
Okay, I thought you were just making assumptions that Cooper Kupp likes blocking because he's white. Okay.
Despite being white, he's a good blocker. How about that?
So we'll see what happens with Cooper Kupp, but I'm with you on that. The familiarity with the scheme definitely makes him a possibility, right? There you go. More around the National Football League. We saw Aiden Hutchinson running. Remember, he broke his leg last year. Wonder where the Lions would have ultimately ended up had they had Aiden Hutchinson for that game against the Commanders and Jaden Daniels? Would things have been as bad if they had one of the best defensive players in the league?
They could have I would say that they could have beaten the Commanders with Hutchinson.
It was more about Goff than it probably was
That's
about
true. That's true.
the Lions defense. But if the Lions defense had Aiden Hutchinson, who suffered that gruesome leg injury, I am curious if they would have gotten it done. This year, it's going to be tough with both their coordinators. Ben Johnson, now the head coach of the Bears, and Aaron Glenn, the head coach of the Jets, moving on. But Aiden Hutchinson also apparently has been flirting with Myles Garrett. Remember Myles Garrett, Aggie legend? The guy who put in for a trade request with the Browns, who say that they're not trading him. Aiden Hutchinson has talked with Myles Garrett. They talk about what they could be. Said Hutchinson, we were talking what it could be like. And although it's probably unlikely, I would be thrilled to play next to him if it were to happen.
All right, Aiden, cut that last part out.
Welcome to February NFL.
I know. It's not even the legal tampering period. What are we doing?
That is tampering. The 49ers are already talking about Deebo Samuel in the past tense. George Kittle said, yeah, we have to build our offense differently without Deebo.
Well, that's not good.
Texans?
Lower on the list than Cooper Kupp.
He's off the list. You got to trade for him. That's where I'm at.
Oh, yeah. He probably won't get cut.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah, I don't think
I was just thinking it's just like, yeah. No,
but
you're right.
Someone I'm curious as to what he'd go for. Second round pick. I think it would probably end up being that. More around the National Football League. The Chiefs want Travis Kelce to be back next year, but they want him to be a situational playmaker and a mentor to the tight ends. That's kind of an insult.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not, and it's also like not good if I'm a Chiefs fan. I'm like, wait, so they want him to be like a part-time player, part-time coach?
Same salary too?
He's going to be the Jerry Hughes of the Chiefs tight end room.
Right. And it's funny too because he's had good games before. Situational playmaker though, it's a very weird thing to say.
I don't know. I don't love that.
Like they only plays third downs or something like that. Kelce on retirement, I'm going to take some time to figure it out, and I think I owe it to my teammates that if I do come back, that it's going to be a wholehearted decision, and I'm not half-assing it, and I'm fully there for them. Unlike in the Super Bowl, where you could definitely argue that once the going got tough, Travis Kelce got going.
Once Taylor Swift got booed, he was just
heartbroken.
Shook. Yeah.
Per sources. Andy Dalton back with the Carolina Panthers. That's fun. 2-year deal. He thinks they're building something special.
They sure are. I feel like he could have. I feel like he's the type of backup quarterback that you want, right? It's like Andy Dalton. If he comes in for 2 games, we're not completely screwed.
Right.
Seems like a good guy.
Yeah. Katie legend.
Katie high school legend.
Great hair.
Yes, great hair. Come back of the year with the hair.
I want to see him bring the spiky back. The spike.
Yeah.
The spike looks good.
That's what I'm talking. That's why I paused.
Yeah.
Because that's what I still picture when I think of Andy Dalton of recent vintage. Yes, great hair.
The Cincinnati Bengals are posturing as if they will give Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Trey Hendrickson long-term deals. And there was some controversy online over something that T. Higgins' mother posted where she, unprompted, said, selfish bastards on X. When she was asked if this was in reference to the Bengals, she said no.
There's a lot it could be about.
She must be talking about our government.
Or Cincinnati Reds owner not extending.
I don't know about that.
Not extending Ellie De La Cruz.
That would be funny, but I don't think it's that one. Selfish bastards, I'm guessing that was a political take. But everyone wanted to believe that it meant that T. Higgins wanted out of Cincinnati, and they were very disappointed to find out.
A Bengals fan just being like, "Oh, thank God, she's
Thank
talking about
God.
she's talking about our government.
She just hates our president."
Not Mike Brown.
That would be a difficult spot to be if you're like a Cincinnati Trump fan. You're like, well, T. Higgins is staying, but
how mad should I be about this?
His mom hates the president. What do I do here?
Yeah. It's
Stay
the
quiet.
Larry David.
Yeah. Please do not comment on that post on social media. Please do not say
You'll only make it worse, no matter what.
Right. You'll perhaps chase T off. The NFL draft is in Green Bay this year. That sucks. And to the surprise of no one, Shedeur Sanders plans to skip it.
I would do the same exact thing if I was a first-round pick.
This
I'd just be like, you know what? I'll do it from my house.
This will be the most skipped draft ever.
Yeah.
Green Bay. It's out of the way. There's no real direct flight unless you're flying private.
I wonder if the NFL will just have hotel rooms for like 10 guys because they need some people in the green room, right? So they have to, I imagine they'll have to entice like Cam Ward to show up.
Yeah, I think so. What do you do, though?
Because it would also be funny if it's like the Zoom draft where they're all like the 2021 where everyone's in their living rooms.
I did a Gallant Says live stream once, and I literally just dove into all of the things that you can do in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And oh boy, high on the list is this improv troupe.
Ooh.
A couple of weird parks.
Wow. Maybe did Shadur make a mistake not going?
Hey, you won't be learning about the history of Wisconsin. That's for sure.
It's super fun in late April, early May. I hope not.
Probably snows.
Yeah.
Probably there's still a chance. It snows in Syracuse, New York sometimes in May. So there's a chance of snow always in Green Bay, Wisconsin. That is the 10-minute drill. That's Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. No Joe on Gallant and George this afternoon. We are 35 days away from the Astros kicking off their season. First pitching their season. Kicking off sounds weird. It's not football. First pitching their season against the New York Mets. Sorry, I'm having a tough time saying this because I'm so used to saying we're counting you down to pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training at West Palm Beach. No, they're already there. They're all there. But what's going on over the weekend for the Astros in spring training? And another new Astros saying all the right things. Stick around. Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul, the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It is a tinfoil hat Thursday. Just read a very interesting piece about the gold reserves at Fort Knox. Skimmed through it. But I guess something that was said today by the president and Elon Musk is that they're going to go to the Fort Knox and they're going to see if the gold's still there.
There might not be gold there.
It might not be gold there. There might not be gold there. The gold reserve might be gone.
What
Trump's comment on it was, if we go there and it's not there, we're going to be really, really upset.
I hope it's like the end of second mention of Furious 5 or Fast 5, where the Rock at the very end opens up the vault, sees that it's empty.
Right.
Vin Diesel they made the switcheroo.
They made the switcheroo. Maybe that's where the Dodgers are getting all the money to do these deferred payments. They stole from
Fort Knox.
Fort Knox.
Ipe Mizuhara, maybe.
Listen, the Dodgers aren't above.
He was going to
stealing
squeal,
money.
and that's why they locked him up. Those gambling dets. He was trying to pay with gold bricks. He was trying to pay his bookie.
That would be the best way to do it, probably. Buy gold. One of the funniest things about this, we never really dove into the phone call that Ipe Mizuhara made to Shohei Ohtani's bank, impersonating Shohei Ohtani. They sound nothing alike, but obviously, what's some random bank teller on the phone going to think when this person's calling them, even if this is a classy, sophisticated bank that Shohei would put his money into?
Yeah, deals with $1 million wires to accounts. Yeah.
But it was very, very low budget effort by Mizuhara here, where he calls it. He's like, "Yeah, I'm Shohei Ohtani. I just need this money.
I need a car." It was like a car loan for a friend.
Right. I need a car loan for a friend. Little suspicious.
Very suspicious.
Just a little suspicious.
Not exactly ready to join the Den of Thieves crew.
Not exactly built for this.
No.
And guys, guess what? We are 35 days away from the Astros opening day against the New York Mets on March 27th. Give me that bone. Jose Altuve is playing a lot of left field. Joe Espada, manager of the Houston Astros, was asked about Jose Altuve and what he's doing in left. How does that arm look? Does he have the arm strength to throw home? This is what Mr. Espada had to say about Jose. It's good. That's my bad, Sean. I should have told you in the commercial break. Here's Joe Espada.
How do you think his arm will profile out there? Does he, for lack of a better phrase, have to stretch him out because of, he's been sidearm and all that? I mean, a lot of fans are wondering how, because they're like, well, we haven't seen him throw. So,
he's been throwing for 13 years. Like
from a different
position. Yeah, from a different position. Yeah. He's a much longer throw. And he does has enough arm strength to play left field. He hasn't showcased it because he didn't have to. But in some relay throws, he has shown arm strength and accuracy. But we are working with through those mechanics to make sure that he has enough accuracy and leverage to finish some of those throws.
Does that make you feel confident? Sometimes he has shown the ability to throw it into the infield.
No. Also, how much he was trying to get out of it at the beginning was, he's been throwing for 13 years.
Right.
It's like, yes, but he's been throwing 60 feet. Now he's going to have to throw 200.
Right. It will be interesting to see how that looks, how accurate he'll be I really don't want to see a throw home from left field that looks like what I was doing when I was playing baseball back in the day in Little League. Sometimes the ball would sail, let's just say, when I was throwing it in from left field.
Oh.
Not often, but it'd be like once every like 10 throws. If I was trying to throw it home, I'd throw it and the ball would just like completely rise up on me. Yeah, going at like a 45-degree angle. Whoops.
Yeah. I was hitting a lot of cutoff men. So Altuve, I know what it's like.
Hey, at least you hit the cutoff, man.
Yeah.
I was throwing it God knows where. YOLO was Brett farming it out there.
Woo! Will Levis before your time.
Will Levis before my time. That's great. More from the Astros at spring training. Christian Walker weighed in on the vibes.
You guys are nice. Guys are great. Staff's great. It's easy to tell that there's a good energy here. There's seems like a good bond. There's a good thing going in this clubhouse. I'm excited to try to find my part and got to find my place. I'm not the the rah-rah halftime speech guy, but I do like to lead by example, and hopefully they're receptive to that. Today everybody was just kind of on our own schedule, just getting out there and moving around. But as camp goes on, I like to talk to everybody individually as a group. My job at first is to make sure my infielders feel comfortable throwing to me, and I want guys to be able to not feel confident that they don't have to make a perfect throw every time. That's my job to pick them up on the back end, and a bunch of good athletes in this infield, and I'm excited to be a part of it. Always a great energy, fun place to hit. The crowd, even if you're on the other side, the crowd's always great. So I'm excited to have them cheering for me this year.
Hell yeah, Christian Walker, pander a little more. Good vibes alert, good vibes guy.
Yeah. Pro's pro right there.
Unlike Rafael Devers, although Devers is just talking about his own team. Unlike Tristan Casas, who's being a dink to Alex Bregman as he joins them. Christian Walker's coming in and he's being welcomed because the Astros clubhouse, a lot of people leave, but it's always one brotherhood. Hashtag family. Hashtag built for this. It's built for new faces coming in.
Yeah. Christian Walker. I'm not ready because it's still his spring training. But I think he's an Astro.
I do too.
I think he's earned his. Well, they don't wear pinstripes anymore.
He's earned his blue and orange.
He's earned his He's earned his Space City Connect jersey,
which we have yet to see.
Which we don't know if they're, or we don't know what they'll look like.
I think it's going to be brick red. I think they're bringing that back.
See, I heard, and this is just like, again, just things that you hear and people that go, oh, hearing this, hearing that. I've heard that it might be like astronaut or NASA like themed in some way.
The
like
last one was,
but like more like NASA like spacesuit kind of like the old Rockets one when they had Westbrook.
I get what you're saying, but the last uniforms were supposed to be that.
They were also space themed.
Right. No, I think they got to pull Houston Texans and just pander to culture from 30 years ago.
Just what's called like retro throwback or whatever it's called, where it's like a revamped throwback.
I want the brick red star, but I want purple. There's only one team in baseball that has purple now, that the Devil Rays are no longer the Devil Rays. And they only had that the first couple of years. There's only one other team. It's the Rockies. Purple is an open market.
Yeah. You'd sell so many.
You really would.
You would sell.
I would actually buy it. I would buy the purple hat.
I think everyone on the show would buy it.
I would buy the purple jersey. Purple variants of the brick red. We know what it's about. You don't have to say. You don't have to say it's about.
I'm not saying you should put a styrofoam cup on it. Just be an Astros jersey that's purple.
Would be kind of cool though.
It would be. I think they already sell those hats. They're not MLB licensed, but I think they sell those hats.
That makes sense. All right. So we're getting closer and closer, guys. 35 days away from opening day. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. No Joe George. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. I think this guy's the most excited, the guy you should be most excited about for the Houston Astros going into this year. Yeah, I'm not talking about Yordan Alvarez, who might get 40 or 50 home runs for Joe Espada. Not talking about Jose Altuve playing in left field. Talking about this guy. You'll find out next. Stay put. No Joe, just Paul today. He's on vacation. He'll be back on Monday. You want to jump in, you can. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Of note, at Astros spring training, we've been seeing a lot of Jose Altuve in left field. Expect more of it. They did just sign a second baseman yesterday, after all. And even if that guy isn't guaranteed to make the roster, he is a former Gold Glove defender. So just something to keep in mind. There's going to be some changes in the Astros infield. We heard from Christian Walker in the last segment. He loves the vibes of the Astros clubhouse. And Isaac Paredes is also going to be in the Astros infield, third baseman. Here he is being asked the question en Espanol and interpreted by a new Spanish to English interpreter after the fact.
¿Cómo se siente reemplazar a Alex Bregman, que es un jugador que estaba aquí mucho tiempo con los Astros? ¿Hay alguna presión por eso, de reemplazarlo?
La verdad no hay presión.
I heard tiempo. I didn't get anything more. We did this earlier in the show. I thought the second time through I would pick up more Spanish words. Sean, you get anything there? Nothing?
I was just waiting for tiempo.
I heard tiempo.
There
That's
we
it.
go.
That's all I got. El Tiempo's on the brain. It's 2:02. Where's my margarita?
5 o'clock somewhere. Right? that's what tiempo it is.
It's 8 a.m. somewhere. What? More from now, Isaac Paredes answering this question.
Mucho tiempo con los Astros. ¿Hay alguna presión por eso, de reemplazarlo?
La verdad no hay presión. Reconozco la carrera y la trayectoria de Alex Bregman. Mis respetos a él. Es uno de los mejores tercera base que ha habido en la MLB. Y mi respeto, pero bueno, ahora me toca suplir esa posición. No tengo presión, solamente quiero ayudar al equipo en lo que se pueda.
Okay, pause. I heard him say impression twice. So, and bear with me here. His impression, I heard the word impression. I heard the word is. I don't know anything else. But I got 2 words out of that. Because he said este and he said impresión. All right. Translator, please help us. What was Isaac Paredes saying?
No pressure. My respects to Alex Bregman. He's a great ball player, great career. But there's no added pressure. I'm just ready to replace him at third base and do whatever the team do. That's what the team.
I think there was a lot of pressure to replace Alex Bregman at third base. But this is the mentality you have to have. And I like the confidence. No pressure. I'm just going to do what I do. But I really like that he's a part of a plan for Dana Brown to make this Astros team more patient at the plate, because he is the perfect embodiment of this. Everyone's excited about how he pulls the ball. I think he hits it to the left 49% of the time. Not with the best exit velocity, but everyone's excited about the fact that when he was at the Trop, which has the second shortest left field in baseball, he was mashing it over the wall. And that at Minute Maid Park, which has the shortest left field in Major League Baseball. I guess Fenway Park is technically shorter, but it's got the huge wall. He's going to be knocking a lot of these for home runs. So that's something to be excited about. Like, metrics-wise, trading for him makes a lot of sense at Minute Maid Park. But the guy's so patient. He's got a walk rate of 11.9%. That's 10th in all of baseball. And no hitter in the sport averaged more pitches per plate appearance than Isaac Paredes last year. Christian Walker, for what it's worth, 10th on that list of the players averaging the most pitches per plate appearance. No Astro was higher than 92nd last year. So I'm feeling pretty excited about Isaac Paredes the more I learn about him. And okay, he senses no pressure. Well, I hope he feels no pressure. It is a very large set of shoes to fill. Those of Alex Bregman, even though he is a small guy, those are big shoes.
Do you think that maybe instead of impression, he was saying pressure?
Ooh.
Not to bring it back to you trying to
I was trying to interpret what he's saying.
Yeah, what he's saying.
We're a multicultural show. I mean, we play play-by-play calls in different languages all the time.
Mhm.
Do we know what's going on? No, we generally
Almost
are just
never.
reading the vibes based off of the energy of the broadcasters. But it's possible. What is pressure in Spanish?
Oh, I don't know.
Presioro. No, that's not it. Yeah, truly, I don't know. I really want to know what it would sound like if somebody did a.
It's presión.
Presión. Okay. Damn, he was talking about pressure. I only got one word then. I got is right.
Yeah, there's an is in there.
It would be really funny to hear a salsa cover of Billy Joel's Pressure. Presión! Presión! Okay, I'll stop singing. Gallant George, no Joe, just Paul. I'm excited about Isaac Paredes going into this year. Julian has a call at 713-780-3776. What's up, Julian?
How you doing, gentlemen?
Wonderful.
So I'm a little bit behind on Paredes. Is he a good fielder?
No.
How is he in the field, fellas?
No, he's not a good fielder, unfortunately. Joe Espada is calling him average.
Okay.
But per metrics, he is towards the bottom of baseball at third base. Hopefully, he's better than Rafael Devers, who Bregman should be replacing in Boston at third.
Okay, well, I guess, let's be honest. That's the only pressure he has is his defense then. Because what is Bregman? He's a 260 hitter, 250 hitter the last few years. He doesn't hit home runs like he used to. I feel like I've been saying this whole offseason to every radio show in Houston, as far as 97.5. The stigma of Alex Bregman from 2017 is hanging high over you guys. He's not that MVP dude no more. There's not this huge, oh my God, what are we going to do without Alex Bregman and his bat because he's just such a baller? It's not there, brother. If he can just be a 250 hitter with 20 home runs and 70 RBIs, that's Bregman. For not $40 million a year. The pressure's on Bregman. It's not on this guy.
Good call, Julian. I like the spin, too. I'll say this in response. In the clubhouse, not having Bregman, I am curious about what that means. And I say that from I don't think anyone in the Astros clubhouse knows ball quite like Bregman. And perhaps it was hammed up, the story about Bregman telling Hunter Brown, hey, man, throw your sinker. But he is, I think, one of those guys where if he didn't make all the money that he's trying to make, like this is a guy who I think would be a great coach at some point. How much of an impact does that have in a clubhouse? That is undefinable. And the way Julian's looking at it, if you take his name out of the equation entirely and you remember the slow starts to the year, the pop outs with runners in scoring position, you could see things the same way that Julian does. And there is definitely a degree of it's the name brand that you're losing and you are used to rooting for a long period of time.
Isaac Paredes hit 238 last year.
Right.
And 250 the year before.
That's all he was asking for. 250, 20 homers, 70 runs batted in.
Yeah, he has good pop. His OPSs are about the same as Bregman's the last 2 years of each. And most of that is just through power. Like Bregman's more batting average. Paredes, a little bit more power.
And they are moving him into a ballpark, which, much like with Alex Bregman,
yeah,
it works for him.
Yeah, because he was bad in Chicago
right.
for, it's just 50 games, so it's not like terrible to his averages, but he was not good in Chicago. And the last 250 games that he played in Tampa, he was awesome. So we'll see.
It's tough to hit at Wrigley because the air is getting taxed by corrupt Chicago politicians. Everyone's wetting their beak with every little breath of air that you take up there. Something to consider. Alex Bregman didn't sign with the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, he didn't pay off. Isaac Paredes didn't pay off big wind.
No,
to blow off his home runs
No.
into left fielder's gloves.
You should have. The
Yeah,
wind,
he
the
should
wind
have
didn't
done
help
that.
him there. So anyway, we're getting closer and closer to spring training beginning. We are at a moment in the sports calendar, and we talked about this yesterday to a degree, where what we talk about now is to a degree up to you. Because I realize that some of these conversations, is Isaac Paredes going to be good? The metrics say he's at least part of a good plan, but I don't know if he's going to be good. So I am curious as to what you guys want us to discuss. I know someone called in yesterday and wanted to talk about the four nations because the U.S. and Canada are playing again tonight. That'll be fun. I'm excited for the game. I will watch the game. I will not have much to say as far as solid hockey takes other than I hope that we beat up some Canadians again. That's really it.
Yeah, beat them up, score more points.
Yeah. I want some more goals, and I want a couple of trips to the sin bin.
Yeah.
As they call it.
So, yeah, someone knock around Sidney Crosby, because I saw Sidney Crosby still playing hockey. I was very surprised.
Oh, wow. Man,
He's been playing hockey literally as long as I can remember.
So that's really what's going on in sports this week until the Rockets tip things off tomorrow against the Minnesota Timberwolves. I saw a couple of shows that are on the verge of coming out. And I do think that we are about to see some really awesome stuff, though it might not be right around the corner. First off, that Temptation Island show on Espanol. I don't ever understand what's being said on it, but every single time that guy Montoya is forced to watch his girlfriend's cheeks getting clapped is really funny.
There's a new one like this week.
It's a new video every week, Sean. I can't believe he's still on the show.
Yeah.
And that he hasn't killed her. Like, I mean, not justifying it, but like, isn't that the next step of this reality TV show? They've been showing boinking. Like, the next step is someone's getting killed. And obviously that would be terrible and the show would probably be canceled, but it would be the most talked about reality TV show ever. And if you're all about the numbers, I know I have a dark sense of humor, but this is actually factual.
Yeah.
It's the only evolution of it, because it's just once a week, it's Montoya's just watching his girl getting,
like actually
business.
get like full boinking too. Like, it's not just like they're getting romantic. They're not just getting close or touching. Like, no, there's like, it's actual covered by either censorship or the actual covers. Like full, at 1/1000th of what Bonnie Blue was doing.
Less pregnancy. But
we don't know. We don't tune in next week to find out.
Funny if that's the next step. So that's a show I have on my list.
Temptation Island.
Of things that I think I want to watch. There are a couple of movies on the horizon. Christopher Nolan is doing an Odyssey movie. Guess who stars in this?
I've seen it.
Matt Damon. Matt Damon's in this movie. As is Tom Holland, Zendaya, Anne Hathaway, John Bernthal.
Yeah.
Charlize Theron, John Leguizamo. My bad.
Sorry.
Robert Pattinson, Lupita Nyong'o, and two people I don't know, Benny Safdie and someone named Elliot Page.
Elliot Page is what Ellen Page is going as now. And Benny Safdie was one of the scientists in Oppenheimer. He was the one that goes, "What if we make a bigger bomb?" He was that guy.
Oh, that's a good line to deliver.
That's a good one.
That makes a lot of sense with Elliot Page. Okay. I'm not kidding. I did not know that.
Yeah, it's all right.
Okay. Well, things happen. Paul, riveting analysis. Yes.
But it adds to the star-studded nature of that.
It's star-studded.
It's someone you know.
And it's a progressive Christopher Nolan movie.
Yeah.
So there's that coming out. There's a movie. It's a Scorsese movie. Guess who's in this one?
Scorsese, De Niro.
No.
Pacino? Or is it newer?
No.
Newer Scorsese.
It's newer. It's
okay. So is it DiCaprio?
DiCaprio's in it.
Okay.
Emily Blunt's in it.
Oh.
You're going to lose your mind when you hear who the other person is. Guess.
Elliot Page.
No, that's
I-
the lead of the movie. Yes, Elliot Page.
No,
It's a movie about a Hawaiian crime boss. Guess.
no way.
Guess. It's a Scorsese movie. Guess.
Dwayne the Rock Johnson.
Yes. I'm excited for this.
A Hawaiian crime boss.
The Rock will star in Martin Scorsese's upcoming film as a Hawaiian crime boss.
Wait, is DiCaprio's character just on vacation or something? What is-
A good question. I don't know if this is like a White Lotus spinoff, but the role is described as Robert De Niro's Jimmy the Ghent character from Goodfellas. So The Rock is going to be Jimmy from Goodfellas, except for a lot more menacing. Hell yeah,
Huh.
dude.
Huh. I mean that. You know what? I'm interested.
I'm interested.
I have to see this because I can't imagine The Rock. I guess just being like a serious good actor.
Dude, I can't either. And especially since the last like big production he was on, I think it was like Black Adam. He was apparently a massive pain in the ass.
Yeah. Yeah. This is interesting in the like, I am assuming he has to humble himself a little bit and he's not making Rampage and San Andreas where he gets to be big man on campus.
Yeah.
But this is crazy.
It is.
What if he wins an Oscar?
Everyone would lose their mind. I hope it happens though. More upcoming shows. Just to keep in mind. Season 4 of Blue Mountain State. I did not think that they would ever go back, but Alan Ritchson, who you might know from also, I think coming out maybe this weekend, Reacher season 3, I think is about to come out. Reacher is, you might remember him as Thad Castle from Blue Mountain State. Season 4 of Blue Mountain State is in final stages now.
First episode of Reacher season 3 comes out tonight.
It is tonight. I thought so. That's exciting. It's so much better than the movie, which I've never seen, per every single person older than us.
Yes.
Apparently people who read those Reacher books.
Paul and I, before the show, or after yesterday's show, were talking about how both of our dads are big fans of the Reacher show.
Right. My stepdad's obsessed with the book. And then the Tom Cruise movie came out and he was pissed off because Tom Cruise is like 5'6".
And my dad had the same exact reaction. Was
Right.
The show's so much better.
Because Reacher in real life, or at least Reacher in the books is supposed to be like 6'6".
Yeah, he's supposed to be a huge guy, which Alan Rickman, huge guy.
Huge guy. So that's coming out, and there's going to be a Netflix docuseries about the Bin Laden manhunt. I've gotten into the OJ new docuseries. I thought to myself, wait, hasn't everything been said about the OJ Simpson case?
There's a new one?
This one is different. So the ESPN one is Made in America.
Yeah.
That one features like the history of the United States.
Yeah, it's like a
and
bigger,
OJ.
Yeah.
This just goes straight into the crime.
Okay.
There's not even a buildup. There's not even a backstory. It just goes straight into like first witnesses,
there's not
what
even
they saw.
Not even USC footage. Not
No.
even Buffalo Bills. Wow.
No, nothing. It's basically like, you know who OJ is. We know who OJ is. Let's just skip all the
Just about the
semantics
case.
and get to the killer.
Okay.
By the way, yeah, he did it. Come on. What are we doing here? It is insane. Just the beginning of it, the stuff that was not admitted as evidence that seems so obvious. Oh, there's a fingerprint on the door that's right by where the murder happened. Yeah, well, we don't need that.
We're
We
LAPD.
don't need- Yeah, we
gotta
don't
go
need
surf
that.
after this. I don't know what they're doing.
I don't either. I mean, I did take a forensics class in college. I did.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And the entire time, I just tried to do as many bad Horatio Caine from CSI Miami puns as I could, minus in the background the Who saying, "Yeah, bam, bam. Looks like the wave isn't the only thing hitting the beach in Miami." Wow, bam, bam. What a fun moment that was in time, that TV show. Anyway, guys, Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. Nothing new on the possible new Texans stadium front, but yesterday we did touch on that, how the Texans are exploring the idea of a new stadium with taxpayer-funded money. How much? We'll see. Just know it's going to happen. if they're putting this out there, if they're soft launching it essentially with an article in the Houston Chronicle featuring 2 sources talking about this, where do you think these sources came from? Did they come from the Texans as an organization? Where else would it have come from? They're exploring it and they want to see what feedback is. I think they're finding out that at least early on, the feedback has generally been no. There have been a couple of people that have actually been saying, yeah, it would be nice to have a new stadium. There have been a couple of people, and I understand the argument for it. But then you think about who's going to pay for it, which is always the argument that we've had with the Astrodome. The Astrodome, there's always a funky idea every single year. And then someone says, oh, that's cool. Who's paying for it?
Yeah, it's going to cost $1 billion to turn it into XYZ. Oh, okay. So not happening. Got it.
I really want to work for the Astros Conservation Society. Like, I would gladly leave my job. Nothing against this job. It's great. I love doing this show with Joe, with Sean. But if there's ever an opening at the Astros Conservancy, what a cushy job that must be. You're getting paid actual money, and you just got to come up with an idea every single year for something that is a protected landmark. And you can just do that every single year. Oh, let's turn it into Astro World again. Let's put a roller coaster in there. Let's turn it into a casino. Let's turn it into a half casino, half parking lot. Let's turn it into a convention center.
Wasn't there one where it's like a bunch of restaurants?
Mm-hmm. With a promenade in the middle.
Yeah,
you could
promenade.
walk through
Yeah,
a promenade at the Astrodome.
I would love a promenade.
It would be nice to have a promenade. Yeah, especially, rodeo's right around the corner. Don't you want to have a promenade in the middle of the wine garden that's located inside the 8th wonder of the world? But again, it's who's going to pay for it?
Just costs $1 billion tax dollars.
Could be one of those, cat cafes because there's a lot of cats in there. Yeah, I would invest in that.
The world's largest cat cafe.
The Catstrodome, right? That was funny.
No, it was.
I heard you sniff. I heard you sniff. That was a laugh.
It was. It snuck out.
The Catstrodome. I would invest in that 100%. From the 832, I've seen so many polls asking, would you vote for a new stadium? I've seen 0 say yes. Yeah. I've seen one person, though, on my YouTube who wrote the same comment, and I bleep you not, 18 times. It's 18 times on the video I posted about
saying yes or no.
Saying yes in a variety of different ways.
Okay.
The person did not strike me as someone who understands that you have to pay money for this new stadium, but I'm with you. I like that we're all in opposition to it.
Yeah. I don't know what it is specific. I mean, I obviously wasn't around the first time a football team tried to shake down the city of Houston for a new stadium. I don't remember. I don't remember what was specifically happening when Bud Adams was trying to get a new stadium. But I am glad that Houston is a city that just goes, no, we're not gonna be taken advantage of like this.
I used to be such a diehard sports fan, and I love being a casual sports fan now. And I know that probably sounds weird for someone who does this for a job. No, I love the job more than I love sports. Like, I love talking and trying to entertain people and all that jazz. And we're trying to think of other things to talk about and watch. Someone texted in, we do have the Four Nations US-Canada game tonight. They asked the question, do you think Boston boos the Canadian national anthem? Absolutely.
Yeah.
In fact, I might renounce being from Boston, at least temporarily, if they don't boo the Canadian national anthem.
Bad sports town if they don't.
I might just never return. And sorry,
wow,
Sarah, my sis. Sorry, my brother-in-law and my two beautiful my nephew, my niece. Sorry, I can't go back unless Bostonians boo the Canadian national anthem tonight. It better happen. I don't even want to hear it. I want it booed so loud. I want it to be completely drowned out.
Drown it out.
I kind of want not a hot war because that would involve violence. Although I don't know if Canada has nukes, but I would like a Cold War with Canada. And what's the best place for a Cold War? Ice. That's what we've got tonight.
That's good. That's good. That was better than Castrodome.
Call me Tom Rinaldi. I'm just putting together banger intro montages for ESPN on the fly. He's Sean. I'm Paul. No Joe. He'll be back on Monday. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Some interesting news for the Rockets. No Joe, just Paul today. Sean Mapes behind the glass. This from Adam Spillane. Ime Udoka expects Jabari Smith Jr. to play tomorrow against the Minnesota Timberwolves. He won't be on any sort of restriction, but a starting lineup decision hasn't been made. You might remember that before Jabari Smith Jr. was injured, he was a starter. Amen Thompson was not. But since that injury, Amen Thompson has come in and he has excelled. Amen's got to stay in the starting lineup. And I'm curious to know if Ime Udoka thinks otherwise, but I would say the percentage chance of that happening has got to be like less than 5%.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You think it's even 0?
I was going to say 5, but yeah, I think it's closer to 0. I imagine this will be a decision about Fred VanVleet, or the decision will come down to Fred VanVleet's availability.
Correct, and he's a game time decision tomorrow. He sat out some parts of practice.
So you might just go Thompson, Green, Brooks, Smith, Şengün. That might be the starting lineup if VanVleet's out. If VanVleet's in, I think that's where it gets a little bit more interesting. I would imagine it's either Brooks or Jabari starting in that case. I think that's probably the only guy you would take out of the lineup, starting lineup.
So. I think you're right. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Let's see if they can win a game without Fred VanVleet, or let's see if Fred VanVleet's healthy.
I almost want to force him back out. The way you lost to the Timberwolves last time around, I think you need a shot in the arm.
Yeah.
They are playing like ass. They've been soft, flopping around. And VanVleet probably feels pressure to get back out there too, just given where this season has gone. I mean, January, sky high expectations. We were getting a little crazy.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you're like, okay, this is what we expected. I need the vibes back.
Yeah, I do wonder how much of it is the, like, you know, not to go KPJ excuse making here, but it was like right before the All-Star break, and it was a lot of games in a short succession right before everyone goes on vacation.
For those who don't know, Kevin Porter Jr., who used to play for the Rockets, blamed famously like Christmas break.
Yeah, he's like, it's the holidays, so it's hard for us to focus.
As a reason for the Rockets struggling. Well, it's hard for everyone to focus. Imagine us struggling to focus and just saying, like, yeah, man, like this Thanksgiving to New Year's Day and Martin Luther King Jr. Day, if I'm being perfectly honest. It's just been tough to focus.
Yeah. He's like, we don't even get that day off.
Right.
Sucks.
Yeah. I mean, it's so disrespectful to Dr. King, and I'm distracted by it in advance. Yeah, it was crazy.
Because it was like January 10th that he said this. Like, it was after all the holidays. He was like, you know, it's just tough.
It's the perfect embodiment of why the Steven Silas era was a disaster, is that Kevin Porter Jr. is saying that, and no one's like, hey, dude, F off. Also, that it took like a guy who plays the way that Kevin Porter Jr. does. It wasn't his play that had him move to the side. It was off the court incidents. Yeah. Anyway, he's Sean. I'm Paul. No Joe. It's Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. If you want to chime in, you can at 713-780-3776. This is an actually interesting question. Will Donald J. Trump be present at tonight's Four Nations hockey game between the United States and Canada? For those who don't know, this is what the NHL All-Star Game has been replaced by. And if you watched U.S.-Canada on Saturday, where the U.S. won 3-1 and there were 3 fights in the first 9 seconds of the game, this is perhaps going to be the most watched hockey game in a very long period of time, even though it's on a Thursday night. I feel like in an international game like this, you got to go if you're the president. And he was at the Super Bowl.
He was at the Super Bowl. He called the USA team today. That's why when I just looked up Donald Trump hockey, that's the first thing that comes up is the Team USA US Hockey got a call from Donald Trump ahead of their
that sounds like he's not going to go there.
Yeah, I imagine it's an either or thing. I don't know, but I just imagine.
I mean, and it's not as big of a deal as the Super Bowl, which he acknowledges.
Oh, wait.
Is he going to be there?
Oh, okay. This is just the headline from the National Post.
Mhm.
Donald Trump invites, quote, Governor Trudeau to watch the game with to watch the USA Canada game with Trump in DC. But he got the Governor Trudeau dig in there.
Governor Trudeau.
That's good smack talk.
I love it.
As far as politician pregame smack talk goes, that's very high on the list.
It would be very funny if he said, listen, Canada loses. We're going to invade.
Yeah. Oh, play for your freedom.
You're playing for your freedom. We got to understand you're a real ally of the United States. Do we really trust you north of us to protect us from all the things that could happen? Well, you're going to have to play for your freedom tonight. That would be funny. I would laugh. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. How far is too far? It's a game we play every Thursday at 2:30. Hit it. I'm going to make a statement, and you guys have to determine if this is too far. This is a take floated by Molly Queeram on First Take on ESPN that relates to what we were just talking about. If you listen to her here, she is implying that fighting is acceptable in the NHL and not in other leagues. And you got to wonder why. Here is Molly Queeram.
It's just interesting to me that certain sports you're allowed to fight and other sports could never happen.
And by the way,
optics.
In international competition over the last 50 years, they've had a total of 5 fights. USA and Canada, they had 3 and 9 seconds on Saturday night. That drove me crazy. Number 2.
Just a little hypocrisy.
Number 2. This is a big.
Too far to say there's a little hypocrisy there? Because I know what she's doing. I think she's implying that there's racism, that fighting in the NBA and the NFL aren't acceptable, but in hockey it is because of race. I know why it's not acceptable in the NBA. It's because Kermit Washington punched Rudy Tomjanovich in the face and almost killed him. That is literally the reason. Like he hit him it's crazy that Tomjanovich didn't have serious damage from that. If you've ever watched it, it's jarring. Like he hit his head so hard on the court. That's where they tried to make sure it wouldn't get like it did eventually with the Malice in the Palace all those years later. But that was players versus fans. And honestly, the fans deserved it, but that's neither here nor there. I think it is too far to imply that it's not accepted in other sports. It's not done in other sports. It's just not done.
Yeah. Maybe this helps Kieran's point. It is more accepted in baseball. If we're power ranking them, it's hockey number 1, where it's part of the game. Baseball number 2, where it's like an accepted part of the game.
There are a lot of white guys in baseball.
Yeah.
There are a lot of white guys in hockey.
And the one you mentioned, Kermit Washington, black man, almost killed a white man. That's why it's not acceptable, Paul.
Damn, sounds like you don't think that what Molly Queeram said is too far. Honestly, these are sound arguments.
I can make the sports radio case.
That's a good sports radio case. Look at you, man.
Yeah.
They have been fighting for a very long time in hockey, and just brought up, there it is, 75 half falsehoods. They've been fighting in hockey forever. Stop trying to find race angles on everything. I'm not. Molly Queeram, though, very clearly was.
And I'm just providing, she's not here to whatever.
Defend her take, right. I hate that we do focus this and that she slides it in there without going into further detail. I think it's kind of BS. It's very convenient thing. They're like, oh, I'm just going to drop this fart in the room and then walk out. Like, okay, come on. Let's get a little more into it than that. Actually say with your chest, but she didn't do that there. Is it too far to film a man parallel parking? Is it too far if they're really bad at parallel parking and you record this on video? I ask this because TMZ took a video of Shohei Ohtani parallel parking, and it's rough to watch. It's really rough.
Is that not part of the curriculum in Japan?
I don't know.
Is that like you don't need to do it to get your license?
Honestly, things are so congested in Japan, you would think that would be like the most important part of learning to drive there. I wonder how many people even have cars in Tokyo because it's like the biggest metroplex in the world. But
it probably is a situation where not a lot of people drive. But also, I don't know where Ohtani was raised. I don't know if he.
I don't either.
He also learned how to pitch and hit. I don't know if he had time to learn how to drive too.
But a video went viral of Shohei Ohtani parallel parking, and it's pretty rough.
I mean, it's bad. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's too far to film this.
Yeah.
This is very bad.
TMZ's got to make their money, though. I don't think it's too far. TMZ's got to get that video and sell it, and someone will buy it.
Yeah. But did TMZ film this? Because what TMZ will do is they'll just like pay people to give I could videotape something that would be of TMZ's interest, and they would pay me to get the video. So I do wonder if just a random person was recording Ohtani parallel parking.
You know what? There was probably that. They sold it to TMZ.
That I think is not right. I don't think
I'm cool with it.
I don't think you should.
I'm cool with it.
And Ben Verlander signal boosting this. That's
he did.
Thought you're an Ohtani ally.
He did. Honestly, some would argue that Ben Verlander is opening up Shohei Ohtani to attacks of a more personal nature.
Yeah. I just think it's interesting that a Japanese player can't drive.
Hey. That he can't parallel park? Yeah, and I'm guessing it has to do with no one having cars in Japan.
528,000 people have watched him park.
That's a lot. Is it too far or not far enough for athletes to soft launch trade requests? Just last night, Giannis Antetokounmpo of the Milwaukee Bucks said he'd never force his way out of Milwaukee. Only for hours later, Shams Charania on ESPN to report the following.
Everyone knows Giannis Antetokounmpo loves the Bucks, but I'm here to tell you he loves winning more, and that's why everyone within that Bucks organization, they know what's at stake this season. They know the pressure, and every summer when Giannis looks around and he looks at the Bucks' current roster, he looks at sustained long-term winning. Where will he be able to find that? And he has said publicly on the record, if he feels like that's not attainable anymore in Milwaukee, he will look elsewhere. But of course, he has tried always to make everything work in Milwaukee. Even just this season, they've gone out and gotten Kyle Kuzma. This is a team with Damian Lillard, Kyle Kuzma, Doc Rivers. They're paying Doc Rivers a significant amount after letting go of Adrian Griffin as well. So essentially paying two coaches at once over the last year or so. And Giannis has been playing otherworldly this season. You think about MVP candidates, he's right up there with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Nikola Jokic. But he made those comments a couple years ago about failure and what failure means for the Bucks. In a lot of ways, this is championship or Eastern Conference Finals. They haven't reached that plateau ever since they won the championship in 2021. They've gotten bounced early in the playoffs, and so they do need to get back to that level to show Giannis that they're building something sustainable, building something long term.
This isn't far enough in this game of how far is too far. If you're going to say you're staying, then say you're staying until you leave. If you want to leave and you post stuff like this out there, which is supposed to be pressure, honestly, just get out with it. Get it over with and make the demand. Because, look, Milwaukee, they are hamstrung as far as how competitive they can be the rest of this year. To have this report come out right after Giannis said all of those things, this isn't quite Russell Wilson saying, I don't want to be traded, but if I was traded, I'd like to go to these four teams, but it's close. You're like, well, if they don't get better, I mean, who knows? Like, just say you want out if they don't win.
That's what it is.
That would make sense. And I think a lot of people would understand that. You've won them a championship.
Yeah.
I understand that. Like, I don't think that you're an insufferable, unlikable, egomaniac NBA player if the season's going poorly and you're like, hey, man, like, if we don't win, let's see what happens. Now, maybe you're not being the best teammate because you're saying that you have some doubts publicly, which is throwing people under the bus. But it is a competitive industry, and if they're not winning, Just say you don't want to be here if they don't win. Everyone would understand that, I think.
Yeah, it's not quite like you said, hey, if we don't, or I'm not asking for a trade, but here's where I want to go.
Yeah.
It's more like, I don't want to trade, but if we don't win anything, what am I doing here? And I think that is understandable when you look at the Bucks, and their next best player after Giannis is Damian Lillard. He's 34 years old. Third best player, Brook Lopez, 36. So this is an older team around him, and a team that's aging around him. And they just traded Chris Middleton, who isn't that much older, but has a body of a much older basketball player. So I can see his point of view of like Shams was saying, the long-term aspect of the winning. And, if they, again, get bounced in the first or second round this year, like, you have to look and like, is Damian Lillard and Brook Lopez are they going to be getting better as we get older? So I think it's fair.
I just wish he'd go further in this game of how far is too far.
Yes, he should say, if we do not make the Eastern Conference Finals, I am demanding a trade. I think more people should make ultimatums.
How far is too far continues. Airline etiquette. Is this too far? Content creator. That's too far.
No, I'm already against this person.
Cam Casey was sitting on a flight while the person behind him stretched out their legs to reveal their flip-flop adorned feet beneath his seat, much to his disgust. Bro, this is nasty, he wrote on the viral video in which he looked repulsed. To dole out, quote, instant karma, end quote, he uncapped his bottle of water and poured it on the person's feet. They recoiled immediately. Sean is laughing hysterically behind the glass.
You know what? I'm kind of on the side. I think it's too far, but I think it's funny.
I think it's a psycho move to wear flip-flops on a plane.
Yes,
to walk
that's
barefoot
why.
through an airport, and on top of that, it gets cold when you're up there. I don't want my feet to be cold. I do like to have the dogs outside of the shoes. When I was a little kid, my feet didn't stink. I would take my shoes off because my feet would expand and it would hurt. Then I realized that that's disgusting and everyone can smell your feet except for you. So I stopped doing it. I was a little kid. I didn't know any better. But if the person is stretching their feet underneath your seat, they might just be really tall. This situation, no, the nails were painted. I don't think this person was tall. I can understand someone like for a second stretching their legs underneath so far that you see them underneath.
Yeah.
I guess if they were barefoot completely, I would be grossed out by it. But I think this is too far. Pouring water on the person.
Because what I'm battling with is that the person in flip-flops, like, they have committed an offense, and that is wearing flip-flops on a plane. Like, that is an act of aggression against everyone else on the plane.
Yeah.
The water bottle is stepping it up. Like, that is escalating the transgression.
Yeah, 100%.
It depends how well you play it off.
I think this is too far.
Oh, and then
I don't think it's gross that someone wears flip-flops on a plane. I don't think that's gross. I don't. I think it's gross when you're sitting next to a family from another country, clearly, and their bare feet, they are rubbing those bare feet against the seat in front of them. And for a whole flight, which happened to me once on a Turkish Airlines flight back from Croatia to Houston. The entire flight, this family just no qualms about personal space, no cares at all.
They do it differently. I thought you would have learned in Yacht Week.
No, it was disgusting. I was like, I'm so glad to go back to the United States
where people have shame.
Just sitting next to these people. All right, some garbage time before we get out of here. Garbage. A woman's mugshot has gone viral after breaking up with her boyfriend. She filled his gas tank with a generous pour of Coke Zero, 2, and I've never heard of this before, sucked on Skittles. Her mugshot, she's pretty cute. Not going to lie.
Okay.
Am I down bad enough to debate whether or not I could fix her? Yes. I'm admitting it. But people suck Skittles? They just suck the Skittle and then they spit it out? And then they putting it into the gas tank. That's the psycho move.
Yeah.
She got arrested for this.
I need to know some more information on the Skittles.
Okay.
Pre-sucked. What are we talking?
Pre-sucked Skittles. I've never heard of that.
How do you know? How do you
Good
know they're
question.
pre-sucked?
They
got
are.
put in a gas can or a
Mhm.
gas tank.
How did you find? I guess she must have admitted to it. They put a light on her in the interrogation room. I sucked them Skittles. I sucked them. I sucked them good. Please don't isolate that. One last one. Delta Airlines is offering the passengers of the flight that overturned in Toronto and caught fire with everyone hanging from their seats like bats until they were evacuated from the plane, $30,000. Would you take $30,000? Here's the thing. I would take $30,000 gladly. I'd be okay with that, but I'm definitely pushing for more.
No, the thing is, if they're offering 30,000
to start,
that means you can get more.
Definitely.
That means you can get more if you take it to court.
But it'll take a while to get that money.
True, but you're probably going to get like 10x that money.
Oh, kind of wish I was on that plane now. God, I wish I was on that plane now.
No casualties.
Just injuries. And on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. Big thanks to our texters, our callers. Shout out to Julian, YouTubers and Twitchers, and everyone else who listened. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, I am merely Paul Gallant. No Joe today. He'll be back on Monday. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blake. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Busy show on this Thursday. Daryl the Moose Johnston will be joining us here in a little bit. A lot of Astro stuff to get to, a lot of Texan stuff to get to. Rockets start basketball tomorrow. Jabari Smith expected to play tomorrow. Fred VanVleet is still day-to-day. So take that for what it's worth. Okay, Vince Scully.
Yep.
I love that line though.
Yep.
It's a great line. Aren't we all? I feel a little day to day today.
I kind of do too.
You're banged up?
Yeah, just
What's wrong?
I don't know if it's allergies or something that kicked in right around lunchtime and just a little bit annoying. Just not a lot of energy. I tried to make coffee. The coffee maker's on the fritz.
Yeah, I'm a little grumpy myself too. You might get the Angry Bees today. It sounds like. Brian, you ready for the Angry Bees?
That's different from what usual show.
I was happy yesterday.
Yeah, you're kind of like the Chuck Norris T-shirt, where it shows all the different emotions, but it's the same expression.
Like Phil Maton.
Yeah, there's not a lot of difference between angry and happy, Jeremy.
Yeah, I'm not. My hip's been bothering me. I feel like an old.
What are you, 95 years old?
That bus ride the other day. I woke up yesterday morning with throbbing pain in my right hip, and it has not went away.
Just from sleeping funny on it?
I think I was just sitting on it. It's like I sat funny, I think.
It's a Saturday Night Live sketch, and I'm 50.
Yeah.
Where she does the kicks.
I saw a little bit of that
and all
yesterday. Yeah, I like to stretch. They had Emma Stone up with
kick.
her.
Yeah.
Did you watch the 50th anniversary?
There's some good stuff. Yeah, bits and pieces. Some of the skits are really funny.
We DVR'd it, and we started to watch a little bit of it last night, but I ended up falling asleep. But we saw that one. Emma Stone was up there doing I like to stretch it, I'm 50. I like sports. But yeah, I don't know. Can you stretch it out for me, Blankers? You know all those athletic stretches. Can you stretch me out?
I'd have to ask. Well, Joel needs his quad stretch. Maybe you guys.
Well, I've been doing it on my own, Brian. I'm fully capable.
I'll stretch your leg if you stretch my hip.
Yeah, I'm good. But I can try and figure out which stretches you need to do for your hip.
Quad.
Yeah.
Quid pro quo.
Maybe you get the Angry Beast. We'll see what happens. You never know with us. It could be anger. It could be happiness. You never know the emotions you might get with the Killer Bees. Brian wanted to talk about our days being numbered.
I mean, they are. I mean, have you not seen the news?
We're all getting a day older. Today's the youngest we'll ever be.
What do you mean? The phrase, the phrasing is I don't think correct, but I know what you're trying to say. No, but the news of this asteroid, because I mean, you always hear every couple of years like, oh, there's an asteroid that's going to come within like 4 million light years, and it's the closest passed by and since however. But now this asteroid that's supposed to hit or come by close by at least in 2032. Like at one point just a day ago, its odds were to make impact, and they're calling it like a city killer. We're up over 3%, which is higher than a 16 seed has gotten. Like some of the 16 seeds that actually have beat the 1 seeds, their odds like before those games were like 2.5, 2.7. This asteroid's got a better chance than UMBC. So it's. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of time between now and 2032, but it's interesting.
So, what about the 15 beating a 2? Is this somewhere? But this is like somewhere between a 15 and a 16.
I didn't look up the odds on
round?
a 15 beating a 2, but and thankfully, and again, 7 years. So, but thankfully, the odds of this asteroid hitting us have since been decreased a little bit. I believe it's now down around about 1%, but like a day ago, it was up over 3. So. Look out.
What we need is one of these. We need Elon to send one of these SpaceX rockets up into the outer space.
I mean,
and take a charge.
I saw a documentary of Bruce Willis about this exact situation.
This was a documentary or a movie?
It's a joke. You don't remember the movie?
It's
Deep Impact?
No, not Deep Impact.
It's like one word.
Huh?
Isn't it like one word?
I'm just gonna look it up. I don't even actually remember the name of the movie, but Bruce Willis, Aerosmith did the did the soundtrack with Liv Tyler, was the love interest, I think, of Bruce Willis.
Mm-hmm.
You know, remember the whole premise of the movie was they had to take a rocket ship up there and blow up an asteroid to save Earth.
Shouldn't we have the technology by 2032 to send something up there and derail this thing?
I would think so,
off
right?
its course that has a 16
Armageddon was the name of the
chance
movie.
of beating
There
a
you go.
1
Armageddon.
of hitting the Earth. Like, we don't have this technology?
Yeah, you would think we'd have some sort of laser or missile or something that we could
hit them with the laser.
Thank you, Dr. Evil. But yeah, they're saying that this thing is not big enough to end like all life on Earth, but whatever city it hit in, it would completely destroy the city. And if it lands in the water, it would cause tsunamis the likes which we've never seen.
So you want to go somewhere in the middle of the country if it doesn't hit.
Yeah,
your city.
I was looking at the path because I got really deep into this. But I was looking at the path.
Kinda, probably.
But it looks like their projected path is like right along the equator of where this could possibly hit. So I think we're okay.
This is how you spend your time.
A part of my time.
Looking
Part of the time I watched The Bear this morning. Part of the time I was working on the show. Part of the time I was looking up asteroid stuff.
Space trips me out.
Yeah.
You start to think about. I like to have a little bit of something to drink maybe before I think
Something
about this
to vibe
stuff.
it. Yeah, something to vibe with.
Space is crazy. Like, have you seen? I listen to some Rogan at times. Have you seen like some of these stars and the size that they are?
Oh, it's
like 100 times bigger than the sun.
Yeah, you can't comprehend.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It is crazy.
And then, like, what is this new telescope? There's a new telescope. I remember everything in broad terms, not specifics. But there's a new telescope that's like the strongest telescope ever, and they have it somewhere up high. And they actually like tweet out pictures and stuff. And like they're seeing things that they've never seen before, and like they're kind of changing the definition of what black holes are and stuff like this.
Huh.
It's like, okay, not to go too deep, but we know that math is infinite, right?
Yes. So is the universe.
So is the universe. And
Yeah.
we haven't even we probably haven't even scratched the surface. We
No,
probably have
there's
not even scratched the surface.
Like we
on
know
the
of a
universe.
few other. Is galaxy the right word? I
Probably.
think galaxy is the
Far
right word.
away, yeah.
We know of a few other galaxies, and we presume obviously it has tons of planets around it. But like, I mean, you could go way. I mean, like you said, math is infinite, space is infinite. Who knows how many millions of universes there are throughout all space and time.
Yeah, it's kind of trippy. It's crazy. We all had a good run, says a texter. Every anime I've ever watched has let me know one thing: the Earth is vulnerable to all meteors, short of an overpowered main character.
And it probably is what killed the dinosaurs.
I'm not an anime guy.
I'm not either.
Chewie is, right?
He is. Yeah, he likes that. There's some theories out there. I was listening to some of this stuff over the weekend too, as I was spending my time in Sedona. There's like a heavy theory, not even conspiracy, like a theory between like scientists and paleontologists and stuff that birds are dinosaurs.
Yeah, you
knew that? I just learned that this week.
Birds are dinosaurs. So I mean, basically, alligators are dinosaurs
like
too.
These paleontologists have discovered a lot of these rocks have the feather in the rock, so it leads them to believe, and they have a pretty good idea that a lot of the dinosaurs had feathers.
Huh?
Yeah.
What was the pterodactyl? Was the one that flew?
No
Yeah,
idea.
Pterodactyl flew.
Yeah.
That wasn't the only one that flew, but pterodactyl's one of them.
Pat 409, 2032 is no different than 2018. 7 years is nothing. We won't be that more advanced. James Webb Telescope. That's what it's called. James Webb Telescope is awesome. Yeah, you can see some pictures.
You'll have to go on a deep dive on that.
We do have the technology, and we've successfully tested it, says Texter. There you go.
What,
Don't
to
worry
blow
about
up
the
an
meteors.
asteroid?
The meteors, apparently. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see.
This guy says, this texter says, we've bumped an asteroid put off its orbit.
Interesting.
That's what we do in
You would
That's what we do in the
think that
Earth.
with all the technology they have to take things out of the air anyway, as it starts approaching and gets closer into the atmosphere, they should be able to take it out.
Yeah, it's just. I know in theory, it's possible because they can track where this thing might land, which is 7 years in advance, and we're rapidly spinning, and while the asteroid is plummeting at mile per hour that we can't comprehend. But if they're able to kind of track when and where it would land, you would think it would be able to track a path to where they could throw something in its way.
And you could clear out the area, I think.
Yeah, if you knew, if a year out, okay, the odds are like 75% now, then that city gets evacuated.
Yeah, it's evacuate. We'll do what do they call it? The whenever you had the highways go both ways.
Oh yeah, I did
Like
that
the
for
hurricane route?
I did that for Rita.
Yeah, I forget the word for
Oh, that was awful.
Who's the Virgin Island guy that sends people into space? Isn't it Richard? It's Richard Branson.
It's King Richard.
Yeah,
King
Richard Branson. Yeah, I think the guy that founded Virgin Airlines or
Because
whatever.
they made him a king. Someone anointed him and made him. Isn't it king?
Or is it
That sounds right. I don't know for sure. That sounds right.
Maybe it's Sir.
Remember, like Nick Faldo's a Sir.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Sir Nick Faldo.
Maybe he was knighted.
So was Elton
Maybe it was
John.
Sir.
Why
That's right.
doesn't this guy just go up to space, take his little rocket, and step in the way of the meteor?
He's got nothing to live
I
for.
trust him to do it. I don't trust the people of the Titanic. Remember the Titanic adventurers?
No, we can't have
I don't trust them.
we can't have them
They
do
have
it. What
little
about? I mean,
PS2 controllers riding down to the bottom of the ocean.
I mean, we know Elon's sending rockets up into space. Doesn't he have a rocket that can knock this thing off?
He's pretty smart. I'll take the under on the
thought he
meteorite
did.
hitting Earth. Contraflow. I wanted to say contraband, but I knew that wasn't it.
Yeah,
Contraflow.
contraband is sneaking legal stuff in.
Yeah, that's why I knew that wasn't it. That's why I bit my tongue. But contraflow. Contraflow is what it is. Yeah, we can contraflow out of those. Textures, anyone been to Sedona before? Yeah, I have. Jurassic Park talks about birds being dinosaurs. I don't think I've ever watched Jurassic Park from start to finish. Have you?
No, I have not. I was not interested in it. I'm not a big Jeff Goldblum fan.
What's wrong with Jeff?
Really?
Goldblum?
You don't like Jeff
Goldblum?
He annoys me. I saw the
That's a
fly.
national treasure.
I saw the fly back in the day. He's annoying. Even on those commercials for
don't
apartment.
hold the fly against him.
He's still annoying. He's just annoying.
On this topic, I always think of the end of Men in Black. And then here's the question, though. How, if you know this thing is coming, you don't contraflow yourself out of the way. How are you spending your last week on the earth?
Probably first and foremost, a lot of time with my family.
Don't say family. That's the cop out.
I'm going to spend it working my days away. I'm going to spend it with you guys because I love y'all. I really appreciate my time.
Don't say family.
With
What
you
are you going
guys.
to abandon them?
Hell yeah. I want to die at the poker table. If I'm in the path of this
No,
thing.
I'm going to go out working.
I want to die at the poker table.
I want to have the headphone on whenever I pass away.
I want to be chasing an open-ended straight on the river.
Might be golfing.
Right as it hits.
I want to be entertaining the dozens and dozens of Killer Bee fans.
Of the people that are trying to contraflow out of here.
Yeah.
On their way out.
Yeah, they need something to listen to as they
So
contraflow.
you're the guy on the Titanic playing the violin as everyone's jumping off.
That's right.
Okay.
I'm going to spend my dying breath entertaining the masses. Masses is too strong of a word. The dozens and dozens.
I'm a dog.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I don't want to like if I knew that I had a week left on the earth, I don't want to change things up too much.
You would still come into work?
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably work from home.
That doesn't make it better. That doesn't make it better.
No.
Wait,
I would not
being
work.
at the poker table, what does that do? Like you're chasing a river.
Yeah,
Who
what if
cares
you
hit
hit
it?
it big and
Who
you make
cares
all
if you
this
hit
money
it?
for what?
Yeah.
It's for me.
Who cares if you hit it?
I don't. You're right. I don't care. I'm going all in every hand. It doesn't matter.
You're gonna bust in the first 30 minutes that you sit down because you're
It's
gonna
all
have
right.
zero.
I'll pull out the family heirlooms, try to buy my way back in. It doesn't matter. It's all going to end in a second.
If we had this running clock of when the earth ends,
Yes.
no one's at the poker table.
No.
No one's at the
I don't know
poker
if
table.
no one is.
No one.
I think Phil Hellmuth is at the poker table.
No, he's griping about the meteor standing on the corner.
Yeah, he would be complaining. You're right about that. He would be complaining.
Golf's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I'd be golfing at least.
Oh,
some.
Granado would be golfing.
Well, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
And he might be playing poker with you.
That's an interesting question. What would everyone else be doing here at
Granado
97.5?
would be golfing. Lance would be watching offensive lineman tape from sophomores.
Lance would be
in
learning how
college.
to walk in public spaces just in case.
There's not enough time for him to learn that in 7 years.
Paul would be petting his cat. Joe would be talking about Notre Dame football because he put on that Notre Dame T-shirt once upon a time. He was 8 years old, put on the golden T-shirt of Notre Dame, and all of a sudden became a lifelong Notre Dame T-shirt fan. Dell.
Soccer or my University of Miami football?
Dell would be hitting on the 60-year-old that lives upstairs.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Yeah, he does. He doesn't like him older.
Yeah. Mapes would be playing NCAA football.
100%.
His Rice dynasty.
100%.
Yeah, that's what he'd be doing. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Busy show, Bad Take Boulevard. It is a Thursday. We'll make mock drafts great again. Who has a Super Bowl window in the NFL? When we come back, Daryl Johnston, the Moose, Executive VP of Football Operations for the UFL, 3-time Super Bowl champion, joins us next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN at 92.5. Being joined now by the Moose, Daryl Johnston, Executive VP of Football Operations for the UFL. Just finished his 24th season on Fox. Too young for 24 seasons on Fox. And, of course, a 3-time Super Bowl champion. Daryl, tell us what's new. What's going on with the UFL? Exciting time. Season right around the corner.
Yeah, getting ready to kick things off right here on Friday night, March 28th, with the Houston Roughnecks, St. Louis Battlehawks coming to town. But it's been a really good offseason for us. Last year with the merger, it was literally drinking from the fire hose as you built the airplane while we were flying it. It was crazy. And we finalized the deal on January 12th. So that didn't give us a lot of time to really kind of blend both of the leagues together, really kind of get everybody to know each other. The football component came together a little bit quicker because we had to be there, had to be around each other. But I think when we talk about the success of the league and you start to look at the business side, the marketing component, the season ticket sales and ticket sales in general, I think that this offseason being able to have a traditional cadence to a lot of the things that we were doing and to really get to the point where it was able to be built and put in place the way that our president and CEO, Russ Brandon, would like it to be done. We have a lot of high hopes and a lot of excitement coming to the year on all fronts of the league this year. So we announced our new headquarters in Arlington, Texas. So we've got a place to stay that's official. No more setting up, breaking down, putting in storage, taking out of storage, reset it up. So it's going to be really, really great this year. I really can't wait. Our players are reporting on the 27th. We start everything on the 28th of February up in Arlington. And I can't wait to see their faces because the guys that I know from Legacy USFL in year one and where we were at and what that league was about and what we were asking these guys to do. I mean, we were in a shuttered hotel that was coming out of the pandemic. And I think we were the first clients that were going to stay in the hotel, probably to see if it was safe enough to stay in the hotel, and to where we are now with this HQ. And you share some of the stories with Russ Brandon, and he says the same thing. So my big thing is going to be standing inside the atrium and just watching the guys come in and just for them to see the look on their face of, wow, this is every year. This spring football league gets better and better and better. So excited to get everybody together.
I'm interested to take it to that level because we know now where you've been. And the Roughnecks, the 1 year, everybody still thinks that they were the champs and they started undefeated and everybody got behind them. And then we've seen some changes throughout the way. And now you're saying, look, what's the goals going forward now? Now we're kind of like leveling off. We're getting more stability. Everything's going that way. But you and I were talking about during the break. It's great when you see some of the progressions, not just the players, but players making the NFL rosters, coaches being called up and getting jobs in the NFL. Do you see that as like one of the next stepping stones? Is that this is not necessarily that it has to be the developmental league like we see in other leagues, but that you see players and coaches kind of making that next step?
It's kind of walking that fine line between being looked at as a developmental league,
right,
or the way that we like to quote ourselves, a standalone professional football league that plays their games in the spring. We get what a lot of the perception from people are going to have about us when we talk about a G League, minor league baseball, developmental component. We get that. But a lot of the guys in our league are continuing to play football just because they love the game. They know that their NFL window is closed, but this gives them an opportunity to maintain that platform. So it's kind of like old school NFL when the guys were playing football in the fall, had their regular jobs in the off season to supplement that. And then you went to training camp to get back into football shape. We're kind of running that model right now, this many years later. So, and it's not just our players. I mean, one of the great things that happened to us last year, I mean, we're coming together with a merger, as I told you about, last second, things are crazy. We lose the head of our strength and performance to the Tennessee Titans. We lost Bruce Gradkowski this year, the offensive coordinator for the St. Louis Battlehawks, to the Detroit Lions. I mean, we might have a Super Bowl ring next year for crying out loud. So, we've had some success with our people going up, and it's not just our players, not just our coaches. If you talk to Brad Campbell, who does our video, we've got a lot of guys that go up and work for the NFL teams and the video departments as well. So it's our support staff, our training staffs, everybody, and it's just keeping them in that football ecosystem, sharpening the skills, building the network. So it's
it's not just about the players and that developmental component as much as it is for us to be able to to provide this platform for everybody, you know, coaches, players, support staff. So it's awesome. And when we have some success stories like that, it's very fulfilling.
Daryl Johnston joining us, AHRNP guest line, Executive VP of Football Operations for the UFL. What rule do you like better in the UFL that you wish they would implement in the NFL?
4th and 12. You know, right away. If we are going to have the dynamic kickoff, and we are going to have the restrictions, you know, on the onside kick. Back when I played, and you could overload one side and have runners, I think the success rate was 8 to 11%, somewhere in there. It's down to 2-3% now. The way we account for player safety, and you declare it. Everybody knows you're going to do it. You know, the surprise onside is no longer a part of that. So that success rate has dropped. And I get it. I was one of the guys that was, you know, on the hot corner, you know, on the onside kick, and it was not fun. I mean, you were getting, there were some big collisions out there. So I get the whole safety component with it, but for us to be able to put you know, a play into the game, we put the ball at the 28-yard line. It's 4th and 12. If you make it, boom, there you go, and you just continue that drive. With the NFL, you know, really kind of taking the dynamic kickoff now and really, you know, kind of going all in on that, you've kind of eliminated that onside kick. So would you do our version of the 4th and 12? Maybe do it 4th and 16, 4th and 18. You know, what is your distance going to be that kind of mimics that conversion rate of the old style onside kick? I love our super challenge that we use, where you can challenge any play at any time. And any component of it, you just have to be very specific. And we've seen it used a couple of times in our league last year, you know, very strategically by our coaches. Obviously, with only one being there, you want to hold on to that. End of the game, something happens, you want to be able to throw that. But I did see in a game last season, Memphis use one early in the game that allowed them to convert a first down, and they scored a touchdown on the next play. But now they're done for the rest of the game, so you keep your fingers crossed. So what we've done this year is add a second one. If you do take that first one out and you are successful with it, then we're going to grant you a second opportunity. So that later in the game, if there's another play that comes up, I would like to see the NFL take that one and just kind of clean up that whole challenging that challenge flag scenario. And for, you know, and have, you know, Mike Pereira and Dean Blandino working with us in the league, and all the experience they have and how quickly they can get through things. It's been awesome. But those are two of the big ones for me. I would love to see them have a little bit more technology on the sideline. The video component that we use was embraced by the NCAA 2 years ago, going into the bowl games. Our quarterbacks, I mean, they just feel they're so much further ahead during the prep week, because during the course of the game, they watch it, they see it on video. And I can't tell you how many times when I was playing, we would get the stills, and you try to, you know, you try to piece the stills together, but you're like, well, where was the safety? He's not in frame anywhere. That's the guy I'm trying to figure out. Where did he come from? How did he disguise that blitz? When you've got that video and you can see the whole thing, our quarterbacks would say, I watch it during the game on Sunday, then I'm on Monday with the coaches and we're breaking it down again. So when we get to Tuesday, Wednesday, and we're getting ready for the next opponent, I've got so many things in my head that I remember from the game. And I would love to see the NFL kind of take a look at that. And I think there's a number of different things we do, from, you know, just access. And it was hard for me. I'm that old school guy, and I'm a bit of a curmudgeon. And, you know, I refer to them as orange spaces, you know, the locker room, the huddle. There's certain areas where, you know, you should earn the right to be in there. And it's you know, it's for that select group that's achieved that goal. But when you allow the fans access into those areas, and you see the response from them. So that's been a big shift for me, is, you know, hey, let's allow everybody to kind of see what it's like in the NFL huddle. Let's let everybody kind of eavesdrop on that conversation between the offensive coordinator and the quarterback, you know, right there on the sideline, to the point where some of our sideline guys will literally ask the coach a question. Well, yeah, but what about on that play right there? You know, it's awesome.
Good thing Belichick's not coaching in the league, because he'd be using it against having some guy watching everything. But I was going to ask you, because you know both sides, the NFL as well, but do you take what you've seen from what we've just saw unfold in the NFL and then try and be innovative in how you adapt as a league? Because we know, look, from the calls that were questioned with the roughing penalties to then suddenly the league, without basically telling many people, we're going to go to booth challenges, or we're going to go to the booth now to try and get more calls right.
Yeah.
But it seems like with the backing you guys have, with the network, with the cameras, with those things too, that you can kind of take what maybe were shortcomings of the NFL and turn that into an advantage for your league.
Absolutely. We just did our rules meeting with Mike and Dean Tuesday night with all of our staffs. And the big thing that they talked about is, you know, when it comes to an egregious foul or player safety, you know, we are allowed to jump in and make sure that we get that right. We don't want you to have to and go back to last year when you only had one.
Right.
And you're looking at the video board and you're like, oh my God, you know, that why is that? Why do I have to use my challenge on that one?
Right.
And you don't want to use it because you've only got the one. So Mike and Dean, you know, have told all the staffs that, you know, let us get in there and get that cleaned up for you. And there were several clips from last year. Obviously, the biggest one, the Houston Texans game against Kansas City with the roughing the passer, where when you go back and look at it from that other angle and it's face mask to the shoulder, but you can't do anything right there. In the UFL, Dean or Mike are going to call down and go, no, that's not.
That's great.
That's not a hit to the head. That's a clean hit. So we're going to pick that flag back up. So yeah, it's not necessarily what happened in the NFL last year. This is the way that we're building our league. We want it to be very, very, you know, interactive with Mike and Dean being able to jump in there and get everything corrected. And it's easier for us because we're going to have 4 matchups during the course of the week. So we get Dean Blandino and Mike Pereira covering all 4 of our games, and they're able to jump in real time. We get how hard it is across the NFL landscape when you have that many games on a Sunday and trying to make sure. As a broadcaster, I've been there and I've wanted to go to Dean Blandino or Mike Pereira back in the studios in LA, and they're in the middle of another conversation at another game, and I couldn't get any information. So we get the dynamics are a little bit more challenging just from a broadcast standpoint, not necessarily the league coming in and trying to clean it up. But with Dean and Mike now and only the 4 games over the course of the weekend, we hopefully won't have that situation where you see a call and then we get a replay that shows that it was a clean hit and that Mike and Dean are going to be able to jump in and get that all sorted out.
Daryl Johnson, Executive VP of Football Operations for the UFL, 3-time Super Bowl champion. Where did the nickname Moose come from?
From a backup quarterback with us in Dallas going all the way back to 1989. So my first year there. So all the running backs at that time were smaller. Even my backup fullback, he was a short, stocky guy, 5'10", 240. I was 6'3" or 6'2", 245. We would go into individual period all the way down at the opposite end of the field. And then we'd have to come all the way back 100 yards to do offensive group with the quarterbacks, wide receivers, and tight ends. And we were always the last group coming back up. And he just flippantly threw out, when you guys are coming up, you look like a moose walking in a field of deer in the running back group. So he started calling me Moose. And then Troy started calling me Moose. And then he referred to it, and Brad Sham, our local radio guy, used it on the radio one time. So then it got big in the Dallas area. So I was slowly losing my name. And then Troy was in a production meeting with John Madden. And, he would do production meetings with John every week. John would always ask for Troy. Yeah. And Troy would tell him, he's like, John, we're not doing a whole lot different this week. If you want to talk to somebody else, you can. But he always wanted to talk to Troy. So there was one weekend where we went in the production meeting, and John's like, well, you got anything new? And he goes, actually, we do this week. He goes, we got a really good package in there for Moose. We're gonna turn him loose a little bit on this team and give him a shot to have a nice afternoon. And John's like, who? He goes, oh, I'm sorry. He goes, Daryl. He goes, but no, but what did you call him? He goes, Moose. So during the game, John Madden refers to me as Moose, and then that is it.
Takes off.
There was
that
no more
documentary that they did on Madden when he used to talk to Favre the same way.
Oh,
and Favre told him the story about one of the and we can't say it all on air, but then he made sure to kind of work in that story on the air, and you're like, Madden was a gem.
He was unbelievable.
Oh man,
he was unbelievable. And there was the guy that he would always reference was the guy that he would see kind of hanging outside the hotel in New York City. He'd stayed at Dakota when he was up that way doing games, and there was a guy that he would bump into, and he may have been a homeless guy, but he would refer to him. Hey, I was talking to, I think it was Fred.
Okay.
I talked to Fred this morning before the game. We were coming over, and it was a guy that he would just kind of stop and chat with and talk to. He's one of a kind.
Yeah, no doubt.
He really made football fun and really kind of opened the door for everybody to kind of come in and watch the game and be entertained. And I think that that's one of the things that you always have to remember is it's an athletic event, and it's very competitive, but it has to be entertaining as well. And there was nobody better than John Madden.
I was curious real quick on your thoughts on the home team here, the Texans. I mean, we saw a team that kind of jumped a little bit ahead of the curve in terms of how they turned it around. But now obviously people expecting a lot more. The bar's a lot higher. CJ, and now everything's kind of under more scrutiny because of how it ended, the offensive line, everything. But your thoughts a little bit on the Texans?
Yeah, we had them a couple of times last year. Our group did. And yeah, it's hard. I mean, you get years ahead of that curve, and you knock it out of the park. You get the offensive player of the year, the defensive player of the year in the same draft, or rookies. And I think we all knew that there was going to be success here. When this whole journey started, and then to really kind of exceed that first year, and then have them move up another tick. I think a lot of times people forget, how many things had to go right that year to get to that point. And hey, maybe this was our record, but we're really not quite there yet. I thought last season they played well. I really did. There was a lot of adversity. I think that's a big thing when you're in the middle of a turnaround and you're trying to get everything kind of focused and heading towards building a championship team. You have to go through that period. So I think that second year was okay for an organization, to be able to fight through some of the things that they had to fight through. And D'Amico did a great job with everybody. So I really watched that playoff game, and for me, it was, Kansas City could have gone down that week. They could have gone down against Buffalo. They finally ran out of gas against Philadelphia, but they played outstanding against Kansas City, and that's not an easy thing to do out there. And so, I mean, they were. I mean, you can go back and you can kind of maybe look at what happened in that game, and that was going to help a lot of the teams out. It was going to help Buffalo. It was going to help Philly. With what they saw Houston do to Kansas City.
We have a lot of Cowboy fans, so I don't know what's wrong with them. But I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you what you thought of the Brian Schottenheimer hire.
I like Brian as a guy and as a coach. Marty Schottenheimer is one of my all-time favorite people to ever have had the opportunity to meet. I don't understand the dynamics of the whole situation and how we got to that point. If you wanted to stay status quo, why wouldn't you just keep Coach McCarthy there? So to hire inside and say we wanted to minimize the impact of change, it just seems to me like they got caught off guard. And I don't know how you get caught off guard when every coach on the staff has his contract expire. So there's a piece to the puzzle that we don't have yet on the outside that would probably help us go, okay, that makes more sense to me. The one that gets thrown around in Dallas a little bit is because Mike McCarthy's contract has expired. He's not going in to see if he's got another year. He's going in to renegotiate a whole new contract. So does he slide a number across the table, and the number is a little bit higher than the organization anticipated, and the organization slides a number back, and it's something that Mike McCarthy is willing to walk away from, and now you are caught kind of off guard, and you thought that he would sign that contract and he chose not to. So now you're scrambling a little bit. But I do like what Brian Schottenheimer has done so far with the hires on his staff. It didn't surprise me. And Brian, as an OC in the league, has been a run game coordinator. He understands the importance of the run game. His father knew the importance of the run game, playing defense, playing special teams. It's very kind of old school fundamental football style. So I think in Dallas, we've all gotten to the point, okay, is everybody bitched and complained enough? Can we start to accept the fact that Coach Schottenheimer is going to be here, and let's get behind him a little bit? Because I thought when his staff came out, I think that there was kind of a, okay, all right, let's give this guy a shot.
And he got some head coaching experience to help him out. And,
absolutely.
And
which you
got
have
some guys
to.
behind him.
Which you have to. I mean, D'Amico did the same thing here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's smart. And the guys that don't do that, it's hard. It really is challenging.
But the question I had, Troy was very critical. We've heard some of the guys come out about Jerry and how it's run now. And I'm just curious, from when you guys were there till now, and obviously Jimmy changed, the culture changed a lot when Jimmy left. But, we've heard Dalton Schultz, when he got here, say that the culture changed so much that there were tours going on while they were lifting weights. And it was more about the overall marketing and everything else than the football. And your thoughts on like where they're at with Jerry as GM and owner and everything that he's doing. And even a Derrick Henry that says that was his first choice destination, and Jerry said it wasn't a fit, and you're like, it was pretty good.
Yeah. Wasn't a fit how? You're looking at, the Dak Prescott contract, the CeeDee Lamb contract, the Micah Parsons contract. Is it not a fit because it doesn't fit financially in what we want to do? Because I think Derrick Henry, you make it fit. You know, if he wants to come your way, you find a way to make that work. There's truth to what he talks about. The brand, in my opinion, the brand is number one. And nothing comes before the brand. Now they have built that brand into the number one sports franchise in the world, not just in the United States, but in the world. It's iconic. It's the most valuable franchise there is. Okay, you've done that. You've achieved that goal. And just think where that goal would be if you were still winning championships. Yeah, obviously, every 5 years, every 7 years. It's to have something come out and really shock you, which is the closest team having last played in a championship game to Dallas's 30 years are the Chicago Bears at 14, which is staggering. There are data points out there about one of the more iconic franchises in the NFL, if not the most iconic franchise in the NFL, that are just mind-boggling. The Jacksonville Jaguars have been to more championship games in the last 30 years than the Dallas Cowboys have. I mean, they're just you just start pulling them out. Now Detroit was one of the ones that you could always say we won't fall behind the Detroit Lions. Well, now you have. So it's tough times right now, and the biggest thing is it's consistency in the NFL. There's such a win now mentality in the NFL that nobody allows that one-off season. I mean, for everybody in Dallas, it was kind of take a step back, and here's why. After 12-5, 12-5, 12-5, and you can talk about what you want about the playoffs, right? Yeah, they got to get better. They got to find a way to win a playoff game. But 3 consecutive 12-5 seasons, and you have a down year. But Mike McCarthy and his staff didn't lose that team. They kept it together, and guys started to get healthy again. But I mean, there's no DeMarcus Lawrence, there's no Micah Parsons in the beginning. There's a big, shuffle with the offensive line, injuries with the offensive line. There's a ton of things where you could take a step back and go, yeah, I get why we had a tough year. And then just to pull the plug. And that's what that whole decision that we talked about is kind of, all right, what's that piece of the puzzle that we are missing, that we're not truly understanding? Because when you blow the whole thing up, you just reset that clock and you got to go all the way back to square one. And you're trying to minimize that in Dallas right now. But I see it all around the NFL where that desire to be great right away, that doesn't happen. And that's why I was happy to see this franchise, after having maybe been way ahead of the curve year one under D'Amico Ryans, and take a step back and see the struggles and then find a way to get into the playoffs and then play a pretty darn good playoff game. So, that's just, it's not easy to win games in the NFL. That's the one thing that's the hardest to explain to people. And for us, I think a lot of people looked at our Cowboy teams back in the 90s and say, everything came easy to you guys. So we were 1-15.
That's right.
I mean, it was horrible. We were 4-22. 3/4 of the way through our second season. We found the most amazing ways to lose football games. It was unbelievable. It was to the point where, oh, good, we got this one in the hand. We'd be like, no, you don't. Watch what we do next. So, just for people to understand how challenging it is to play, football at a level that's going to help you earn a victory over 60 minutes is very, very challenging.
Daryl, we appreciate the time. Great to have UFL in Houston, second year post-merger, and very, very good that you're over at TDECU as a Houston Cougar. I'm thrilled about that.
Well, and hey, we are opening the season in Houston, Texas on Friday night, which is great. Fox they've done Friday night football in the fall. They did Friday night basketball in the winter. They're going to roll that platform right into to the UFL. So we've got our opening game on Friday night here in Houston on the 28th. So come on out.
Website and everything. Any information for the fans?
UFL.com.
There you go.
Yeah, it's all right there. We just upgraded that. That came out earlier this month. We take steps every year, every season. We isolate a few things that we want to work on. The website was one of the big things that we had a lot of people talk about last year. Tough to navigate, the drop downs and different things like that. Now that's just been relaunched as of, I think it was February 7th, I think. And it's awesome. Much more interactive, really great information, and then localized to your team. So some great stuff there.
Let's go Roughnecks.
Let's go Roughnecks. And you got Curtis Johnson, one of the one of the really, really good people you'll meet in the world of football too. So your head coach is a hell of a guy.
Yeah, really great product. Fun, entertaining, great value. Get out there to TDECU Stadium and watch the Roughnecks in the second year post-merger of the UFL. Daryl Johnson, Executive VP of Football Operations, just finished his 24th season on Fox, 3-time Super Bowl champion as well. When we return, who are the teams that have the biggest Super Bowl windows? It is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Great conversation with the Moose, Daryl Johnston. And they gave us some jerseys.
He's
Those are good.
I mean, articulate is one thing, but really good guy.
Oh, we could have talked to him for hours.
Yeah. No doubt. Brian, maybe not. But
he could talk to us for hours.
we went a little long. But
Yeah, he was
fun.
interested.
No, I didn't mind. I would have gladly let you guys finish the hour.
Yeah, the suits upstairs might not
Probably
have been too
not,
pleased. The suits upstairs, hey, we got to stay on the clock. As they do their little half Windsor.
As they adjust their half Windsor.
Button up their half Windsor. Or not button it up, adjust it. We were teasing the teams with the biggest Super Bowl windows.
Yep.
And he's like, well, who are you guys going to say? I think he wanted to do the segment. Daryl Johnson. He's like,
he
move aside.
wasn't
I'm a
happy
pro.
to.
I'm a 3-time Super Bowl champion.
I've
you
done
guys
this
are
for
nothing.
24 years on Fox, guys. Step aside.
Yeah, let the pros handle this. You little jabroni. Why don't you go wait in the hall? I feel like
he patted you on the head.
He didn't say that, but I think he was thinking that.
Good work if you can get it too. You get the Fox gig during the NFL
I know.
season. You rotate right into this, and you've got an administrative role.
Double
and
dip.
and now the headquarters is in your backyard.
Not
Nice.
bad. Who did he say was the biggest? He said Buffalo.
Buffalo.
He thought that Buffalo was the biggest Super Bowl window. It's like, Moose, you might be a 3-time Super Bowl champion.
He doesn't
but
know
I
your
know a
takes
thing
on
or two
Josh
about Josh Allen.
I was just gonna say I didn't hear Jeremy tell him his Josh Allen thoughts.
I save that for the air. I save conversation for the air. But yeah, he said Buffalo. He thinks Buffalo has the biggest Super Bowl window from this day forward. Like, we're not talking about in the past. Yes, the Chiefs have won 3, all of that. But from this moment forward, who has the biggest Super Bowl window? I disagree with the Moose. I don't think Josh Allen's ever going to win a Super Bowl. I think he is a turnover machine whenever it counts. When it counts, I mean, he'll put together MVP regular seasons, although it should have went to Lamar. But when it counts, he's going to melt down. Who do you think has the biggest Super Bowl window, Blankers?
To me, it's hard to say when you look at it, you have to start with Kansas City, because I just don't think, as long as you have those two coordinators, depending on how long Andy stays in the game, and you have Patrick Mahomes, I think the window is always open. I think he's proven it with the fact that when he's had a less than group of wide receivers, when he's had a two-headed monster in the backfield, and they weren't really monsters, but they were, kind of brother-in-lawing each other. And their defense with Spagnuolo has been really good in the last couple of years. I don't know that window closes. I think that, yeah, they kind of petered out in the Super Bowl, and that wasn't their best performance. But I think that it's hard to bet against those guys to like head the list.
Yeah, Kansas City would be it for me just because of where I hold Mahomes in high regard. And look, Philadelphia got to him. The Eagles just killed them in the Super Bowl, but I don't think that's who Kansas City is going to be all the time going forward. Like Brady had his lunch handed to him a couple of times in the postseason. Never in the Super Bowl quite like that, but in the postseason, I would have Kansas City. I would have Mahomes. Andy Reid, I don't think he's going to be there for 10 more years, but I think he's going to be there for 5 more years. So I can't bet against Pat Mahomes, even though they just got killed in the Super Bowl. What about you, Brian?
Yeah, I would like to say a different team just for the sake of conversation, but as Joel pointed out, as long as you have the offensive and defensive play callers plus Mahomes there, to quote Jim Crane, the window's always open. I think really the conversation starts after them.
Right.
And I don't even know if I would have the Eagles second, and they're top of this list that we're basing it off of from Bucky Brooks. But it feels like the Eagles, in a way, are kind of similar to the Seahawks team that won a title a decade ago, where they won it based upon 11 guys on defense. And those super groups on defense are much harder to keep together for the long run than a team led by a great play caller and a great quarterback. You can keep those two guys together for, the entirety of their career. But defensive guys, depending on 11 guys, like the Legion of Boom did in 2014 or 2013 when they won the title, it's much tougher to keep that super group together. So I would drop the Eagles down a few spots, but Chiefs definitely number 1.
He doesn't even call plays. I see where you're coming from, but like he could lose his defensive coordinator.
Right.
Vic Fangio could retire tomorrow, and now you're replacing 2 coordinators again.
And we saw what happened to them, the last time they went to the Super Bowl and lost, and then lost the coordinators, and it fell apart for them.
Moose, I think I can call him that now because we just talked for 30 minutes. We're on a nickname basis. I call him Moose. He calls me J-Bone whenever we text each other. He was talking about Philadelphia, and he mentioned like how Philadelphia likes to handle their contracts where they'll go all in and then they'll take a year off trying to kind of reset the clock and then build it up again. So he said there's kind of ebbs and flows there. So that might be tough in terms of they're keeping their window wide open if you're doing the ebbs and flows, the whole contract situation.
That's what he said. He gave Howie Roseman full credit, but he said at the same time, Howie's not afraid to say the window's open, and once we win it, and we start getting big, we can shut it for a year, but we can reopen it because we still keep a lot of guys.
Yeah, like is AJ Brown back next year? I mean, he's obviously been someone that's been a little talky at times in regards to his contract.
But how he gets credit, because if you think about it, at the start of the year, they had guys holding out, they had guys they had to trade, they had some issues, and he just was able to, Reddick was the guy that he dumped out on, but then he found Baum, he found guys that came in and did their job better than they've ever had, and so he's got a keen eye for talent, which helps them. But I think to Jeremy's point, whether you believe in the Josh Allen side of it or not, it's going to come down to quarterback play, because with all the teams that we're looking at, because you're right, Brian, it really starts with who's second. Second, it could be Baltimore if they finally get it together and can finish a season, because they still have a ton of talent. It could be a team like Green Bay, but the quarterback play is so up in the air with Jordan Love about what you're truly going to get, no matter how good and young you are. They're the youngest, I think the youngest team in the league. But if you don't have good quarterback play, what are you going to be? So it's Josh Allen, it's Lamar, it's teams like the Packers. How long can Goff keep doing it with Detroit? And now they've got coordinator changes. So it's going to be interesting.
Are you putting down Jalen Hurts right now?
No, I'm saying that Jalen Hurts, you got those guys all signed. I mean, I think with Jalen Hurts, with Saquon in a running game, with that offensive line, as long as they keep that together, they're going to be there for the next several years.
Yeah, they're NFL.com had them number 1. They had Detroit 2, which Detroit's interesting because you just lost both coordinators.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if they sustain the level of success, and look, they didn't have great postseason success, but if they sustain the level of success, to me, Dan Campbell goes up an iota of what I think of him as a head coach.
Agree.
Because I think it's going to be tough for them to continue their level of success while the roster is still pretty much the same. You lose what everybody considered the best play caller in the NFL for the last 3 years, and then you also lose the DC. So if they can sustain their level of play, that'll be a job well done by Dan
And
Campbell.
he's got to look at what happened in Philly when they went through the exact same thing, because they had it going on and then lost both coordinators. And then Sirianni's butt was on the hot seat real quick because they went way down. And then it was, what are you going to do to fix it? And now, he did what he had to do, but now he's going to have to do it again because he lost his OC, his quarterback coach went with him. So that's going to be interesting, just like Detroit, to where I agree with you. I think Dan Campbell gets a whole lot more credit from me if he can figure this out, losing both coordinators and sustain that kind of winning level. And the roster's good.
Yeah. All right. Where do the Houston Texans come into play for you? How many teams in the NFL would be ahead of the Texans if we're talking about the biggest Super Bowl windows? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
How many teams before you put the Texans on the list of biggest Super Bowl window? 713-780-ESPN. Texter says Branham. Actually, it's spelled Brnnum. Branham?
Okay.
I don't know. It sounds close enough. Loves Will Levis. What's not to love? He has healthy coffee drinking habits. He threw more touchdowns than he did interception this year. He won 2 games. He had a quarterback rating of 81.5. What's not to like about quarterbacks that do that? You don't like 2 and 10 quarterbacks? You don't like quarterbacks that threw for more touchdowns than interceptions? You don't like quarterback ratings north of 81? What's not to love with Will Levis? Both of you are looking in the phone.
Yeah.
I'm doing talk shows with guys who are looking at their phones.
You know how I know that you're always going to have to fight back on the Will Levis campaign, but I mean, he's got talent in terms of his physical abilities.
Neither one of you are listening. So
I was just waiting for your Will Levis diatribe.
I heard all the numbers.
Do you want your quarterback to win multiple
this
games?
Is what you do.
I'm just waiting for this to be over.
Do
That's
you
why I
want?
was
Do
looking
you?
at my phone.
Let's go item by item about the greatness that is Will Levis. Do you want your quarterback to win multiple games?
Let's just go back to our phones, Joel.
Do
He'll
you-
let us know when this is over.
Do you like your quarterback to win multiple games?
Hold on, I'm going to
supposed
text.
to answer
you
yes.
you keep going, Jeremy. I'm going to text with Glenn Davis. Go ahead. Keep going.
Soccer matters, huh?
Yeah, soccer does
but
matter.
Quarterbacks don't. Quarterbacks with multiple wins in a season don't matter. Quarterbacks with multiple touchdowns in a season, more
Joel, is he
touchdowns
done
than
yet?
interceptions.
No, he's not done yet.
More
Okay.
touchdowns than interceptions. I remind you. Quarterback rating of 8. Adding big quarterbacks. You know, Will Levis led the NFL in a certain statistic this year. Can you guess it? No, legitimately. Can you guess it? Can you guess the stat that Will Levis led in the NFL? It's actually a positive. It's not a negative.
Me not caring about this take.
Well, it's a texter. We're doing what the audience wants us to do here, Brian.
40-plus yard pass plays.
The longest touchdown of the year.
Okay.
98 yards. You know why? Because Levis has a howitzer. What's not to love about Levis?
How long was the ball in the air?
I have no. He's got a big arm. Levis got a big arm.
I know. I'm just saying, he could have thrown it 2 yards
No, I
and
bet
still
you-
get credit for 98.
I don't know the pass, but if I had to bet, I bet you it's a deep ball to Calvin Ridley.
Oh, I would almost. It was definitely to
for
Calvin
sure.
Ridley because I remember that play, but I don't remember how long the ball was in the air.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a big arm. He's got one of the
No,
biggest
he
arms
does.
in
He
the NFL.
does. I kid,
His
but he
arm is
does.
massive. I'm going to look up the Will Levis 98-yard touchdown because now I'm curious. But that's why I love Will Levis because he puts a little bit of fat into his coffee, which is good for everybody. A little fatty coffee never hurt nobody. A lot of people in the health industry think that's good.
Yeah, people have said that.
Howitzer, he's won multiple games. I want my quarterback to win multiple games, not a singular game. That's a check. And then he threw more touchdowns than interceptions, which might surprise you. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I removed the tongue from my cheek. But yeah, what's not to love about Levis? Eagles, then the Ravens, says a texter. Detroit, Denver, turning ship around. Where would you have Denver in their Super Bowl window?
Not in the top
Not there
8.
yet.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I think I've turned the corner on Sean Payton. I hated the way that Sean Payton left New Orleans. I thought he was a bit overrated, like kind of carried by Drew Brees. This season he just had really changed my opinion of what I think of Sean Payton as an old ball coach.
I agree with you because I had serious reservations about the whole Russell Wilson deal and screaming at his quarterback and could he fit into the more after sitting out and everything, could he get back into the NFL and would his offense still be able to percolate the way he did in New Orleans? But credit to him, that was a surprising turnaround.
Like that.
And turning, and turning the entire thing around with the quarterback that he had his eye on, that he handpicked, that worked out in Bo Nix. So I give him a ton of credit.
Yeah, I think he did good.
I don't think the window's open
think he
yet,
did-
so I don't think we start the clock.
I don't like their roster really.
Yeah, I think that's part of the
Some good
problem.
young
Like their best
defenders,
wide
right?
receivers, Cortland Sutton, if he's not 30, he's about to be 30. They don't have a lot of running back right now. Defense is great.
Yeah.
But looking at this list from Bucky Brooks, I don't think I'd have the Broncos ahead of any of them. But following it maybe 9 or 10, I could make the argument for that. I think they're top third of the league, but I wouldn't put them top 8.
I mean, the governor here is probably Bo Nix. Like, how good can Bo Nix be? But I wouldn't put them in the top 8 quite yet. I think that they need to improve that roster. Texter, Sugar Bowl window. Texans should try winning 2 playoff games in the postseason first. They're ineligible for the Sugar Bowl. Eagles, Ravens, Detroit, Atlanta, Kansas City. And he has the Texans
Atlanta's
6.
interesting.
That's some big Penix energy. If you're thinking Atlanta number 4,
You really think a lot of
highly of Michael Penix.
Yeah, you really love some Penix.
Do have some weapons there, young weapons.
Oh, the weapons are great. It's just
great.
Drake London and Bijan are both great.
I would agree there.
Right. And they might have swung and missed at Pitts.
That's the thing.
They
I think
missed
Pitts
on
is
Pitts.
highly
Yeah,
overrated.
he's right. I'm writing him off.
I think he's a bum. Texter says the Texans should be 31. That's not very nice. Kenny Westbrook, apparently, 98-yard touchdown for Will Levis. Look at that.
Oh, wasn't Calvin Ridley?
Will Levis is making a Kenny Westbrook good. How many people in the history of the league have made a Kenny Westbrook a touchdown machine? One. Will Levis.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
text Glenn Davis.
So this list, it has the top 8 teams with their window open. Philly's at 1, Detroit's at 2, Kansas City's 3, Baltimore's 4. The Green Bay Packers, they must love Jordan Love. They're at 5. The Chargers at 6, Washington 7, and the Texans at 8. Do you think it's fair and appropriate to have the Texans at number 8?
I do, but I think I had a pretty similar list. Did they have Cincinnati on their list?
No, they do not.
I had Cincinnati on my list, as well as Detroit, Philly, KC.
Who you removing?
Washington, Baltimore, Green Bay, Houston.
Is that in order?
No, just but I think Houston's right around 8th.
Okay.
I would have them in the top 8, but and this is not a shot because one of my co-hosts or one of my hosts roots for them, but I would remove the Packers and put in the
Jordan
Bengals.
Love sucks.
One of my hosts. He just called you one of his
I
hosts.
corrected myself. So I
That
corrected
meeting was a
myself.
big thing.
But yeah, I would. Yeah, phrasing probably wasn't the best. But I would remove the Packers and put in the Bengals, and then otherwise, I think this list is pretty good.
I don't think the Chargers should be on here.
See, I removed the
I
Chargers.
don't know. I like the quarterback and the coach. That's
Herbert's
kind of
never won a playoff game.
It's a completely fair argument. I know
He's won as many playoff games as Will Levis.
This is 100% more. It's 100% projection. You're 100%. It's completely guesswork. It's just kind of a gut feel for mine. But I like the quarterback. I like the head coach. I wouldn't. I could listen to the argument for moving them out, but I like them in the top 8. I think that's fair.
It kind of annoys me how everybody thought that the Chargers was going to roll into NRG and beat the Texans. They were favorites.
Yeah, they sure
They
were.
were.
And
Yeah,
the
like
Texans killed
2-3
them.
points.
Like,
Yeah.
for me, that eliminated the Chargers from any sort of these conversations because of that singular game.
No, I wouldn't move them
Singular
down.
game.
Like they're like
Out of the top 8 for me. I'll go
yeah.
Cincinnati ahead of the Chargers.
I
would too.
Yeah, they're
I
not
would
even on the
too.
top 8.
I would too.
Cincinnati.
Yeah.
I would have Washington ahead of the
I
Chargers.
did as well.
Washington at 7.
Yep.
I think the Texans are fair here at 8. My biggest beef with this is Chargers at 6. I would have them out of the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
Green Bay for me is high 2. I don't like them 5. Are they top 8? Roughly, but nowhere near top 5 for me.
But again, the wild card is the quarterback. You
Well,
can have.
I'm not a huge Love guy. You've kind of talked me into that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So you can have this great young roster, the youngest roster in the league with all this talent. Now they're on defense, all the receivers, and then you get a Josh Jacobs, and then you still got him as quarterback. And I think that's the hindrance that I don't think that there's any escapability from that kind of makes me wonder if they should be on the top 8.
Yeah, I wouldn't have them in the top 5.
I would move them out. I
Yeah.
would move them out.
Buffalo belongs in the top 8, but probably closer to 8 than number 1. And they're not even on this list.
That was the most surprising, I think. I mean, to not because especially part of what we talked about with why the Chiefs are such a runaway obvious favorite for one is because the quarterback makes you on this list. To exclude Josh Allen and Joe Burrow feels crazy.
And I hate Josh Allen. Hate's too strong of a word. I hate the football.
I think you sports hate him.
I postseason hate him.
Okay.
I think he melts down in big moments. I think that his old wild horse comes out in big moments. I think he's done a really good job of corralling that and being able to weather that wild horse storm for most, if not almost all of the year. I think in big moments he melts down, which is something that bothered him early in his career. Like, remember the Houston Texans playoff game where he was facing off against Deshaun Watson and he tried to lateral the ball 20 yards downfield as he was being whipped to the ground? He still has that in him in pivotal moments. They were trying to make the case, not the game that they were eliminated by Kansas City, but remember Baltimore, that 2-point conversion, he got stuffed and he was thinking about pitching it.
Yep.
And they're like, oh, look at Josh Allen. He's matured. And then he does pretty much the same thing against Kansas City. Put the ball in harm's way over and over. But to my point, Buffalo absolutely belongs in the top 8 of Super Bowl windows.
I thought that he kind of changed the narrative a lot this year because the turnovers were so much less.
See, that's, to me, what he does in the regular season does not matter. Doesn't matter for me. Yes, he has gotten better at protecting the ball in the regular season. But my theory is that he gets reckless in moments where he has to be clutch or really good. And you always point to that Kansas City game where they were in a shootout and, he went toe-to-toe Mahomes, and he did.
Overtime.
He did. He was fantastic in that game. And his postseason numbers are overall good. But I can't trust him to win multiple playoff games. 4 playoff games you got to win, or 3 if you get the bye. You got to win 3 against the best competition in the league to win a Super Bowl. I don't think he's capable of doing that. Time will tell. But does Buffalo belong in the top 8 Super Bowl windows? Yeah. They should be ahead of the Chargers. They should be ahead, I think, of Washington. They should be ahead of the Texans.
Packers.
They should be ahead of the Packers. They're absolutely firmly in the top 5. Even from the biggest Allen hater, they should be top 5.
It's just interesting that both Lamar and Josh Allen have to still kind of escape from that narrative of the fact that they could be amazing during the regular season, but until one of them wins it all, or either one of them get to a Super Bowl, that they're just not going to be able to escape that tag.
They're not. And you can make the case. My argument about Allen could be more appropriate for Lamar Jackson.
Indeed, that's what I was thinking.
That's fine. You would be accurate there.
Of the two, Lamar certainly melted down more in this postseason, in my opinion.
And overall, Allen's been far better in the postseason. Overall,
100%.
Statistically, it's not an argument. It's not a debate.
And Lamar's been more dominant in the regular season. I mean, he's dominated regular seasons to win multiple MVP trophies, and then in the playoffs, he just disintegrated.
I mean, the argument's really very accurate for both of them. Allen's playoff numbers far better than Lamar's, though. And Allen robbed Lamar Jackson of an MVP this year. He was like those thieves in Miami that stole Beck's, and you see that what's his name, Beck? What's Beck's first name? The Georgia quarterback transferred to Miami. Carson Beck, and then what's the Cavender twins? Which one is he dating?
I don't know.
One of the Cavender twins. You didn't hear about this?
I thought it was Kevin Dahl. Either way, no, I didn't hear about the robbery.
I don't remember her name, but Carson Beck and one of the basketball playing twins. They had 3 cars stolen today.
3.
After they broke up the ring that was robbing all the athletes of their stuff when they were playing games.
I don't know. It might be kind of a blessing in disguise to take away a car from a Georgia player, though.
He's not a Georgia player anywhere. He went to Miami. I think he went for the girl.
Oh, Brian, that's inappropriate. We're not reading that sort of stuff on the air. 713-7803. But lives ended.
I know. That's why we should not allow Georgia players to drive, even if they're former Georgia. Take away the cars.
That's in poor taste.
Steal away their still more of their cars.
This is a tasteful show. We don't talk about that kind of stuff. Everything
we don't have to care about grammar and stuff. But we're going to care about that kind of stuff.
We're not low hanging fruit. We're not lowbrow. We only the cleanest, most appropriate content on this air. Classy. We're not callous.
Not sassy.
And distasteful. That's gross of you, Brian. So anybody in the AFC East, I think Buffalo is the only team in the AFC East that is in this conversation. What about AFC North? Baltimore, we mentioned. Pittsburgh, Cincy. We mentioned Cincy. I would have Cincy.
I think Cincy. Yeah.
Pittsburgh, Cleveland,
not Cleveland, no.
Anybody in the AFC South?
No.
Not even the Texans?
Well,
I think the Texans, aside from the Texans, no. I think the Texans are in the conversation.
You can move out Packers, Chargers, put in Bills, Bengals, and keep the Texans in, I think.
Top 8-ish?
I think the Texans are right at 8.
Yeah, I think it's right where they're at too. Okay, moving to the AFC West. Kansas City. We had a vote for Denver. We had a vote for the Chargers. I say no and no on both.
No on all of them, besides Casey.
Brady's not going to do enough at the Raiders. NFC East, Eagles, Commanders. Any votes for Cowboys or Giants?
No.
NFC North, Detroit. We mentioned Green Bay. I wouldn't sleep on Minnesota.
Minnesota's got a lot of talent again, but now they got to figure out the quarterback.
It's a first-time starting quarterback. I don't know.
If he starts.
Look what O'Connell did with Darnold.
I mean, they might try and start Daniel Jones this year.
No.
They're saying that if Darnold, they're intrigued by still having conversations with Darnold, but if he gets in that $40 million plus a year range, they think they got a cheaper option in Daniel Jones.
I think that's plan B.
I think
Daniel Jones will be on the roster, but I think McCarthy ultimately would be the starter there.
If he's healthy.
Yeah. Chicago, I mean, they have a lot to prove.
Not yet.
No.
Anybody in the NFC South? Like somebody texted Atlanta. I'd put no. Anybody in the NFC West? LA,
San Francisco is breaking up because of all the big contracts and the guys are breaking down and guys want out. I think it's kind of the beginning of the end for San Francisco.
Yeah, Purdy's about to come up on a deal.
And they don't know what they're going to do with him.
Debo's old and wants out. Kittle's over 30 years old. I would obviously Christian McCaffrey can't stay healthy. I would vote no on the entire NFC West.
Yeah, I would too. So that gets us our list there. Tyler and Conroe. Allen was let down by his team in the AFC Championship. To be fair, he can't catch and throw it. Didn't he turn it over once, twice in that game, and also threw like 3 near picks?
I don't think
his first 2 passes both should have been picked.
Yeah,
I believe.
he did.
No, he did. That is true, but I don't think he officially turned it over.
I thought he turned it over at least once.
Yeah, I didn't think he had a turnover, but I know he should have had 2 picks in his first 2 throws.
Also, he put the ball on the ground.
And he got it back.
Yeah,
right?
he had near
fumbled
turnovers.
it 3 times, never lost it.
Yeah, he got it back.
He definitely had near turnovers, but never
turn
turned it over.
Yeah, he didn't turn it over in that game, but they lost. He had the ball, chance to take the lead late. Couldn't get it done.
Dawson Knox didn't help him out.
Couldn't get it done.
Or was it Dalton Kincaid?
Dalton Kincaid.
Was Dalton Kincaid?
That would have been a great catch. The ball was severely underthrown. The coach in Buffalo holds them back, in my opinion. Could have beat the Chiefs if they would have kept running with James Cook instead of trying to force Josh Allen to be the hero. That's you can't have Josh Allen be the hero. The meltdown of the postseason is called Pat Mahomes. He's got 3 titles, dude. Like, we're not calling Pat Mahomes a meltdown. He's got 3 rings.
No, he's saying Josh Allen's meltdown as he's facing Mahomes.
Okay, fair enough. My bad.
His
and
kryptonite.
Are you taking C.J. Stroud over Josh Allen? I can't.
No,
you can't do that.
I can't. Although C.J. Stroud does have 2 playoff wins in 2 years. C.J. Stroud in
Josh
2
Allen
years
has more than that.
Yeah, but not in his first 2 years. Josh Allen's had the luxury of playing
Okay.
longer. C.J. Stroud is ahead of where Allen was after 2 years.
100%.
But do I think that Stroud gets to the ceiling that Allen's at now? Probably not.
So he's never going to win an MVP?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I think Vegas would have no as the favorite.
Probably like at minus 130.
Yeah.
What would yes be? What would the odds be on yes?
Plus 300?
I think it'd be less than that. I think it'd be like
I think
plus
he's got a
200.
shot.
Sure, he's got a shot.
I
But
mean,
what would the odds
I
be
think-
for him to win it? I think plus 200 is the number.
For his entire career, not
Yeah.
just next year, but his entire career.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's somewhere between plus 2 and 300.
Yeah, probably. 2
Yeah,
to 3
I
to 1
think
chance.
he'll be in the running a couple of years.
Yeah, but I mean, we're kind of saying the same thing. Like we're saying that
Right.
2
Plus
to 1.
200
not
is
gonna
you're
be
in
a
the running
favorite.
a few
Yeah,
times.
Yeah. Key from LA, don't sleep on the Rams. Okay.
Here we go.
But Stafford's going to New York.
Now they're
probably.
saying that they look like they're going to try and keep him.
Even if they do keep him, he's trying to quit every year. McVay is talking about going to the okay.
trying
well,
to get an extension.
Okay, he's talking about retiring every year. McVay's talking about going to the booth. I don't see how you could say they have a super long
McVay
window.
hasn't done that in a while.
But still, you don't
McVay's
know
like locked in.
if you don't know the future of your quarterback and your head coach, and it changes every year.
No,
then
you're not being fair to McVay. Like McVay's been on the record and has talked
That's
about
over.
how he entertained that for a little bit, but he's been rejuvenated
Okay,
and he's
throw
locked
the
in.
McVay thing out. You don't know who your quarterback is in 2 years. You can't say the window's super long.
But he's went to 2 Super Bowls.
He's still
with
top
multiple
10 quarterbacks in the league right now. If he stays,
top 10, nah.
But does it matter? McVay got to a Super Bowl with Goff and Stafford. Do I think that McVay can find another quarterback to get to a Super Bowl with eventually? Yeah.
Yeah,
especially when they find
sure,
guys like Puka and some of the guys they've been drafting lately too, that they find in the 3rd round on both sides of the ball that are studs.
But that doesn't make him top 8.
No, but I'm saying
Not right now.
I know, but that's kind of getting to the point of the listener that texted in. I mean, I do think McVay keeps you in the upper half, regardless of who his quarterback is. But top 8, when you don't know if your quarterback's going to retire each year, I can't put you there.
I'm just poking holes in your argument. I don't like any
No
sort of
holes detected.
slander on Sean McVay.
He did think about leaving to go into the
He
booth.
did a few years ago.
That was several years ago.
Yeah, several years ago. He's since went on the record be like, yeah, I'm in. I'm locked
Married
in.
a supermodel, had a kid,
We'll
and
see.
just decided to settle
We'll
into
see.
coaching.
I think Sean McVay's my favorite non-D'Amico head coach in the NFL. Yeah.
I like him a lot. I
do
like
like
the fact that he's not afraid to say
I'd probably
things.
go Dan Campbell, but McVay's up there. I like grit. Run the ball. Establish it.
I like LaFleur, even though I don't like
Yeah.
the quarterback.
I like beautiful
Homer.
blondes.
It's not a homer because I'm
Sean
critical of
McVay.
them all over the place, but I like LaFleur as a coach and a play caller.
You're a blonde guy, Jeremy.
I
That's your
do
type?
have it. My wife is a beautiful blonde. So
She
yeah,
is
I
blonde,
guess I
yeah.
do have a type. I like beautiful blondes, and I think McVay checks that box. Maybe that's why I like
Is
Will
he?
Levis.
Make sure when you
Maybe
go
that's
home,
why I
you,
like
you
Will Levis.
make
I
sure
thought he
when
had
you go
red hair.
home, you compare your wife to
McVay?
Sean
Yeah.
McVay.
McVay's like bleach blonde hair.
He might bleach it, but I
I
thought
don't think
he's
it's
got
bleach
reddish
blonde. It's
hair.
more
McVay's not
dirty blonde.
ginger.
It's
No,
more
that's not
dirty blonde than
gingery.
bleach blonde.
Absolutely, not even close.
Yes, that does
That's
look kind
not
of reddish
red
brown.
hair. Are you colorblind?
Like reddish brown.
I wouldn't call
No.
it reddish. I would say it's more dirty blonde than beach blonde, but it's not reddish.
Yeah, that's not red. My wife's gonna be like, "Why were you looking at so many Sean McVay photos?"
Just compare them. Make sure you compare their beauty and their blondness to each other. She'll love
Sweetie,
that.
we were just talking about how I had a blonde, beautiful type.
I'm into blondes.
I was
like
comparing you,
Sean McVay.
and Will Levis. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's make mock drafts great again. Everybody loves when we do this. So who did the Texans pick at 25? We'll discuss next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Texter says, calling it now. Cowboys tank this year and get Arch in next year's draft. Are we so sure that Arch can be a great pro?
I haven't seen anything that guarantees
I don't
any
think he
of that.
comes out in the next draft anyway.
Well, you're a Texas homer. You would say that.
No, I mean, Peyton played 4 years. I think Arch is not going to try to come out after 1 year as a starter. I mean, unless he's just absolutely unbelievable, national title Heisman, sure.
Hasn't the family come out and said something like that they're in support of him staying 4 years?
Yeah, I mean,
Did they? I thought that was the transfer portal.
No.
Well, they've been in support. They were definitely in support of him not starting right away. They didn't want him to get rushed into it. But I think it's better than 50-50 he plays the senior year.
Is he going to be a redshirt sophomore?
No, he didn't redshirt. He'll be a junior.
I thought he redshirted his freshman year.
No, I don't think so.
He played less. He played 4 games or less, didn't he?
Okay, maybe they could.
Right.
If you can retroactively redshirt, then maybe. But I don't think they redshirted him during the season.
Yeah, it did say last year was a sophomore year. He absolutely qualified for a red shirt, though, because he only played in 2 games.
Yeah, no, he qualifies. I don't know if you could do that retroactively.
That's
but
weird that he wasn't a freshman, a redshirt freshman. Like, why would they do that?
I think they wanted to keep the door open. I mean, in case
What door does it close by not doing it?
Well, but I think the idea was, I mean, Quinn got hurt the year before. They had to go to Malik Murphy.
Yeah, but you don't have to like take off the pads. Like, you can be ready to go, and if you don't play in more than 4 games, you can now redshirt. You don't have to like press a button at the start of the year and you can't play the guy at all.
It might
You
have
get up
been
to 4 games plus a bowl game.
It might have been an agreement with the family. I'm not
Maybe.
sure.
That's weird. Because like,
Yeah.
why wouldn't you keep the year?
I don't know. There's not a good answer for that.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I
know.
think the team knows though that even if he does stay for his senior year, he's not staying 5 years.
What if he's not a pro though?
That's
Like,
the biggest
why
thing. If
wouldn't
he's
you
got to
keep-
build up
Yeah.
his stock and prove that he can play on the next level.
Like, what if he's not good and then he like wants an extra year? Why wouldn't I guess they're not thinking that way, maybe. But still, that's odd. All right, let's make mock drafts great again. We're not going to do this every single day because the Texans are picking 25. But whenever there's a great mock draft out there, like a Lance Zierlein or like a Mel Kiper, or in this case, like a Daniel Jeremiah, which I actually think, no offense to Lance, I think Daniel Jeremiah is the best mocker that exists. Remember, Daniel Jeremiah predicted the Stroud 2 Texans trade up to number 3. Remember that?
He's had some success in terms of his draft boards and his picking of Super Bowl.
Oh, really? I didn't know
matchups,
that
yeah.
about the Super Bowl. But he and Lance did a podcast. I think they do several, like in draft season. That
Lance
are always
knows him as DJ.
very good.
DJ.
Yeah,
They're tight.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I know Daryl Johnson
Moose,
likes Moose. So, I mean, I understand having those kind of bonds with people that might be popular to some that, they're just, they put,
like you, I
they
mean,
put on their
Moose,
pants one
you
foot,
and Joe
one leg at a
Burrow.
time.
You got a lot with a lot of people.
AI,
yeah.
Allen Iverson, Cooper Manning.
Wasn't there someone else you locked eyes with somewhere, or an elevator? Or...
That was Burrow. He said that.
I thought, yeah, and then the Applebee's or whatever.
Greg
was
Maddox
AI.
and I shared an elevator. No, it was TGI Fridays with Allen Iverson and I, downtown Philadelphia, feet away from Rocky statue in downtown Philadelphia. No,
What year was this?
Greg Maddox and I did share an elevator in San Diego, across from Petco Park.
What year is this with AI?
I don't remember.
Something worries
over
about-
probably about 10, 12 years ago. I do remember that Yao Ming was playing for the Rockets and they were playing LeBron.
Okay.
And then we went there to watch the game, and then AI happened to be there. But I don't remember who LeBron played for. It must have been Cleveland.
I feel a little worried for AI that he was eating at a TGI Fridays.
Oh no.
What do you mean? No.
They like he and his guys used to like that, and then they'd head to the casino.
And they were also
You
doing
read
things
some
in
of
the
the
car
stories, yeah.
in between appetizers. They went to
What
the
was
car
the one that
several
VY
times.
got in a fight at?
I don't remember.
Didn't Vince Young get in a fight?
Oh, it was Cheesecake Factory, probably. He was there all the time.
I think it
Too
was
many options.
I think it was not TGI Fridays. What's the other one?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Just like a TGI Fridays. Applebee's. I think it might have been Applebee's or Chili's. But there was like a bar fight. And he got sucker punched.
The thing I remember with VY, he was at the Cheesecake Factory like every single day.
But then when he was going bankrupt, he said that he needed his budget for going to Applebee's or whatever on Friday nights, and it was like thousands and thousands of dollars when he had to declare.
Different strokes for different folks.
How many times over would you have to order the entire menu at Applebee's to spend thousands of dollars?
How many people are hanging?
For you individually, 50. If
Yeah.
there's a lot of people in this posse, it's not going to be.
Yeah, he's got to buy some stuff.
He's
for,
probably buying drinks.
Yeah, for Huff and
I was trying to
Mons
avoid that.
Taylor, all those guys.
Still.
Daniel Jeremiah has the Tennessee Titans taking Abdul Carter, number 1.
I've heard several people say that he might surpass both quarterbacks as the number 1 overall.
I think that they're going to trade down and somebody's going to trade up for a QB. I don't think Abdul Carter goes 1. I think one of the quarterbacks will. I think it'll be Cam Ward. I think somebody's going to blow Tennessee's socks off. And I think Cam Ward's going to go number 1. Tennessee will trade down. But they have Tennessee going Abdul Carter. Cleveland goes Cam Ward. Travis Hunter goes to the Giants. Will Campbell, the best offensive lineman in the draft, goes number 4. Mason Graham, number 5. Shadur Sanders goes number 6. Tyler Warren, number 7, the tight end. I think it's too high for a tight end. Scrolling down here, notable names along the way. The McMillan, the Arizona receiver, he goes number 19. Ashton Genty, 21. Genty falls to 21.
Dallas?
To Pittsburgh. Omari and Hampton, the second best running back in the draft, goes 22. Travion Henderson goes number 24 to the Vikings. So now the Texans are on the clock. And how we do this and how we make mock drafts great again is we give you the option of who the mocker pick for the Texans, but then also the next 3 picks. Daniel Jeremiah has the Texans taking Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver from Ohio State. I think everybody would be happy with that. I also think that, like, when we celebrate mock drafts, I think fans usually get happier when it's a skill position guy as opposed to, like, a defensive tackle. Like, you just open up this to the poll, right? I posted the poll. You make the pick, Houston, at Jeremy Branham. The skill position guy is always going to get more votes over the defensive tackle or the offensive guard. But he has Egbuka going 25. The next 3 guys that we get to choose from: Darius Alexander, the defensive tackle from Toledo; Shamar Stewart, the edge from Texas A&M, a wrecking crew, gig 'em, 12th man defense; and then Donovan Jackson, offensive guard. That's basketball. Offensive guard, Ohio State. So you got those 4: Egbuka, Alexander, Stewart, Jackson. Which of the 4 are you picking, Blankers?
I think you know where I'm coming from, because everything that I've heard and every champ, we've talked about it already. I'm already in on a receiver in the first round. I want Egbuka, and I want him to be, whether it's your fill-in for Tank initially and more, but they need receiver help. It looks like that they've already, moved on from Diggs. And I think that's the pick that I would go with.
You think they moved on from Diggs?
I do. I mean, if you heard Nick the other day, it sounded like he was talking about him in past tense, and he was basically talking about, we got along while he was here. It was great having him, and then someone, I think, kind of followed up with that, and he said, I mean, I'm never saying never are the doors closed, but.
Yeah, because like all the headlines are like USA Today, Caserio absolutely open to the idea of Diggs. NBC Sports, door is always open for Stephon Diggs. NFL.com, absolutely open. Bleacher Report, absolutely open. I got a different read off of that.
I just felt that there was a lot of past tense in it when I heard it and when I read some of it, and I just think that because of the fact he's coming off injury too, and maybe even if they bring him back because of Tank situation, I think that Egbuka makes a lot of sense.
He was on with PNP yesterday morning. The quote, Pro Football Talk, I had a good relationship with Steph and his representation. I mean, that is past tense.
Yeah.
We enjoyed past tense having Steph. We need MLA Paul to call us about past participles here. I had a good relationship with Steph and his reputation. We enjoyed having Steph in the building, so the door is always open. A number of players have expressed sentiments and interest in potentially returning to our team next season, so we never ruled anything out. We're going to be open-minded and work through the process here. Things will probably pick up over the next few weeks.
That feels. I think I'm with Joel.
Of past tense.
It was not only the past tense, but that feels like the way to compliment the player when you know he's not coming back. I enjoyed my time with him. Good relationship. Doors always open. But we're not going to bring him back. And maybe that's the conversation with the agent. Like, hey, how much is he going to want? He threw out a number, and Caserio's like, okay, well, on to the next one.
Interesting. Yeah, I see it differently. I feel like he's just not going to rule anything out at the moment. Like,
it's possible. I guess it's in part, where do you believe Caserio is on the Dana Brown scale of never believe anything they say about, Alex Bregman or any other free agents.
Now, like if we MLA Paul about it, it does use 2 sentences in the past tense.
Yeah.
So that is to Blanker's point. I would love to argue against a Emeka Egbuka, but it's really hard for me to take any of these other guys. Like, I don't really want to draft the defensive tackle late unless he's like a game changer like Jalen Carter without the off-the-field stuff. I'm not sure Darius Alexander from Toledo is that. Plus, Caserio usually has a power 4 type, usually an SEC type, maybe Big Ten. So I don't think Alexander's really in the mix here. I don't think they need edge, right? Like, Will Anderson's still here. Daniil Hunter's still going to be here.
Right.
Is there bigger need offensive line over wide receiver? Yes. But do I trust Caserio to draft offensive line? No. So yeah, I'll be chalk here. Give me a Emeka Egbuka.
And I don't know if it means anything to you or not, but from what I've read so far, is one of the main positions of depth in this draft is defensive tackle, that maybe in the 2nd round, 3rd round, that the Texans could get, especially if Foley walks. I think Settle's the only one under contract, to where if they needed it to get a defensive tackle, I think it is a very rich defensive tackle draft.
Yeah. So I'm going to Mickey as well.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it boring and go with the wide receiver, just because I don't want the other names on the list. I don't want a defensive lineman, because I think they're good there, especially on the edge with the kid from A&M. And then I don't trust Caserio to draft offensive lineman. So it's not really that I have to have wide receiver, that it has to be Egbuka, but I just don't like the other options here.
Would it sway either one of you if it wasn't Egbuka and it was Golden?
Well, I mean,
I would feel more excited about it.
I know he's not in the mix, but I'm saying, especially for you, Brian, would that be something that excites you more, or is
Yeah,
it
a little
Cougar
bit.
Misfit?
Oh, he's a Cougar before he's a Longhorn.
That's what I'm saying for both of you, because
Come on now.
I
What
broke
will
you
it say on
both
his
in,
draft
and then you were
profile?
dismissive.
Texas.
What?
What will it say on his draft profile? Wide receiver, Texas.
That's just true. Yeah, you got me there. I have nothing.
But all of his experience, where he really honed his craft.
See, I
was at
really
U of
don't
H.
want receiver at 25, but I feel like every single time we're going to do this, it's going to be receiver at 25.
Depending on the other three names, but yeah, if the other options are defensive lineman and
Track it, Brian.
offensive lineman, sure.
Track it, Brian. Every single time we do this, and there's a receiver on the table, track how many times we go receiver.
Okay, I'll put that in the Google Doc.
I opened up a poll already, and already thousands and thousands of votes /56. Emeka Egbuka, 75% of the vote. Like, he's going to run away with this from a popular vote, like,
I don't think. I mean,
perspective.
I don't think a lot of people have focused on like who's free for them and where the other needs may be, and I think they know it's offensive line and wide receiver, and so I think that they do know that Nick hasn't drafted offensive linemen very well too. So I think, and like you said, skill positions are sexy, and they're all going to lean that way.
I think it's a skill position bias here. People have thoughts on this. Also, when we return, who are the players with a first-round grade? Like, yes, you have to have 32 guys go in the first round, but how many of them have a real first-round grade? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Texture says Kelvin Banks
He'll be gone way before the Texans.
went to Summer Creek. Yes. Nick Casario does not have a great history drafting offensive linemen from Humble ISD. It's very true.
1 of 1 or 0 for 1?
0 for 1. Kelvin Banks, also from Humble ISD. Humble ISD's put out some offensive linemen. Is it Cosme? Plays for Washington. He went to Texas. He was a Houston commit,
Cosme,
followed
Sam Cosme.
Herman over to Texas. He was from Tascasita.
So
He's in the league. Humble ISD put out some offensive linemen now.
The swing and miss Kenyon Green, isn't he from Atascocita? I mean, I know you're
That's
mentioning
so weird.
I know you're mentioning it that it's in the same conference, but I wasn't sure if you mentioned which school.
Yeah. We did. Ask BMAC why Longhorns aren't playing a spree game this year. Being soft?
I think it's unnecessary. I didn't read Sark's full reason for it, but honestly, I think it's unnecessary.
There's another big school that's not playing a spring game. I can't remember who it was.
I get the idea of it because it's practice, it's maybe harder reps and better competition that you're going to get in a regular practice, but it's also additional risk for injury. So I'm fine with them not doing it.
Ohio State also didn't play a spring game.
Two of the final 4 teams then, including the national champ.
The problem is these universities, they could sell out stadiums. They could sell out stadiums.
Texas and Ohio State certainly can. They turn it away.
Straight revenue grab.
Well, they're not doing it.
I mean, I know that I saw the article. I know there's schools that aren't doing it now, but it is because with the amount of time that they still practice, is the only reason to do it just a straight revenue grab?
No, I mean it's a reason, especially for the bigger programs. But like other programs, they do want the players to get
experience a game day,
game day. They feel like it's developmental, but apparently these schools are not doing it because of tampering. They feel like if they're backup players, they might get looked at by other schools.
This is the NIL transfer portal thing.
It's a transfer portal thing because there is another portal that opens up after the spring game.
Right.
So it looks like they don't want to showcase their players to a national audience, and then all of a sudden their third, fourth string developmental freshman or sophomore gets picked up by South Carolina.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it does make some sense. They need I wonder if you could. I mean, the calendar for college football plus the academic calendar makes it very difficult to move things around. But it'd be good if they could move the spring game to post that next transfer window opening up.
That would make some sense.
Makes some sense. USC also not playing. Nebraska's not playing either. Yeah, I wouldn't call them big time, though. Diggs looks healthy with Cardi B, says Tony on the phony. I did see a rumor out there today that Stephon Diggs might sign with the Giants to be closer to his boo.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I was thinking he should be closer to, whatever. That's not a good joke. I'm going to bite my tongue.
See, that mock was interesting to me. Who's playing quarterback for the Giants next year? If they go,
Matt Stafford.
I mean, they're going to have to make a trade or do something, or maybe Aaron Rodgers, because if they're going to go with a wide receiver or a corner or a combo, who they have at quarterback?
Yeah, they're signing Sam Darnold.
Could
maybe
be.
So. Maybe
I definitely
Darnold
don't think
Rodgers
they go.
or
Russell Wilson.
I can't see Dayball going with journeyman quarterback knowing that he's got to win this year or he's done. And same thing with the GM, Joe Shane. Like, if they don't win this year, both of them are fired. So they're not going journeyman whatever.
What is there a fix?
I think the Giants trade up to number 1. That's the team that I think trades up to number 1.
You either got to trade.
Tennessee would still get Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because they'll only be moving down 2 spots.
I think that's what's going to happen.
I don't think the Giants can go into the season without making a big swing at quarterback.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's going to be Cam Ward. I think they're going to trade up to number 1, draft Cam Ward, put him with Malik Neighbors, bring in Stephon Diggs, have Tyrone Tracy. Not a bad offense.
No.
It's the beginnings of a pretty good offense.
Assuming their line can hold their own.
And Cam Ward would have to be good. But they built up their offensive line last year. That was the whole thing of like letting Barkley go. Now, they weren't very good.
Nope.
The most special tape I watched was that of Luther Burden. I would not pass up on him. I do like him. I'd be happy with him at 25. A lot of texters are saying that Manning was redshirted.
Yeah, maybe he was. It's just I don't ever remember seeing it on the graphic, and I don't ever remember seeing news about it. So I guess maybe it was done quietly. I don't know.
Stat came out. There's a better chance of this asteroid hitting Earth than the Cowboys winning the Super Bowl. Key from L.A. Dang, Brian. Rich people can't eat at TGI Fridays.
It's just weird. Like, if I don't know, like I'm not trying to downgrade TGF Fridays, but if I had Allen Iverson money, I would not be eating at TGF Fridays.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot more Fogo de Chow's and a lot less TGF Fridays and Bloomin' Onions.
This texture says that Cardi B lives in L.A. Not the article that I read, and I just Googled it, and Google's never wrong. It says that Cardi B has homes in Atlanta, New Jersey, New York, and the Dominican Republic. None of those are L.A.
No, they're not.
So I'm going to trust Google over you, Texture. No offense. Love you. I'm sure I love you. But Google says that you're wrong. I trust Google more. So Matt Miller had the list of first-round grades in the NFL draft. He has only 12 players that have first-round grades in this upcoming NFL draft. Would you like to hear these 12 players?
Sure.
None of them are quarterbacks. He doesn't have a single quarterback with a first-round grade. One running back, Ashton Genty. One receiver. He has Travis Hunter, which he gives Travis Hunter's comp Odell Beckham. I don't see Odell Beckham whenever I watch Travis Hunter play.
He gets a lot of extra love as a receiver that I guess to that point, I don't see it. I feel like his strongest position is defensive back.
I think so too. Tyler Warren, Colston Loveland, the two tight ends. He has two tackles. Will Campbell from LSU, Kelvin Banks, who the Texas said from Texas. No interior offensive lineman. 3 edge rushers, Abdul Carter, Jalen Walker, Mikel Williams, both from Georgia. 1 defensive tackle, Mason Graham. 2 cornerbacks, Will Johnson. How do you say Barron's first name? Jade Barron from Texas, and then no safeties. So those are the 12 players with a first-round grade. I think Caserio is going to want to trade back.
I think you're right.
I think he's going to want to trade out of the first round and acquire multiple mid-round picks.
Yeah, I think that's probably a really good possibility. And I think towards the end of the first round, if there's some receivers hovering or there's some teams that, want to bump up a little bit, if he can add an extra second or an extra third as well, I definitely think that seems like his kind of mantra to do. And look, if that's the way the draft's going to fall and you can add a couple of, if you get second and third rounders or a second or a third, depending on what you do when you move down, I mean, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm almost always in favor of trade down, so I wouldn't mind that at all. TGA Fridays went out of business as a texture. It's too bad. They used to have, what was it, the Jack Daniels chicken?
There's still one in Humble.
I thought that went out of business.
I don't think so. I'll check on the way home, but I don't think so.
Sometimes you want Vic and Anthony. Sometimes you want James Coney Island, Brian.
JCI now.
When do you ever want James Coney Island?
JCI Grill.
Yeah, it's JCI Grill now. Yeah.
Almost never.
Yeah, I can't think of the last time I was like, man, let me go get some James Coney Island.
I don't think that was the point, though. I think the point was sometimes you want the high-end, top-notch restaurant. Sometimes you want to slum it with a little fast food.
Okay, sure, but when you put into example, you're never choosing the low end.
You're acting a lot like MLA Paul right now. You're acting a lot
I would never
like
correct
MLA
your grammar.
Paul. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. We are a bunch of dumbs around here. Brian, you lead off Bad Take Boulevard.
Was it the Jeff Bezos thing?
No, what happened?
Oh, I made a joke about you trusting Jeff Bezos when you were talking about Google, and then I realized, like, oh, he doesn't run Google, idiot.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even catch that
Yeah.
one.
All right, well, self-reported.
What other bad takes did you have that you think are the reasons that you're on Bad Take Boulevard?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Texture says
the Aniston.
Someone was killing you the other day.
The Jennifer Aniston thing is far too removed at this point.
Yeah, but still a bad opinion.
I stand by it.
Friday's closed and humble, says a texter.
I'll drive by tonight and report. I don't think so.
We got feet on the ground at TGI Fridays.
I mean, I live 2 miles past there, so I'll see.
First bad take. Do you see what Delta Airlines is offering the passengers that were involved in this plane that landed in Toronto that rolled over, finished belly up?
A TJF gift card?
Pretty much. They offered them $30,000 per passenger.
$30,000?
Correct.
Wow.
I'm gonna need 7 figures.
Yeah,
boy.
I'm gonna probably say that if aside from legal fees and your lawyers, I still think I'm coming out ahead on that deal.
You're asking me if you're offering me 30. I'm asking for $1 million.
I mean,
$1 million. We can settle for 6 figures.
I called Jim Adler at that point, the hammer.
Jim Adler specialized in airplane turnovers.
I don't know. I would trust him though. He's gonna hammer him. Get that money.
30,000's light.
Let me do it for you, Brian.
Yeah, he'd do it. I was setting you up.
For $18.33.
What an insulting offer.
Yeah. You hear so many cases of people get involved with wrecks with semis, and they make 6 figures easy. There's no way this should be 30.
I'd be rolling out of that plane, limping around.
You got the neck brace on.
Neck brace, can't move my neck. My back's killing me.
Once you took a deep breath and said, "Thank God I survived this thing," that's the first thing I'm doing is someone's paying for this in a big way.
At least 6 figures for that. So Delta, you make the list for that insulting offer to those passengers. You turned their life.
You just made the list.
You see where KFC's moving?
Yes.
They're moving to Texas. You know what KFC stands for?
Yes, Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Kentucky Fried Chicken
Not any longer.
is moving its
TFC.
headquarters to Texas. They should change their name. The Colonel.
You know that when you see it now, there's a lot of them, like the truck stop KFCs are with a Pizza Hut, and they're saying Pizza Hut is moving too to Texas.
I think they're owned by the same people.
Yeah, they are.
I forget the
I
name
think
of
Pepsi too.
Is it Yum? I think Yum.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yes.
Yeah, that's the sponsor for Louisville Stadium, Yum Arena,
Yep.
I think, or the Yum Center. Yeah. So they're all moving to Texas. But it's just funny that Kentucky Fried Chicken is now going to be headquartered in Texas. So, Colonel,
You just made the list.
from your grave, you're rolling over in your grave, making the list that no one's off limits on Bad Take Boulevard. High knees, referee Jeffrey Anderson, high knees. He injured his knee running around in his hotel room. Another example of why none of you should work out. We should not work out. Everybody tries to get in the gym. It's going to add years to the life, helps your heart. No. Working out is overrated. All you do is injure yourself. High knees, Jeffrey Anderson, you made the list for working out.
You just made the list.
If you're going to stretch your knees out like that, don't most hotels have a gym?
Yeah.
And or areas where you can probably do that safely?
Especially, I mean, he's probably staying in pretty nice hotels.
I was going to say, yeah.
High knees.
What did he do? Trip over
He was back last night, though.
the desk?
High knee in his way up
Oh,
and down
was
the
he?
floor.
Okay.
Yeah, he was back. Running those 94 feet with his knees up to his pecs. Terrence Shannon, Jersey retirement. He went to Illinois. They did to Terrence Shannon what Delta did to those 80 passengers in Toronto.
They did.
They turned his jersey upside down. It was his jersey retirement, which he just ended last year. I think it was a tech transfer. Also had some
he did
controversy in his career. But they retired his jersey over the weekend, and when they lifted it to the rafters, it was upside down.
You just made the list.
Fighting Illini. You made the list. It's not sophisticated Illini. It's not smart Illini. It's fighting Illini, and I think they proved that.
Yeah, that's just a horrible. Normally they do like a dress rehearsal for that. I mean, how do you not know that ahead of time and avoid that kind of embarrassment? That's ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Let's see who else makes the list here. Saturday Night Live. Saturday Night Live did their 50th anniversary show. It was such a celebration of Saturday Night Live. I mean, it's been around forever. 50th anniversary. How many shows do they do a year? Maybe 20?
20 something, yeah.
20. So they've had, 1,000 shows roughly?
Yeah, they said because
I think so. I know they said there's like they've had like 800 something hosts. Yeah,
and they've had multiple hosts.
Well, right,
so
but
they might have
people
had over
repeated.
1,000.
It might be over 1,000.
So
yeah.
roughly 1,000 Saturday Night Lives. It's probably the biggest milestone show they've ever had for Saturday Night Live.
All right.
What day did they have it?
The better
Sunday.
TV night.
They had it on Sunday.
Sunday.
It's Saturday. Your whole existence is built from Saturday night.
Sunday's a better
and you
TV
hold it
night.
On Sunday?
Sunday's a better TV
Bad
night. It's
take.
always been.
Bad take.
It's always been.
It's like having a morning show in the afternoon and an afternoon show in the morning.
If it was a better time slot, sure. Put the celebration in the best time slot you can.
No.
Sunday night is a much
Saturday
better
night
time
prime
slot.
time is still big with people, and also you can record it if you don't like it.
You're spitting in the face of your Saturday night audience by holding it on Sunday night. What if people don't watch TV on Sunday night? You're insulted
DVR it.
now. You've had all of these
Like that.
Saturday night viewers that have watched 1,000 of your episodes for 50 years, and then all of a sudden you move it to Sunday night?
I think you're the
Brutal.
only person in
Did they-
America bothered by
Did
this.
they also have a Saturday Night Live
I don't
that
think so.
week?
No.
And
No,
you know
no,
the
that
other
was
Bad
the-
Take Boulevard on that?
Mhm.
Local KPRC Channel 2 cut out 15 minutes early.
I heard about that.
They went right to the news after there was still at least 15 minutes to go in the show, and then they had to apologize, and they're going to try and rerun the whole thing now because they didn't run the final 15 minutes.
Why didn't they run the 15 minutes?
I don't know if it was like one of those automated
Automation?
systems and they went right to the news at that point.
They
But
had a hard out and they didn't hit it.
evidently they didn't know what the hard out was, but the people in New York were still going.
Are we sure that Sunday night's a better TV night than Saturday night?
Absolutely. Or at least classically it has. Now,
I
obviously
think classically Jeremy's right. Classically back in
our
the day.
viewing patterns have changed, but
But like all the PLEs are moving to Saturday.
True. Yeah, I mean,
All the UFC fights on Saturday. I think
Saturday night has always been primetime viewing because they don't have to get up for work the next
Yeah.
day.
Now you would think, well, Sunday they're at home. Saturday they might be out and about.
that was always the classic thinking. Is Saturday night and Friday night are nights you go out. Sunday night you're at home with the family. So Sunday night was the better TV night.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this, but it's just weird.
Why is
Saturday
the
Night
NFL
Live,
on
biggest
Sunday?
anniversary show we've ever got, and we're going to move it to Sunday.
Super Bowl's on Sunday.
Yeah, but everybody's watching the
Best
Super Bowl.
T-
That doesn't matter,
best
though.
TV night.
There's some things that are so big it doesn't matter the night that it's
Put
on.
the Super Bowl on Wednesday night. Everybody's watching.
I know that's not my point though. They chose to put it on Sunday because it's the best night.
Supposed
I
to
don't
put it
think
on
that's
Sunday
the
'cause they
case.
play all
It's part of
year
it.
long.
I don't think so.
It's part of it.
I don't think so.
Prove me wrong.
Well, all their games are on Sunday.
No, they have Thursday games and Monday games.
Not when
and
they
Saturday
started
games.
the existence of the league.
The very first game was on Sunday. I have no idea. Are we
I'm
going
sure
back to
it
the
was.
20s now?
Well, that's what, yeah, because it
Well,
started.
all they
You
used
can
to
tell me
have
when
was
Otto Graham
Sundays,
played?
Sunday afternoons, and one Monday night
and
football
the
game.
20s were not in the Super Bowl era.
Okay. Tell me more about when Bart Starr played. I don't know.
Well, we have to ask
I don't care.
Blinkers. Because he was a Packer.
Bart Starr was a Packer, yes.
That's why we'd have to ask Blinkers. It had
Yeah,
nothing to do with
yeah.
age. It had solely to do with the fan
I
base.
never saw Bart play. My dad did, but I know that they won like 13 world championships.
The dumbest mock trade I've ever seen. The Football Forever. Never heard of them, and I wonder why. They suggested the Houston Texans trade Will Anderson in a first-round pick to Cleveland for Myles Garrett in a third-round pick.
It's insane.
Yeah,
That was
Football
just-
Fever.
Yes, ridiculous.
Actually, you know what? Football Fever, you've earned a mute. Because that's what I do with people. I don't block people. I don't give them satisfaction, but I mute them so I don't see any of their stuff. And you made the list.
You just made the list.
Football forever is football no more for me. King of Twitch said that he would trade Yiner Diaz, Jeremy Pena, and a prospect for Carlos Correa.
Oof.
King of Twitch, you make the list.
You just
Like-
made the
like
list.
right now, going into this year.
Hey, say like earlier this week. Soriano on YouTube. Disagree on the Ring of Honor take. DeAndre Hopkins, asked to leave Houston when things got bad tough. That automatically disqualifies DeAndre Hopkins. So Soriano, you made the list for saying DeAndre Hopkins.
You just made the list.
I mean, we're not going to let J.J. Watt into the Ring of Honor. I mean, we already did, but he has to get out too.
Do we know if DeAndre even asked out too? Wasn't that just Bill O'Brien shipping him out?
Yes.
I think
He
it
wanted
was
more money, but
I think
Yeah.
it was Bill O'Brien sending him
I
out.
think he
but-
would have accepted a contract that he liked here. in
For
Houston.
sure.
Lance Zierlein for thinking that Fred VanVleet was left-handed.
Now, hasn't the
Well, we didn't get to all of them last week because it was so good.
okay, 'cause
'Cause
that's-
remember
that's-
we bashed
that's-
Carl
all right,
Ravitch?
all right.
Somebody tweeted me the other day and like it was a Texas basketball game. He's like, I can't watch this because Carl Ravitch is calling it and you ruined him for me. Good. Joe George, he's on the list for Kevin Durant. Said that he would trade Kevin Durant for Jabari and a couple of firsts. Totally.
You just made the
misvaluing
list.
The value of Kevin Durant. Battery Chuck makes the list. I guarantee it now. Bregman will get 6 years and more than Chapman from some team other than the Astros. Write it down. So I wrote
You
it
just
down.
made the
and
list.
I'm using it against him on Bad Take Boulevard because he made the list. How many years did Bregman get?
4.
3, right?
3.
4. Oh yeah, 3. Yeah.
So convinced that it was 4.
I was closer than 6.
It could potentially be 1 because he has an opt-out.
Right,
after
you
he
can
both
opt out. I was going to say he'll get more money.
Yeah, so all of you, you made the list. That does it for Bad Take Boulevard. Coming up next, I saw Roosh tweet about this. The greatest play in Houston pro sports history. I have a top 5. I'll give that to you next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Can't tell you how much I despise this new Yahoo email. It is awful. Awful. Awful.
Do you have to change to it? You can't keep the old format if you like?
Maybe I'll try to play with the settings, but it's tough. Delta announced that you can still sue. Allegedly, there are no strings attached to the 30K. Certainly, there's a motive behind the 30K.
Has to be.
They're not just doing that out of the goodness of their hearts. Hudson Flight only got 5K, says a texter. That's brutal.
Really?
Yeah, that's what they said.
Man.
Seems light. Maybe 30K is better than
I wonder
thought.
how many of them sued.
Texter Bo, Texas Roadhouse is from Clarksville, Indiana. That's funny. No more TGIF in Humble, Brian. Only one is in the Dallas airport.
We'll see. We'll see. I'll report
He's
back.
going to take it to the bitter end.
Just like Bregman has 4 years.
To be honest, I'm not looking that closely as I drive by it, but I'll see tonight.
You will be tonight, and we'll be getting text messages.
You must have not had a hankering for the potato skins.
No, it's right next to a Red Lobster. Haven't been there in a while either. But
Cheddar Bay biscuits.
I do like the Cheddar Bay biscuits. Those are elite.
Yeah, they rebranded. They brought in a new CEO. I know way too much about Red Lobster. Saturday Night Live on Bad Take Boulevard for being on Sunday night is sassy work, says a texter. Another texter says BMAC alone on this one. It's literally called Saturday Night Live. So
apparently I'm not alone because the last texter agreed with me.
Yeah, but he didn't know that yet. Sundays are redonkulous, all capital letters.
Not sure what that means.
Super Bowl should be on Saturday night. Ugh, I don't think he likes Sunday night viewing. NFL used to play on Saturday, but the college games were outrating them, so the NFL moved to Sunday in 1947.
I was maybe
crazy.
Maybe in 1947 they were outrating him. I wouldn't think that to be the case now.
No, said 47.
Now, no.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, for the longest time, when's the last time you think a college game would have outranked an NFL game?
1947, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Bad Take Boulevard, whoever are the investors that are trying to bring an NHL team to New Orleans, Houston's a better market. Josh from Seabrook.
I didn't hear that they're trying to go to New Orleans.
It's kind of funny. Like,
doesn't seem like to be a good fit.
Yeah, but I mean, Houston's also hot. All right.
Well, Dallas is too, but Dallas is more of a hockey community.
Yeah, humidity's not as bad there, though. It's better for the ice. Roosh put it his favorite moment on sports. This is the idea behind this. The best sports moment in Houston sports history, kind of moment, play. I went more play. Top Houston play in Houston pro sports history. I have a top 5 for you. Okay. You guys can, pick this apart. Okay. So top 5 greatest plays in Houston pro sports history. Here's my honorable mention. This doesn't crack the top. It was close. I was on the fence, but here was an honorable mention that I had.
2 on, 2 out. 10th inning. That's in the air to left. Here comes Fisher. Throw by Ethier. Astros win it in 10.
That was the Bregman Game 5 walk-off. An honorable mention, didn't crack my top 5 because that bum took his bum to Boston. Bregman's dead to me. So honorable mention, not in the top 5. Number 5, Jose Altuve.
Has just sent the Astros to the World Series.
Big time. Altuve, bomb off of Roldis. So that's my number 5. Here's my number 4 moment in Houston sports pro history.
Drexler puts the ball on Anderson. Drexler with the finger roll. The kick by Orgeron. The Rockets lead 0.3 seconds remaining and a timeout.
Game 1, of course, 94-95 NBA Finals after Nick the Brick Anderson missed 4 free throws. Kenny Smith hit the 3 to send it to overtime, and then it came 1 on the Drexler miss. Number 3.
All right, Starks. Rockets do not want to foul. Starks for 3 came up short. And Jake O'Donnell indicating the game is over, and it will go to a 7th and decisive game on Wednesday.
Sounded like Marv Albert kind of botched the call,
Both
but
of them.
Akeem blocked the John Starks shot in Game 6 that would have won it for the Knicks. Forced the Game 7. Rockets won Game 7, first NBA title. Number 2 moment.
On a 2-1, Alvarez hits a high drive center field. Beer leans back. This game is turned upside down.
Jordan Delta Airline, that game where the Astros won the 2nd World Series in franchise history. And then this is my number 1 moment.
Here's a ground ball right side, could do it. The Houston Astros are world champions for the first time in franchise history.
So those are my 5. Altuve walk-off, number 5 against Chapman, sent the Astros to the 22 World Series. Hakeem's tip-in against Orlando, my number 4, game 1 of the NBA Finals on their second of their back-to-back. Hakeem blocking Stark's shot in game 6, forcing the game 7. They won. Jordan's go-ahead homer against Philadelphia, eventually winning that game 6 against the Phillies. And then the Astros' final play, clinching their first ever World Series title. Where did I go wrong?
I would flip your 1 and 2.
Really?
Just because, they both, the Jordan technically obviously wasn't a walk-off, but it was the go-ahead margin. And I guess the first is always the best. Maybe that's the logic here.
That's why I did it, yes.
Yeah.
But the momentous occasion of Jordan hitting a ball further than we've ever seen versus a ground out to second base.
How much ball do you watch?
It was okay. Maybe Sammy Sosa hit a ball further there at Minute Maid Park a long time ago. But the Jordan, the majestic nature of the Jordan bomb versus a ground out to second base. I'm gonna go Jordan.
I think the situation matters too. To me, I almost would have put the Hakeem block higher simply because without that, I'm not. They have to survive to get to the game 7. That Hakeem block was pretty monumental. I don't know if there could have been another out. I understand why you put number 1 just being the ground out because it was the first world championship in the city of Houston in baseball. And the honorable mention for me is the Jordan shot against the Mariners where it looked like they were going to lose, and he just absolutely turned that whole thing around for them to beat the Mariners, end up beating the Mariners in that series. But yeah, otherwise, I think the list is pretty solid.
Yeah, honorable mention, I'm fine with that one.
Yeah.
To me, it doesn't crack the top 5, though.
No, I don't think it does, but I think it definitely is right there with the Bregman in terms of the magnitude and the situation.
All right, what's wrong with this list? What would you add to this list? What are honorable mentions that should be mentioned in this list, but maybe don't make the top 5? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right, what belongs on this list? You have some honorable mentions, Brian?
Yeah, I had a few. It was more, I decided to take some of your moments and maybe highlight some of the, I guess, unheralded, more forgotten moments that kind of led up to the moments that you had. But one of them you mentioned in your call, or not your call, but when you're set up there of Akeem, but Kenny Smith in game 1 against the Magic, the tying three with just, I believe, 2 seconds left when he hit it, was at the time an NBA record for threes hitting the game. But this shot to send the game to overtime, overcoming what? It was about 22 point deficit at one point. I don't think we can overlook Kenny Smith.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it in the top 5, though.
You got the call.
Smith looking for the three. He's been on fire and hits. He's tied the game at 110 with 1 6/10 seconds.
Marv is terrible.
That is an NBA Finals record for Kenny Smith. That's his 7th from downtown.
God, Marv, tell me you don't care. Don't like the Rockets. All 3 of the calls on that one and the 2 on Jeremy's list sucked.
Yeah, they weren't very good. Marv Albert's not very good.
You saying that, Brian, just made me forget one that should be on the list.
Should be in the top 5?
Yeah.
You're going to say Mario Elie?
I am.
See, I can't put it in the top 5 because it was a Western Conference semifinal.
Still, it was huge. It was
Sure.
game 7. It won the game, and it gave you a chance.
But was it bigger than the Jose Altuve walk-off that sent the Astros to the World Series?
No, but yet similar in the fact that they don't advance. I mean, they might lose that game, just like Altuve. You might lose that game. I just, that Mario kiss of death shot to me might be one of the, in people's minds in this city, it might be the biggest shot ever made in basketball in Rockets history.
Is it bigger than the Akeem block against Starks?
I think from people's perspective of the finality and the excitement of it, I think it holds more weight.
I can't do
I
that.
think the pose is what holds the nostalgia for people. Like without Mario Elie,
it won the series. You still had to go back and win game 7.
Mario doesn't look over
block.
and actually do the kiss of death, what Suns player was it? I forget.
It was Joe Klein. It was
Joe Klein. Yeah, you're right. So without him looking over and giving Joe Klein the kiss, I don't think we're having the conversation of it being top 5. It's still obviously a very memorable moment.
Sure.
But the kiss of death from Mario after the shot is what made it iconic.
Whenever you're talking about like the greatest of things, you start to kind of put down other great things where it makes it seem like you're talking bad about. Like, obviously, the kiss of death was one of the greatest moments in Houston sports history. I just don't think it's one of the top 5 moments.
Yeah, I went
in
for
Houston
top 5.
sports history.
Yeah, I want to say that recently I saw somewhere someone was referred to it as the greatest. I don't know if it's the greatest moment, but I don't know how they put it, but as one of the greatest moments in Houston history.
I would agree it's one of the greatest moments. I wouldn't put it in my top 5. And look, it's subjective.
It is.
What's top 5 for me is different for others. What else did you have, Brian? Kenny Smith.
So you mentioned your honorable mention was Bregman, the walk-off in game 5, but they don't get to that moment without this home run.
2nd and 3rd, 1 out. Gurriel has tied it. 4-4.
I don't think it can be undersold that moment. They're tied with they're down 4-1 facing Kershaw, one of the best pitchers in the game. They lose that game. They go back to LA down 3-2, and Yuli just absolutely crushes a pitch that I don't think made it to the train tracks, but felt like it was damn close. And it's a completely different ballgame at that point. I know I was at the moment when they were down 4-1, Kershaw on the mound. I'm already kind of like, oh my God, like, are they gonna be able to pull this out? And Yuli just with the flip of a switch, flips the game up and puts them right back in it.
Could put it in the top 5 though.
No, this is more my counter to other moments in yours.
It might not even be a top 3 moment from that game. Bregman's home run Bregman's walk-off.
That's just the craziness of that game.
Altuve's home run in that game.
Is that the one
higher.
off of?
And then Springer's home run in that game might be higher.
I was thinking the Altuve one where they were again down 2 or 3, and he hit a 3-run bomb to turn it.
Was it left center?
I think so.
That was against the Dodgers.
What's the pitcher that's now with the Twins? Asian guy.
Why he gotta be Asian?
Because he is. I'm trying to remember his name.
Kenta Maeda?
Yeah, I think it was Maeda. He hit it off of Maeda, and I think it turned another 2 or 3 run deficit into a tie game.
Yuli got in trouble in that series for.
Yes, he did. And now he's playing with
for a different Japanese pitcher.
Now he's his teammate.
Right. understand.
Another one I had, game 2 of that same series. 9th inning, you're down a run, facing Killing Jansen, and Marwin Gonzalez does this.
Gonzalez hits one in the air into left center field. Back at the wall. It is gone. Tie game in the 9th. Marwin Gonzalez.
Now, I know Marwin's numbers were inflated that year for reasons, but no one expected Marwin Gonzalez to hit a game-tying home run in the 9th inning against Kenley freaking Jansen, who was unbelievable that year. Obviously, he doesn't hit that home run. They might go back to Houston down 2-0. The series might be over.
That's a good one.
That might have been the most underrated great sports moment in Houston history.
Yep. And again, you for all the people that said what you said, Brian, about possibility of cheating, they were on the road.
Right.
So,
I'm not saying
Dodger
in that
Stadium,
moment, but obviously we obviously discount Marwin's season overall, but in that moment, obviously on the road, like you said.
There are some theories that the Astros might have been getting stuff on the road too.
Well, it wasn't the trash cans, at least.
Probably not.
Yeah, we didn't hear it, at least. It doesn't come through.
You know, Oppo Taco off Kenley Jansen.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like power to the gap in left center, opposite field. Didn't realize you had that. Sorry, I wasn't familiar with your game.
Never had it again. Never had it again.
That was his career year.
Yeah.
Got paid, though.
Was his career year. So those two, Kenny, Marwin, Yuli.
Yeah, I got another one here. Carlos Correa. We have the 2019 Jose Altuve walk-off in Game 6, but people will forget they were down 1-0 to the Yankees. They lost Game 1 against the Yankees. They're in the 11th inning tie game, and then Carlos Correa does this.
Corey Blazer. Here's a fly ball into right. Back at the wall. This game is over. Correa ends it.
And then points at the watch, like as Joel mimed there in the break. But they're down 1-0 in the series. It's in the extra innings. He hits the walk-off. They don't win that game. They go back down, or they go to New York down 2-0. Remember the last time the previous time they faced him in the postseason, they lost all 3 games in New York. So who knows what happens in that series if Correa doesn't walk him off.
Correa was so clutch.
Yeah, that was a big one.
I love Correa. Correa hit that one.
He hit the one in the COVID year.
The opposite field too,
Yeah.
right center field. Remember he hit a 2 home run game against Kansas City in 15.
Yeah,
in the DS.
Yeah,
I think that was in Game 4 where they should have won.
They should have won, and then
Tony Sipp got deflected, and then
7th
Correa
inning.
probably didn't make
all
a
of a sudden,
great
the
play on the
governor tweeted out, "Congratulations to the Astros," and it all unraveled.
I wonder if they would have won the World Series if they win that game.
Royals did go on to win it.
Yeah, they were still baby Astros, but
they were really good.
I got one more. It's obviously not on the pantheon of what's come before, but I mostly wanted to highlight. You guys have crushed Marv Albert. I mostly wanted to highlight how awful this call is.
Batted down and intercepted. Intercepted by J.J. Watt. Touchdown, Houston.
Wow.
That is the J.J. Watt pick 6 against Cincinnati in the Texans' first ever playoff game. What an awful call. I think it was not Tom Papa.
Greg
Bob
Papa? Greg Papa?
I think it's something Papa. I'll have to look it up.
I'm hungry now.
They're like the mini version of the Albert family, the Papas.
Yeah, that was a brutal call. I don't remember that.
Yeah, I didn't remember the call
play.
being that bad. I was just
call.
looking up. I was curious to watch it. But yeah, what a brutal call for the Watt pick 6.
They a lot of the texters are saying that's the honorable mention and probably the greatest Texans moment, which I would agree.
It's the greatest Texans one. It's not in the level of what we've talked about so far.
No,
though.
it doesn't belong in the Houston Sports Top 5. But if you're looking for one Houston Texan biggest moment, it has to be that one.
Yeah, it has to be.
Some people might say, because we've had a few texts, the Texans win over the Cowboys in the first game of franchise history.
The Billy Miller touchdown.
Like it was cool.
he was the first
cool
touchdown,
to beat Dallas and to win how many games did they win that year?
4.
Like, really wasn't that big a deal.
No.
Like, it's cool. You get bragging rights, all of that. We're the new team in the NFL, and we're whooping up on the Cowboys. Cool moment. Nowhere near top 5.
No.
Nowhere near the J.J. Watt interception. That was first playoff win.
Yeah, first playoff game, first playoff win.
That is definitely their moment, period.
No doubt. Who is this on the phone line here, Brian?
Looks like it is Angel.
Let's go to Angel. 713-780-ESPN. Angel, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Angel?
Hey, guys. I don't think this is going to be a top 5 in Houston sports history, but it is a honorable one. I would say 2004 was Jeff Kent when he did that home run to win, I believe it was Game 5 in NLCS. And I think for me that was one of the most memorable ones that I can always go fall back on. So, anyways, wanted to get your opinion on that. Thanks. Bye.
That wasn't the 15-inning game against the Braves.
No, that was he can't hit a walk-off in Game 5 of the 2004 NLDS. The problem was they then went on to lose both games in St. Louis.
He was coming across home plate going, one more.
Yeah.
One more.
Oh, that's
They
right.
went up
That's right.
3-2 in the series, and then they went bullpen game in Game 6. Got walked off because Trevor Miller gave up just an absolute blast to Jim Edmonds, and then they lost Game 7.
Chris from Tennessee, the second base.
Chris Burke was 2005,
that was against the
18
Braves, right?
18 inning game.
That was the long game. Yep.
713-780-ESPN. Who belongs in the top 5? What plays belong in the honorable mention? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
2 balls and no strikes. Fly ball, way back into left center field, and back up into that wall. No, it crashes back off the wall. Osmus is headed.
It's a homer.
It's a homer.
It's gone.
It's a homer. A delayed call. It came back on the facade. You thought it was in play.
Oh, my gosh.
Home run, Osmus. 6-6 at Minute Maid Park.
Is that Kerry Ligtenberg?
I don't remember the pitcher, but that was kind of in the vein of the unexpected moment, like Marwin Gonzalez in Game 2 of the 2017 World Series. Brad Osmus tying up what would eventually end in a Chris Burke walk-off in 18 innings was as improbable as it gets.
You remember the underrated play in that game earlier than that?
You talking about Lance Bergman's grand slam?
Opposite field, grand slam into the boxes.
Yeah, that I almost thought about pulling that one as well, but just the unexpected nature of Brad Ausmus, of all people, hitting the game-tying home run in the ninth was pretty crazy.
Yeah. They say he was so strong, though.
He was pretty strong.
Brad Ausmus, Jake Marisnick on the Mount Rushmore of favorite Astros among the woman demographic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was
Doug
popular
Ausmus
amongst
and
the
Marisnick.
female demographic.
I think Ezekiel Estachio right next to those two.
I don't think so.
Ezekiel, they
don't
always say
think so.
that. All
No.
the ladies that are Astro fans, they say, can you name the most handsome Astros of all time? It's always Ausmus, Marisnick, Ezekiel Estachio.
I don't think that's accurate.
Why wouldn't be Ezekiel Estachio be on this list?
He was about as pretty as his fastball was effective.
Not sure what that means. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Melvin, you're in the Hive. What's up, Melvin?
Hey, I'm an old head guy, so I'm going to reach way, way back. I got Vernon Perry, San Diego Chargers. It was Dan Fouts, interceptions, and then Billy Hatcher's run. What about it?
Yeah.
Billy Hatcher was in 86.
That was the Mets series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was 1 year old. I actually 1 year old. Uncle Barney took me to that game.
Was that right?
I was 1 year old. Uncle Barney took me to that game, but obviously I don't remember anything.
Right.
About it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the old rainbow uniforms. Yeah, Billy Hatcher.
Mike Scott was ready to go for Game 7. They win there. They win the World Series. Mike Scott ready to go. Those are good ones, Melvin. Appreciate the call. San Antonio Tim says, I was at every Rocket home game in 94, sick flex. He said, I would rank Maxwell's three-pointer in Game 7 ahead of Akeem's block of Starks. I thought about that one. Of course, hit the big three, put him up 8 with like a minute and a half to play. Riley took a timeout. Maxwell leaped in the air with the big fist pump.
Yep.
And Kenny Smith ran into him too. That one's pretty big. I did think about that one. Definitely honorable mention. I don't think it cracks the top 5, though. Obviously, I don't think that. But pretty close.
Yeah. No, I mean, and again, a lot of times too, because we're talking about plays that have the magnitude, because a play, again, that's just going to stick in Houstonians history forever is the Dream Shake. The Dream Shake on David Robinson in the playoffs after Robinson got the MVP. People, that's one of those that they're always going to, put it very highly.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't crack, I have a bias for the stakes.
I
as you can tell.
I totally understand.
So my top 5 is heavily biased towards the stake of the game. Final out of winning the World Series in Astro history. Jordan's homer, which gave you the go-ahead run in Game 6 of your second World Series. Basketball's a little weird because you don't have that one signature play that clinches the game.
Sometimes,
Akeem's block,
aside from a buzzer beater.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
I mean, these two were, right? Akeem's block clinched you the Game 6. Akeem's tip in against the Magic clinched you Game 1. But the Maxwell one wasn't a clincher.
Right.
Put you 8 with a minute and a half to play. Ellie's was a clincher.
But still had time on the clock.
Suns had a chance, and then also it was Western Conference semifinal game.
Right.
So I probably discredited it a little bit. The Altuve walk-off home run. Big moment, wins you the game in that spot. So just kind of my line of thinking. A lot of people are saying the Earl Campbell Monday Night Football game.
That's the one where his jersey got ripped off. Yeah.
But that was a regular season game.
It was.
One of the bigger moments in Houston Oiler history, but Houston sports history, a regular season game on Monday night.
Yeah, maybe only because football hasn't had a Super Bowl or a conference championship game. So maybe that's why it carries more weight. But yeah, on a regular season game, I don't think so. I don't think we're remembering any regular season walk-off home runs or game-winning shots in Rockets and Astros history.
Yeah. I mean, look, I wasn't alive then, so maybe that influences my judgment here a little bit as well. A bunch of textures are talking about the Chaz catch. For me, the plays that stand out, Chaz catch, Jordan Homer versus Alvarado, Mancini's catch after the Yuli injury, Pena Homer in the 18-inning game. See, that was a divisional round. That was the divisional round, and you were up 2-0 in that series too.
Yeah, that was, remember, because I always said that was doesn't that labeled as the toughest sweep?
I think you labeled that, but I would agree.
Yeah, it's like the toughest sweep I always said it was the toughest sweep in whatever playoff history.
Yeah.
The fact that you swept them and every game was a 1-run game with extra inning games and unbelievable pitching and all that stress and pressure, that was pretty fun to watch.
Chaz catch is up there. Mancini belongs definitely in the conversation. Mario Ellie with the kiss. Texans inaugural game win. No, not top 5 for me. A lot of people wouldn't have that. TGIF closed, says a texter, Brian. The Earl Campbell Monday Night Football 4 touchdowns.
I don't recall what year it was, but the Ralph Sampson turnaround against the Lakers to win that series where Foley and
86.
Peterson
86,
went.
right?
86.
Nuts.
Yeah.
I wasn't here yet, but my God, those two guys, that call, you want to talk about the other end of the spectrum.
Well, just talk about
blowing out the radio.
Like how improbable was. There was only, I think it was less than a second left. It was literally, he didn't really have time to like set.
No, he
shoot.
caught it
was
with
like
his back to the basket, turned in one motion, and flicked it.
Yeah, it was more than a tip, but it was barely even like a catch and shoot. It was so quick.
You forgot the Pujols home run against Lidge. No, I didn't forget about that. That's ingrained into a core memory.
Should we say the Davis Mills touchdown pass in Week 18 because it got you C.J. Stroud?
Texter said that.
Okay,
but Bryce Young had a better year than C.J. did this year.
It's better second half.
I'm just kidding. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line again. Larry in Stafford, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey, man, what about, I know it was the second round, the first round, which round, whatever, but the Rockets come back down from 3-1 to game 6. I feel like everyone knows where they were when they came back. You remember they benched James Harden, Kevin McHale benched James Harden and Corey Brewer and Josh Smith and a bunch of other players. They just got hot, man. And I know it's a whole game. It's not really a play. Well, it was actually a second half, but, I don't know what y'all think about that one.
It's tough to say that it was a moment because I thought about it in terms of great moments in sports history in the city of Houston, coming back from 24 down to win that. I know where I was.
Where were you?
Courtside.
Yeah. I didn't love that Rocket team. Nice. I did appreciate the call, Stafford. But that was a big time victory. You're coming back from 3-1. It was a 20-point deficit, 24. And then you came from behind without Harden, your best player.
Well, and then that's what McHale says got him fired, because he wanted to come back in the game, and McHale wouldn't put him back in the game, said, these are the guys that got me here. I'm riding with them, and they wrote it out for a win.
Chris Burke says a texter. That was big
the
time.
One I mentioned, yeah.
That was big time, 18-inning walk-off. The problem with that one for me, and why I would nitpick, not in the top 5, that was division series. Mm-hmm. Like, that was a divisional series game. I can't put that ahead of some of these big moments, like World Series moments, LCS moments. A bunch of people saying Yordan Alvarez should be number 1. Had it 2, had the final out of the 17 World Series 1 just because of, first to market. T-Mac 13 and 35. That was big time. Big time.
Was
regular season.
That was another
big
one.
time.
Yep. Yeah, that was one that sticks with a lot of Rockets fans forever.
Old school moment, Ralph Sampson's last second shot to beat the Lakers. What was that series? Was it 2-0 though?
Well, that clinched the series, and that was a Lakers team that I believe was favored to possibly win it all. That was Magic and Kareem, and that was a really good Lakers team.
I think the Rockets won that series with ease though.
That clinched it. That won the series.
No, it was a clincher for sure, but I don't think it was like a game 5. I think they swept. No, they won 4 games to 1. It was game 5 of the series. They won 4 games to 1. So it was game 5
of a 7-game series.
Of a 7-game series. And I mean, big time. You win the series, didn't you there? But it wasn't a game 7. If that matters into your calculus when having this conversation.
I just think that the Lakers were favored in that series going into it.
I'm sure they were. Yeah, I'm sure they were. The guy that caught Burke's homer was also the guy who caught Berkman's grand slam. I forgot about that.
That's true.
I do remember that now. Yeah.
Man,
I had forgotten about that. Where does the Chaz McCormick catch rank? Not in my top 5, but now that people mention it, it would be top 10.
It's honorable mention for sure.
I think it'd be top 10.
Yeah, it was big.
Watson escape against the Bills in the wild card game. That was a big time play.
But he didn't play well in that game.
No, he didn't. He had a good fourth quarter.
Yeah.
It might be top 5 Texans moment, but probably not even top 20 Houston moment.
Agreed.
Somewhere in that, Andre Johnson beating the brakes off of Cortland Finnegan. That's a top 3 Texans moment.
Well, that's also one of those that is engraved in sports history in Houston, whether it was a game changer or not. That's one that everyone will. It's like all the pictures of the Nolan with all the blood over after he punched Robin Ventura. That
wasn't Ventura. That was a different fight. Robin Ventura didn't make him bleed. Brian, we talked about this before,
I think we have talked about it before.
It was who was the fight that he got into that got busted open? It wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't Ventura. Ventura didn't really touch him all that much.
But didn't he beat up Ventura when he charged the mound?
Yeah, he did, but that wasn't. That was,
I know you guys corrected me.
That was with the Rangers though, so we couldn't put it on this list.
No, I understand that. I'm saying just like indelible memories with one picture. It's the Nolan picture. It's the Andre Johnson punching.
It was
Cortland
Bo
Finnegan.
Jackson. Bo Jackson gave Ryan the bloody lip.
Oh.
I saw a video today where Dave Winfield and Nolan Ryan got into a fight. That was pretty good.
Those are some big human beings.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Some people are saying the TJ Yates win over Cincinnati. That's a game though. Like that's not one specific moment.
Did Nolan challenge?
Well, there was
Bo
a specific
Jackson?
moment in that game because he had the touchdown pass to Kevin Walter. That was the winner, and then clinched them their first ever playoff berth. So, I mean, it's in the Texans conversation, but it wouldn't make a top 5 list of all Houston sports.
Never forget the Texans blowing the lead to the Chiefs in the playoffs. Come on, man. The worst. Okay, we're not doing worst right now.
No.
We're in a good mood on a Thursday.
Can we put best moments when Bill O'Brien was fired? Could that be a top Houston moment?
Yes.
Texter says Comets 4th championship in a row. That's a good call. Oh, Nolan took a line drive to the mouth. I think it was a Bo Jackson liner.
Okay.
That's right. Honorable mention, MLS Cup, Dynamo inaugural season, Brian Ching tying it on the kickoff after going down late in overtime.
Speaking of
Most
which,
dramatic sporting moment in Houston sports history.
one of the players on that team, Dwayne D. Rosario, will be on Soccer Matters tonight.
There you go.
Thursday night Soccer Matters.
There you go.
Right, there you go.
TJ Yates helicopter fumble. That wasn't Yates, was it?
No, that was Sage Rosenfels.
Yep. Ken Giles beating up Ken Giles. Oh, that's a good one. Firing Easterby. Not a play, though. That wasn't a play. Like, firing Easterby, not a play.
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish.
That could be a play. Top 5 Houston sports moments. Romo putting JJ in the spin cycle. LOL. I must be a Cowboy fan. How many Super Bowls have the Cowboys won in the last 30 years? Vernon Maxwell, kiss of death. Eddie Johnson, 3 at the buzzer. Those are all big time.
Yeah, Eddie Johnson was big time, but again, we lost the series to Utah, so it sucked.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big-time sports moment, not top 5, though, I don't think. The play during the last game of the 22 season that caused us to win the game but lost us the first pick. Brian mentioned that one earlier. Pick 6 in the playoffs from Watt. Kiss of death, the biggest shot in Rockets history. Agree, disagree. Chaz Catch. Listening to this makes me want Joe Buck back in the postseason. Buck's calling opening day for ESPN
He is.
baseball.
I had that exact thought as I was going through the highlights thing. I think we underrated Joe Buck when he was calling baseball.
Well, just based on how I didn't realize how bad for a legendary voice of broadcasting, how bad Marv Albert's big calls were.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Awful.
Wasn't great. Dusty Baker telling Joe Kelly off. That was pretty funny. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Slow-mo, what you got?
Ralph Sampson buzzer beater in the form versus the Lakers. And the most terrible moment was Jacoby Jones muff kick return.
Yeah, that wasn't good.
What was the first one?
The Ralph Sampson.
Right, he said Ralph
the
Sampson.
Ralph Sampson.
Game 5 in the Forum, the old Forum.
Yep.
If we did a different list of most cursed Houston careers, Ralph Sampson would be on that list.
Boy, his knees, man, because he was unbelievably athletic. You know, at one point, he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated in the article at Virginia. He was the only guy, football team included, he was the only guy that could curl 90-pound dumbbells in the weight room. He was strong for a skinny dude.
Man, they got Sleepy Floyd, though. They got Sleepy Floyd for old Ralph Sampson.
Yeah, with Golden State.
Love Sleepy Floyd.
It's a great nickname.
He's a great player, Sleepy.
He was all right.
You didn't like Sleepy Floyd?
He was all right.
Andre Ware video of winning the
Prefer
Heisman
Carlos
Trophy.
Herrera.
Go Cougs. I like that, old Carlos Herrera. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. Of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at getting your hair back. He does so many things so well. He's here in the Houston Med Center. If you need anything from spa treatments, Botox, plastic surgery, he's got it all. He does it all. He does it phenomenally well, all here in the Med Center. But the one that I have personal experience with is the NeoGraft procedure and PRP treatments to get your hair back. Basically, all you got to do is go to 975hair.com. If you're interested in getting more information, sign up for a free consultation. It costs you absolutely nothing out of pocket. People off the street, costs $150. You listen to us, want to talk to him, it's absolutely free. You don't have to sign on a dotted line, no pulling out the checkbook or credit card, nothing to pay for, just a Q&A session after they explain to you how the PRP treatments work and how the NeoGraft procedure can make a huge difference. The really big cliff note here is that you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. So he takes some of that hair, repurposes it like if you were resodding your lawn, puts it where you are lacking hair and you need hair growth. And in no time at all, that hair is growing, it's stronger, it's getting longer. It's going to be there for the rest of your life, and you have it because of Doc Linville. Check it out today. Go to 975hair.com and sign up for that free consultation. Let them explain it to you, show you the before and after pictures, and talk to guys like me and John Granado who've done the procedure and can't stop talking about how great it is because it works. It's not the sprays and the creams and the foams that don't. It's a procedure that actually does, and the PRP treatments that can make it even better. Check it out today. Tell them I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
A rough day on Wall Street as a disappointing profit forecast from Walmart cast doubt on whether or not the consumer will remain resilient going forward. As a result, stock prices fell and so did interest rates as the Dow slid 450 points to 44,176. The S&P coming off two record-setting days, down 26 points to 6117, and the Nasdaq down 93 to 19,962. Long-term interest rates dropped on that, assuming that this could mean a softer economy down the road. The yield on the 10-year note slipping to 4.5%. Oil and gold both rallied on lower interest rates and a weaker dollar, with oil up 28 cents to $72.53 a barrel, gold up $16.40 to $29.52 the ounce. This as jobless claims ticked up just a little bit. The market really didn't respond to that. It was the Walmart profit outlook that really dinged the market today, again, raising some concerns about the health of the American consumer, particularly at a time when tariffs and other trade-related issues could dent both the U.S. and the global economies.
Did you say Carlos Herrera or did you say Carl Herrera?
I said Carlos Herrera.
You said Carlos?
Oh, it is Carl Herrera. My bad.
It's kind of racist.
Not
a little.
amigo?
It actually is.
He's like, oh, he's Herrera. His name must be Carlos. That's messed up, Brian.
That's exactly what happened.
And I'm Mexican.
Carl Herrera, Rockets legend.
Pretty sure he's Venezuelan.
U of H guy.
Yes.
I don't know if you knew that or not.
Blake, you're not listening very well today. That's my first car wreck of the day. That's twice.
Oh, I thought
He said UH right away.
I said go Cougs.
Oh,
I
I didn't hear it.
And I winked at him. I didn't realize he said Carlos, though.
I did say Carlos.
That
That's
is
on me.
The most racist thing that has been said on this show this week. Probably not the station.
Maybe just by us, you mean. Others that
Tune in
participate
7 to 10.
I said the show.
But others that participate in this show.
What happened?
I mean, the people that
text us.
Yes.
Yeah, very racist of you, Brian, calling him Carlos Herrera.
All right, well, I guess car wreck of the day, nominee.
You're a car wreck of the day for that. Blanker's car wreck of the day for not listening. And this texter's a car wreck of the day for being a creep. When Verlander was pinching and we clinched the playoffs, Kate Upton walked in front of me. You're a creep.
You got no chance with it, man. Let it go.
Car wreck of the day there. All right, what are you nominating for car wreck of the day, Blankers?
Check this one out, boys. Little podcast with Jason Richardson, former teammate of Shaq and Lou Amundsen when they were with the Suns. that Shaq once pulled Lou's mouthpiece and toothbrush out of his locker and put the mouthpiece in his rear end in front of the team, and then stirred his rear end with the toothbrush, then put them back in Lou's locker, and then the entire team watched as Amundsen unknowingly used the mouthpiece in a game and then brushed his teeth after the game.
That's just building good locker room morale. That's how you build camaraderie and chemistry.
Matt Barnes came to Amundsen after the game to let him know and said, anything in your locker has probably been in Shaq's butt, throw it out.
Do you think he said butt?
He did not. I can verify that from the quote.
I just can imagine Matt Barnes saying the word butt.
No,
Very true.
no.
Oh, man. That's just good for team morale. That's how that's how a team gets closer together.
I mean, this is the same guy that used to rap Kobe, tell me how my bleep tastes.
Yes.
He's just trying to give people an idea of how his butt tastes.
We didn't realize how literal
it was very literal.
I have heard stories that other rookie orientation would be if he would like take a shower before the game, and if a rookie was walking around the locker room completely naked, he would put them in a complete wrestling hold and roll around on the locker room floor with them.
What, he put him in the figure four?
Whatever you call it. But there was a figure that was naked involved.
He's a weird guy. That's Shaq. Kind of weird dude. Luka Doncic. Terrible game for the Lakers. They lost to the Hornets yesterday. Hornets are 14-39 after the win. Luka's line, 14 points, 5 for 18 shooting, 1 for 9 from 3, 6 turnovers, and down the stretch, the Hornets were hunting him on defense. Pick and roll, get a matchup they wanted, and time again, the ball handler, whoever it was just blowing right by Luka every single time.
Yeah, to the
Nico
point,
Harrison's a genius.
To the point, JJ Redick was taking him out of the game as a defensive sub.
He did have 5 fouls, but
you see offensively too that when we had the question who was going to handle the ball, all LeBron, and Luka, when he didn't have the ball, just kind of checked out by midcourt.
You can't give a player that only plays one side of the floor a supermax.
Well, he's not going to get it now.
We can't do it now.
He literally cannot get it now. So.
I think it was smart by Nico. No, might not like the return.
You're going to victory lap it?
One game in.
Is there one game in?
2.
Yeah.
He played at least one game before the break.
First game post the break. Telling you, his defense is lousy. All right, what are you nominating, Brian?
I'm going to nominate us having a conversation about whether or not TGF Fridays is still open.
No, it should be you.
You should get nominated for that and the Saturday primetime slot for Saturday Night Live as opposed to Sunday.
No, I stand by that. It was a smart decision to put it on Sunday night. But yeah, the fact that either I'm wrong and have thought it's been open this whole time, or literally the entire text line is telling me I'm wrong. One of us is going to be a car wreck of the day of the nominee, but the whole TGF Fridays is it still open conversation gets my car wreck of the day nominee.
There's like half a dozen people that said it's not
I know.
open.
One of us, somebody's going to be wrong. It's going to be embarrassing.
It's going to be you.
Probably. It's trending that way.
What did you used to order at TGI Fridays? Do you remember?
Probably the potato skins.
I think I got the ab sampler.
Yeah.
Potato skins. Like their cheese sticks, I want to say, were rectangular, skinny, and fat.
Like anytime I went to a place like that or like Bennigan's way back in the day, I always used to go with like some sort of appetizer.
I remember
sampler.
the potato skin.
I would get the Monte Cristo. Was it Monte Cristo? Monte Cristo.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I would get that at Bennigan's. The Monte Cristo at Bennigan's was good.
I miss Bennigan's.
I do too. Probably nostalgic, but
there was the one right by the Summit.
Oh, really? What were you doing at the Summit?
Was a very, very popular spot back in the day.
Do you live near there? Or?
Yeah, worked there.
Car wreck of the day. Car wreck of the day is Branham's take on Saturday Night Live being on Sunday. I think it's a great take, and multiple people on the text line agreed with me.
That's one you.
It's like playing Monday Night Football on a Wednesday.
Well, they have played Monday Night Football on different days.
Never on a Wednesday.
Never on a Wednesday, but they have played it on different days.
Car wreck of the day says Josh from Seabrook is the Paul Tyson fight. In a recent interview, Jake Paul basically or casually put it out there that Mike Tyson had Parkinson's.
What? Well, I would explain why you took it so easy on him, but
what's next? Jake Paul is going to fight Michael J. Fox?
Oh, man.
Maybe Joe Biden. Joe Biden's needs something to do now he's out of office.
Was that callous of me? Nah. Do you remember the
I think Michael J. Fox jokes are fine.
You remember the Curb Your Enthusiasm episode with Michael J. Fox?
Of course.
Oh my goodness.
About the shaking? Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Like, if you've ever been uncomfortable with like a little bit of uncomfortable comedy,
that's part of why I'm okay with making the joke, because Michael made the joke himself.
He's gonna be Michael J. Up. That might be one of my favorite episodes of Curb. Somebody just said it's still open. I just went by the one on Beltway East. We got some controversy.
Well, we're talking about a different one, though. I'm talking about the one on 59 near or across the street from Deerbrook Mall.
Soccer Matters, four-time MLS champion Dwayne Rosario coming up at 6. Athletically Declined at 7. And then Hall of Fame with Brad Gilmore and Booker T at 9 o'clock. I always thought that William Regal was the better King of the Ring. What's winning car wreck of the day?
I'd lean Shaq.
Yeah, putting a toothbrush up there is pretty
And
bad.
a mouthpiece. And letting the guy put it in his mouth.
Yeah, we'll give it to Shaq. Shaq, you're the winner. Thank you to Brian. Mostly good work. He's blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Soccer Matters, Glenn Davis right now on ESPN 97.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody. Soccer Matters is on the air here on the heels of the Killer Bees. I like that segment about great plays in Houston soccer history that Joel and Jeremy were bantering about. Maybe a Dynamo fan will call in and tell me what you think the single biggest play in the history of the club was. And there's a lot of good ones out there. I think you're going to probably go to 2006 and 7. Call in number 713-780-3776. Brian McDonald sticking around here to get it on the air tonight as our producer as always. And we've got a lot to talk about today. Europa League. You've got the U.S. women's national team on a very cold night going to play down at Shell Energy Stadium tonight at 8 p.m. against Colombia. That is the She Believes Cup. But 713-780-3776. You know what? I'm going to open it up in a bigger way. Just one Dynamo, biggest play in the history of the club. And then number 2, biggest play in soccer history for you. And I know a lot of this is going to come to the allegiance of some of your clubs, but you can certainly call in with those here tonight in the first segment. 713-780-3776. I got tickets to give away here tonight to the Texas Derby. Be ready at 713-780-3776. Be ready because we're going to flare a bunch of those out here tonight. A couple of pairs of tickets so we can get you down to the Texas Derby. We have Eric Quill, the head coach of FC Dallas, coming on the show tonight. I mentioned it last night, but Eric Quill is a great Houston story as well because he grew up playing here. He's from the Missouri City area. Briefly played at Clemson, went into Major League Soccer, played in Tampa with Carlos Valderrama. Actually played with Dominic Kinnear in Tampa as well, the Dynamo head coach. And we're looking to get Dominic on the show. Did his work in the coaching. You know, there's a lot of ex-players that feel they've earned the privilege and the entitlement of just being handed a head coaching job. And that does happen. We have seen that. But in the case of Eric Quill, he was everything from an assistant coach to his wife at U of H on the women's side, to working in the youth community here in Houston, to then getting involved with FC Dallas, where he played as well. Took the North Texas, which is basically their reserve team, to a title. Interviewed for the head coaching job, didn't get it. Goes to the USL, is very successful at New Mexico United. They draw about 9,000 a game. And he goes back for a second time, interviews, and gets the job. And he's going to debut on Saturday in Major League Soccer in, of all places, how ironic, Houston, Texas, where he grew up. I think it's a great story. You're not going to hear it from anywhere else but here. But it is a fantastic story. All right, greatest Dynamo moment, Milo. What do you got, Milo?
100%. It's got to be Brian Ching equalizing MLS Cup 2006. I just think dramatic, right? From being down to immediately being even. That's got to be it for me.
Yeah, that's a good one because at that point, New England had just scored. You thought it's over, and how quickly the response came. And by the way, that delivery on that cross, and I don't remember who it was. It might have been Brian Mullen.
Brian Mullen.
Yeah, was it Brian Mullen? Okay, good. I'm glad we're bringing Brian Mullen's name up because, you know, there is a tendency of the Dynamo fan to gravitate to 2 or 3 guys. I'm actually a little astounded. People don't talk more about Dwayne De Rosario, who's going to be on this show tonight, who's top 25 in Major League Soccer. Nobody really ever talks enough about Dwayne. But you're right. On that play, that delivery from Mullen took a bit of a deflection, too. And Brian Ching's focus, execution, because of that deflection, was freaking remarkable. And it was a tremendous header. And, yeah, I think that's a good call on your part. I like that one. I like that. And that eventually led to the Dynamo winning on penalty kicks. So there you go. All right, Milo, thank you very much for that. Anybody else? Greatest Dynamo moment for you? You may have just topped it right there, but there are a lot of big ones from especially in those early years, some great ones that obviously would lead to being a part of winning the MLS Cup, which the Dynamo did back-to-back in 2006 and 7. Where does Dwayne De Rosario rank in your minds as greatest players for the Houston Dynamo? Because we are in year 20 here. Everybody's got their favorites. Where does he rank? Because wait till you hear me rattle off his list of accomplishments. Over 100 goals. I'm going to just give you a couple off the top of my head. Twice a goal of the year, 4 MLS Cups. I think 6 and 7, best 11, all-star appearances, game winner, I think, against Chelsea in the all-star game. Remember at RFK Stadium, I mean, this one might weigh into it. The header from the Brad Davis delivery at RFK Stadium from Dwayne De Rosario. And if you remember, Brian Ching was injured. So was Ricardo Clark. Imagine going into an MLS Cup final without those two. And then Dwayne De Rosario stepped up with a goal and an assist in the final. 713-780-3776. Trey, what's your best moment?
Yes, I've only been a fan since 2015, so mine's a little more recent. But
that's okay.
Griffin Dorsey's goal in the Open Cup, that's kind of ushered in the new Ben Olsen era and some of the success that we've had recently. So I think that Open Cup goal by Dorsey really sparked what we're doing right now and some of the successes recently.
Was that down at Inter Miami? That's the one, right?
The Inter Miami, yep. And I traveled for it in person, and it was just great to see that.
Ooh, I love that.
That's really helped usher in this new area.
I love the way you framed that. I love the fact that you were there. And, a lot of times these singular moments in games, it's because you're actually there and you witnessed it, they become even bigger. Now, Trey, just remind me that he cut in on his left foot, right? Because I called that game.
Correct. Yep.
He hit it with his left foot, right?
Yes, that's correct. Left foot.
That was a great goal. I'm trying to flash back to it. Okay. Are you going to be at the opener?
Yep. I've been a season ticket holder since 2015 and only missed like 1 or 2 games a season if I'm out of town. So I'll be there ready for it.
Good for you. These last 2 years must be a bit sweeter for you. You went through some tough times.
Yep. It's been great. And I saw Pat Olsen at the Fan Fest on Sunday and kind of expressed that to him too, is I've watched a lot of not making the playoffs in the last 10 years. And to see what him and Asher and Ted and everybody have done, it's just been great the last couple of years for the Dynamo.
Very good. Trey, thank you for calling in. Good take. I loved it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. There's Trey. 713-780-3776. Remember last night, Brian, when I asked you, can I be benevolent and hand out a pair of tickets to the Texas Derby? Let's do it right now. Caller number 3 at 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Caller number 3. Pair of tickets to the Houston Dynamo FC Dallas opener. It's a 2025 opener. It's down at the stadium. If you don't win tickets tonight, you can buy them at HoustonDynamo.com. But I have a feeling you are going to see the new acquisitions for both teams. I think you're going to see them coming off the bench. But I think you're going to see Lucho Acosta. I think you're going to see him off the bench for Dallas, and I think you're going to see Nico Ladero off the bench for the Houston Dynamo. I think these are two experienced pros. They're going to want to be a part of it. They're going to make themselves available. They've both been in training. I do believe you're going to see them come off the bench. So if you've got your favorite Houston Dynamo moment, play, you can call in at 713-780-3776. Okay, last night, speaking of plays, now let's speak a little bit on the man that is the GOAT. It is Lionel Messi. All right, so they were in the CONCACAF Champions League. They were in Kansas City at Sporting. Leo Messi and Inter Miami, people are calling him soft, and the game got changed because of the weather, and it's, I think, like 5 degrees, and, he's probably not going to play. And I'm sitting there listening to all of this ahead of this game, and I'm going, this is so off base. This guy is going to play. He's one of the most competitive athletes on the planet. It doesn't necessarily look like he is physically because everything is so effortless. But he is one of the most competitive athletes. And you have heard his former coaches mention that. So, of course, he's going to play. And, of course, he's going to produce the game winner. I think it was a 56-minute. It's a ball in from Busquets. It's kind of strange because the center back for Sporting Kansas City actually starts to drop off. I don't know if it's because he's in fear of Messi, but there's like 3 or 4 guys around him. He's able to bring it down off his chest. He cuts to his right. There's guys stumbling around and trying to close him down. They can't, and he buries it. It's a magical moment under those conditions. Another observation, he actually ran a lot more last night. And part of that, I think, was just to keep warm. But it's 5 degrees. I mean, you could see everybody's breath. It was incredible. And it wasn't a sellout. And I think it's going to be tough tonight for the U.S. women's national team under these cooler conditions in Houston to draw, which might lead us into the discussion about going on the world schedule. I don't know if you're for that or not. You can tell me, 713-780-3776. But it was interesting to watch Messi moving a bit more without the ball, because there are these moments in Major League Soccer games where it's so interesting because he's just standing there basically watching the game and watching his teammates and factoring all kinds of images and things through his head as to where and how he moves once they win the ball. And it's really pretty remarkable. Last night he was moving around a little bit more. He was closing people down. And I think a lot of that had to do with simply just trying to stay warm. 713-780-3776. Antigua 1, Seattle Sounders 3 in Guatemala. Areola, new signing, De La Vega and Rusnak. They got a lot of hopes on De La Vega turning the corner and being even a bigger contributor this year. Motagua, I watched that one, FC Cincinnati. Cincinnati's got some attacking power. Pavel Buca had 2 in that one. Kevin Denke, the big signing. And then, of course, Lucho Acosta goes to Dallas, and they pick up Evander from Portland. And Evander gets one as well. Herediano and RSL 0-0. Okay, so there was a time in Major League Soccer that MLS went down to Central America and didn't do well. Not only are we going down to Central America and the Caribbean now and winning games, you're winning them 4-1. You're winning them 3-1. Vancouver tonight will take on Saprissa for anybody who wants to watch that games. But positive results in Central America and the Caribbean. Again, we can go back, but it indicates now that MLS has really separated itself from Central America. Every good player in Central America, frankly, their desire should be to come to play in Major League Soccer. Certainly that's the closest bigger league, and or Liga MX, depending on where you fall in there. And by the way, back to the Messi thing, the Colorado Rapids, you get a little bit more of this because younger people are generally running the social media of teams. They were taunting Inter Miami about playing in the cold. And then, of course, I mentioned, he was going to possibly, people were thinking, oh, he's going to sit out. He's not going to play. He can't play. Oh, he couldn't be able to play on a rainy night in Stoke. Are you kidding me? This has been rolled out by, some of the internet trolls. It was it was a 37-year-old in 5 degrees and likely the coldest night of his career, and he makes the play. Javier Mascherano, the head coach, who I'm sure Lionel Messi had a lot to do with bringing in, called the conditions inhumane. So the question is, do you want to move to the world schedule? Because you are going to have some moments like this where teams are going to have to play in cold weather. There are benefits. There are pros and cons. Are you all for moving to the world schedule like everybody else? Or do you think because of climate, just not doable? You tell me. 713-780-3776 is the number to call in. 713-780-3776. All right, Dance Little Sister. Rolling Stones, Cactus Music. Big shout out to them. Get your vinyl, get your CDs down there. The legendary Cactus Music. By the way, they're pumped for the World Cup down there, Quinn. We are also super excited about Nico's Greek and American Cafe, the 3 locations throughout Houston. Get over to them. Woodlands, I-10 and the Beltway, and also the original down in Montrose. Hit up Lamont Brands for our Soccer Matters t-shirts and hats. And caller number 4 right now, you get a pair of tickets to the Houston Dynamo FC Dallas this weekend. Coming up next, he is the legend. He is Dwayne De Rosario. He will join me next.